Well, it's the final day of Group A action, and just as we expected, it's all come down to the wire. Everest, MDOX, the Limassol Calunders are battling it out to get those final two spots to make it to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, at the summit of the group, we've got the Nicosia Tigers and the Napa Royal Kings fighting for that top spot. Of course, we know both of them will really need that to get favorable seeding in the quarterfinals. Well, we've got so many questions. Who's going to make it to the top? Who's going to make it to the quarterfinals? And who are we going to unfortunately have to say goodbye to? Well, so many questions, and the answers to all of them will be found out shortly because live action is up next.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
We started yesterday. It's a matchup between the two rivals, the Nicosia Tigers and MDOX. Of course, the temperature for today is expected to vary between 12 degrees Celsius all the way up to 22 degrees Celsius during the afternoon. The wind speed will be a lot lower than what it was a couple of days ago. We remember it was 42 kilometers per hour 2 days ago when we had laptops flying off the table. Today, well, we expect it to be around 14 kilometers per hour at its peak. Anyway, without further ado, let's head over to match referee Stefan Gooch, who's alongside both the captains.
Okay, MDOX to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It's tails. Okay, good luck, guys. Cheers, all the best, guys. Have a good game. Cheers.
So the news from out in the middle is that the Nicosia Tigers have won the toss and decided to bat first. Of course, we know about the history between these two sides. There's no love lost between them. We saw a bit of that in the first match. It was an absolute thriller. Yesterday, pulled it off and a final. Okay, oh, sorry, man. Yeah. Of course, these two teams faced each other twice yesterday. The first game was the opening match of the day. We saw the Nicosia Tigers steal a victory in the final over, pulling it off by just 3 wickets. And then the second match was a much more one-sided affair as the Nicosia Tigers dominated MDOX, taking that one by 28 runs. Of course, we saw Zishan Mahmood in fine form. He's the second highest run getter of this tournament, having made 252 runs. But the biggest story for the Nicosia Tigers was that Iftikhar Jaman found his form. And the one thing we say about great teams is that they peak right when it matters. Of course, for MDOX, well, their destiny is in their own hands. They can make it to the quarterfinals if they pick up a couple of wins today. Of course, matters have been complicated for them and the Calunders, who currently hold that 4th spot, because Everest have come surging back with 4 straight wins and picked up the 3rd spot. So, even though the Calunders hold that final spot to the quarterfinals, they'll be very nervously watching today's action as MDOX, well, they look to make it to the dance next weekend. Anyway, without further ado, let's head over to Rico in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Junish, giving us a good insight to what promises to be a very thrilling day. It comes to a conclusion, Group A, and it's very simple. The top 4 go through. One team from the group will be eliminated, and at the moment, the team that are in that position are the MDOX. They picked up 1 or 2 victories that they wanted against the Calunders yesterday, which means that today, huge day for them. They got 4 matches, and they'll be looking to try and pick up at least 50% success rate in those. If they can do that, then it will be the Calunders that miss out. The Calunders and their team, they'll be watching, and their supporters, because they'll be hoping that the MDOX are not able to get the points that they need, and they'll be supporting the Nicosia Tigers. These two teams yesterday, they went head-to-head twice. They were both winning games in each innings. More than 100 runs were scored. The first one, MDOX, 110. Nicosia Tigers got there with 4 balls to go, despite some good displays from Pritaj Doyle. He made 61, but Jihad Hassan was able to get them the victory. As we see the start of this one, and it's going to be a wide outside the off from Nath. He's bowling, of course, to Rahman Mazumda. Second time round that they came together, it was Nicosia Tigers batted first, put the runs on the board. I think that's why they wanted to bat here. Want to bat MDOX out the game. They made 138 for 2. Ifitika Jaman, 52 of 21, and Zisha Mahmood were in great form. Both those batters picking up half centuries. M-Docs, valiant effort from them. They finished 110 for 5. Player of the match in that one was Ifitika Jaman. Not only did he get a half century, but picked up a few wickets as well. He was on fire yesterday. Can he be the key man for the Nickerson Tigers in this one as well? Nath once more. Seems to be bowling with a little bit less pace, but I'll tell you what, this just once again highlights this outfield. It's had a fresh cut before the start of today, and on a nice sunny morning. It is quick, it is fast, it is lightning, and even though that one hasn't come out in the middle, Mazumdar gets the boundary to his name. Temperatures today will be once again in the highs about 27 degrees, and it's pretty warm already. And no forecast of that heavy wind that's troubled us on some of the early days. In the air, this should be out, and it won't be. It's being dropped. And Avinash Harane is a man that's had a few issues catching, and he just didn't look like he was going to get there. And though he does, he's not able to take a clean catch. So Mazumdar dropped early. He's one man that is due to score some runs, so that chance given to him by Rane, well, he'll snap that up. Thank you very much. Mazumdar gets dropped. Straightforward chance as well, has to be said. Docs, they need a good start. They need a good reply. It's going to be a long day. Look, if I'm the M-Dots captain, I'm saying to my boys, right, come on, we got 4 matches. We know we're 2 points behind the Qalandars, and, you know, the net run rate could be very key as well, as this one is played beautifully down out the offside. Nath just looks a little bit rigid to me, just looks a little bit stiff. They're not really putting anything into this delivery. It's almost like he's just running in and just turning his arm over without too much oomph in his bowling. And maybe if you're going to bowl that way, you're going to get into a bit of trouble. It doesn't seem to be too much aggression. A little bit more in this one, but this gets played away handsomely as well. Outside the off, beautiful shot. Just perfect timing. And Mazumdar, after being dropped, is probably thinking, okay, I might as well make the most of this opportunity. A very good morning to everybody on the chat. Nice to have you with us once again. We've got 6 matches coming up in the day, very important ones as well. We'll know who the top 4 are and also where they finish. This is what the bat versus ball wall is telling us. Nicosia Tigers 99 to 92. Expecting to win this one. Well, that first over certainly goes in favour of the Tigers. 13 of it, and also an error from Avinash Rane not taking the catch. Means that Mazumdar, not only does he stay there, but he's up and running now. 12 to him. Just that one extra as well. Zisha Mahmood was in very good form yesterday. He was involved in that 112-run partnership that these two put together against the M-Docs yesterday. So M-Docs had an opportunity to remove one of them pretty early. Weren't able to do so. Zishan is key. This man made a good introduction yesterday. You probably find him, right, the Prince, probably find him as one of the key bowlers now when we have a look at the stats of the two teams. He'll be right up there. Can he make a good start here today? Zishan quite happy just to play this out onto the offside. It's nice to see that they've got a good field set to Zishan here. We've got a man sweeping already. I would happily have 2 men out on the off to Zishan if the bowler can religiously get the ball outside the off stump. He will go after it. It's a well bowled. I found that yesterday when the Prince was bowling. There were times when he probably did a little bit like what Nath did in that first over, where he just trudged along and turned the arm over. And he was a little bit erratic, couldn't get the ball in the right areas. But when he puts his back into it and he pushes the ball through, it's a completely different bowler. And that's what he needs to do here today. And I think, going back to what I was saying, I think if you're the captain of the M-Docs, you're telling your boys, look, it's going to be a big day. By the time we get to the end of the day, we're going to be sore, we're going to be hurting, and we're not going to be at our best. So these first matches they're key. Let's try and get the points that we need early. Let's try and then relax, knowing that we've made it through to finals or quarterfinals Saturday. It's coming up a week today. That's got to be the plan. But they've got to all be focused and all switched on. And speaking of switched on, a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box for what is going to be a bumper day here. Nish Bhatt. Nish, good morning.
Good
Kalamari.
morning. It's a good full delivery by Prince Rai. Played out to Avinash Rane, of course, when he saw. That's played out to Avinash Rane, who, of course, we saw drop that catch earlier off the bowling of Roman Mazumdar. And it's been a big bumper day here for both these sides. Of course, we know M-Docs have their destiny on their own hands. This one's played nicely by Zishan Mahmood. Of course, as we mentioned right at the top of this broadcast, he's been the second highest run getter in this tournament. So this is going to be an important day for him as he looks to round out Group A in a nice fashion. Of course, a very good morning to Rob Thompson. Certainly agree with you. Hoping for some more close games. More importantly, I'd like to see us finally break that golden ball streak and get our first golden ball match here in Cyprus. As we take a look at the standings, of course, both these sides are opposite ends of the table, fighting for very, very different reasons. The Nicosia Tigers want to lock down the top spot to get favorable seeding in the quarterfinals. M-Docs, well, they're trying to hunt down the Limassol Calendars, who won't be featuring in any of today's action, but bet you they're nervously watching every single moment.
Yeah, they'll be watching, okay. The other thing, looking at that those standings there, as you see the next bowler coming into bowl, and this has been launched into as well. Doesn't, once again, not clean out the middle from Mazumdar, but all of a sudden, unlike his approach, he's decided, I've given a chance, they haven't taken it, now I'm going after the bowling, and it is Gaurav Sagwan who comes on to bowl. Sagwan bowled well yesterday. He was probably one of the most consistent bowlers, but one thing that he needs to do is go back to batting well. He's been out of touch for too long for his side. Let's see if he can bounce back on what is a hugely important day for him. What a delivery this one is.
Look how far that came back in. I mean, that is an enormous amount of swing.
Yeah, decides to stay back foot here, and that could have been curtains. That only just misses. Superb delivery. Good comeback from Sagwan after being hit to the boundary. Once again, see if he can repeat the same delivery. Well, he can, but this time you can see Mazumdar is waiting for it, and he'll play this away. It will go all the way. Bolle. Ginnasona. Shaka Lagya, the first of the day. The first Maximo, and one thing we learned yesterday is the teams that are hitting the sixes are the teams that are sitting top of the pack, and Nicosia Tigers, certainly, they've hit plenty, and they're right up there. We'll probably see that graphic a little bit later on as that gets updated for you folks. But, yeah, hit the sixes, and then you're going to look well. Once again, Sagwan, after being hit for a boundary, comes back with a good one. But, yeah, going back to those standings, Nish, I think the other thing that the M-Docs have to keep an eye on, I mean, if they are going to lose, don't lose by too many, because net run rate, if they pick up one win, they're on the same number of points as the Calendars, and then it comes down to net run rate.
Yeah, net run rate is going to play a huge role today. And you can see Mazumdar just coming across there. This is a very interesting little back and forth between the batsman and the bowler.
Peter Doyle, good take. Let's see if this was close at all. Well, that foot doesn't quite come off the ground, so he takes it in hope, but it's not to be. 27 on the board, so flying start from the Tigers. Goes back again this time, but should be fielded, and it is. Zichan will go on strike.
Yeah, solid start by both these openers. Roman Mazumdar might have given up a few opportunities, but as long as M-Docs don't take them, he's going to continue to punish them, and maybe that's a little bit of luck he needed. We know he's managed to get off to good starts, but he's never translated any of those starts in the big innings. But today might be that day we finally see the very best of him.
And he's going to get the dot ball in here. It's a good finish. So the power play comes to an end. Even Stevens at the moment, but I just get the feeling that with those wickets in hand, the Nicosia Tigers will be the happier of the two teams. Hello to everybody. And Nick was just asking me there if I've tried any good Greek meals. Greek, or I think he means, meals here in Cyprus, local meals. He's saying Greek because I know that there's a big influence out here with Greek food as well. Yeah, I have. I mean, in the morning, I have to say that in the mornings, I'm loving me Greek yogurt. The Greek yogurt with honey, you cannot beat it. That's enough for me. Forget the bangers and the eggs. I just think that's a perfect start to the day. And yeah, I've had some local. I like the grilled meats that you get out there. I know you know more about them. What do they call? There's one specific dish which is just basically like a barbecue type, but all the grilled meat, and then of course the salads out here, fantastic.
Yeah, salads are really famous, and grilled food is a big part of Hellenic culture, as we see Aris Kakita just bowling this one a little too wide.
Yeah, so yeah, the food scene here is amazing. In fact, you sport for choice, and I went out yesterday. Yesterday there were a few places that were closed. We did finish late yesterday, and of course because it was the festive day, holiday, it was a Good Friday out here, so a few places were closed, but still found a nice place to get some more of that lovely local salads and some nice grilled meat. So yeah, that'll do me perfectly well. But good morning, and thank you for your questions. Keep them coming, whether it's questions to do with us being here in Cyprus or whether to do with the cricket. And I know CNF lovers with us bright and early this morning as well. And of course, namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, Aibawan to all our viewers on FanCode. Kakita, short, gets worked away, but straight to the fielder. So keep it to the one. So this field at the moment, you've got the square leg back, mid wicket, long on, long off, and then a sweep around on the offside. At the moment, it's working. And the bowlers, to a degree, bowling a nice tight line. I have to say, MDOCs at the moment in the field look pretty quiet. Now, I don't know whether that's just because they know it's a big day. Don't know because it's just nerves and tension. This one just gets looped up in the air on the offside. I think a routine orthodox point probably would have been catching that, but they've opted to have backward, which I don't mind because I think especially to someone like Zishan, that could be a key fielding position. But yeah, just seem a bit quiet at the moment.
Yeah, not enough chatter for MDOCs, of course. This is a monumental day for them.
Well struck, and it's going to be 4 runs, and it's just going to be wide of the post, close to us here, to the right of our commentary position. But again, nice shot, nice confident shot, uses his feet, hits through the ball, and it's wide off the fielder we just talked about, who's in that long off position. That's Avinash Rane. Rane, of course, already had an opportunity to remove Mazumdar early. Mazumdar scored a 4 and then put the ball up in the air, and Rane couldn't hold on to it. Mazumdar since has added a further 22 to the score. So that one looks at the moment like it's going to be a costly missed opportunity. This is going down the leg side, so we'll be out. But better areas, better length to be bowling to Zishan.
Yeah, that's where you want a left armer going around the wicket, as that one's certainly sliding down the leg side. But Zishan's been rather slow starting off this innings. I think he's been happily watching Roman Mazumdar batting at the other end, but just the fact that Mazumdar's kept going, it means that he's been able to settle into his innings a little slower, and that one is just struck back to Kakita.
But again, teams are learning, I think. I mean, Kakita has done his homework, pitching the ball up to Zishan and not giving him the width that he likes, so keeping him quiet at the moment. And Zishan Mahmood, just the one boundary to him so far, and he's on 6 of 9 deliveries. That is the end of the 4th over. Good over from Kakita, 36 without loss.
Yeah, this is a very well-balanced game so far. Even though the Nicosia Tigers haven't lost any wickets, the run rate is going at just 9. And of course, we do know how deep this side can bat. I mean, the MDOCs found that out yesterday when they had them 7 down. The Nicosia Tigers were just still able to keep slogging. So this is rather interesting by the Nicosia Tigers. I think if Zishan Mahmood doesn't get going here, he's better off getting out because there are so many big hitters to come in that order.
Yeah, he will get going, Dennis. I think at the moment, we've seen this from before, he'll just patiently wait. And he's not going to hold up his side, and I think if he doesn't get going, he'll get out trying. I don't think he's somebody who's going to stay there too long and be chewing up too many deliveries. World Art Day celebrated today all around the world. So people have their own definitions, of course, of what they call art. Different cultures have different tastes and styles, but it is Well, aren't they? As this one will bounce kindly to the man who is sweeping the offside boundary, and Ketan Dane makes no mistakes. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Dane. I was entertained and excited by him yesterday, and also by this man doing the bowling. Vinod Sawant, I think, played a very crucial part yesterday and could be the key, him and Dane, the key to success for Amdocs today. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. But they'll want to keep them fit and well. This is going to be called a wide, and now they're going for the stumping. It'll be interesting to see the side on of this. I suspect that Zishan gets himself in pretty well. He's pretty quick, and there's no real excitement from the wicketkeeper. I mean, he does bat a long way out. We know that. Look, he comes out, and let's have a look. He's aware that he's going to be attacked, and he gets himself in pretty well. But remember, we've said this before about Zishan. Not too many keepers have fancied standing up to him, and I reckon that's what you've got to do. It's good work by Dole, but if he stands up, it's an easy stumping.
Yeah, and of course, this is a very risky strategy against Prithaj Dale. He's one of the most accomplished wicketkeepers, so he's going to be on his toes. And this time, he just managed to get inside the tram line. This is a good throw by Arnab Pandey, and it's just skidded off the surface, which means it creeps below Vinod Sawant's hands, but that was a very tight run. Zishan Mahmood really got going quickly.
I think that's an error from the fielder, if you ask me. I think that's where Pandey should have just basically fielded underarm throw to the bowler, and I don't think Zishan would have got there. He goes for the overarm throw. He doesn't really get a bounce the ball, so he gets lucky. Direct hit, he would have been out. Gets it just over the infielder. Avinash Rane will sweep. So this time gets over Pandey. So interestingly poised at the moment. Nicosia Tigers haven't lost a wicket, but at the same time, they haven't really accelerated and made the most of it. So I think this is the point now. I think with someone like Zishan, he's either going to go hell for money or get himself out. He goes to the big one. Watch the bounce. Well dealt with by Avinash Rana. That's great work from the fielder.
And they're really fortunate to have one of their taller fielders out at long off. This is a good decision by Vimal Kanduri to keep him at the sort of wide long off position. Rane, easily the tallest man for Amdocs. And yeah, certainly going back to your point, this run rate's a little concerning for the Tigers.
This one will take some stopping. And, well, he gets lucky, the fielder. They think about taking the second. And despite all the misfields and they can't pick the ball up like me in the morning when we borrow soap, they'll only get the one. Hey, I'm interested to have a look at some of the key players here. And we'll talk maybe first about Amdocs because it's a big day for them. You can see Prithaj Doyle with the bat is going to have to be key. But Sagwan has to stand up and be tall here today, doesn't he? He has to stand up and be counted. He hasn't been up to the mark, and I think a big day for the captain as well, Kanduri, with bat and with ball. And with the bowling, I told you that Rai would be right up there now. He's now joint wicket taker with Avinash Rane. Rane, interestingly enough, hasn't been bowled as often as you'd think. There was occasions yesterday I would have liked to see him bowl. Sagwan is right up there as well. And we'll take a closer look at the Nicosia Tigers at an appropriate moment as well. And this one, they're asking the question, but he's off the pads.
Yeah, and the interesting point, going back to the fact that Avinash Rane has been underused, is that usually at this stage of the innings, we typically see Vimal Kanduri and Avinash Rane just locking down 4 overs.
Yeah.
But they've drifted from that strategy as this tournament has progressed.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now this one should be out, and it will be. So they do get Mazumdar. He was dropped on 4, so 25 runs later they get him. But the thing is, though, I mean, even though he played some nice shots, I mean, while he was there, he hit a few boundaries, didn't he? I mean, he's the only one that did, so thankfully they're glad that he did. 1 6 and 4 4s. But he's taken 20 deliveries to get to that score, so I don't think he's hurt Amdocs that much. And like I say, even though they haven't lost too many wickets, they won't be too disappointed with where they are here at the moment, Amdocs. If they can keep this to a sort of a less than 105 sort of score, they'll be happy with that. Let's just have a look once again at the Nicosia Tigers key players. I mean, Zishan Mahmood, he's still out there. That's why he's so important. Of course, Yasir Mahmood, he was underutilised, I think, yesterday. He didn't get an opportunity in one of the games to bat. He'll be key. Itifka Jamon, though, was on fire yesterday with bat and ball. With the ball, Yasser Mahmood and Jamal. And then I think another guy, a bit like Rane Mazumda, being underused, but could be a key wicket taker.
Yeah, I'm very surprised Iftikhar Jaman hasn't come out to bat. We saw him make 52 with a strike rate of just under 250.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. They go with Yasser Mahmood, I think, because they're probably thinking that Mahmood, with the time still left to bat, could be more instrumental. They're probably also hoping that Zishan will try and get going here now, and if he gets out, then Jaman will be the right replacement for him. And let's see how this pans out, but so far, Kakita has been another tidy little over from him. And it's another dot ball as this one is straight at Zishan and not giving him the room. So at the moment, they're keeping the big man sort of tied up and they're not letting him cut loose.
Yeah, you just love the planning so far by Amdocs. I mean, you've been talking about this throughout these last 5 days, is that you've just got a ball wide, but not too wide to Zishan Mahmood.
Kita this time gets this one in the right slot. He's getting very frustrated. Here's the big man. Ball number 13 runs to Zishan 8. Only the one boundary that he's hit, and that's the 1-4. He's not the Zishan that we normally expect to see, but he's being frustrated by Kakita. Kakita, if he can get one full and straight here, you know, I think he can have his man. It's been dragged to the leg side, well fielded. And I go back to the field, that's been said as well. I like it. It's traditional, but it's effective. And those men are all in play. This is all about keeping the squeeze on. And another over comes to an end. That's 6 down now. And the score on 44. Great bowling from Harish Kakita. Just goes for 10 and also picked up that wicket.
Yeah, this current run rate is just not looking good for them. Nicosia Tigers going at just over 7, having lost just 1 wicket. It's rather unacceptable, especially when a side boasts as deep a batting lineup as theirs. We saw them yesterday against Amdocs in the opening match. They didn't care about their wicket. They didn't value their wicket. All they cared about was whacking 6s, and that's why they were able to chase down a rather large total. But not the case so far this morning. They look rather off color, particularly Zishan Mahmood. This is the most frustrated I've seen him at any point this tournament.
Well, he's on strike again here now. Kenny Unleash tries to make room for himself, and this time he walks outside the off stump and he gets 4 runs. So he knows, and this is what I like about Zishan. He's under pressure, so he does something different. And so by that, I mean, what he would normally do, Zishan's normal trigger is he walks down the leg side and tries to hit over the off. It's not working, so he's trying to make things work. So this time he steps towards the offside as he plays Vinod Sawantaway for 4 runs.
And notice the adjustment now by Amdocs. They've just moved the square leg fielder a lot straighter.
It's not a good delivery. It's too full, it's too wide, it's into his hitting zone. So even though they make an adjustment on the leg side, the bowler then lets his captain down somewhat with this one.
Yeah, poor delivery by Vinod Savan. One of the few errors Amdocs have made since the start of the power play. They were very tight with their bowling these last 3 or 4 overs, and they can't release this pressure valve on Zishan Mahmood. They'll be made to pay for it.
Yeah, so once, a couple of boundaries now, needs to come back. And he does. Better delivery. He reacts to what his wicketkeeper, Pataj Diol, is saying to him. He's saying, come on, at the stumps, full at the stumps. You can see him giving him lots of gestures, and he'll be doing the same to Yasir. Yasir Mahmood comes out, and he knows as well that he hasn't got too much time to be getting himself in. He'll want to start playing some shots. Very different to Zishan. He bats well inside his crease. This one gets worked away. It's been hit very well, but well fielded. No mistakes there from Sagwan.
Yeah, that one was traveling at the rate of knots, so Sagwan has to get underneath that one very quickly. I think the one good thing the Amdocs boundary fielders have done so far is keep errors to a minimum. They haven't really let much slip past them.
Firmly struck. Both Badia, says Pritaj Doyle, because it's only a single. And a few people on the chat, like Shakib Hassan, good morning to you, saying big over coming. And yeah, you can feel that it's coming, and maybe after those first 2 boundaries of that start of this one, he thought this is it. But credit to Sawan. He's brought it back in, and if you can get away with this one without going to the boundary, once again, it's not a bad over. And that's a good delivery. You can't hit that to the boundary unless there's a misfield from the captain, and there won't be. So great comeback. So remember, we are here in Cyprus, coming to the end of the first week, so a week to go here. This is the big day, Group A. We'll know which 4 teams will go through to next Saturday's quarterfinals. But once we're finished in Cyprus, we move on to Italia, and we go to Milan. So Milan, looking forward to starting another European cricket series there. I won't be there, but I know Danny Hudacek and Vinny Sandu will. And in between that, we've got the T20Is in Gibraltar. And from Milan, the crew, well, I joined the crew in Austria at the beautiful cricket ground there. And 2 weeks of action at the Seabarn cricket ground. So I can't wait to get back to Austria. Some great cricket coming up your way, folks. But for the moment, there's still plenty to sort out here in Cyprus as the final day of Group A starts with this contest. And this is a wicket. It's hit straight into the hands of the man who's just bowled another fine spell of bowling. It's Sawan takes the catch, and Yasir Mahmood, 3 to his name, gets out. But I think, and I think you're right here, Nish, I think that's a wicket that will be in favour of the Nicosia Tigers, because I think some of the big guns will come out now and really get the acceleration going. And I'll be very surprised if it's not Iftikhar Jaman that's coming out now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it is Iftikhar Jaman, but we'll, of course, wait and see for confirmation. But what a great past 5 deliveries for Vinod Savan. We saw how he went for a couple of boundaries at the start of his previous over, and then he pulled it back with 4 singles in a row and now takes the catch on the first ball of this over. So really good competitor. I believe that's the captain himself, Jahid Hassan, who's come out.
Yeah, well, look, I don't mind Jahid coming out. Of course, he was instrumental in the victory in the first game between these two yesterday when he made 40 of 33. And, if he hits, he's gone. And he misses. Well, that is a massive moment because Zishan really should be gone. I mean, he takes it on the shoulder. And, well, that's a nice little look as Pritard gives him a little massage. But look, first the 2 batters to run into each other. Zishan, well, he thought he was going to be cooked, but in the end, he gets knocked on the shoulder. So it sort of gets cooked a little bit. And I like the way the Pritard Diol is there, rubbing his shoulder. But really, how does Ashish Nath miss from there? Maybe a little bit like he's bowling this morning. He can't hit the stumps. And Zishan gets a life. Question is here, how important will that be? Will this be a stinger? Well, if this ball goes to the boundary, it will be. And it will be like adding salt to the wound, maybe the wound of Zishan. Well, he hits it well, and he will hit the boundary. Well, rub a little bit of salt into the wound, why don't you? He shouldn't be there, but he is there, and he clunks the next ball for a big 6. It's the first 6 that he's hit, only the second of the innings. And the big man now looking to hurt you. And then he gets lucky here. That's going to be 4. 6 and 4. Hungry for more is Zishan. And just like that, it's over. Turns out to be one that could be a very beneficial one for the Tigers. And, well, Prince Rai picked up a wicket of the first delivery of it, which takes him to the top wicket taker for the side now, having played many less matches, but now he's under attack. Launched in the air, is going to land into a big vacant space. He'll just get a single.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a little bit of luck they need to get going. Zishan Mahmood, obviously very fortunate to not get run out earlier, and then he punishes M-Docs for that. So they just need to stay in this game, M-Docs. Little moments can deter a fielding side, but as long as they stay focused, they can pull this back. The run rate still isn't too high.
Hassan hit it well, and the captain, he's done this a lot. This not Vinod Sawant, excuse me, Vimal Kanduri. I think he puts himself in these positions, but his ground fielding sometimes is not the best. And this is another one. We've seen too many balls go past Vimal, and maybe he needs to be looking at perhaps another alternative to be fielding those key areas, because too often or not, we're seeing highlights of him not able to deal with those ones. It's another boundary in the over, so that's quite an expensive over for Prince Rai. And his spell now goes for 23 as the score moves to 72 for 2.
I mean, we know Vimal Kanduri is a good catcher, but as you said, his ground fielding hasn't always been up to scratch, and that's the big difference now, isn't it? I mean, we hadn't seen any errors so far by M-Docs out of the boundary, and Is this just a sign that things might be slipping away from them?
Look at Zishan. Look how he's looking to go, but what a good delivery. That is the perfect area to bowl to Zishan. You can see he's waiting. You can see he's determined. Do a move back towards my legs. Do a go outside the off. And while he's pondering, Sagwan gets it full and straight. Perfect area to be bowling to Zishan. You're basically saying, all you can do is drive me. That's it. Zishan plays his out on the off. They keep it just to 1. This is a big over. If this is, oh well, Pritaj loses his footing, but fortunately, the fielder, Nath, is backing him up. Well done to Nath, and Pritaj just checks the soles of his shoes. Yeah, big over here. Keep this tight. You keep them under 100, and you fancy yourselves the Amdocs. Very good bowling. Very, very good bowling from Sagwan. Amdocs, remember folks, looking for the victory that will take them level on points with the Limassol Qalandars, who are there at the moment in that all-important 4th place. Then they will want one more victory out of the 3 matches they got today. Can they do it? Big day, probably the biggest day in the club's history for Amdocs. They're looking to make it into quarterfinals Saturday, a week today. Happy weekend to everybody, by the way. It is Saturday. Not that it means we're going to get too much rest. 6 matches today, but we love it. It's more cricket. The more the merrier. This one again, no power in the shot with Zishan. Clever bowling, not giving Zishan what he wants. And you know, folks, you've heard myself and Nish talk a lot about the line to bowl to Zishan and some of these big hitters. And though he's still there, they've kept him quiet, haven't they? They've kept him caged up, 32 or 24. Sagwan wants to finish this over well. He goes down the ground, the captain, and he's going to nail this. Hit big, hit straight, get 6 off the last ball. And that is a lovely hit, but still, having said that, it's still a very good over from Sagwan. And he's over, or overs I should say, will finish with 21. That's very respectable. And the score, 81 for 2. So they just, again, they want to have another, even if it's an average over, even if it goes with 10 or 11 or 12, they'll be happy with that. They're keeping this score to a manageable target. That's the key here. Keep it under 100. I said if they could keep it under 105, they'll be happy. Well, it looks like at the moment that might be true. But Nath, I mean, I have to say, his first over, he didn't look 100%. He didn't look like he was running in like he can do. Has he now woken up? Well, he starts with this one, which should be fielded, and oh, well, that's twice that it should be 1 and it's gone to the boundary. You saw the captain do it. This is not good. This is exactly what they want to try and avoid. It goes through him. It's a bad look. He knows it, and that's 4.
Yeah, these sort of errors, we didn't see Amdocs make any of these in the first 7 overs, but they've just allowed that run rate to creep up a little bit, haven't they? It was just about 8. Of course, we would expect it to increase in the death overs, but Amdocs just need to return to the fundamentals that worked for them.
Well bowled. And it's a dot. But the thing is now, got to maybe just think about the line now to the captain, Hassan. He's already shown that he can hit straight, so he's very different to Zishan. So let's see how the bowler bowls to him, goes shorter, and that's good thinking. And I know Nish here to the right of me, he's nodding his head because that's the right one, isn't it? You don't pitch up to him.
No, you don't, because he gets underneath it so well and targets that shorter boundary. You just need to pull your length back a bit to him.
Same again, edge, and it doesn't get caught, but you'll take that because it doesn't go to the boundary either. That goes pretty quickly. And that ends up being probably a good stop by, I think that's Harish Kakita there. Gets one hand to it. I mean, it could have stuck. It could have been a fantastic Jalebi catch. But it's just a single. So a couple of balls to go, 87 for 2.
I'm surprised Dane isn't fielding there. 2 days ago, we saw him take 3 catches in that position.
Yeah, good observation from you. Okay, hit hard. Get down. Keep it a 1. They do. In comes the throw. So we're still under 90 here with the ball to go. So this is a really, really good effort from Amdocs. I mean, they haven't been like dynamic. They haven't been like energized. They haven't been very vocal. But I wonder if that's all about just being really focused at the job at hand. And this one gets dragged out hard. Watch the bounce to do. Will they go for two? They do take it on. It should be run out. It will be run out. And that's a really good effort from Amdocs. Look, they're happy about what they've done. They'll keep the score to 89. So that means 90 will be the target. They've given themselves hope in this very first match to try and level Calendars on the same number of points. And then they've got 3 matches then to try and get the 2 more points that will see them in next Saturday's quarterfinal. What a big effort that is from Amdocs. Question is, though, can they handle the pressure with the bat the same way they did when they were out there in the field?
I mean, how angry must Calendars fans be right now seeing a Nicosia Tigers side who are normally so explosive with the bat lose just 2 wickets and go at a run rate under 9. Of course, we take a look at some of these highlights. Rowan Muslimdar was quite fortunate to start off. He was dropped when he was just 4 runs. He managed to stroke a few boundaries, made 29 runs, but once again, the strike rate just wasn't high enough. It was under 140, and that really was the tale for the Nicosia Tigers. Throughout this innings, a lot of batsmen got going. They faced plenty of deliveries, but they were just never quick enough. You see Zishan Mahmood stroke this one away. Of course, he was out there from almost start to finish, but he never got going either. His strike rate under 150. Typically, if he's seen 27 balls, he's on 60.
Yeah, credit to Amdocs. I mean, we felt, didn't we, as we kept seeing over by overco, we just felt that there was going to be that assault, that it was going to come, because as a lot of people have pointed out, and we know it as well, that the Nicosia Tigers didn't really lose many wickets, so we just thought any minute now that assault will come, and all of a sudden the 120 will come up on the board. But he just didn't, and that is just credit to Amdocs. I mean, the bowlers bowled a very, very good line. I must admit, I was a little bit worried after the first over from Nath, because I just thought, well, he looks tired and a bit lethargic and a bit sore, and I thought, well, if maybe the Amdocs are all like that, because maybe the office boys are not used to playing so much cricket, and today is going to be a big day for them. But you know what? They pulled it round, they kept it tidy, they kept to the plan that they had. The bowlers, full credit to all the bowlers, they bowled a really good line, especially to Zishan, and that's why Zishan, through no shortage of trying, couldn't get going. Top performance, take nothing away from Amdocs on that. The thing is, though, can they do the same when it comes to the batting? And I think, as we already know, I think Pritaj Diol is going to be so key to that, but he needs some support. Can his captain, Vimal Kanduri, be the one that gives him the support, or will we see the man we all waited to see come back in form, Gaurav Sagwan, as you have a look at the scorecard?
Yeah, of course, once again, a lot of starts for the Nicosia Tigers, but no one was quite able to accelerate and get those big strike rates above 150. Jahid Hassan led a nice little cameo at the end, making 14 runs of 8 deliveries, but unfortunately, that was far too slow an opening partnership. Both those openers really need to be slugging. And then we take a look at Amdocs' bowling and a terrific all-round effort. Of course, we did see Ashish Nath go for a few runs, but I think he'll be very pleased with that death over. He had to bowl some pressure overs. Gaurav Sagwan was a little bit unlucky to go for 21 runs. A few edges went away from him, but then Harish Kakita, that was terrific bowling. Gave up just 10 runs in the 2 overs he bowled.
Yeah, fantastic. Only 5 wide, so that's a great effort as well. And when you consider 5 wide, then also there was probably 6 runs that could have been avoided because of some errors in the boundary. It's a superb effort. So at the mid-match summary, Nicosia Tigers, they've limped along really to a score of 89. They leave the door open and they give Amdocs an opportunity to get one of the 2 wins that they need straight away in the first match of the day. Join me, Rico Full and Lish Butt, when we return in just under 10 minutes time to see how that innings goes.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Buenos dias, good morning and welcome back. Match number 1 of 6 here today. And it's a big match. It's match number 27 for the M-Docs. M-Docs, by the way, have got back-to-back matches first thing this morning. And then they get a bit of a break when the Nicosia Tigers return to take the Napa Royal Kings. And, well, then they come back towards the end to finish. What's a big day for them? And it is a big day because in this clash against the Nicosia Tigers, they are searching for a victory, but they put themselves in a good position. They've restricted a strong Tigers team to a score of 89. So 90 required, and they're wanting these two men, their openers, Pritaj Diol and Gaurav Sagwan, to get most of those, or the bulk of those runs for them. One man who's not going to be very happy, so he might be pretty fired up, is this man, because Iftikhar Jaman, after batting brilliantly yesterday, he was the player of the day. Didn't even get a chance to get a knock. I was quite surprising that he didn't come in at the time when Yasser Mahmood came in at number 3, or the captain at number 4, Jahid Hassan. So he's been made to wait. And that just means I think he's going to be fired up with the ball. And he was in sensational form yesterday. So they've got to deal with him first. M-Docs searching for a victory that will take them on level points with the Columbus. And then the destiny in their hands to get the next 2 points to take them into the quarterfinals. Short delivery gets worked out. The offside will just be a single, but they're off the mark. And Pritaj Doyle, it's going to be, I think, a big day for him. I think depending on his form and how he bats, I think will depend on where M-Docs finish in the standings. Rico Full here alongside me is Nish. Nish, going to be a good contest between Jamon and here Sagwan.
Sagwan just tries to nudge that one away to third man, and certainly will be. I mean, we saw how fired up Jaman was yesterday. When he was bowling, he was fist pumping, stamping his feet. And I think we're going to see some of the energy into today's game. I bet he was really annoyed that he spent the entire first innings spectating. Yeah,
I think he will be. And the one thing he does do, we saw a lot of this yesterday, he's a real grunter. And I think, I mean, I watched a lot of cricket in the last sort of 2 and a bit years. I don't quite remember somebody who grunts as much as this guy. There you go, you see there, I mean that's normally you're used to that's a slow bowler's grunt. And it's quite interesting that on that front, I mean sometimes I got used to get asked the question when I was umpiring about these grunts, when a batter would say, you know, he's grunting and he's putting me off. And there were occasions when, you know, the bowler would be grunting way before they even bowl. So I had to like have a chat with the bowler and say, hey, look, you can't be doing that before you even bowl. But when he's releasing at the same time, there's not really too much you can do if that's his style. I suppose you could tell him to just quieten it down a little. Yorker length delivery. It's a good ball. It has to be dug out. It does get dug out by Diol.
Yeah, terrific stuff here to start off by Jaman. You can see he was just really amped up, waiting to get out there with the ball in hand. And he's absolutely nailed that one. And, well, Pritaj Diol better be wary because he's going to have to find, he might get some spicy ones these next couple of deliveries.
Yeah, Diol, I know he's a fighter. He's a lovely character, he's a lovely guy. I had a nice chat with him yesterday. Edge, and it's going to fly away to the boundary. Well, you got to be brave. Fortune favors the brave. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por Diol, pero también hay 4 carreras.
Yeah, we see Bikash Shrestha, who is, of course, back for the Nicosia Tigers today. We saw him on our YouTube chat yesterday, but good to see him out on the field. And, boy, that one just flew past him. And I think as soon as fielding restrictions are lifted at the end of the 3rd over, he's probably going to be right back at the boundary rope.
First boundary. First boundary of the innings. And boundaries are important. 6s are more important. I mean, give a chance to show you 6s per 10 overs per team in the graphic that we've got prepared for you, and it just gives you an idea. Have a look at the graphic and then bear in mind when the standings come up after over 2, and you'll certainly see that there is a pattern. You hit 6s, you'll do better. Here we go, have a look at this. So overall 4 6s per innings. So this is 6 hit per innings, but look at the top teams there. Nicosia Tigers they're hitting about, well, over 5, right? Look where they are. Nepal Kings, same. Look where they are. So there's your top 2 in the group. Everest, they're 3rd. Limassol Calanders are 4th. Amdocs, surprisingly enough, are 5th. And that is exactly how the tables look.
Yeah, and the Nicosia Tigers, of course, keep in mind, one of the reasons they had a pretty low score in the first innings was because they only hit 3 sixes. It's good stuff by Amdocs to restrict that, and I think this one by Jai Desan has just managed to sneak inside the guideline. No, it hasn't. The umpire signals this a wide.
Yeah, and thank you very much, of course, to Ravi, who prepares those stats for us. Ravi, you are a top stat gun. This one, yeah, does get called wide. And, yeah, I think that's, we've talked about this a lot. I know I talked a lot about it with Vinny, that basically, and I know there was a question on the chat yesterday about what's more important, the dot balls or the sixes. Well, it's like here now. I mean, Prithaj Deol could block out 2 balls, but then he could hit the next 2 for big sixes. But the sixes all of a sudden have you on top in the game. So I think sixes are important. Well, he goes over the top. This is a really nice shot. Nice shot to play in the power play. It's not a 6, it's a 4. But he knows that the fielders are inside the circle, and he gets it over them, and he gets a boundary.
Yeah, Prithaj Deol actually playing a shot that Jai Desan himself will be proud of. We know the captain who's currently bowling is very good straight down the ground as well. And that is just smart cricket by Prithaj Deol, who's somebody who's just keen to time the ball more often than not and pick out the gaps. He isn't someone who just goes for brute force.
Oh, well, what is happening here? Has this hit right the toe end off the bat? Well, let's have a look at this again. This is quite interesting. Let's see what happens here. And, well, yeah, it hits right the toe of the bat. And he picks himself up after. Watch this. Watch where it hits. But this is where, you know, it's one of those where, hang on a minute, how come that ball now weighs 2 ton? Why didn't it go anywhere? Well, he picks himself up. Maybe he needs to take those shades off. Slower delivery, and he gets this one spot on, and this one will go all the way. Balle. 6 runs. Well, मैं तो कह रहे थे ना जिन्हें हैंड का पाएगा ना तू पनिया लाला फिर बोल this पे होंगी. Well, he's wearing those shades, and maybe he needs to take those off because the ball before he didn't see it at all. Well, he sees that one okay. It's a slower delivery, but he absolutely clobbers it.
Yeah, he's picked that one really well, hasn't he, Prithaj Deol? He could easily have popped that one up, but good read by him, looking at the bowler's hand very closely.
Now he goes outside the off. He's going to get a little bit lucky. The chase is on, and a desperate dive from the top fielder, Bikash Shestra, but he can't stop it, and it's going to be 4 more. So 6 and 4, and Prithaj Deol is hungry for more.
Yeah, this is a sensational effort by Bikash, who's going to be someone who's going to feature heavily in the highlight reel regardless. He's really locked down his role in this Tiger side as a fielding specialist, as Deol is, I think he's a little bit disturbed by some movement out of mid-off.
Yeah, I think that might have been the SM Mahmood who's moving quite a bit before the bowler's bowled. So he says, hang on a minute, where's he going? And this is dragged away, and it's going to be 4 more runs. So they're not clean out of the middle, and maybe not going exactly where he directed them to go, but it is the power play. You got to be brave, you got to swing, and sometimes you get lucky. And I think you got to be honest that Prithaj Deol does get lucky, but he takes the score to 26 now, and that over from Hassan goes magical. So the captain has chosen not to bowl himself a lot, and when he does, he goes for 20, and the score moves to 26 without loss.
Yeah, of course, Nicosia Tigers boast plenty of options with the ball in hand, so I'd be surprised if Jai Desan comes back to bowl a second over.
Well, one man who will be bowling is going to be Jamon. And there's that grunt. And get the dot. I think here, if you're the batters of Amdocs, you know that this guy is probably the main threat, as well as Yasir Mahmood. So I think you throw him a little bit of respect, but really do go after the other bowlers. Let's see if that's a plan that Sagwan wants to take. Great Yorker. And, well, look at this for running from Prithaj Deol. That is a fantastic single. It really is. And, well, sometimes not only do you have to hit the leather of the ball, you have to take runs wherever and however you can. And this is exactly what Diol does. That's a very, very good single. And he's probably thinking, I'm the man who's seen it pretty well. So he's saying to Seguin, you go to the other end, let me take care of business. But he's a different kettle of fish altogether, is Jaman. So let's see if he gives Pritaj, that is, gives Jaman a little bit more respect. Firmly struck. It was very wide. His balls are wide. Out. I'm calling this on the field of play. This is out. Pritaj Dor knows it as well. Oh, no. After some very good cricket to get to the other end and taking a single, well, I bet he wishes he never did that now, because then we see some bad cricket in terms of the batting side. It was a wide delivery that he didn't have to play. He does. And then he takes on the single, direct hit, and he is gone for all money. That is a huge moment. And the celebration from Itifka Jaman says it all. It's Yasir Mahmood, the top player once more.
Yeah, you can't keep Yasir Mahmood out of the game. This is a terrific throw. Hits it right at the top of the stumps. Pritaj Dale backing himself to beat the fielder, but that doesn't happen over there as Dale has to trudge back after getting off to a good start. And now M-Docs, they're going to have to find runs from some other players. And I think it comes all the way down to Gaurav Sagwan. We saw him make a 50 in their opening match, but since then he's been rather quiet, but this is a big opportunity for him to turn up. I think a lot of his poor form will be forgotten if he delivers when it matters most.
Yeah, I mean, they go with the captain of Vima Kanduri. This is a guy who can also handle a situation. He can bat well. We've seen him play important roles in the partnership as well. But of course, the thing that will concern him a little bit is the form of his partner. So, interesting to me to see what role he takes up. Will he actually be taking the role as the guy who's looking to just stick around and stay there? Or will he believe that he's the guy who's really got to get the acceleration in? I think that throw there actually breaks the bail as well, because I think we saw Michael Guntelik of the ECN actually go out there with another bail. It was thrown so hard, so it's eventful over. Pritaj Diol gets run out by Yasir Mahmood on 23. The Tigers now feel that they probably may just have the upper hand. And this is well hit out on the offside. Fielder is there. They'll take the single.
You got to remember, one of the criticism he had of Gaurav Sagwan was that ever since his first match, he's probably been a bit too aggressive. He's trying to hit it a bit too hard. He's maybe not always giving the bowler their due respect, but I think this is an ideal situation for both Vimal Kanduri and Sagwan. We know Kanduri is not somebody who likes to go for the big shots, and I think these two, they can just take their singles, hit the odd boundary, and they'll see their side through.
Huge grunt again from Jaman. Gets it through. Yeah, I'd still like, I mean, they got through, after there's 3 more matches today. Despite how this one goes, I'd still like to see a change. I'd like to see either Sawant or Dane open the batting with Pritaj, and Sagwan just goes down 1 or even 2. So maybe even have somebody like Satwanta Dane in with Pritaj. Number 3 stays the captain, and Gaurav coming in a bit lower, because I think it might just help him. Throws his bat at this, and this one goes through, and it's also a goal! The goalkeeper dives to try and stop it. He can't. He gets through him, ends up in the back of the net, and that is going to be 4 and a goal. Valuable runs at the end of the over. 32 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, stellar effort again by Vikas Shrestha. He's certainly going to be covering a lot of miles today out at third man, but that's just a boundary they needed, M-Docs, right at the end of that over. That spell was terrific for Iftikhar Jaman. He's going to be a bit frustrated that Anaj spoiled his figures. But now a fairly healthy power play for M-Docs, so they just need to keep going at the rate they currently are. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers were in a fairly similar position at this stage. They were 29 for no loss.
Rafi Sarkar saying good morning to you and everybody else on the chat. CNF Lover saying, come on M-Docs, come on M-Docs. So we got some support for M-Docs. And somebody saying, I think Jual Rana saying something about Sagwan. And probably saying that Sagwan is a classy player. Maybe he can turn it on when it matters. Or maybe he can. Okay, we're going to have a little bit of spin. So Roman Mazumda Comes on the ball, starts off with one, which is just a little bit wide, and the umpire thinks about it long and hard, and then he does spread his fingers to the protest of Mazumda, but I think this is a good call. I don't think the batter moves too early, and he's catching the line. It's a wide ball to start with. Short, hit hard, chase on for the fielder, who does very well as that ball darts along the deck, moving one way or another. An interesting period of play here, Nish. Interesting period of play. Both batters looking to get on top of the bowling. And Nicosia Tigers looking to get another wicket and put the squeeze on. Zumta. And chance and gone. Simple as that. And Vimal Kanduri is out. And that one has been spiked into the ground by the fielder, Bikash Shestra. Well, he got beaten by 1 or 2 before, but the top man, the top fielder, Bikash, takes the catch, and Vimal Kanduri will go, hits a 4, and then gets out.
Yeah, he gets the reward for his efforts. We saw him dive around in the field, and Kanduri doesn't quite get a hold of it. His head's just moving away from the ball, and look at that spike by Bikash Reza. You know how much it means to him. Unfortunately, couldn't take part in yesterday's action, but he's back, and he's back entertaining everyone. And it looks like we will see Vinod Savant here at number 4. So this is a good move by MDocs. I think they recognize that a couple of wickets have fallen here, and they might need to put some pressure back on the Nicosia Tigers. And having someone like Savant, who we know can turn the course of a game in just a few balls, is a very, very good captaincy.
Yeah, very good. I think it's also good captaincy to have and acknowledge the importance that a player like Roman Mazumda can have on the match. They haven't opted to use him a lot, but I think that is a good call. He just changes things up slightly. You use him in the power play. The fielders are back. So here we go. Bowling now to Sawant, and Sawant, well, he just has a little fish at this. This is out on it. Mazumda gets a dot in. It is looks like this is going to be a very good over this that could just swing the balance in favour of the Tigers. Well bowled, well played, respected at the moment from Sawant. And how long will he be patient? How long before he goes for the big shot? 3-man wait on the leg side. And you got 2 out on the off. Extra cover and point are back. Well, he goes for the edge, and he's going to get lucky. He gets over Bikash and will go to the boundary. And even though there's not too much pace from Mazumda, there's still enough on this for it to go all the way. So he swings hard. He gets enough distance on the ball to take it to the boundary. Oh, important runs.
Yeah, 12 runs of edges so far for MDocs through that region. And certainly Mazumdar, we've often said that he's been underused throughout this tournament, but I think the captain really felt the need to employ him in this role. We know that.
Well, hang on a minute here. I don't know what the discussion is here from the umpires. And saying something to, I think this is a free hit. This is a free hit that is being given, and from what I've seen out in the field of play, because the wicket keeper has encroached. So he's basically put his gloves in front of the stumps before the balls come. So free hit. And he just digs this out. It'll take 1. But so we had the boundary for 4. The no balls are 1. Now single here. So the wicketkeeper, Sagar Rahman, found guilty of just getting his gloves past the line of the stumps. Okay, up in the air. This is a chance, and they will take it. Brilliantly done. And that is a huge wicket. And once again, Gurab Sagwan gives his wicket away. He's just not getting any better for him. And I reckon now, I think with that failure, the captain really has to say, hey, Gurab, thank you, but you ain't working. You're not getting it. So I think you got to go low down the order. Goes for it. Doesn't get it right. But what a good catch. They says, yes, in Mahmood says, leave it to me. I'm the man. I'm the man who's got the hot hands. And Rashidullah Hassan says, I had it, you know. I had it. And yes, it says, you might have had it, but I've caught it.
Yeah, I mean, how quickly do players' fortunes change? Just 5 days ago, Sagwan looked almost unstoppable hitting runs for funds, but now he's really struggling and not looking an absolute shadow of his former self. Of course, we do know that he was MDocs' top run getter in the domestic T10 league here in Cyprus, but things have completely gone pear-shaped for him. And now it's going to be Ketan Dani and Vinod Savan together. Of course, it was in this match against the Nicosia Tigers yesterday, the second game, that both these batsmen found their confidence again. And, well, this time around, are they going to be able to build a partnership that will actually win Amdocs the game?
Well, somebody's got to do it for Amdocs. One of these two has got to get the runs on the board to get him victory. Otherwise, you can see Roman Mazumda has already put for the Nicosia Tigers a player of the match performance in. Not only did he score 29 to 20, but he's picked up 2 wickets in that over. Here comes the man that takes the catch, Yasin Mahmood, and they're just going to scramble and get the single. The two batters who, if they get going, can change the tide. They can get victory here for Amdocs. I get the feeling, I'm saying that if these two stay together for another 4 overs, they win the match. Played out. And nicely played out. And see, this is what we haven't seen. I mean, that shot there from Dane. We haven't even seen Sagwan doing that, Gaurav Sagwan. Just stroking the ball out, taking the single. I mean, the rate, when you think the shot that he played, when he's playing that shot, if the rate was something like 13 or 14 and over, it's not. It's under 10. There's no need for it. And just something I think you just got to maybe take a moment to think about the way he's playing at the moment. I think the captain probably is going to make a change. I think he needs to make a change with the opening. This has been well hit, but it's in the air, and it's a brilliant catch. Tremendous catch taken. And, well, with Sawant going there, I think really that's it. I can't see the Amdocs now getting to this score, even though that rate is under 9. That's another big wicket that goes, and Vinod Sawant, well, maybe he'll think that's the way I play, but you can see Dane having a real go at him, saying, what are you doing? Why are you playing this shot? And he doesn't get it right, but what a good catch. This is a quality catch. The ball is dipping, and he takes that brilliantly. Fantastic work from the fielder. And, well, we know that Tomal Aminal has been fantastic. In fact, he's been phenomenal as he takes a great catch.
Yeah, I'm surprised Tomal Aminal hasn't bowled so far, but he's still making his impact felt in this game with his catching, and I have to agree with you. That is poor shot selection. Again, Amdocs just need a boundary every over and some good running between the wickets to get to this target, but they're severely overcomplicating things, and they might have to pay for this, because if they somehow throw this game away and don't make it to the quarterfinals, they only have themselves to blame.
Yeah. Will they get a better chance? That's the other thing. Will they get a better chance for victory? Also, net run rate. You got to think about your net run rate. So, interesting moment as Avinash Rani comes in, gets hit on the pad, but is going down the leg side, and he doesn't know where the ball is. He doesn't know where he is at the moment. He's looking to run. He's under pressure. Luckily, though, he gets back, but he doesn't see this one at all. That's a worry. Yasir Mahmood has a smile on his face, and he's probably thinking to himself, okay, I know where this next one needs to be. 42 for 4. 48 runs required and 32 balls. The rate 9. That's not the issue. Wickets are. Well, Avinash plays this one nicely, gets a single, hands the strike back to Kenan Dane. And Dane, what's his approach here now? We saw him quite happy to just stroke the ball around earlier. Now, is he feeling the need to go big? Ball to go in this over from Yasin Mahmood. What an over it's been so far. 3 runs, 1 wicket. Slower delivery, well bowled, no run. And Yasin Mahmood is just all out class, isn't he? Don't forget, he started it all with the direct hit run out. And he's taken a fantastic catch. And then with the ball, he's taken a wicket as well. End of the over. And 43 for 4 at the halfway point.
Yeah, they just have to play every ball on its merit here, Amdocs, because the Nicosia Tigers are giving them enough poor balls. There's enough full tosses there that they can stroke away for a boundary. So just play every ball on its merit, and they should be able to find their way to this total. And certainly in that first Mazumdar over, I have to say it was really frustrating. They managed to get 8 runs out of that over, largely thanks to the edge, and then that was very, very silly by Vinod Savan to, beg your pardon, Gaurav Sagwan, to disrespect him by going for that shot in the deep, as this one is completely missed by Rane. He gets through his overs really quickly as well, Roman Mazumdar. This one's just nodded away by Rane, and he's going to need to do that. Just try to rotate the strike, keep dot balls to a minimum, because Ketan Dane needs to face as many balls as possible from here till the end, because he's probably the last batsman who holds the keys to victory for MDocs.
Dane facing Mazumdar, who has been very good today so far. Gets respected as it gets played back, so just trying to recuperate slightly here.
That's a full toss. This should be slogged away. And has this gone the distance? It certainly has. So that's a 6 for Ketan Dane. And all of a sudden, some pressure back on the Nicosia Tigers after they've been on top of MDocs for the last couple of overs. And this is what MDocs need to do. Just play every ball on its merit. The Nicosia Tigers will present enough poor deliveries to be slogged away, and then just hit the good balls for singles.
Just outside the line of the stump, I think the impact is, and I think there is more. Well, it was the bat as well. That's good umpiring. See the umpire then indicating.
Just exactly as you said, just hits him outside the line of up stump, and now Avinash Rane here. It's going to be interesting. Is he going to take a single, or just want to have Dane at the start of the next over? And there it is. He's actually left that ball alone. So a little bit of tactical play here by MDocs. They want Dane on strike at the start of the next over, so he sees this one out, Avinash Rane. But a great bowling spell for Roman Mazumdar, someone who's been rather underused by the Nicosia Tigers. 2 for 16.
Yeah,
as we take a look at who scored the most runs.
Some of the players here. Suran Ahmed, we know he's been on form. Zishan Mahmood, there he is, 252. Jeevan Lasmal is right up there. Prashant Patel, but also Prithaj Dihol. So you can see how important he's going to be with the bat for his team. And we've got wicket takers as well up there as well. I think it's going to be a couple of names there that you'll see. Here we go. So Naveed Akhtar has been great. Khatri there as well. And we're going to see some of these players, but you can see Manzoor Ali and Mohammed Hussain, the quick fast bowler as well. So they're your top wicket takers and your top scorers so far in this series. Thanks once again to Ravi for those stats. As we go to Zishan Mahmood, he starts with a wide, just missing the leg stick, but just, even if it's a fraction down that leg side, it will be called a wide.
So this is interesting. They opt to go with Zishan Mahmood rather than Tomal Aminul. So, of course, there's still that 1 over left by Yasir Mahmood. We probably won't see the skipper, Jahid Hassan, again since he went for 20 in his first over. So, a little bit of a dilemma here.
Okay, they'll take the single. So, this is where I think Avinash Rane will have to start to understand what his role is here. So, if he is there to take the singles and keep giving the strike back to Dane, then he needs to get bat onto ball. He can't be leaving them. See how he deals with Zishan, who's a tricky customer. Plays it nicely outside the off, and he literally hits and goes. They could get 2 here, but I think this is all about Ketan Dane saying, no, you've done what you got to do. You've eliminated the dot. You've got the single. I'm on strike. Just waiting for the bad ball, isn't he? That is waiting for. Waiting to put the bad balls away. And if it's not a bad one, he was quite happy at the moment to take the single. But they don't want any dots. Plays this well. Gets good contact in, but he's not quite able to get enough swivel on it. So mid-wicket is there, but no square leg. So it's almost like the bowler and the captain, they've got this plan to say, right, let's leave it open. Let him go for that area. Let him go across the line. Third man is back on the boundary. That's why I think square leg has, at the moment, not been put back. Chases it, and he's going to put it in. Well, he's put this down. Has he put it down? No, he's taken it. He's got his back to us. No, he has taken it. Takes it and then rolls it back. I thought for a moment, from the reaction from the wicketkeeper, I thought Jahid Hassan perhaps had put this down. We couldn't see it, of course, because he's got his back to us. But he takes the catch. And, well, maybe his role was just to get the singles. He was given a bit of width there. And cleverly, there you go. He had his back to us, and then he does that. We thought, has he put it down? No, he hasn't. He's taken the catch. another wicket goes, and that is the end of Avinash Rane.
Yeah, that's the wicket's less important. It's the fact that they've actually given up another dot ball. So Avinash Rane, he was sent out there to do a roll and hasn't quite accomplished it. And of course, really unfortunate thing here is Ketan Dana, he's stuck at the non-striker's end. Need to get him back on strike ASAP. And let's see, this is Arnab Pandey, who we haven't really seen bad for M-Doc so far. I think the role for him needs to be simple. Get Ketan Dana on strike very next ball.
Gets beaten by a good delivery from Zishan. Disappointment so far for M-Docs. They did so well in the field, restricting the Nicosia Tigers to a score under 90. But now, once again, looks good. Perfect start. 6 of the first, 20. A magical one of Jahid Hassan, the second. This one gets played away, and so we're not going to get past Bikash. They take the single. What that means is, though, that the new batter, Pandey, we're going to have to go back and strike. And we know that M-Docs, they have an opportunity to go straight back out there and try and get those points that they need. And this is the next match. It ain't going to be easy because they're up against Everest, who after losing their first 5 matches have now made winning a habit. They're on a roll. They won 4 on the spin. So M-Docs, if they think that the day will get easier for them, it won't. It gets even more complicated.
Yeah, and if Everest win this game, you would feel that they are pretty safely through to the quarterfinals. So this matchup is going to be absolutely massive to determine who grabs those last couple of spots remaining.
56 on the board, 5 wickets down. The rate now has increased to 11, so it jumped from 9 to 11 in the process of that, the last sort of 8 deliveries. Need to get some boundaries here. Can Pandey be the man that gives them something? Captain comes back. His first over was magical. Went for 20. Starts with a dot in the second.
A little bit baffled by this decision that Jahid Hassan has come back, considering he went for 20 runs. He still has some quality bowlers out there like Tom Alaminul, and we know how accurate Aminul is. So instead it's a skipper just backing himself to pull this game back. But you do wonder, though, he's got plenty of other options.
At the moment, what I can tell you is the score 56 is exactly the score that the Tigers had at this same moment. So though it feels like they're a long way behind, in terms of like for like, this is exactly where the Nicosia Tigers were. The Tigers, though, were pegged back a little. But, can the M-Docs do the same and get the acceleration in? This is played away. Now that square leg has been put back as well. Boundaries become even harder, and it's almost, you feel that the only way to get them, you've got to start to go aerial. Ketan Dana, maybe he's just biding his time and he's waiting to explode, and but the clock keeps ticking away. Pandey, what can he do? Well, he swings hard and he's going to get a boundary. This is what you got to do. This is the only way you're going to get there, and that's to be brave. We saw that Sawant did the same earlier, had a big swing, got lucky, and it's the same again. So it's almost like every time they push the third man back into the circle, the ball goes over him to the boundary. So once again, he'll go back, and the square leg gets brought back in. So this is an opportunity now to try and expose the leg side a little bit more. So this is where you want to be trying to play that sweep shot. It's well bowled. He gets this one to come inside, so just a dot.
Yeah, 16 runs of edges so far through that region, so M-Docs have been quite fortunate with some lucky edges, and I think that's a very good call by the umpire. Jahid Hassan just about gets it inside the line.
Hits this well, bat comes out of one hand, so that's almost like a one-handed shot outside the off, so gets the single. And the problem here is what we've noticed in the last 2 overs is that Pandey has this knack of getting a single off the last ball, which means that Ketan Dana is not getting too much of the strike. He's on 11 of 8 deliveries, and you see there that Pandey now has moved on to run a ball 7 as well. This is the way it's looking. They're a little bit behind. They need to get that acceleration in at some point. The rate keeps climbing, and they keep going further below the red line where they need to be. Zishan Looks like he wants to continue with the ball. As the score at the end of 8 is 63.
And so this probably confirms that will be Yassir Mahmood bowling the final over. And Pandey, he just needs to get a single off this ball as soon as he can, or hope for some more fortune.
Okay, plays it away, but that's why the third man is back there to save the boundary. He does. Okay, this is, I think, where Ketandane now will have to attack Zishan, and I think the only way he's going to be able to do this is to start coming down the track and try to hit the ball full and aim into the cow corner area, because I don't think Zishan's going to give him the length where he's going to be able to rock back and play in the square leg zone. But it's now or never. All happens in the 9th. Will it be a magical 9th for the M-Docs? It is well, but not well enough to pass the field. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Of all the people on the field, the one man you would not expect to make a glaring misfield is Yassir Mahmood, and Mahmood gets it completely wrong. And that's 4 very valuable runs. Is that a turning point in this match?
And you could hear that cry of agony from Zishan Mahmood. He was really, really annoyed. Screamed, ah, right after that one. A little bit of slice of luck M-Docs needed.
And, places out for a single. It's a bit disappointed with that shot, actually. There was very little intent to try and get that ball to the boundary. So now Pandey needs to try and get something here. They've got to understand how many they need per over here. There's no point going into the last over needing 20 odd runs. You've got to try and get that down as low as possible. You can't have a dot here, Pandey. Can't have a dot. Well, take a wide. That'll help. That takes the equation now to 20. 20 required of 9. Zishan chugs back to his mark. Pandey has to swing hard. Can he be lucky? Can he get an edge? Well, he hits it fairly well. You've got to push here, push hard. You've got to come back for 2. Fielder picks it up. In comes the throw. It's hard. It's darted in, but they get there.
Yeah, and it's actually hit Pandey, the throw. So, well, is that just caught him on the side of the knee? That'd be a really painful place to catch it.
Yeah, you see the running kid. Just watch there. He knows it's coming, and then he tries to get out the way of it, and it clocks him right in. Yeah, right inside the knee, avoiding the pad. 2 balls in the over. 18 it's down to now. The last thing you need is a dot ball, is a dot. Just needs to get something on it. And now what he doesn't want to do is get a single. I hope that Darnett is ready to say no if it's only going to be a single. The best result here is a boundary. Get a boundary here and you get that opportunity. Maybe if it's a 14 required of 6. Well, it's going to get something, and this is where you don't run. Yeah, that's very good from Dane. So he is reading the match situation. He says, nah, I've got to face the last over. I've got to face every ball available now. And it's just that dot, isn't it? That ball number 5 being a dot ball. If you could have got a single there, then worst case scenario, Dane could have got another single. That would have taken the equation to 16. As it is, 18 off the last required. And, well, we go to the last. 72 for 5.
Yeah, and trying to hit 18 runs of Yassir Mahmood is such an economical bowler. It's going to be a huge challenge, but Ketandane, he demonstrated some of his power yesterday. We saw him club a few 6s against the Nicosia Tigers. So is he going to help M-Docs finally get a close one against the Nicosia Tigers? The Tigers have broken their hearts so many times.
Hit well, it will go all the way. Volley, volley. It was right in the slot. And Ketandane says, thank you very much. Game back on. 2 big hits, finishes it 12 of 5.
He just gets it in the slot. He gets that one so sweetly out of the middle of the bat. Just 2 more big ones needed here for Dane. That's how he's going to be viewing it.
Places away. He can't take the single. He can't take the single. Good call. Sends him back. Hey, could it be? Could it be? Could we start the day with a golden ball? This is the way it stands at the moment. 3-3 that we've had. If the scores are tied, you go to a golden ball. Dane is not thinking about tying anything. He's thinking about 2 balls that he can hit for Maximos. Steps across, goes for the shot, high up in the air, could be gone, could be the end of the match. And it will be the end of the match because I can't see them coming back from here. It's a big moment, and who takes it? Yeah, it's our man, and he is pumped. He's a man on a mission. He's Ifitaka Jamon. He makes no mistakes, and the brave effort from Ketan Dane comes to an end. He falls for 22, and after a very good catch, and it's ball number 13 that gets him. Oh, so close, but yet again, so far. But hey, anything is still possible. 12 required of 3 deliveries. It's only 2 shots, you know, but the question is, with Pandey out there who's just been tiki-taka, certainly can't see him hitting a 6. And I can't see Yasser Mahmood bowling a bad delivery. And one thing that Kendall will be thinking as he gets out there, if only he's captain, if only Vinod Sawant could have just stayed there with him, the game would have been on. And I think you said it, Nish, there was some poor shot selection to get the likes of Vinod Sawant and Kanduri out as well. I mean, you've got to go back to also Gaurav Sagwan as well. They've got the ability, they've got the batting, and you can see here they get close, but those little mishaps always end up hurting them. Okay, can he get a big shot in? When he swings hard but misses. So now it goes to 12 required of 2 deliveries.
I mean, we know this is a side capable of making runs. They had 2 scores above 100 yesterday against the Nicosia Tigers, and not being able to chase down a target of 89, beg your pardon, 90, on a day where they really need to win to secure their place in the quarterfinals is just going to hurt so much. They just can't find a way to win close games against the Nicosia Tigers.
So it's going to be another dot. Nothing there as well. And what promised so much after the big 6 of the first ball has fizzled away. And the Nicosia Tigers will once again stay rooted to the top of the table. And they'll be very happy with the performance here. And, we will see them again in action in match number 29. They have the next match off, and then they're back into action as this one will be another wicket. And Yasser Mahmood, he finishes things off with figures of 3 for 9, and despite struggling with the bat, the Nicosia Tigers hold on to get victory. And Amdocs, well, it's start a day that is so important to them, probably one of the biggest days in their club's history. It doesn't start well. They basically did everything right up until the start of the 3rd over in this match, and then it all went wrong. But the decisive moment you'll see in the highlights was the run out of Pritaj Doyle, and he was lucky when he took a single, a tight one, but when he tried to do it again, he gets unlucky. Yasser Mahmood started things off. What'll be interesting for me here is who you go for as player of the match. Yasser Mahmood after the run out, a great catch and 3 wickets, or someone like Roman Mazumdar, who scored the runs, 29 runs as well, and also picked up 2 wickets. Well, we'll leave that to other people to decide as we go to the highlights.
Yeah, things, as you said, were very rosy at the start for Amdocs. They were 32 for 1 at the end of the power plays, but things will go pear-shaped later. We'll discuss that much later in this highlights package. Of course, see Bikash Shrestha. He was chasing the ball left, right, and center. 16 runs went off edges through that region, but Amdocs were simply not able to capitalize on the good fortune. And right there, that was their turning point. What a huge run out. Terrific throw by Yasser Mahmood, and that really turned this game on its head. Once Pritaj Doyle departed, just not enough runs on the middle order. We saw Vimal Kanduri, he fell and up for just 4 runs of 3. This was a very good catch by Bikash Shrestha. That was the end of the Amdocs skipper's innings.
Yeah, end of the skipper, and well, they're the runs you're talking about that went into that area. But yeah, it's disappointing, and that man there, Sagwan, he really has to stand up now, and that's a great catch from Yasser, taking the catch, an important catch, and already had been involved in that run-up. We're talking about catches, that one from Umanal, who, I mean, they didn't even bring him on to have a bowl. It just goes to show the strength of the Nicosia Tigers. They have got a squad full of good players, and sometimes they see them deployed, other times they're quite happy to let others do the work. On this occasion, the captain elected to bowl 2 overs himself, elected to bowl give 2 to Zishan. So Aminon not even used. I'm pretty sure, though, in their second match, which is up against the Napa Royal Kings, that maybe Aminon will have a bigger part to play. Well, this is where it could have been, as that one was blasted for 6. But then, well, this one, he sort of paddles it up into here. I could see what he was trying to do. I don't mind that. He had to try and negotiate a 6 from somewhere. But you just get the feeling that would he have been better off just saying, right, if this is not the ball to do it, I still got further deliveries to get the 2 shots that I needed in, that you wait and bide your time. And then you can see the joy from Yasser Mahmood when he takes the last wicket, and Pandai was to fall. And in the end, because of those 3 wickets, because of that important run out, and I think quite correctly, Yasser Mahmood gets the player of the match.
Yeah, well deserved. Of course, we'll take a look at this MDOC scorecard. Of course, Pritesh Dayal started off in typical fashion. He was firing early, but then that pivotal run out by Yasser Mahmood would turn this game on its head. And then not enough runs from the rest of the top of the order. 4, 4, 6. That is simply not good enough. And then Ketan Dane, he really provided a spark to MDOCs at the end, but they just fell short. He wasn't able to club the 6s they needed at the end. And the most alarming statistic for MDOCs is that they made just 46 runs in the last 7 overs. Yes, couldn't even get a run rate of 7.
Yeah, and the bowling figures here. Rahman Mazumdar is good to see he gets an opportunity, and he didn't let his captain down either. Picked up 2 for 16, the bowl beautifully, but the player of the match, Yasser Mahmood, fantastic run out, a great catch, and then 3 for 9. He held his nerve in the last over, and he takes the Nicosia Tigers to victory. MDOCs, though, they have it all to do, and it's very simple. If they're going to get the points that they need in the day, well, their batters have to stand up and fight. And they've got a difficult match coming up in just under 20 minutes' time against Everest. Join us back then as we leave you with a match summary of this one. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Nish Butt. We'll be back in 20 minutes' time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Eeps and Us for the second game of today's fantastic set of 6 matches. We are bringing you from the lovely island of Cyprus as we're going to see Everest take on MDocs. Of course, MDocs, we just saw, had a tough loss against the Nicosia Tigers. As we welcome you into the commentary box, I'm Nish Butt alongside Rico Full.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're well, and I hope you're looking forward to the next 5 matches we've got coming up your way. Yeah, 6 matches today. Nish, big match this one for MDocs. They're right back out there. What do they have to do better?
They've got to be smarter with their batting. We saw them play a lot of rash strokes in the last innings, a lot of misplaced shots, poor shot selection. They just have to play smarter cricket, and we know they're capable of that. We saw these 2 openers blast Everest for 83 runs back at the start of the tournament.
Yeah, interesting. I'm seeing out there they're still sticking with Gaurav at the top of the order. I've been saying since yesterday, I'd like to see a change there. No disrespect to Gaurav, he's just not in good form at the moment. I think you go for Ketan Dane, who we saw out there almost putting it off MDocs in the last one. You can go for Sawant as well. I think you can just change it up slightly. Maybe have him coming in a little bit lower to gain a bit of confidence. But I can see what the captain Vimal is thinking. He's thinking, no, Gaurav Sagwan is a key player. He will come good for me. I'm going to have faith and trust with him. Maybe this will be the last opportunity he gets. But really, I think for me, these 2 get a good partnership on the board, get to about a 110 score, and then I think they've got the bowling to try and contain it as we have a look at the key players in both these sides.
Yeah, of course, for Everest, with their batting, it all comes down to Jeevan Lumsel. And so far, the formula for them has been if he scores 30 or more runs, they go on to win the game. And then you look at MDocs. Pritesh Deol has led the way with the bat for them. Gaurav Sagwan still has 407 points because, of course, he's been pretty decent with the ball in hand. But his batting form has dipped since day one when he made that sensational half-century against this very Everest side. So maybe, just maybe, seeing Everest again will help him find his form again. Of course, Everest, with a win, will complete a sensational comeback, winning their 5th game in a row after having 5 straight defeats. What a story that would be. One of the great stories of this terrific European Cricket Series we've had so far in Cyprus. It's the final day of Group A action, and everything's going to be decided here for both these teams. Their fate is hanging on the line as Shahi runs in for the first ball. This is just nicely played off the pads for Deol, who'll happily take that. Easy pickings for him, and it's a boundary to start off for MDocs.
Perfect start for a team that is looking for 2 victories out of their last 4 matches here, or last 3 matches, because one's already been crossed off. They really are up against it. Their backs against the wall. But Pritesh Deol looking pretty cool. Doesn't look like he's too worried at the moment. Arjun Sahi, though, is a top player. And they're looking forward to another good performance from him and this Everest side.
Wayward delivery there by Shahi, and bowling a bit too far down the leg side in these first couple of deliveries. Just needs to fix his radar. Of course, typically the formula for Everest is that Shahi bowls the first couple of overs, and Mohammad Hussain bowls 2 as well, but let's see if they deviate from that. And this time you can see he just tries to correct, but he corrects it a bit too much. So how often do we see this? A bowler goes down the leg side, and the following ball, he goes way too wide down the offside.
Yeah, it's a pattern we're seeing, and he's got to be careful he doesn't end up running in front of the umpire. One observation here at the moment, folks, is the wind has picked up. It's blowing right into our faces, and that tells me that any shots through extra cover will fly. And talking about flying, this one flies over the man at third, and quite a wide third man on the boundary. Can't get to it either. It's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, the edge has been a very productive shot for MDocs so far. We saw them get 16 runs of edges through that region against the Nicosia Tigers. That still wasn't enough for them to win that game. They'd be bitterly disappointed that they couldn't chase down a target of 90, but here's a chance to make amends.
Yeah, amends they have to. Yeah, I mean, they've got to shake off that disappointment pretty quickly. I spoke to 1 or 2 of the MDoc players. I mean, they've had a slight change in personnel. You can see that Sagar Sanup has come into their side, and Kimiri Palupu is back for them as well. And they seem confident. They said, yeah, we'll do it. We know what we've got to do. We will do it. So, I mean, they are confident. They believe in themselves, and maybe they can get one of those victories that they're searching for in this one. Of course, net run rate, we already know, will be pretty key. Yes, well, I mentioned the wind had just picked up, and that's why the barrels are flying around. But yeah, one thing that I'm trying to think at the top of my head, I mean, I know that Amdocs, they haven't really got any good left-hand batter. I mean, you're a left-hand on this wind is exactly what you're wanting. And also Everest, I don't think there's any real left-handers there that can really take full advantage of this.
Yeah, lack of left-handers will be a concern for both these teams. But for me, the biggest addition is Hitesh Sodani. This one's played away by Deol. Oh, it's a bit of a juggle. He's taking it. How is he taking that one?
What a catch from Mohammed Hussain. He juggles this, 5 times, and he ends up taking an incredible catch. The batter cannot believe it, Prithaj Deol. And he got run out by a bit of magic in the last match. And now there's a little bit of magic from our little firecracker. The pocket rocket pulls up an amazing catch. Watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, yeah, what a catch. Unbelievable.
I am speechless. I don't know what to say. That was absolutely sensational. And Prithaj Deol can't believe his luck. How on earth has Mohammed Hussain taken that one? And boy, whenever he's on the field, he's guaranteed entertainment. And what a fantastic start to this innings. As Prithaj Deol, look, he's still utterly bemused in the dugout. How has that one been caught by Mohammed Hussain?
Oh, what a catch, what a moment, what a highlight. Let's see it again. We have to see it again. Watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4. He does the whole complete 360 and ends up catching it in the left hand. Oh, what a way to start, and what bad luck once again for Prithaj Deol.
And I mean, look at the muted reaction as well. I don't think that's probably the most humble celebration I've seen after a catch that was that stellar.
Well, he looks straight into our eyes, didn't he, when he takes that? That's quite amazing.
That's Arjun Shah. He'll be absolutely delighted that he's been bailed out by Mohammed Hussain, because some of these balls have gone astray from him as he once again slides way too far down the leg side and struggling with extras a bit these last couple of days. Shahi needs to sort that out. Of course, it's a big day for Everest, as we've mentioned. Everest, with a win here, secure their place in the quarterfinals. As for Amdocs, of course, they're fighting for their lives. They really need to get things going. This is a nice shot off the back foot. It's played away towards third man, and I think it's going to trickle into the goal. So Amdocs getting in on some of the footballing action.
Yeah, and of course that means there's going to be another goal as it goes into, well, they were going to call that the goal vortex, because everything that goes down there is sucked in by the goal. 4 runs. They're going to keep going though, haven't they? All right, you've lost a key player, Prithaj Deol. He's one man that can really get you a lot of runs, but maybe this time, you mentioned it, that Sagwan, it was in this fixture earlier that he got going. Maybe he's going to get going in this one, and maybe his captain also is going to play quite an important role as the first over comes to an end. And what an over it was. 15 come off it, but they do get the wicket. And let's have a look what the bat versus ball computer is telling us about this one. Here we have it. And Everest, with their current run of form, 4 wins on the spin, are 96 to 90 in favour of getting the victory. That is not going to fare Amdocs very well.
No, and I think the computers got this one spot on. Everest, they look a changed team from the team that Amdocs played back on day 2. Of course, back then Everest were thoroughly demoralized after being handed defeat after defeat. But now, this is a rejuvenated team who are starting to look like dark horses in this tournament.
They're starting to. I mean, they're a team that believe in themselves. I like the way their captain organises them. Bimal Ranabat, he'll play a key role as well. They've got this man who just took an amazing catch, bowling.
This is just a little too full by Mohammed Hussain, as got a bit excited. Of course, you could see what he was trying. It was a good idea. Fails to execute it. And Sagwan gets a boundary against a familiar foe he's had some joy against.
That's a good shot. And you keep telling me that Gaurav Sagwan, and a lot of people here in Cyprus will say that he's one of the top batters in the country. And I would have believed you after seeing him early in this series when he scored that final half century. But since then, I'm in doubt. But let's see if he can come good and prove me wrong and put a smile on your face saying, I told you so. And this one's been well hit, but well fielded.
Yeah, this is the skipper, I believe, Bimal Ranabat, done an excellent job over there to prevent the boundary. Of course, we did mention the wind, and
the guy bowling, just to stop you, did this earlier, by the way. what a catch it was. What a highlight he's already got to his name. Fantastic. Gets the wicket of the batter who just couldn't believe his fortune. Here he is, now with the ball in hand. Oh, well, this is spicy, and I like it. A little bit of masala from the pocket rocket, because one thing I was saying about him early on when he was getting Yorker after Yorker going is that I didn't mind it, but some batters, good batters, and Gaurav Sagwan is one of those batters, as well as his captain here, Kanduri. They can then get used to it and start playing you pretty easily. And I said what he was missing was that spicy short ball. Well, he's worked on it and he's got it. And there you saw it there, well executed. He really is a joy to watch, this guy.
Yeah, he's developed so well throughout the course of this tournament. And once again, goes for that Yorker length, and he manages to beat Kanduri for pace. Of course, it was a very good idea to go with a shorter ball for Kanduri. We know Kanduri isn't someone who shies away from playing that hook shot.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is, and again, this will happen with time as he starts to execute his trade well, is that when he's going to bowl that short ball, he just needs to think about where he has his field. Like now, if he's to bowl it now, he hasn't really got anybody on the 45. That's well played, and that's the area that I'm talking about where this one goes, as it rolls and rolls and rolls, and they'll do well. Man has come a long way to patrol the boundary and keeps it to 2. Yeah, so if you're going to bowl the short ball, just make sure you got a bit of protection there on the 45, so the batter will go to hook. If he gets it wrong, that's the area it's going to go to, sort of that fine leg, sort of 45 position on the boundary. So it's something to bear in mind. And sometimes, you know, I don't mind a bowler like him even saying, all right, Skip, put a man there, so the batter in his mind thinks he's going to get a short one, and then he finds in the Yorker. Speaking of Yorker, beautifully bowled, gets through the wicketkeeper. Slight hesitation from the two batters, but eventually they will get the bye. What a good ball, though. The wicketkeeper just not able to take this. And that's a Shayan Pandit. And, of course, I think if you're behind the stumps of this guy, you're going to get a few that come in pretty fast. But still, a very good over. Only 7 off it on the bat, including, and, well, 1 more from it because of that bye. But it's the perfect start.
And those standings right there tell you why this is such an important game. Of course, M-Docs still sitting behind the Limassol Cullenders, who've currently locked down that 4th spot. But there's a lot to play for here. Of course, if Everest pick up 3 more losses and their net run rate continues to dip, they could just slide their way right out of the quarterfinals. So a lot on stake here. This one's popped up in the air. Shahi should take this. He's one of the best fielders in the country. And boy, a little bit of juggling for him as well, as they're in full juggling mode today, Everest. And that will be the end of the skipper, Vimal Kanduri. We've seen Shahi take some spectacular catches as well. And this one, a much simpler one, as that's the end of Vimal Kanduri's innings.
Yeah, I like in this bit of action. You'll see this on the replay. So Vimal Kanduri hits it up in the air, and then look, he's watching and watching and watching and watching as he's thinking, will I get lucky? Will I not? Nah, that guy, he is the best catcher in the world, is Arjun Shahi. Yeah, that's what I said, the best in the world. He doesn't drop a thing, and he has taken some amazing catches. You know, it's more disappointment for the M-Docs as they lose their captain cheaply as well. So Gaurav Sagwan is still there. Vimal Kanduri will go 6 of 8 deliveries. Caught and bowled by Arjun Shahi. And now is going to be a chance for, well, they get Kenan Dane and gets the nod before Sawant.
And it's good to see Ketan Dane batting further up the order. Of course, saw his ability to hit in the previous match, so now he's got a chance with, of course, the fielding restrictions to try to get some quick fire runs. Just 5 balls left in this power play, but he can just power a few straight down the ground, where we know he's really, really strong. He could allow M-Docs to make this a productive power play. No fielders protecting the straight boundaries. This one's just played off his pads by Ketan Dane, and that's a single.
Direct hit, but just get the feeling there, if the fielder could have picked this up straight away and done the same thing, then I think the batter would have been in trouble getting back. But important phase now for M-Docs. They've lost 2 good batters already in Pritesh Diol and the captain. These 2 and maybe 1 other batter really of any recognition to come. So a lot of time to bat. And I think this is what they've got to do. Buckle down and bat, and try and bat deep, these 2. Shot. And this one will be a beautiful one executed. That, I think, goes, well, just bounces before the rope. For one moment, I thought perhaps it goes all the way, but it's an effortless shot, and he just scoops it away. And good hit.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there, Sagwan. Just a few blades of grass separating the boundary rope and where the ball landed. But of course, this is the moment for Sagwan. This is where he can step up and silence some of his critics.
Yeah, me being one of them, I have to say, because I know he's classy. I'm not saying that the guy can't bat, because I've seen him do it, but I just think the way he's been getting out in probably the last, 6 innings now, or 7 innings, it's not been good, and he hasn't helped his team's cause. But now, well, surely he needs to recognise how important it is that he stays there. And, well, this one is a beautiful shot, and this one will go all the way. Balle, kinna zona, shaka lagya. And what I like about this as well, we've mentioned the wind, we mentioned which way he's blowing, and he's hitting with it. So these balls now, he doesn't have to absolutely clobber them. The wind is helping his cause as well.
Yeah, this time he goes for a much harsher swing, unable to connect, and exactly that was exactly the point I was going to make as well. Of course, we know Gaurav Sagwan, he's not a left-hander, but he is a right-handed player who's very strong on the offside, and so are a few players on this M-Docs team, so maybe this wind will favor them after all, as of course M-Docs going along at a decent rate in the power play. The slight concern is that they've lost a couple of key batsmen, but as long as Sagwan is out there and he can anchor the rest of this innings, they could be in a very, very good position in a crucial match for them in the race to the quarterfinals, as we're going to see Bhuvan Khatri come in to bowl for Everest. We know what a wicket-taking, aggressive bowler he is, and this is a good move right at the end of the power play. Of course, there's still that one Mohammad Hussain over, but I like the fact that the captains just try to hold him back here.
Well, this guy, Khatri, he's Mr. Bombay Mix himself, isn't he? He's full of tricks, and he's like a packet of Bombay Mix. You don't know what's coming out next with him. And slower ball, watch out for his slower ball.
Of course, Rishabh on the chat saying, watching these shots on the offside by Sagwan is a treat. Completely agree with you, Rishabh. And this is down the leg side, and as you mentioned, this time, not quite the treat you wanted from the Bombay Mix.
Yeah, not quite this one. This one was a bit of a letdown. But yeah, he's good to watch. The ones that I like about him is what gets a lot about it. You think he's bowling you a full toss, and then it dips a lot, and it causes a lot of batters a few issues. But it just goes for a little quicker delivery there, Khatri. Let's see if he's able to get his line right.
This one takes a little inside edge as Ketan Dane rather tenaciously prods at it. And he'll take a couple of balls just to settle into his innings, Dane, but once he's set, he's just going to look to clear the boundary up. Won't worry too much about where the fielders are. That is a nice length, but played well by Dane, and if the fielder had managed to collect that cleanly, maybe there was half a chance for a run out, but Sagwan manages to safely get to the striker's end.
Yeah, a couple of times now they've taken on that fielder, haven't they? It's almost like you clip it in that area and they're taking him on straight away. And just as I speak about that, they're making a change, so that fielder, I mean, not that he's done anything wrong, I don't think. He'll swap with the man who was in the short third man, so looks like a Jamshal now takes over that role.
This one's played well, and it's going to the skipper, Bimal Rana, but we know he's got a strong arm, and he's a fielder. You've got to think twice before challenging.
Yeah, I think this is a good throw. I don't think the batter who plays the shot is expecting it to go to that end. Look, he has a look, and then here comes the throw, and he only does. Just gets the bat down. It's a good idea to do it. He's got fielders backing up. I don't mind that at all. I think, in fact, that makes teams better and better in the field if they're having a go at the stumps.
This one's gently prodded away, but no single this time. Of course, the fielders were in quite close there, so very good start here by Khatri to his over. He's been very tight. Of course, he's corrected things well after that early wide.
Yeah, absolutely. So it didn't start well, and then very soon he's got the ball outside the off, and now all of a sudden he's just consistently putting it on the money.
This is good bowling here by Khatri. He's just taking so much pace off the ball as well. So, and we know Tane really likes pace on the ball so he can slog it. So this is a very good game plan here by Khatri. Of course, there's a lot of protection for the straight hit. Everest are aware where Tane's strengths are, but can they end this over with a bang, M-Docs? And he completely misses that one. A rather tenacious shot, but a fantastic over by Bhuwan Khatri. Just quieting things down after the power play.
Yeah, good over. And like you said, it didn't start well, but I told you this guy, Khatri, he is Mr. Bombay Mix. And he's got all the tricks up his sleeve. Hello to everybody on the chat that's enjoying the cricket. And once again to our global cricket family around the world. Welcome to the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Cyprus. And well, I hope you're having a very good Saturday as well. Well, what could be better? Saturday, it's the weekend. You got a full bag of cricket, 6 matches. And you can get on with a few little chores while you have the cricket played as well. It's a chase on here for the fielders, but they're not going to get there. And look, 1, 11 and 4, all chasing it. 3 men after 1. कोशिश तो की थी पर चौका लग गया बॉल था बहुत जल्दी दौड़ दिया ये outfield है 4 more runs.
Yeah, the edge has been a very productive shot so far for M-Docs. We saw them benefit from a few against the Nicosia Tigers, and Sagwan really does need all the luck he can get. He's, as you mentioned, he's not quite found his form since that first match M-Docs played against Everest.
Hussain, the pocket rocket, has been brought back. And he takes a wicket straight away. And you have to say that Gaurav Sagwan sort of does give it to him. He not sure what he was trying to do here, to be honest. It looks like he was trying to give himself some room. I think it's too quick. He's actually walks into the ball and just puts it onto his own stumps.
Yeah, this is poor batting by Gaurav Sagwan. Extremely poor shot selection. We were criticizing M-Docs for their shot selection in the previous match, and we see more of the same. It makes no sense to try to run it to third man, especially when there's very little protection behind square on the leg side. He could easily have played it in that direction, but once again, M-Docs just throwing away a key wicket, and this is a big, big boost to Everest prospect.
This is a shocking shot. It really, if this ball is a wide, steps inside of it, it's a wide. He actually takes the ball that was going down the leg side, walks into it and actually plays it onto his stumps. That is shocking. I mean, if he stands still, all he's doing is clipping it. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, could have played it really simply, especially, as we said, with no real protection on that boundary. As Shrikant comes right in and he takes a single. Of course, we know Shrikant. He's sort of player, looks to rotate the strike and hit the odd bad ball for a 4. So let's see how he compliments Dane. Dane hasn't quite been able to get it going so far in his first 6 deliveries. We do know Dane is a batsman who likes to go for the big ones. And this one is down the leg side, but it's not come off anything. Of course, there were a few appeals by the Everest players, mostly coming from the deep because they thought there might have been a bit of an edge on that, but didn't matter anyway as the keeper couldn't grasp it.
Yeah, and that's the delivery. That's the line that was bowled to Gaurav, who, all right, the one to Gaurav was a little bit shorter, but you can see it's down the leg side. You just let those go. Kamini Palupu, who comes out, you know that he's a guy that can play some nice shots on the offside. He's sort of offside orientated. This one comes off the bat, and once again the batter gets a bit lucky here. Captain Dane could have gone anywhere. Hits high up at the top of the bat, and once again it's that little bit of change of pace and line from Hussain that causes the problems.
Yeah, this is just, they're really struggling for the pace here, and I think Mohammad Hussain, he's really starting to nail those lengths. He knows how to vary it, and his progression throughout this tournament has been delightful to watch. He's, if Everest do make it through to the quarterfinals, I think dealing with him is going to be very tough for the opposition in Group B. This one's played away by Shrikant, looks to make a bit of room, and oh, that's a juggling act there by Khatri. We've seen quite a bit of juggling by Everest, but if he cleanly grasped that, maybe the M-Docs batsman could have been in a bit of trouble, but they survive, and it's just a single.
In terms of a player that really has come on leaps and bounds from the moment that we first saw him. I mean, the development from this guy, Mohammed Hussein, has been quite exceptional. How he's improved. I mean, not to say that he started badly, but I mean, look at that. That sums it up absolutely perfectly. Hook, line, and sinker. And you know what? Sometimes there's, we say the commentator's curse. That is the commentator's kiss, because I'm talking about this guy, Mohammed Hussein, and I was saying that his development and his progression in this series, how brilliant it's been. I mean, this is just perfect. Remember the trouble he's caused with that short delivery. Then he comes up with this, and that, at the moment, is the ball of the series. What a delivery. And I tell you what, I mean, Ketan and Dane gets done with absolute beauty. There's no need. I mean, we've said about some poor wickets that have fallen for the M-Docs, and we talked about the one from Sagwan earlier. Well, if you're out to that, there's no shame in it, because you've been done by class.
That is just a sensational delivery, and Mohammed Hussein, you just love how calm he is as a character as well. Gets that delivery and just stays focused on the task. So terrific stuff. And Everest have pegged back M-Docs mightily in these last couple of overs. They're reeling right now at 45 for 4. And it's going to be a real challenge to see where they're going to find runs from now. Of course, the one big change from their lineup is that they do have Hitesh Sadani, who's at the non-strikers end, so they're going to need him to play a big innings. It's a great lend by Sahil Akhtar first up, just hovering in the channel. And Shrikant struggles to play that. He just tried to make a bit of room, but made no contact.
Yeah, Akhtar now comes into the attack, and he's another bowler that has impressed Sahil Akhtar, so it doesn't get any easier. But first of all, I'm going to say great captaincy as well to bring Hussein back. I think the captain sensed there was an opportunity to break a partnership, get a wicket or two. Oh, drop catch, goes through the fielder and won't go to the boundary. That's well done by Hari Chetri, who chases after it and just backheels it back in. But what a moment, what an opportunity.
Yeah, that's Kishore Boston. Of course, we saw Kishore Boston that was previously fielding in that sort of backward point region. We saw him fumble a couple of deliveries that came at him, and the ball just keeps finding a way to get to him. This time he puts down a catch. It's one of the few mishaps we've seen from Everest so far, but Boston just having a difficult time in the field.
Yeah, and what that does show us is this one will be taken, and the batter just holds his head, and Hitesh Thandani comes into the side, and he's going to get out first ball, golden duck.
Yeah, this is Thandani. We had some high expectations from him. Thought he might be able to guide M-Docs through the second half of this innings, but that's not the case. Sahil Akhtar goes for the shorter delivery, just climbs up on Thandani, and he places it straight to the fielder at backward point, and he's just waving goodbye to Thandani, isn't he there, the skipper of Everest?
Well, he's waving goodbye. The duck isn't waving goodbye. The duck is saying, Derek the duck. Well, the duck, Derek, is there to welcome Thandani back. Well, Thandani, welcome to the show. It's not the best start, but the catch is taken, and you can see Bimal say bye-bye, Hitesh, and Hitesh stands there holding his head. He can't quite believe what he's done.
Yeah, certainly sensational stuff out here for Everest. Everything just seems to be going right for them. As we see Vinod Savan come in. And he'll just get behind that ball and block it. So Savan batting a little lower down the order in this innings. But let's see how he complements Shrikant. Of course, Shrikant, as we've seen, more keen to rotate the strike. Savan, more of a hitter. So there's still a chance here for M-Docs in this partnership to maybe salvage something close to 95 or 100.
You got to say that these two probably the last of the recognised batters, and let's see what they can try and get their team to. Pushed out, and I think maybe there's time, isn't it? There's time to spend maybe even 12 to 18 balls just to rebuild, just to take singles and any extras that come your way, and then with a few wickets in hand, have a little flurry towards the end. I think that, for me, if I'm the captain here, that's what I'm saying to my batters going out there, saying, hey, look, just take about 12 deliveries to get in, take singles, you know, just rebuild, and then we'll have a flurry and see if we can get to that 90 score.
Goes a little bit wider here. We know how strong Shrikant is through that region. He's hit several boundaries behind point on the offside. So good stuff here by Shrikant, taking full advantage of that ball.
Yeah, Kumini Palupu, I've said before that he is good on the off. He will cut well, and that's the thing to do. And that's what I'm saying, you know, take the singles, tiki-taka, but if you get the ball that's in your strength, put it away. And that's exactly what the batter does there. End of the over, and with the score, which finally gets past the 50 mark here, 51 for 5. In terms of the score also, I mean, 6 overs down, 5 wickets, he can still quite easily get to that 90 score. The rate isn't that bad, and the 90 score gives you something to bowl at, and I think the Docs, they've shown already in that first match against the Tigers that the bowling has been pretty good. Just see if they can get the runs on the ball. This is down the leg side, no run. You can see that the batter, the non-striker, is ready to go, but the striker is a little bit caught inside his crease and not able to react to that call.
Yeah, this one's hit the batsman quite high, so not much going for that one. And once again, it's that dipping delivery by Khatri. We've seen how he gets that late dip. Salman thought he might have had one to hit on the half volley, but he's completely missed this one. Look at Salman's head.
What
That is a top bowling by Khatri.
Yeah, what a great delivery that is. It's so difficult, Mr. Bombay Mix.
Same thing here again, and this time it looks like he's confused his own wicketkeeper as well, as Sham Pandit pushes it away for a 4. So some free runs, and it's not just batsmen who are being bamboozled here.
Well, I don't think the keeper can believe it misses the stumps. He's ready to celebrate a wicket. Next thing he knows, the ball's coming at him, and he gets his gloves to it, but all he's able to do is par it to the boundary. But that's 4 buys. So once again, that's why I'm saying bats out. Just stay there, these two, for around about 12 deliveries now. Take the extras, play your shots, take the singles.
And again, Khatri just continuing to bowl well. He saw Savan take a couple of paces forward and he pushed it wide. So smart bowling so far by Khatri. I mean, just take a look at that. He's given up just 3 runs off his own bowling in the 10 balls he's bowled.
Clever bowler, isn't he? And he compliments somebody like Mohamed Hussain so well.
This one's aimed at the stumps. It's not the cleanest stroke. Takes a thickish outside edge from Savant, who he hasn't really been able to get going in these first couple of matches. He was 2 of 6 at one stage against the Nicosia Tigers as well. We haven't quite seen him slog it as cleanly as he normally does. And this one just straying down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. So a rare error by Bhuvan Khatri.
Yeah, just slightly drifting down leg side. It'd be disappointing that he doesn't finish the over well. But hey, if he picks up a wicket here now, he'll say, well, you know what? That wide actually came in handy. Only 5 from his spell, which is quite amazing.
And just bowls a little bit wider. And this will be stroked away to the offsides. Of course, M-Docs making a number of runs on the offside. That's the 35th run that has gone through that region as their run rate continues to dip, and Everest have this game well under control right now.
Yeah, they do, of course. We are in the middle of this series in Cyprus. From here, we make our way to Milan over the European Cricket Series over there. So once again, a 2-week event. Meanwhile, while we're there on the 4th of May, we've got the EC and Gibraltar T20Is happening in Gibraltar at that Europa Point ground, and straight after Milan, we turn our attention to European Cricket Series in Austria. Plenty of cricket coming your way, but there's still plenty of cricket left in this series. This is only the last day of Group A. Tomorrow, we have the start of Group B. First ball here from Basnet. Ends up being a wide. And the man who's got all the candies, what's happened to him? What's happened to Candy? Oh, no. He's covered up the candy. What's happened to the candy man? Basnet says, I'm not candy. I don't want candy in my back. You see, go back to the candy. Well, look at the umpire there. Umpire's getting a bit funky with the wide calls there. Maybe the umpire wants a bit of candy. In fact, maybe Abdul is high on candy.
Yeah, it seems like he's just handing candies right now to M-Docs. So it starts off with a couple of wides. This time he gets a legal delivery, and Shrikant just lifts his front foot when trying to play that. Of course, Basnet's had a difficult time out there so far in the field. He's dropped to catch. He's had a couple of mishaps as well, and his captain had to almost try to hide him on the field, but no hiding now. This one struck cleanly by Shrikant. Oh, and it bobbles right through Sai Lukhtar's hands, and you can see the frustration. He throws his cap in disgust. 4 runs for MDocs.
Yeah, he's charged at this, but taking his eye off the ball. And I'm just glad he didn't get clocked by it. It's a firmly struck shot. And once again, we know that Kumini Palupu is good in these areas. But yeah, he takes his eye off it, it gets through, and then you can see he's disgusted with himself. Oh, this is going to be another wide, but he wants to go for the shot. He spoils the wide there. That's Kumini Palupu. I know he likes playing in those areas, but sometimes you just got to let those go. I mean, you need as many runs as you can get.
Yeah, and especially when Kisser Bashnet has been bowling so many wides throughout this over. 2 already, that would have been his 3rd. You just got to be a bit smart here, and I think that's what I've really been disappointed by MDocs. They've not quite been as tactically nuanced as they should be, as this one's going to take an edge. And MDocs, well, they've been really good with the French cut so far today. That's yet another edge which flies through the 3rd man for them.
He's got 2 boundaries today as Vinod Sawan. Both of them have come from this shot. But he won't mind it, his team won't mind it, because that just gets them sort of up to almost the 10 and over pace. I mean, a couple of more shots like that, and then maybe, well, forget about 90, we could be talking about 100. And this time, oh no, oh no, please don't tell me that again, please don't try it again. Well, I think this is where Basnat, the candy man himself, is saying, see, it's not that easy, as well, Hari causes a little bit of Hari-Kari as that one goes to the boundary. So that's 2 boundaries here in this over that shouldn't have been.
Yeah, make that 16 of edges so far. So Vinod Savan, so far he's found that the edge of his bat is a lot more productive than the actual middle of the bat. So let's see how Basnet will conclude this over.
Hari Chetri will not like looking at that again.
Comes forward and he swings and misses Vinod Savan. And again, we've seen how good they've been on the offside, but tries to heave a wide delivery towards cow corner.
Yeah, really got to be looking to try and get inside it, play inside out, try and use the wind to your advantage.
That's slightly poorer looking delivery as the over ends with a couple of dot balls. So Kishore Basnet able to salvage it.
Yeah, just look at his legs here. They don't move at all. He's not taking himself to the ball. He's like a tree that's been rooted to the ground. So ends up being a dot. So the candy man, look, I don't care. He could cover up the back of his shirt. You might as well take the tape off, because you will forever be known as Candy now, the candy man. And end of the over. It's 69 for 5 at the end of the 8 over. So like I say, that over came in pretty handy. But still, they should get to the 90, but they would love to get to 100.
This is just played straight back to the bowler, Sai Lukhtar. Of course, we saw him make a little bit of a misfield, so this is a good opportunity for him to make amends. The captain brings him right back after that.
Kumini Palupu has been a little bit one-sided. So the bowler, as you can see, is trying to say, okay, we're not going to give you any width, so let's see what else you can play. And not a lot, because he snicks it behind. The catch has been taken. A very good catch from the wicket-keeper, making no mistake, this Shahim Pandit. And a wicket to Akhtar, he's now taken 2. And that's well bowled. You know that Kumini Palupu, he wants to play in the offside, so he doesn't give him anything. The first one gets defended. This one, he throws everything at it, gets the edge. And I like that from the batter as well. Doesn't wait to be given. He knows he snicked it. He's off.
Yeah, very good delivery by Sai Lukhtar, and he makes up for that misfield earlier. So this is good stuff by him. The captain hands him the ball and says, look, I know you're really disappointed after that misfield. We saw how disgusted he was. Here's the ball. Go and make amends for that. So good stuff here for Everest as they continue to keep this MDoc side in check. And looking at this run right now, I think he'll just continue to dip, considering we're down to the lower order of MDocs.
Yeah, the only thing they can do is throw the bat at everything, run hard, take a few chances. I mean, I know there's 6 wickets down, but you still, I think, got to run as hard as you can, try to convert ones into 2s. And maybe as Sanap comes in, you're hoping that this man, Vinod Sawan, can just get a few back. We know he's got the power. We've seen it. The question is how they bowl to him. They bowl it in the arc, he's certainly going to go for it. Slices it up in the air. I'll take this single, so it's an up.
Yeah, this inning so far following a very similar pattern to what we saw in the previous innings. They just batted against the Nicosia Tigers. They lose a couple of their top order batsmen in the power play. They just struggle to negotiate any of the overs after that, and we can just see the run rate has just continued to decline after being very healthy at the end of the third over. So this played away by Sanup. He manages to get a hold of this one, but he's found the fielder, Ram Jeshwal, out at a cow corner. Of course, it's been a little surprising we haven't seen Ram Jeshwal ball in this match. Should surely see him bowling at some point later today. Of course, Everest. This is the first of 3 matches they'll be playing today.
Yeah, don't forget, Vinitsa made 40 not out of 17 against the Nicosia Tigers when the Tigers won by 138 to 110. So he can hit the ball well. And that's what they need from him now, just to get a few out of the middle of his bat. At the moment, he unfortunately is either edging. The only force he's hit today so far being the edge of the bat. Everything he's hit pretty well has gone to a fielder. End of the over, so 9 overs complete here now. 73 on the board, and well, they've got to go some if they're going to get the 90. It looks like they may just, with a couple of good hits in this one, get to another 80 score.
Yeah, we're going to see Kishore Basnet bowl this over. Of course, his first over was rather eventful, mostly thanks to some of the extras that were given in that one. But a chance here for M-Dogs. Maybe they can at least look to try to get to that 85, 86 mark and look to squeeze it out with a tight chase in the second innings. Of course, Everest have some similar issues with the bat to M-Dogs. Of course, we haven't seen too many batsmen outside of Arjun Shahi and Lumsel make runs for them. So M-Dogs can get something respectable and early wickets. They'll be in this game. As this one is slogged away by Salvant, and he's picked out the gap. That's a terrific shot, and one of the few he's middled in the first 12 balls he's faced.
Yeah, with the first one that doesn't get edged to the boundary, he's actually plays a nice shot, and this is some of the shots that he was playing similar to that when he made that 40 not out against the Nicosia Tigers. So we know what he can do. I don't think he would have liked the fact that over the period of a couple of games that the likes of Ketan Dane has come in the order before him. So he's got a point to prove here.
And this one goes, oh goodness me, it's been put down by Bimal Ranapat, the Everest captain. Thought he was going to take that one. Normally such a safe pair of hands, and he's a little bit disappointed with himself. Yeah. Rightfully so.
Look how he goes to take this. He goes to take this sort of fingers down. I mean, that's why the ball ends up being pushed down. So he gets to a point where he literally loses it.
This one's stroked away by Sanup, and is he going to push for a second run? Yes, there is. Savant is really keen. He's going to be helped by a rare error by Arjun Shahi, and it's the good running between the wickets that has forced that error.
Yeah, it's good. This is one thing I was saying. What they've got to do is run hard every time there's an opportunity. Forget about the 6 wickets. If it becomes 7, it becomes 7, but go for it. Well, that takes him now to 80.
This one is sweetly struck by Sanup. Surely 2 runs are on here. He's chased right back, and Shahi, well, this is very unlike him to see him making misfields. Normally he's such a good fielder, but he gets a well-deserved pat on the back by his teammate Khatri, and yeah, a little bit annoyed with himself, Arjun Shahi. We know what a high standard he sets for himself.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about that, I think there was always 2, but for a moment I thought he was going to misfield it to the fact that he would have gone to 4. Dot ball. Oh, gets called a wide, and the bowler, Candy, is disappointed about this one. Let's have a look. Oh, that's a tight call, you know. It's a tight call. But
yeah,
the umpires, got to say, they've been pretty tight and consistent on it, though.
I'm leaning towards the bowler on this one. I think it was might have just about been legal, and this one's going to take a nasty inside edge. And what a great sprint by Salmont. I'm not sure if he's made it on time. The umpire says he wants to have another look at it, so let's see what's happened.
I think it's out, and the batter says, well, you get me out, I'll knock you out. There's a good bit of action here. I don't think he gets there. I just wonder if he holds back because the wicketkeeper's in the way. But just have a look at this. Here comes the throw. He's definitely, I think he's gone. I don't think the bat is past the line. And then, well, keep it running. Let's see the collision afterwards. There we go. Bang. He says, all right, you're going to get me out, but not before I knock you over, sunshine. And Vinod says, I'm going to have the last laugh. And you might give me out, but the last laugh's going to be on me. And looks like they might be still looking at this. So here we have it again. So it's very close. I just think when the impact is made, I think the bat probably doesn't get past. And I'm saying probably because it's in that awkward moment where you don't see the line. So they might say there's enough doubt not to give it. So this might be given not out because you just can't see the line because you're guessing. And you can't guess. You've got to be sure. The question is the bat past the line or not? I don't think you can give it on that. I think that's really good. Very, very good umpiring. I think the third umpire there has done a fantastic job, as Abdul, because you can't see enough of it, so they give it not out.
Yeah, a couple of tight calls going against Everest here. This one was probably going to go wide, but he's decided to throw his bat at it. But one thing is, both these batsmen have been really keen to run, and what a fantastic dive has been put in there. There's no doubt about this one. Savant is surely out over there.
What a throw this is from Arjun Shahi. He knows which end he has to throw it at. And I like the way he looks up, he knows where he's got to throw it, picks it up, and he throws it in like a dart right to the keeper. And then the keeper, well, he's diving, the batter's diving, but you'll see here the batter is diving in vain. He's going to be out, and this time he is given out on the field of play. But this time also, the wicketkeeper says, I'm staying out of your way this time, you're not knocking me over. Another time, they'll get one. What they do is they take it to the grade 80, so 85 it will be. And one thing to bear in mind, remember when they were playing that first game this morning against the Nicosia Tigers, they contained the Tigers a very good and a very strong batting side to 89. So that little partnership at the end there, and just taking the sort of advice that we were giving, stay there, don't give your wickets away, and then have a final push at the end, has got them to a score.
Certainly has, as we take a look at these highlights. Of course, Preetej Dayal, he stroked some boundaries. We saw, once again, M-Docs benefit from some fortuitous edges. They made 16 runs of edges, and that was a terrific catch. One of the most sensational catches we have seen. Mohammad Hussain, how did he pull that one off? A brilliant juggling act, and that would be the end of Preetej Dayal. What a crucial wicket, and what a major moment. As a nice goal there by Vimal Kanduri.
Yeah, I love the moment there when Preetej Dayal is looking at Gaurav Sagwan and saying, did you see that? Did you see that? Do I really have to go? Well, he did have to go. And then you see there, you saw Vimal Kanduri had to go. So the captain, courtesy of another good catch, this time a quarter ball from Arjun Shahi. Shahi is just a quality fielder. Though we did see some rare errors from him. And this one is, well, that's shocking. Gaurav gets to 20, and I thought, well, maybe we're finally going to see something from him. He gets himself out, and, well, not for the first time. We see a bit of luck from some of the batters, but that delivery there, that wicket was absolutely incredible from Mohammad Hussain. What a bowler he is. He just gets better and better. And you see there that the captain is waving goodbye to one batter, but runabout, well, he should have waved goodbye to another. But he did end up putting one catch down as well. And that one, you know what, it could be costly. That drop catch could have cost them something like 15 to 18 runs. As we did see that occasionally the ball did go to the boundary, though it has to be said. Now, more often than not, it was either because it was a mistake from the fielder or it was an edge.
Yeah, and of course, another edge over there, which M-Docs benefited of. And then we saw, oh, that was a really poor one there. We saw Kishore Bosnan. He had a few issues fielding over there, but that would be Hari Chaitri making a mistake on that one. And then Shrikant just sees this razor-thin edge go through to Shyam Pandit. That was well taken by the wicket-keeper, very accomplished keeper. Then at the end, we saw Vinod Savant and Sagar Sanup just play some smart cricket. And Bimal Rana, but yes, as you said, that could potentially be a costly drop. And then we saw Savant try to knock out Shyam Pandit, and this will be the final delivery. Terrific throw by Arjun Shahi, and this would ensure that M-Docs would only get just the one run off the last ball, as they would end up with a score of 85. A disappointing score, but this could still be an interesting chase. Of course, Everest, throughout this four-game winning streak, have shown some of their batting ability, but it's largely been led by Jeevan Lumsel. So if they pick up a couple of key wickets, potentially Lumsel and Shahi, we could be in for a very interesting chase as we take a look at that scorecard. Of course, the highest score coming from Gaurav Sagwan, made 20 of 9. He had a great chance to kick on and get that half century, but unfortunately played a really, really rash stroke and threw his wicket away.
Yeah, I mean, that was disappointing again for Gaurav Sagwan. He ends up being the highest scorer, but I think when he looks at the way that he was out, I mean, yeah, he knows that he let his side down, but there was a fight back there towards the end, including that 14 from Vinod Sawan, which helped them get into the 80s. And like I say, if they bowl the way that they did against the Nicosia Tigers, they give themselves a chance. But one thing that they've got to do is they've got to get Jeevan Lamsal and the captain Runabout out pretty early. The bowling figures there, Ajin Shahi 2 for 26, with 2 for 15 from Mohammed Hussain. He was just sensational, and I love the bowling once again of Akhtar 2 for 10. But it's just all around great bowling. And Bhuvan Khattri, though he doesn't take a wicket, I mean, the figures there, that is as good as taking 3 wickets. He's bowled 2 overs, only given 6 runs away.
Yeah, that was sensational stuff by him. Of course, Everest, well, they're just 86 runs away from booking their place in the quarterfinals. Will they do it? Or are there more twists and turns in what's been an incredible tale in this first week in Cyprus? Well, stick around and find out, because we're just moments away from the second innings.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Ipsenas. We're in the second innings of this fine match so far between Everest and MDocs. We saw MDocs post a fairly low total in the first innings, and some alarm bells will be ringing. Of course, these first couple of matches, MDocs haven't been entirely convincing with the bat. This is an absolutely crucial day for them. They are fighting to remain in the quarterfinals. And of course, they're currently just in that fifth spot outside looking in, but they desperately need a win today. Here's Hitesh Tadani. That is an extremely wayward delivery. They can't afford to bowl too many extras. They just don't have enough runs to play with.
Yeah, not a good start, is it, from Tadani? And of course, he didn't play in the last match, comes back in this one. He was out first ball, Golden Duck. That wasn't what they needed from him, and that's not what they need from him either. He's got to get it right pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's a nice ball there, and Jeevan Lumsdal just sees that one through. Of course, Everest with a win here, guarantee spot in the quarterfinals. So then MDocs and Kalunders will pretty much be left fighting it out for that fourth spot. Of course, the Kalunders have played all their games, so they're just nervously watching this action. They'll probably be cheering Everest on. And this is a nice shot on the back foot by Jeevan Lumsdal. And this player oozes class, and he's been in terrific form. And he's been the key to this great four-game winning streak for Everest. Terrific shot to start off.
Yeah, he's a great puller and hooker of the ball. If Jeevan Lumsdal, and don't let his size put you off. I mean, you see a lot of the bowlers banging it into him, but he's a powerhouse when it comes to playing those sort of shots. You've got to pitch it up to him.
It's a much better ball by Hitesh Tadani, and it doesn't make sense that Tadani would be bowling that short. Of course, I'd even like to see him go over the wicket. I know he's had a few struggles bowling extras, but when he pitches it up, he just shapes the ball away beautifully from the right-hander. Again, and this one's just cut away by Lumsdal. He just pulled his length back there, Tadani. Gave a bit too much width as well, and a player of that quality was always going to punish him. 4 more runs for Everest.
Yeah, I am surprised, I must admit, that he's coming around the wicket. Also, you just saw a picture of the man sort of in the catching position next to the keeper. I mean, he's not going to get at the angle that Tadani is bowling. I don't think, I mean, what's he going to get there? Because surely the keeper's going to get in his way anyway. That's just a wasted fielding position for me. I think he's got to back himself to be coming over the wicket. When I first saw him, you told me a lot about him, and when I first saw him, you're absolutely right. He gets the ball pitched up and he gets that natural movement away. By coming around the wicket and trying to angle this ball across, he takes all of that movement out of the equation.
Yeah, I completely agree about that fielder. That's a very awkward fielding position. And
yeah. What is that about? Up in the air, but it drops a couple of times before it gets to the fielder, and that gets well fielded by Kumiri Palupu.
And of course, it's rather expensive for MDocs to be giving up in what is going to be a low-scoring chase. Everest off to a great start. Once again, thanks to that man, Jeevan Lumsdal, and this number continues to climb up. We're currently at 123 matches since the Golden Ball. Cyprus has teased us numerous times. We've come so close to it, yet we're haven't quite broken that streak so far. Maybe this could be the day with a lot of tight matches with huge importance on them.
Yeah, what we're seeing already is because some of these games, I mean, the first game, of course, was very tense. This one will be the same. That not really seeing high scores at the moment. So the 80s is what the first match was about, as the MDocs, they restricted the Nicosia Tigers to that score under the 90. The 89 it was, but they weren't able to get to it. And this one, see, it's been 85. What a beautiful shot that is. And there's times when the class comes into play, and it's about showing you the makers' names. What is that about? Plays that beautifully, holds the pose, and says, "Smile, please. Click, click, click. Take me photo." What a lovely shot that is from the captain.
Yeah, that's one for the photographers, isn't it? He just held the pose beautifully, showed the full face of the bat. You always love seeing classy cricketing shots in T10, and MDocs have now decided to plug that gap. They put a fielder in long on. Goes Fuller again, Prince Rai. And this one just slips right through Gaurav Sagwan. That's a poor bit of fielding by someone who's normally very clean fielder.
Yeah, disappointment for Sagwan as well as the bowler. Don't really want to give a unnecessary single away. That brings Jeevan Lamsal back on strike.
It's a terrific ball. That's more like it from Prince Rai.
I'd like to have a look at this, you know. I reckon this might be closer than what we think. It's a race between the bat and the ball. Who wins it? Ball or the bat? I think when we see this, you'll be surprised how close it is. And Jeevan is not worried at all. But let's have a look at it. Has Pritaj Dole got a very cheeky little run out here? Let's see. He's pretty confident. I wonder what the side on shows us. And not a lot in it. So don't mind that from Diol.
Yeah, he's just keeping the batsman on his feet. You like to see that. And of course the decision is confirmed now. The umpire has returned to his position as square leg. Like to see Prince Lai just pull his length back a bit here. That's a better ball. Of course it goes towards the fielder. He tried to move that one back in. Of course he's someone who's capable of moving it both ways, and that's some good footwork by Pritaj Dole to prevent overthrows.
Shot of a guy who's in form, that one, from Jeevan last month. And played out nicely. Hello to Andrew Hogan. He's saying hi from Tasmania to everybody. Maya Patel, good morning to you as well, sir. Hope you're well. And once again, he's giving us lots of stats, which I love. Keep up the good work.
This is a lowish full toss that Bimal Ranabhat plays well, and I think one feature of Ranabhat's game is that he keeps a dot ball percentage to an absolute minimum. Of course, Maya Patel has done a terrific job of tracking dot balls throughout these games. I'm a big fan of that statistic. Of course, Amdocs is with 35.71%. That is far too high. I think Everest will do a better job of lowering that, as goes for the fuller, wider delivery here, Prince Rai. And oh, goodness me, that's just poor by Amdocs. Really, really poor. And they can't be affording to give out gifts right now.
Yeah, we've seen already here that probably have given away 3 runs more than what they need to. And, well, Pritaj Dole probably getting just a little bit excited. And the batters say, well, thank you very much. They won't mind that. And any extras that they can get. So 21 on the board. As we see, this is how the standings look. And you're absolutely right, Everest get a win here. They're in to the quarterfinals. Question who they play will be decided as we see Group B come into action starting tomorrow. But it just means that it's all about the Qalandars and Amdocs. And Amdocs then, if they don't win this one, they've got to then really win the last 2 matches. It's as simple as that, and it won't be easy, because I think they take on the Everest once more, and then they play the Napa Royal Kings, the very last match of the group.
This is Sagwan who's been inserted into attack. Of course, we've seen that at times this series. He's actually done better with the ball in hand than the bat. Of course, most of the expectations heading in this tournament from him were that he'd be leading the way in runs for Amdocs, but that's not necessarily been the case. And then once again, it's that dipping Yorker. Of course, we saw Bhuvan Khatri employ that very well for Everest. Now we see Amdocs use it as well. Goes for the wider delivery again, and the umpire will signal that one a wide, as yeah, I think this has just caught the line, so it's a tight call, but the right one.
You see the captain there, Kanduri, having a real go at Pritaj, because Pritaj just rolls his back. Oh, well, this one could have gone anywhere, and now chases on to stop it going to the boundary, and that's well done by Nath. They're taking him on as he fires a throw in. They'll get 2 runs. Very well run. One thing that Everest did from the very word go in this series, even when they're going for that period of 5 defeats on the spin, is they always ran hard. And they're the one team that really have shown the others how you run. They've taken those singles, they've taken those 2s, they've backed each other up, and they continue to impress with their running.
This one's played straight to the fielder. That's Ketan Datne, and that's exactly why, despite the fact that they had 5 straight losses, we were still very high on their chances to do well in this tournament. They showed lots of positive signs during that massive losing streak, and boy, what a story would it be. 5 straight losses followed by 5 straight wins. This has popped up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? It's gone straight to Hitesh Ladani, and he's one of the better fielders. He's picked out the worst fielder, hasn't he, Bimal Rana? But this is well taken. A tough low catch, and this is an important wicket as M-Docs pick up their first.
I wonder if he loses this and then he ends up lucky that it ends up balancing on his tummy. Let's see if we can get a better look at this. I think he comes in, takes it here, and yeah, look, he does lose it. It pops out of his hands, and then the little belly pops it back into him. So he gets a bit lucky, that's Hitesh Tandani, and Hitesh is saying that's why you have to have your masala dosas, because they come in handy when you're taking catches like these. Let's watch this again. Watch the ball pop out. So here he comes, in the hands, pops out, and then lands nicely in his tummy, and he holds on to it.
I think the masala dosa comment probably a bit harsh on Hitesh Tandani. He's probably one of the fitter players in this M-Docs team.
Well, masala dosas are good, aren't they? They're not. There's nothing bad with masala dosas. Well, this is another opportunity. Captain, he's had his woes out there, but he holds on to this, and just like that, we have. Well, just remember that Seguan is on a hat trick, and they're up and about on the M-Docs because that's 2 and 2. Sahil Akhtar comes out and he hits it straight up in the air. That is also the end of the over. So when he comes back onto bowl, we'll be on hat-trick alert. Gaurav Sagwan has taken 2 wickets in the over, and the over only goes for 4 as well.
This is top stuff, and of course, this is what we said right at the start of this over. Gaurav Sagwan has impressed more with his bowling than he has with his batting, which has been rather unexpected, but you really do have to credit him for finding a way to contribute to this team regardless. We do know he's a really good fielder, and of course, Sahil Akhtar, well, he has to depart for a duck.
Yeah, he has to go for a duck, so Derek would have welcomed him back. Going quack, quack, quack. Jeevan Lasmal now becomes the important one here, but look, you know, the one thing is, and now M-Docs will be pretty happy with where they are. Who comes in? Arjun Shahi, and this guy, remember, he's got so many player of the match performances. Yesterday was a huge day for him as well. He scored 37 of 23 in that victory over the Limassol Qalandars. So a good batter comes out, and these two are more than capable of knocking these runs off.
Yeah, and Kanduri didn't bowl in the previous match against the Nicosia Tigers, but I like the fact that he's come in here to bowl. I like to see 4 overs with him and Avinash Rane here just to tighten things up after the power play. This is just prodded away by Jeevan Lumsel. So, of course, even Lumsel feeling a bit of the pressure after these 2 wickets. And, you know, we can talk about T10, the run rate, and all sorts of things, but wickets are still really important.
Oh, a leave, a genuine leave. So, Jeevan Lumsel here, maybe just feeling a little bit of pressure with those 2 wickets falling in 2 balls. So, I don't think he'll be leaving this somehow. Place it into the deck, and it'll get a single, and Arjun Shahi will now go on strike.
Yeah, these are probably the 2 best batsmen for Everest out there right now, so this is going to be one of the most important partnerships of this innings. If these 2 can hang around there for 3 or 4 more overs, you begin to feel that this game might slip away from M-Docs, but they break this one early, and the M-Docs are right back in this match. A terrific ball by Kanduri. It's aimed at the stumps, and Shahi, good on him. He plays that ball in its merit and gets a single.
Yeah, but M-Docs won't mind if these 2 are focusing on just taking the singles, because singles won't hurt them too much. The rate would only go up if that's all they continue to do.
This is played well by Lumsel, but again, it's just the 1 run. One thing I will say, though, is if Shahi does hang around here for 4 or 5 deliveries, we know he's a power hitter, so as long as he settles in, I think he'll find a way to stroke boundaries at whatever point in the innings, as, of course, Everest going along at exactly 7 and over. So this is a very tight stuff by M-Docs right after the power play, as we see both sides after the power play experiencing a massive dip in their run rate, a bigger dip than they'd like.
Yeah, and those 2 overs And 4 came off the one from Sagwan, only 3 of that one from Kanduri. Now they don't go back to Sagwan. Bear in mind, remember, when he comes back on, he's on a hat-trick. I don't mind this move. I think this is the sort of bowler, Avinash Rane, that you bowl when you've got runs to play with, because it can go 2 ways. And I'm liking him coming in, but what's he bowling here? What is he bowling? He's a spin bowler. What is he bowling? And that's a no ball. What's Avinash Rane doing here? Talk to me, Nish. What's he doing? He's normally a spinner. He takes a couple of steps and he bowls spin. What's he trying to bowl medium pace for?
Yeah, this is very, very odd. And he's also usually bowls quite well around the wicket.
And this is another wide, so it will stay a free hit. What is somebody talk to me. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Avinash Rane normally just a couple of steps and he just tosses them up there. And now he's decided that he's a medium pacer. Wow. Does the captain know about? Well, where's the captain? I haven't looked at the captain and see if he's done. Avinash Rane. And this one is high up in the air and will probably hit the deck and go to the boundary. Yeah, it will. 4 runs. As you see, it was the fielder, Kumi Palupu, who can't quite stop it. But I don't know what Rane. Look, if you're going to have Rane bowl medium pace, then you could have brought anybody else on. I think that's a captain now who's come up and having a chat with him and saying, "Yaar, ki karda? Medium pace bowling kita shuru ho gaya. You're my spinner. I want you to bowl spin." Oh, well, this could really hurt him this over. 6 have come off it from just 1 delivery because of the no ball, the wides. He's sticking to the medium pace.
Once again, that's a very wide delivery, and Jeevan Lumsel has let him get away with that one. He's struggling with his line a lot here.
He's banging his head. Watch the batter. He plays this. He spoils a wide. Then afterwards, he's banging his head saying, "What am I doing? Look at this. What am I doing? What am I doing? Wake up, wake up." Back to the action. As this one gets played to the man behind point. Oh, I'm totally gobsmacked with what I'm seeing here from Avinash Rane and also for the captain. I just thought this would have been the perfect opportunity for Rane to come in and just toss a few up. And he has got some wickets by doing that. And yet now he's become a medium pacer.
One slogged up. Is this a catching opportunity? It's gone to Gaurav Sagwan, but no, it's going to clear the boundary rope. So Avinash Rane's experimentation is costing his side heavily here. As Shahi, we know once he gets going, boy, he's really hard to stop.
Yeah, well, I said that this could be very dangerous. It was always going to be a bit of a sort of brave call to have Rane bowl anyway, his normal spin. But if he's going to bowl at any point, you take it. And now he does go to the spin, but Princess Doyle probably doesn't know he's going to bowl spin, so he's standing back. And what could have been a stumping opportunity, hello, nobody home, because Princess doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's bowling.
I mean, I'd be interested to know if Vimal Kanduri has sanctioned this bowling by Avinash Rane, and that one is worked behind point for a 4, so some very comical bowling here by Avinash Rane. That was a very strange over, but for M-Docs, that's cost them heavily. 17 runs off it, and all that momentum they gained in the last couple of overs, bowling very economically, has just slipped past them. And you have to ask yourself, why would Rane bowl medium pace? I mean, you can see Vimal Kanduri is just having a word with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's thrown the game away. He's thrown the game away. I think M-Docs, they had Everest in a tight spot. Now Kanduri now gets the ball back, and he wants to try and bowl another tight over. His last one was a good one, 3 from it. But how much has that hurt him upstairs in the head? Because Avinash Rane has completely spoiled the plan. And I saw that the captain was having a chat with him saying, "I don't know what you're doing. What are you playing at?" This one then gets clocked away, and that one over this changes everything for me.
Yeah, it's changed everything, and now Everest are a different side. M-Docs really did well to lock Everest down after the power play, largely thanks to the skipper himself with his terrific bowling. And you just wonder whether it's still playing on Vimal Kanduri's mind why Avinash Rane bowled the way he did. But I'm not sure the captain sanctioned that move. I think he just did that out of his own intuition. As well, especially bowling medium pace when M-Docs already have a vast reserve of medium pacers is quite confusing.
Exactly. You know, he's probably the captain after this delivery. That's a good ball. Oh, this could be out. This could be out. It will be out. That's a really good delivery. So the captain picks up a very important wicket. Avanesh Rana is coming into the pack here. I want to know how many people are going to throw stones at him and hit him with sticks, because he certainly has heard him. And they might just ignore him and give him the cold shoulder. You can see the captain is not interested. But that wicket just keeps things interesting, because Jeevan Lamsal would go with 24 of 19. And yeah, I don't want to see this again. Was there a bit of bat there? And we won't see it from this angle. I can see it from the other angle again. I wonder if he gets a bit of bat onto this, you know. Let's see let's see this. Watch this. Watch the ball move just there. There's bat on that. That's so unlucky. There is bat on that. And big credit to Jeevan Lamsal, because he just goes. He doesn't complain. Look, he gets back and he's given out and he goes. I mean, full credit to the batter. I definitely saw bat on that.
I mean, compare that to Amir Hussain, who was really frustrated yesterday. I think Lamsal, that was very, very good behavior by him, as Kanduri just slides one down the leg side after getting that wicket. And certainly going back to the Avinash Rane point, I did notice that no one high-fived him or had a word with him after that wicket.
And lets himself down, though. Captain bowling a wide with the very next ball to the new batter. Now a lot of tension turns on Arjun. As Pandit, though, he hits a boundary to get off the mark. And this is just like a gentle push, isn't it? Look at this. He goes all the way, though, to the boundary. 4 runs. Gorgeous
shot by Shan Pandit, flexing his stroke-making ability. Of course, Everest don't need to overcomplicate things here. That previous 17-run over has really put things in their favor. They just need to go at above run a ball, so smart cricket is all they need. This is just pulls his length back there, Kanduri, and this is good fielding. And it's going to be an underarm throw back by Prince Rai. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him bowl his second over right after this, because they're going to need to take a wicket to just about try to force the issue here.
Surely you've got to go with Sagwan here. And Sagwan, remember, he's on a hat-trick anyway. He bowled a tied over. I think he only gave 4 runs away. It looks like the is going for Sagwan. He's got to try and stay in this match for as long as he can. And the other thing, of course, is it's not about staying in this match, but we know that the last 2 matches now for Amdoc will become very, very crucial. And let's see what he's done. He goes and has a chat with the bowler, Sagwan. And hang on a minute, what's going on here? Was there still a ball to go? I think there might have been. It's not over yet, so it still needs to be completed. So Kanduri. Now it will be completed. So once again, Pitaj Doyle. There he goes. You can see what Kanduri is saying. Stay there. Well, it wasn't just 1 ball to go. It looked like with 2 balls to go. So I don't know what was going on there for a moment. So everybody just losing their way slightly. And one sort of gets half stopped. So in the end, apart from Pitaj Doyle, who gets this on the inside of his leg, no real damage done, because the score doesn't change. And it's a good stop from Diol, because I think that probably would have gone past him. And if it had, it could have gone past the fielder. Stays on 55 for 3. Picked up the key wicket of Jeevan Lamsal. The rate just above run a ball. And now it will be Gaurav Sagwan who comes on the ball. Remember, this first ball is a hat-trick. So, hat-trick ball coming up here. But more importantly, a very crucial one. Gaurav Sagwan on a hat-trick. And, oh, he puts it down. Oh, he puts it down. A caught and bowled opportunity. It would have been the hat-trick. The catch goes down. Oh, well, will he get closer? Will we get closer to another hat-trick? And look at this. You see a better angle of it here. We'll have to be pretty quick on it as he comes back in again. There was a chance. Down it goes. And this time it gets played out on the other side. Not only, of course, was it a big moment for him, it's a big moment for his side as well if he was able to hold on to that catch.
Yeah, this would have been a huge moment if he had managed to get Shan Pandit, and there was even half a chance to get a ricochet onto the stump, so neither thing went there for MDocs. And you can just see big wind-up by Shahi, but doesn't quite connect it. Oh my goodness, a little bit of footwork by Sagar Sanup, but clearly wasn't much of a footballer earlier.
Sanup here, he says, get away from me, it's mine, it's mine. I know I messed it up, but let me tidy it up. Yeah, he gives 2 away really, Sanup. But I like the way he says, no, go away, it's mine, I put my name on it, I'm the one who's going to throw it back in. Sagwan He wants another good over just to keep his team in this match.
Goes for that Yorker Gorosagwan, but it's a lowish full toss that isn't particularly easy to play. And this goes out to Kitten Dane. Cow corner. She looks to me like Vinod Salant. Slow delivery again. Sagwan taking pace off it. This is a bit more brisk, and Sagwan, well, he tries hard. Well, that was just going to slip past him. Of course, he was very firmly struck by Shahi. And this is pretty much all Everest need from here on out. Hit the odd boundary and run well between the wickets.
Foot was, I think, already on the rope, in which case, as soon as he's made contact with that, was always going to be 4. And that's all they need. One boundary and over, and they are well in top where they want to be. This is well struck down the ground, trying to pierce the field, and he does. And that man there, certainly, I think he's hiding. There's no hiding. Come out wherever you are. You can't hide. And I think that over for 17, and that certainly has hurt them. And you can see the body language here from the M-Docs. They are starting to look like a team that perhaps are on their way out. Let's have a look at what we got coming up next. And it's the Nicosia Tigers back after they inflicted defeat on M-Docs in the first game of the day. And they take on the Napa Royal Kings. This promises to be an exciting match. The two teams who are at the top of the stack.
Yeah, this is going to be an enormous matchup. Of course, both of them want to get that top spot to have favorable seeding in the quarterfinals. And also, the Nicosia Tigers will really want to win against Napa for their confidence. They've already lost to them twice, and it wouldn't look good if they fail to beat probably the strongest team in this group, as this one is struck up. It's struck high. This is a catching opportunity. This needs to be taken. This has to be taken, and it is taken by Vimal Kanduri. And this is just the twist that we needed in this match. That is the end of Shyam Pandit. He has to depart, and they desperately needed that wicket.
Yeah, good catch. And look at the focus from the captain as he's running in. He's focused, eye on the ball, doesn't take the eye off it all the way until it gets safely into his hands. He's come all the way in from the boundary to take that catch. That's a very good catch. And all it does really, it keeps them in the game. It gives them hope. And they'll know that Everest, they just need to run a ball, a couple of boundaries, and everything is done. And but they know that if they can get the wicket of Arjun Shahi, who's 20 of 9 deliveries at the non-strikers end, it can make all the difference. But what I like to see them do here, Nish, is maybe just put a little bit more pressure on this batter, Mohammed Hussain, and not allow him to get a single. It looks like that's what they're doing. So I'm seeing there in the corner of my eye that Hishash Thandani comes into the circle, but he needs to be pushed right up. He needs to be where he can stop a single.
This is a good ball by Prince Rai. Went for that leg stump Yorker, and I completely agree. I mean, Mohammed Hussain, the one thing about him I will credit him for is he's got that fast bowler slogging ability. If he does connect on one, it's probably going to go for 6, but this is a good time to bring everyone in and try to prevent that single and keep Shahi at the non-strikers end for the entirety of this over.
I'd have me mid-wicket up as well, but, well, that's why. Put the pressure on. It's another wicket, and the Prince is in the house once more. Prince Rai says, well, while I'm still here and I'm bowling these Yorkers, there's every chance we can make this an exciting fight to the end. And the Prince gets another. He is the leading wicket taker now for M-Docs. And the reason is he pitches the ball up and he hits the timber. And that is going to be a duck. So, Mohammed Hussain, well, he's done this to a lot of batters. Now he's been carded Jagdev Fatte style. And Derek is going to be waiting to welcome him back into the dugout.
That's a duck for Mohammed Hussain, and we saw how terrific he was when he was bowling earlier, but it doesn't quite work out for him with his batting. Let's take another look at this one. Prince Rai just pitching it up. Beautiful delivery. Moved back in a little bit, and Mohammed Hussain, all he can do is look back at a set of shattered stumps. This is just played down the third man. It's going to be quite a chase for Sagar Sanam. He's going to need to get to it, and we saw him try a little bit of footwork earlier. This time he doesn't quite get to it, and Ram Jaiswal scores a very, very important boundary. And this has brought proceedings back to exactly a run a ball.
Yeah, he just went for the foot. I think more agile, better fielders would have slid there and just knocked that ball into shape. You can see the Rai feeling the disappointment of that going to the boundary. And Joshua, well, any run off the bat is so important. Getting a boundary really does hurt Amdocs.
Now they're plugging that gap. There's plenty of protection behind point.
Mid-wicket comes up, like it. Full delivery, gets perked away. And they'll take the single. So now this is where you'll say, right, okay, now we all push back. Everybody back. Let them have the single. It's the last ball of the over. Let them have it. So back they go. So I think Thadani here needs to push back. He's still inside the ring. And the bowler looks around and says, right, come on, let's get this right. So now the mid-wicket will go back onto the boundary. Thadani can go right on the edge. And what's happening here? They're bringing up the man on. Okay, he had to come in, I suppose. Good. Okay, this should be just a single. That's what they want. There we go. They get the single, so good. They're starting to think about it. So the new batter. And there you go. It's the end of the over. Is that the end of the over? There's one to come. Where are we here now? They're just checking. So looks like it will be the end of the over. So there was not a ball to go. So in the end, they actually allow him to get a single, which wasn't the plan. They're just checking here. I think that might be the end of the over. I thought maybe this one more two to go. But, important. Yeah, it is the over. So, they just get that wrong. But having said that, though, I think that ball was hit so well that if they didn't have the fielder back, it probably would have gone to the boundary. So you take that.
Yeah, and at the end, Prince Rai, though, did bowl two poor full tosses, so he kind of got away with it. But giving up a single there to Arjun Shahi is not what they would like to see. Of course, Everest, it's a fairly simple task for them. Two big blows could do it here. And we know Arjun Shahi, someone likes to finish games in style, but let's just talk about this story for a second. If Everest can knock off these remaining 12 runs, what a tale it would be. Following up 5 straight losses with 5 straight wins.
Ooh, I think this goes over the stump, doesn't it? I want to see this again. Does this go over the stumps? Let's see. Well, maybe not. It's a tight call. I thought for a moment perhaps it went over the stumps, but I think the umpire's spot on that. It just missed the leg sticks. Firmly hit. Chases on. Fielder makes a stop, but they come back for 2.
Yeah, this is a good running between the wickets by Shahi and Jaiswal. Of course, Jaiswal will just be happy to beat Arjun Shahi's sidekick for the remainder of this innings.
Nath, can he get the important wicket? Get this wicket of Arjun here now, and it's going to be really, really tight. 9 required of 11 deliveries. They need to get this wicket.
Comes down the ground, and it's gone up in the air at all. Hitesh Thadani has put it down, but there's a run-out opportunity, and it's a double whammy.
It's comical. It is absolutely comical. The catch gets put down by Hitesh Thadani. That there is the match gone, I'm afraid. This could have kept him in it. And then, well, look, it didn't matter if he had thrown to the keeper's hand, he would have run out Jaiswal. But that's not the wicket they want. The wicket, the man they want is, and then they don't run. Oh, it's just it's a real howlers out there in the middle. Back to the action, and then a wide ball. Oh, dear. Amdocs, it has to be said, their destiny, as we know, is in their hands. They threw it away in the first match against the Tigers, and they're throwing it away here as well against Everest.
Yeah, when we saw that first match Amdocs had against Everest, we wondered if this was a different Amdocs side, but it looks like it's the same story again for Amdocs. They just can't quite find a way to pick up wins near the end. This one's just tucked away. Is this going to go to a boundary? Well, Ketan Dane and Sagar Sanup chasing it. Sanup gets to it, but it's a couple of runs for Everest who move closer and closer to pulling off what would be a sensational tale. They're now just 5 runs away from a place in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, their story is remarkable. You take nothing away from it. Lose 5 on the spin. Try and try and try, they did. But they stayed together. What a comeback has been from them. That's a beautiful delivery from Nath. Puts a bit more into this. And now they're looking to, after losing 5 on the spin, well, it's 5 wins on the spin. And certainly that looks on the cards here at the moment. Nath, the only thing he can do is try and take them into the last.
A lot of effort put into that delivery, and this is, oh, goodness me. I was just wondering if there was a chance for an overthrow there, but it's a very good backing up by Vinod Savant.
I get the feeling that Shahi just may try and do it in this delivery. A boundary seals it. He's either that or he's looking to get a single and go straight back and strike. But Jaishwal can handle himself with a bat. He's shown that already. Shahi probably looking for the boundary.
I think he's going to look to finish it in style here, Shahi. Expect him to dance down the crease and look to smash this.
He hits it well, and that'll be it. That is the match. It is a victory. It's 5 wins on the spin for Everest. They have hurt Amdocs here again, but Amdocs, it has to be said, have hurt themselves. They're a team searching for 2 victories, and they've lost. And just look at Everest as they run onto the field of play, because they know that that victory not is only is it 5 wins on the spin for them after 5 defeats, it also means that they have booked their place in the quarterfinals. And look at the celebrations there. I'm liking it. It's stylish, it's funky, it's good. Happy smiles, happy times for Everest, but sad times, miserable times for Amdocs. They now have to win their last 2 matches. It won't be easy. They play Everest again, and then, well, if they can get past Everest, they got a tough one against the Napa Royal Kings. Amdocs at the moment need to find some way to pick themselves up. Everest, they need to find a way to keep their feet on the ground. They are flying high, and well, we know that they're going to stay on the field of play because, well, not on this one, but they're back again. But they've got a tough match against the Napa Royal Kings. The Napa Royal Kings, though, they are next up against the Nicosia Tigers as we have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, of course, it was Jeevan Lumsel, as he always does, leading from the front for this Everest side. He scored 24 of 20, and then we saw Bimal Ranaput. That'd be the only boundary he scored, but it'd be a gorgeous boundary. Unfortunately for him, right after that, he'd present one to Hitesh Thadani. Thadani would take this catch, but he failed to take a much more dramatic one near the end of the innings for Arjun Shahi. But of course, we will get to that one, and good catching here by Vimal Kanduri. And right at that stage, when Gaurav Sagwan was on a hatch, we were wondering if Amdocs were about to pull it off and make a remarkable defense. But then there was this absolutely baffling over where Avinash Rane decided to bowl medium pace when he's normally a spinner.
That cost him the match. I still don't know what that was about. I mean, the captain, to his credit, came straight back on and took a very important wicket. But yeah, I mean, what was Avinash Rane doing there? I don't know, but he's cost, for me, that over cost his team the match. That one could have been a hat-trick catch. It also could have been out if the ball had gone onto the stumps at the other side. It wasn't to be. Little things like that going against him, but one thing that the captain doing, and up until the very important point, was taking the catches. That one was another bit of bad fielding from Vinod out there. So one, but when the opportunity came, it was taken. And you've got to say, though, the man who has had a few issues with his catching at times, Will Kandari, he's certainly the captain, was on the money. Rai was on the money with this one as well, but unfortunately, this one went to the boundary. That meant that it just stayed at around 4 runs required and over. He holds his head as he can't believe it, but this was an opportunity to take the match right down to the wire. But Hitesh Thadani puts the catch down, and then, well, you can see what it meant to him. And then right towards the end, the hit from Arjun Shahi that went to the boundary, that spot, celebrations of joy. And I'm liking some of the celebrations, and well, they've certainly rehearsed this one. He said, come on, you know what we're doing? Una, dos, tres, así me gusta. We are in to the quarterfinals.
What a remarkable tale, and of course, this is one we'll be talking about for the ages from Everest. But let's have a look at their scorecard. As we mentioned, of course, it was Jeevan Lumsel leading right from the top with 24 of 20, and then Arjun Shahi, who has just embraced this role as the closer for Everest. He was there right at the end, made a brilliant 28 of 13. How terrific has he been throughout this tournament? His catching, his bowling, and now he's just found a way to be there right at the end and secure victories for Everest. And then having a look at the bowling card for Amdocs, of course, Hitesh Thadani bowled just the one over. It was the very first one, went for 13 runs. Prince Rai impressing as usual, 2 for 13. He swung the ball really well. Gaurav Sagwan came ever so close to a hat-trick, but unfortunately it was not to be. The skipper, Vimal Kanduri, bowled terrifically well, but then the biggest talking point will be that Avinash Rane over. Why on earth was he bowling medium pace?
I can't believe it. I really can't. And he's thrown the match for his side there. I think the captain was livid. He did well to keep his cool, Vimal Kanduri, and there was one moment when he did take a wicket where everybody came in. Everybody sort of ignored Avinash Rane because, well, that wasn't a team thing to do. He wasn't a team player at that point. Decided to, I mean, he's a spin bowler, decided he wanted to bowl medium pace. One thing I will say to Amdocs is when you look at that scorecard of Everest, 2 batters made contributions of 20 plus, and as a result of that, Everest get the victory. Amdocs just haven't found the 2 batters to do the same for them.
Yeah, now MDocs just they're on the outside looking in and trying to find a way to make it to the quarterfinals, but Everest, and one of the most remarkable tales of this tournament, make it 5 wins on the bounce, and they take this victory. So Everest win it by 5 wickets and secure a place in the quarterfinals. A few question marks for MDocs, but we'll just have to put those aside for a moment because we're just about to have a behemoth of a matchup between the Nicosia Tigers and the Napa Royal Kings in just 20 minutes time. Make sure to join us then. We'll both be with you right here. Nishjay Bhatt and Rico Full.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome to Ipsona Cricket Ground here in Limassol. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Cyprus, and certainly looking forward to the next match. Two teams that are at the top of the standings of Group A. Because the Tigers, with the win earlier today, have really kept themselves in a strong position to finish top of the group. But the Napa Royal Kings will know that if all the results today go their way, that they can end up toppling the Nicosia Tigers. So it's the first time we're having a look at the Royal Kings. Let's have a look at some of their key players. Their captain, Hardeep Singh, has been in tremendous form with the ball, and he'll be happy that he's got the likes of Gundeep Singh back in his side, and also the wicketkeeper batter, Mohammad Ikram. And more to the point, he'll be hoping that the left-hander, Zaran Ahmed, can return to the sort of form that he started the series with. And well, he's got a few other key players back as well. I think Saeed Tanveer will be key for him. So they're missing Ali Khan in the side, but that's only one key player that seems to be out for them. So they'll be strong in this one. And the bat versus ball wall is expecting them, as a result of that, to win this one 105 to 95. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. And I have to say, the Nicosia Tigers, after that day where they suffered 2 defeats on the spin, 1-2, the Kings and the other one to Everest, have bounced back well, and they've started a little bit of a winning streak themselves. But joining me for this match once more is Nish Butt. Nish, how do you see this one panning out?
I think this could be very, very interesting because, of course, we are seeing a full-strength Napa side, and these very Nicosia Tigers, keep in mind, they lost to a short-handed Napa Royals Kings the last time these two sides faced one another. So it's really important for the Nicosia Tigers to try to win this game because they really need to get a win against one of these big recognized championship contenders to just do their confidence a world of good.
Yeah, one thing we can tell you is the news from the middle was that the Napa Royal Kings did win the toss and elected to have a bat first, and I don't mind that from them at all. I think I will take as much opportunity to bat out there and try and get the runs on the board against the Nicosia Tigers, and then hope to really do what the likes of Amdocs were able to do against the Tigers, and that's to just try and restrict their batters from going. This man was in top form in that win against the Amdocs. Got the all-important run out, took a great catch and picked up 3 wickets. Yasser Mahmood starts with the ball and starts with the dot, and he of course is bowling to Ikram Mohammed.
Yeah, terrific ball by Yasser Mahmood to start, and of course Zaran Ahmed, who's at the non-striker's end. He saw Zishan Mahmood overtake him at the top of the run tally, so he'll be eager to take that top spot back. Of course, Zishan Mahmood currently just 4 runs ahead of Zaran Ahmed.
Attacking hit, this one, and what a hit it is as well, as it goes all the way. Balle, kinna zona, shaka lagyan. He's hit this on one of the biggest boundaries on the ground. That's a top shot from the right-hander. But bear in mind one thing, is the direction that the wind is blowing. So I'm expecting Zaran Ahmed, if he gets going, to really hit some big shots in this area. Big 6 from Ikram Mohammed. And then this one is pitched right up, and Ikram has to go back foot and dig it out. Does well, gets a single, and hands the strike over to Zaran Ahmed. Zaran Ahmed, we've seen him all the way through, and what he does do, he'll always give you a chance early on. So you've got to get him early if he gives you that opportunity. Otherwise, we know that he's one of those sort of batters that can really then hurt you. Welcome back to everybody on the chat. Nice to have you with us, and everyone around the world, wherever you're tuning on from. Good to have you, and I hope you're enjoying your weekend. Mahmood now to the left-hander. Can he get the line right straight away? No, he can't, is the answer to that. It's going to be a wide, though Ahmed misses out on what would probably be just a regulation little clip around his pads. But he'll take the extra, and the ball will have to be bowled again from Yasser Mahmood.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a right-hander and a left-hander out there together. Just takes the bowlers a little bit of time to adjust. That would have been a perfect delivery to Mohammad Ikram, certainly not to Ahmed.
Better, but full and gone. Disappeared. Wind assisted 6 on the leg side. Manos Riba from the man in black as this one goes all the way. And umpire Hamad says, yep, that's another biggie. It's 6 more. And just be careful of that with this wind blowing strong from right to left. Anything that goes in that direction, the wind is going to seize hold of it and send it over the boundary rope.
Yeah, and we saw in those first couple of half centuries Sehran Ahmed made 70% of his runs in that region, so he's going to keep targeting it. Let's see if they make any tactical adjustments here. Might consider going full and wide to Sehran Ahmed.
Well, he goes wide and he gets called wide. So he goes a little bit too far. So I can see what Yasin Mahmood's trying to do, exactly what you're saying there, Nish, but a little bit too much.
Yeah, this is a good take there, of course. Sagar Rahman with the gloves for the Nicosia Tigers.
Well, high in the air, this is an opportunity, and it doesn't get taken. I don't even think that there's any hands on this, and that's Bikash Shestra. Once again, anything goes up in the air, it's not going to be easy, and he's trying to explain the situation there. But the fact is simple, it goes up, it's a big moment, and the catch gets put down.
I mean, how many chances has Sehran Ahmed received throughout this tournament? He's must be feeling like a cat with all the lives he keeps getting, but once again, he's had that enormous slice of luck, but can he finally capitalize on it? Because Shrestha, a terrific fielder, more often than not, has put down a dolly.
Yeah, he has, and Ahmed, like I say, gives you chances, you've got to take it. This one is defensively played away. And Yasin Mahmood's over, comes to an end. He'll be disappointed that he hasn't picked up a wicket. 16 come off the first, a good start for the Napa Royal Kings. Let's have a look at the Napa Royal Kings. We've had a look at Nicosia Tigers, some of their key players. And you can see that you got Sehran Ahmed right up there with 286 runs. So as you said, only 4 behind Zishan Mahmood. Sapreet Singh, we know that he can make a good contribution as well as Gandeep Singh. But don't forget, there is Ikram back in the side after missing out a few times. And with the bowlers, well, there's no Ali in the side this time, but Ahmed, the left-hander, when he gets his slingy Yorkers going, can be useful. Well, one man I think we still haven't seen the best of, though he's been very economic, hasn't picked up as many wickets as he deserves, is their captain, Hardeep Singh. And this man has been in good form lately as Iftikhar Jaman, he gets the ball. So it's time to put the cotton wool in your ears because the grunter is back.
And you know, this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup, of course. Two very passionate cricketers, Sehran Ahmed and Iftikhar Jaman, and long run up here for Jaman. I think this is going to might be a shorter delivery. He'll try to aim it at his rib cage.
Let's see how he gets on with the left-hander. And well, it's pretty wide and gets absolutely smashed through the covers. That's a delightful shot, really too wide here. And he's drawn into the shot. He's not going to miss out on that, is he? But I think if he leaves it, would have been a wide.
Yeah, but he does well to get his bat onto that one, and he'll take the run. Sehran Ahmed, of course, with the fielding restrictions, if he picks out these gaps, the ball is going to go away to the boundary rope. And Nicosia Tigers, now they're considering just plugging that gap, so they've brought Bikash Shrestha back inside the ring, and they have a very wide long off.
It's going to be a wide. One of the issues that I think that Iftikhar Jaman had earlier on in this series is when those times when they were playing the likes of the Kings, I think he struggles genuinely with left-handers. And we've seen that here straight away. The ball before was going to be called a wide, but you saw Ahmed quite happy to take the 4. This one's even wider. Now he's making a change. He's coming over the wicket. It ends up being short. It hits it well, and it's going to be another boundary all along the deck. That's what I'm liking about this one from Ahmed. He gets right on top of it, and he keeps the ball down. And as soon as he hits this, the fielder, though he's giving it some chase, he's not going to get there, is it? 4 more. And the captain, Jahid Hassan, is probably a little bit worried about this start.
You can't be bowling there to Sehran Ahmed. He's always going to rock back and just hit it towards that boundary. That's his strength. And well, the Nicosia Tigers, surely their planning has been a bit better than this. This must be a case of a lack of execution.
Better delivery, but this one will go 1 bounce 4 as well. And there's the grunt. And the batter just in pure silence go. This one, beautiful hit, straight as you like, goes to the boundary. Clean as a whistle, 4 more. So, right, if it's Iftikhar Jaman, he's making all the noises, but he's listening to the willow having the final say. And that's another boundary.
Yeah, Jaman putting Maria Sharapova to shame with some of this grunting. It's been an expensive over to start off, 13 runs off it, and Saran Ahmed, he just looks in fine touch right now despite giving up that chance. How much of the Nicosia Tigers going to be left to rue that one?
Yeah, he's making the most of it so far. Well, this is even a bigger grunt, and this time it's the captain, Jahid Hassan, that makes the stop. Keeps it to 1, so he gets the left-hander out the way temporarily as Ahmed goes to the non-striker's end. So now he has a couple of deliveries here at Ikram Mohammed, who's found himself back in form. We remember seeing him in the European Cricket League when he was playing for the Nicosia Punjab Lions. But he made 3 ducks in the spin, but he came back to form with some good hits himself, and once he got that 40 the other day, he's not looked back, and he's starting to play the ball quite nicely. He's a tall man, and if he gets a chance to hit it, it stays hit. And we already saw the way he started his innings with that powerful 6 over extra cover. Okay, so ball to go, 15 off this over. 16 came off the first, 15 off this one. One more ball to go, and he's bowling back to the left-hander, Ahmed. Short. Ahmed absolutely thumps it, and this one will go all the way as well. Shaba kinna sona shakka lag gaya. Swere changi kut pariya bowler nu. 15 becomes very quickly 21. It goes magical, and great bit of batting from Saran Ahmed. Jabardast as the score at the end of just the end of 2 overs, rockets to 37, and this is how the tables are looking.
Yeah, of course, the Napa Royal Kings with a couple of game in hands over the Nicosia Tiger. They had a nice rest day yesterday after playing 8 games in 2 days, but going back to that Germano, I was very disappointed with the way he bowled. He was just giving it to Saran Ahmed right at his strength.
Yes, here, pitches up, and no run. Well dealt with by Jaman, who after bowling that over that went magical, has to make a pretty good stop, and he deals with it well.
Of course, Mohamed Ikram, he's a very confident player as well. We'll add to that point later. This one's tucked away by Ikram Mohammed. It's going to be a little bit of a chase for Tom Alaminul, but Rashid Al Hassan is out there to cover. Of course, we do remember Ikram Mohammed, before, I believe it was before the game against Everest, when he told us on an interview, we will easily beat them. He's a player with uber confidence.
Yeah, confidence it was. Thing is though, sometimes you can get overconfident, and we know that. You have to be respectful to your opponents at all times. Slower delivery and well executed, but going down the leg side will never be out. But I'm liking the thinking.
Smart bowling, and he's just bowling at his pads. Again, we've seen he's got a couple of weaknesses if you either bowl it at his pads or if you bowl a bit wider. So this is good thinking by Yasir Mahmood. Clearly, he's bowling to his plan.
This one will just be played out once again to Jahid Hassan, who will come and do the fielding. I wonder if he'll bring himself into the attack pretty early. Jahid Hassan, he bowled very well early against the M-Docs, but one man who we didn't see at all was Aminul. I'm hoping that we'll see a little bit more with him, Tamal Aminul, with the ball. He took a very important catch in that fixture against M-Docs, which got them the victory. But, yes, here, as I said, already was instrumental. Throws everything at this. That's Ikram Mohammed to get a leg pie. To be singled by the umpire. That's a key thing that these two have to do, don't they? I mean, we know that they're both very good hitters off the ball, but they've got to keep thinking about getting the strike rotated as well, because that's the one thing that this left and right combination can really cause issues with. I know that as a bowler, it's one thing that I always used to dislike when you had a left and right combination and they kept just taking singles, because you had to keep checking your field, you had to keep keeping your line right. This is walloped, and it will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna zona. Well, this is sweet out of the middle of the bat. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Big hit.
Yeah, and you can see in response, Jahid Hassan, the Tigers captain, he put a couple of fielders very close to one another on the leg side, right where Saran Ahmed likes it, but Saran Ahmed just doesn't care. He backs himself to clear the boundary rope, and all Roman Mazumdar could do was just watch it sail over his head, as the Napa Royal Kings are off to a stellar start, going at over 50 and over in the power play.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good power play, isn't it? 46 on the board already, and it's Saran Ahmed 33, but remember, he was dropped on 6, and it was an easy opportunity, and so far, he's making them pay. And what's the answer going to be? It looks like they want to take the pace off. And this is the drop. And good work there from Spring Productions and Martins. And he was giving all sorts of reasons why, but it didn't matter. Chance goes down. Ahmed has moved on to 33. The game would pace, a little bit of pace off now from Roman Mazumdar. And Mazumdar comes in, and well, in he comes, but out he goes. In, out. Shake it all about. Manos arriba from the man in black, because that's 6 more.
This is just a beautiful shot, isn't it? He's leaning back, gets that wonderful angle of elevation, and he hits it right to the football pitch, mind you. That's how big a hit that was. Of course, it is Easter weekend here in Cyprus, so not much footballing action going on there right now.
Just as well, maybe. There's Ikram Mohammed probably eyeing up another biggie. This time he goes out on the offside, and there's nobody at the point boundary. So as soon as he gets his over the 30-yard circle, it will be more runs. Nicely done. So this time, Michael Gunteleka, part of the ECN crew, and decides to get himself up from his chair and says, yeah, I can get to this one. Makes the fielding stop. There he goes. There's Michael, of course. We've seen another Michael playing in Malta. Shorter. And no run this time. You can see Saran Ahmed quite keen to get to the other end, but he has to wait his turn. He's probably saying to Ikram, hey, you've had a few. Come on, take the single. Listen to what Rico says. Rotate the strike as well. Ikram says, just give me one more first. Asking the question, but going down the leg side, and Ikram not able to make anything of that. So Roman Mazumdar gets another vital dot ball in. Just tries a little paddle shot away here, Ikram.
I mean, we've seen a lot of good low-scoring chases so far this tournament, but the one thing we're missing is a high-scoring one. I think both these sides have enough power to give us one of those kind of classics, as this one is just played over third man, and it's going to trickle over the boundary rope. So Ikram Mohammed having a really good time, as the Napa Royal Kings have brought this 60 up in a very short space of time.
Yeah, but Mazumdar, without even asking the captain's permission, brings in square leg into the circle. So you'll have a square leg inside the 30-yard circle, so he can give himself a little bit more protection out there on the offside. Jahid Hassan had no say in the matter. And this time, the fielder that he places out there will be able to stop the boundary at least. And he takes a single, much to the displeasure of Saran Ahmed, because that's also the end of the over. And Saran Ahmed reluctantly has to walk back to the non-strikers end. 61 for 4 overs. Thing is, though, we have seen starts like this before, but not too many times have the teams managed to keep that sort of pace going all the way through. Something happens along the way which slows it down, and then the score becomes sort of a 110, 120. And Napa Royal Kings, though, they certainly have the ability and the batters to perhaps keep it going. So this is dangerous times for Nicosia Tigers. They need to find somebody to get the breakthrough, and I'm quite surprised that they go to Itifa Jaman here. They could have gone with Zishan maybe to have a go. They could have gone with Aminul, but they're going with the Itifak Jaman. I get the feeling this is all about the personality of Jaman saying, hey Skip, give me another one, give me another one, give me another one. So the grunter is back. And, well, he might come back, but he's going to be smashed away. Manos arriba, arbitro português. Hoje 6 más. Ajata Changi Kutperia bowler. Shaka time. This is another one that goes all the way. And another one that bounces into the football pitch. New balls, please.
Yes, terrific slog. And have a look at that projected score. It's 155 right now. Of course, the Napa Royal Kings own the highest total so far of this tournament, which was 146. So they're on track to beat their own best.
High. How high? Not high enough. It's a very good, very well judged catch from Jahid Hassan. The celebration is from Ittifaq Jaman as he takes the wicket. He has been hit for a few, but he relies on his captain to take a very good, very well judged catch.
Yeah, we've seen a few fielders struggle with the boundary rope. They've not quite known where it is, but Jahid Hassan knew exactly where that was. He backed up just as much as he needed to and took it on chest tight. We see Ikram Mohammed just advanced down the crease. Didn't get his hold of it as cleanly as he would have liked, but boy, with the power he has, it was still carried all the way to the boundary rope, as we can see. Well, Zaran Ahmed just gives his bat a pat. I think he's more frustrated that he hasn't got a chance to face the delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. And that single that was taken by Ikram at the end of the over means that he was able to hit one big shot in this one. He gives Jaman his first wicket. I don't think he's quite deserved it, but I think it's just a good catch from his captain. So they get the breakthrough, 67 for 1, and maybe this is where the Nicosia Tigers can now get back into the game. Tanveer is a new batter, as he does play this out for a single. So Zaran Ahmed gets back on strike. Very important here now for Zaran Ahmed to think about the team position. He doesn't want to give the Nicosia Tigers the opportunity to pick up 2 wickets straight away. Quite often we've seen after a good start, both openers fall within balls of each other. So I think it's pretty important here that he just respects his wicket for a couple of deliveries and not give it away and not give Nicosia Tigers a well-boosted upper hand in this contest. You want to keep them under the cock. Looking at me, and Zaran Ahmed looks up at the sky and says, how did I miss that?
That's very smart bowling by Jaman. Just took some pace off the ball. We know Ahmed is just, probably gripping the bat very tightly, feeling very tense, and he just took some pace off it. So a good bit of guile here by Iftikhar Jaman.
Yeah, interesting that in that the slower ball of his doesn't have a grunt. So maybe he's the different to everybody else. And this one was grunted again. He's going a little bit one-sided here. Zaran Ahmed, he's a better player than this. He can play on the offside. So I don't know why all of a sudden decided that the only shot he can play is over cow corner.
Yeah, I think he's one bowler where there's a direct correlation between his grunting and his pace.
Yeah, definitely. So if there's no grunt, there's a slower ball coming. If there's a big grunt, it's going to be up around your ears. Big grunt, quicker ball, played away. It wasn't a good one. It was Gandhi. He gets hit for 4. And Iftikhar Jaman is angry with himself as he's kicking the dirt around him like a naughty child who's been dragged through the supermarket, not allowed to get his favourite sweets. End of the over, and it will be 72 for 1 after 5. Yeah,
it's a sensational start, and of course, I think Jaman just might need to learn to use his brains a bit more than his brawn. The next time we see him bowl, I think he's showing a lot of passion and a lot of energy, but not always bowling as wisely as he should, of course. And we saw the fact that he took the pace off the ball. He actually beat Zaran Ahmed, but I think he just gets very amped up when he's out there playing and lets his passion get the better of him.
Yeah, it's an expensive spell from him. 32 come off it, though he did get the wicket off Ikram Mohammed, courtesy of a good catch from his captain. Edge. And a good stave from the fielder. Diving, gets a hand to it as it whistles past the wicketkeeper. They'll take the 1.
Yeah, we saw Bikash Reza put down a catch earlier, something he rarely does, but that's more like him. Diving around, stopping runs. That's the Bikash Reza that we all know.
Yeah, interesting to observe that strong wind that did start the this innings too seems to have died away a little bit now, so it's a lot calmer. So the advantage that perhaps that Zaran Ahmed had hitting this side is probably not as much as Mazumdar bowling his second, just adjusting the field. Interesting field that he has. Has this man pretty wide in that catching position. And he gets the wicket, as once again Zaran Ahmed wants to go over the leg side, and he will depart. So this is exactly what the Nicosia Tigers wanted. Once they got the wicket off Ikram, they wanted to keep chipping away and see if they could pick up the one of Zaran Ahmed pretty quickly. They do. So this is what happens. I've said this so many times with teams who made such a good start. Then one wicket goes, and then they start to tumble, and the score of the 150 that we thought they could get to, and at one point, Nish, as you said, even more than that, quickly dwindles away, and they end up by just pooling along to around about a 110, 120 score.
Yeah, that was a very good ball by Roman Mazumdar. Probably wasn't one that he could have hit in that manner, Sarah Ahmed. Probably should have shown the ball a little bit more respect. Well, unfortunately for him, he has to go back to the dugout because of that. And I like the fact that Sarpreet Singh has been brought in at number 4. I think he deputized very well when Napa Royal Kings were missing some key players like Tanvir and Muhammad Ikram.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Let's see how he gets on. Well, he wants to go big, and he will go big. That's a thunderous hit. And Sarpreet is saying, I'm not hanging around. I know what I do best, and that is I hit it in this zone. If you bowl it to me in the arc, it's going to disappear. And maybe Mazumdar hasn't seen too much of Sarpreet Singh, but you don't bowl it into his swing zone. Short, and this one gets thumped straight down the ground as well. Well, this is just a straight pull. He's got power, has this man. And though it's pretty wide, he's not thinking about cutting. He just hits this dead straight. He's a bit like a laser beam. And he's going to get 4 more. So 6 and 4. And Singh certainly is hungry for more.
Yeah, we saw Ikram and Saran Ahmed hit 51 runs on the onside. But Sarpreet Singh doing what batters typically tend to do in Cyprus, which is hit it straight down the ground towards those short boundaries.
And this one being absolutely clonked. What a big hit that is. Manos arriba, arbitro. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es una máximo.
Sensational shot, and this is extremely unlike Roman Mazumdar. We don't often see him getting clubbed around in this manner. This is not a spell we're used to from a bowler. Is usually just a very tight, economical bowler. Doesn't go for more than 7.5.
There goes this one a little bit fuller, a little bit straighter. And just asking here, I just wonder if he lifts his foot. The wicketkeeper seems to be pretty confident here, does Sagar Rahman. Now, has Sarpreet Singh just let himself down with some pretty bad footwork? Has a swing, and keep an eye on that foot. Does he raise the foot? So the ball goes down. Where's the foot? I think he's out. I think he's out. Let's have a look at this. Foot on the line. That, from me, is out. He is out. Sarpreet Singh, after hitting some biggies, is going to have to go. He's going to be so disappointed here. Really is. Credit to Sagar Rahman for looking and seeing and taking the opportunity. But what a big let-off that is. Sarpreet Singh, what have you done?
Oh, what has he done over here? I agree. And of course, this is the good thing about having Sagar Rahman. We've often seen wicketkeepers here, such as Zishan Mahmood, who was just deputizing for Sagar Rahman, take a few paces away from the stumps, but Sagar Rahman, a proper wicketkeeper, can stand right up there and capitalize on any of those mistakes. This is the one big advantage that Nicosia Tigers have over numerous other sides in this group.
Yeah, I mean, look, that also would go down as a wicket for Mazumdar. So Mazumdar takes another twofer, took 2 very important wickets in the last one. Got 2 for 32. So again, a little bit like Jamon, he'll be very, very expensive, but here's 2 wickets, 89 for 3, 6 overs down. Sarpreet Singh looked like he was going to whack it all over the place, gets himself out. Now the captain, Hardeep Singh, the left-hander, comes out. He's going to start with the non-strikers there because it was the end of the over. And we're going to go with the man that I really was impressed with the other day, Hassan, coming on to bowl. Rashidullah Hassan gets his first ball through the swing of Tanvir.
It's a good start by Rashidul Hassan. Of course, this is a tough spot for the Napa Royal Kings to be in. We know how they accelerated right at the start, of course. Let's take a look at Tanvir. He does well to get back. Sagar Rahman just keeping him on his toes.
Yeah, are you a little surprised that Hardeep has come out here and before someone like Gundeep or Karamveer Singh?
We've seen Hardeep Singh do pretty well lower down the order. Of course, remember that special performance we saw from the Napa Royal Kings last time out against the Kalandars when it was Hardeep right there at the end with Jasdeep Singh.
Yeah.
Who's helped him seal the victory.
This is hit out towards the leg side boundary, and with only one man covering that big area, he's not going to be able to stop this. So he will get 4 Tanvir, so he's just going to continue to swing. That's what they've got to do. Maybe that's why Hardeep has also come out. I think he's probably acknowledged the fact that though he did, and I know the innings you're talking about, it was a good one between him and Jasdeep Singh. They got their team that victory. And maybe he's just feeling that he could probably do with a bit more practice out there. He's got plenty of other batters in his lineup. And this one is being hit high up in the air as an opportunity, and is well taken. That's a really good catch from Roman was zoomed at now. He's complaining about the sun, but you see those shades on the top of his head? Well, maybe if you put some covering his eyes, that he wouldn't complain. But he takes the catch, so he's not going to be too worried about it. But no, put the catch bag here. But I can't do it. I said, "Do put here." अपने अक्खा दे ऊपर लाना ना बड़ा फर्क पै जाता.
Yeah, look at this one. It just actually goes behind him. He loses track of the ball. But exactly as you said, I mean, he's got a pair of sunglasses right above his cap, and he really should be wearing them, especially when he's fielding right in front of the sun. Of course, it's just past midday here in Cyprus. We're at exactly 12:17 local time, so the sun is shining right into the eyes of the two fielders out there for the straight hit at long off and long on.
New batter makes his way out, and this is Manzoor Ali. He's another guy that on his day can perform. I like in what Hardeep is doing here. He's just changing things around a little bit. I think he's probably saying, yeah, I know that the likes of Gundeep, when we were short, Gundeep and also Karanveer can bat and put in good performances, but now he's saying, okay, the guys that haven't probably been able to shine, he's giving them a chance. This is hit high up in the air. It should be another. It will be dropped. And it's an easy catch, dropped by the man out there. Now he gets the throw in, which the bowler has to deal with. And that is a man I do not expect to drop catches. That's Tomal Aminul that puts that down. And he is the guy that just took an outstanding catch last time round in that very all-important match against the M-Docs.
Yeah, just got that one completely wrong. His hands were not even set. Just hits the side of his left hand, and he's rubbing that now. Wonder if we'll see him bowl at any point in these death overs.
This is hit pretty well. They don't take the run. Surprise. Hardeep Singh needs to be getting to the other end. There's no way the fielder was going to take that in one go and get the throw in. So this is where I think all the teams can learn from what Everest do when they're out there and they're batting. Everest runs so well. Other teams really don't take those opportunities. This is down the leg side. Is not a good delivery. Is there any bat on this? Yes, there is. So 4 runs as this gets clipped away. But it was ill-directed, and the batter just helps it along the way. Hits it into the deck, which helps it get past and over the wicketkeeper. So the boundaries, they keep flowing as the score moves to 99 of 7 overs.
Yeah, the projected has slightly dipped, but it's not going to be overly concerning for the Napa Royal Kings. Of course, the only thing that is working in favor of the Nicosia Tigers is that there are 2 new batters out there who might take a bit of time to settle in.
Yeah, they're still, I mean, 99. I think they will know what even though Nicosia Tigers didn't put a good batting performance in first up against M-Docs in the very first match of the day, they'll know that they've got strong players out there, and when they've got a big score that they're chasing, can probably turn it on. So I think they're still here. We'll want to go at 10 and over and get the 130 on the board. They've got the batters to do it. Hardeep Singh seems to have been out there a long time, hasn't phased the ball. And Toman Aminul, who did put the catch down to, which could have removed Ali on 0, is now to bowl his first ball of the day. And, well, swing and a miss from Hardeep.
Top start by Tomal Aminul, who's a very economical bowler for the Nicosia Tigers. We didn't see him feature in the opening match of the day against M-Docs, but well, this is an interesting role for him. Of course, we've often seen him bowl in the early stages, but he's just as effective at the end.
This is hit down the ground, and Zishan's got some work to do here, and he gets down well, gets the throw in. Zishan, of course, playing in their last group matches. So the Nicosia Tigers, at the moment, they're holding top spot. So if they keep hold of that, it means that when it comes to the quarterfinals, they will play whoever finishes 4th in Group B. So finishing top should technically give you an easier quarterfinal. It doesn't always work that way, of course, because I'm a firm believer that when you get to that point, that every elimination match, no matter who you play, is going to be a tough one.
Especially when you consider the strength of Group B. Group B has some very solid contenders. There are 4 or 5 teams in there who you could see going on to win it all.
Manzoor hits this too well. Nobody's stopping this. It's hit well, hit strong, hit hard, and goes to the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's not too bad a ball by Tomal Aminul. That's just extremely well played by Manzoor Ali.
Yeah, Manzoor, he's an interesting character, isn't he? He's certainly a guy that doesn't like to pitch the ball up when he's bowling. He likes to bowl a little bit short, and he's a bit uncomfortable for many batters to face, as this one has been whipped away. And what the captain does do, he moves that man who was sort of at the mid-wicket boundary a lot finer, more at the orthodox square leg position, so he's able to get to that one. Hardeep Singh, he'd love to get a few boundaries out of the middle of his bat. Well, he'll have one ball here, and to get the feeling, he's going to be swinging hard off the last ball of over number 8. And he does swing hard, and he will get his boundary. As that one, umpire just waiting to see if it goes all the way or not. And get the feeling that it may have just dropped before the boundary. It does. He gets a signal. So cuatro carreras. What I like there from Singh. He got himself into position early. He just went across and said, right, I'm here. Whatever happens, I'm hitting it. He hits it well. 109 on the board now. 8 overs complete.
Good, they're in a good position, the Napa Royal Kings, despite the slight bit of a dip in these previous stages of the game. But I think they've put themselves in a good platform, and 31 runs are certainly attainable in these next couple of overs. Although they'll have to get past a couple of the better bowlers in this Nicosia Tigers side.
Well bowled, and Rashidullah Hassan comes back into the attack. 10 came off his last over, but he bowled well, and certainly wasn't given any freebies. I think Manzoor, any opportunity he gets to swivel and hit on the leg side, he'll take it. They've left a mid-wicket wide open for him. And, hits this hard down the ground, very well watched and saved by the fielder. That really was a tricky one. Gets down, makes the stop. Singh, score 110 already. I think it's a good score, but it still, I think, wants to get past the 120 mark. He knows that the Tigers, they're a strong team. It's a well bowled and a very well fielded, good bit of cricket all round. I'm liking this. Singh aggressively hitting it, but Rashidullah Hassan makes the stop. And then there we go, a bit of footwork, and then gets the throw back in.
Yeah, he stamps on that ball really quickly, doesn't he, Rashidullah Hassan? And he's managed to sneak in 3 quiet balls here. This is very good stuff for the Nicosia Tigers.
Whacked, but in the zone of Zishan, and Zishan, well, he gobbles those up for breakfast, doesn't he? There's no way that those are getting past him. Takes the catch. Hardeep Singh will depart for 5. And that just helps to slow things down. So what we got around 7 balls, I think, left in the innings. Or no, it's one more than that, actually. So 8 balls left in the innings. And still trying to get to that 120 mark. Singh hits it well enough. But there's Zishan saying thank you very much. And sends another batter on his way.
Good catch there by Zishan. That one was traveling really quickly at him. And you could just see the focus. He tracked that ball perfectly. Of course, we had a brilliant vantage point of that. So we're going to see Jasdeep Singh come out to bat. We saw the crucial role he played in a couple of the tight wins the Napa Royal Kings had. Especially that one win against the Kalundars.
Yeah, Jasdeep, the thing with him is, again, he's one of those batters where if it's at him, he'll hit it. If it's outside the off stump, usually he swings and misses. And we saw that when he was close to giving their side a famous victory the other day, when he needed to hit 2 6s. On the stumps it was hit, just wide off, it was missed. So this is high up in the air. It could be gone first ball. Corner bowl opportunity, gets put down. He gets a chance, and the bowler puts it down off his own bowling, does Hassan. Could have finished with 3. He still may because there's a ball to go, but he's helped Jasdeep get off the mark.
Yeah, Jasdeep Singh's very fortunate. He doesn't meet Derek the Duck. This is a simple catch for Rashidullah Hassan. He really should be taking that one, but more importantly, they've given up a run, and the dangerous Manzoor Ali is on strike to face the last ball.
Manzoor waits. And he plays his out pretty intelligently. I don't think it will go to the boundary because the fielder gets something on it. They'll come back and take 2. That's a good bit of cricket from Manzoor. I think everybody's expecting him to be swinging hard, but he just tries to guide this down for 4. But the fielder does really well. It's nicely played. Look, gets a touch on it. It's our man again. And that little bit of touch slows it down. So big catch there, certainly saving 2 runs. 113, 6 balls to go. What can they end up with?
This is a very, very good over by Rashid Al Hassan. Of course, we often say it all happens in the 9th, but that was just a quiet one that he slipped in, Rashid Al Hassan. And now they've got Toma Laminal, a very reliable bowler, bowling right here at the death. You just wonder whether these two should have been right up there at the top of the attack, bowling the early overs, because those expensive Iftikhar Jaman overs really cost the Nicosia Tigers heavily.
Yeah, I think that's where sometimes the captain, Jahid. This one has been thumped, but it's a chance. And it's our man who's going to take it. And he's going to give some mayo to this, because he likes what he does. And it's a really good catch. He looked very casual when he was coming in. He had a bit to do towards the end, but he takes it. That's just a dot ball, so it's another little stutter from the Napa Royal Kings. As this is just deep. You can tell it's just deep from his good side. And the catch is taken there, and a good catch. Just deep this time, not able to go big. And he'll be a little bit disappointed that that catch has been taken. And it means that a new batter gets an opportunity to go out there and face a delivery. I think this is, for some batters, this is a nice opportunity, because you're going out there, you're not worried about getting out early, because really you're just trying to get some more valuable runs on the board for your team. So it is Gundeep that comes out. And he hits this high up in the air, and Zishan will say thank you very much. And just like that, as Eminul will be on a hat-trick. So he's picked up another. And yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right when you're talking about Rashidullah and Amandi. I think the captain sometimes he's under pressure to always go for someone like Iftikhar Jaman to bowl in the first. Now let's have a look at Derek. Derek will say hello, I'm sure. Come on, Derek, we are you. Don't be shy. I'm not sure what's going on there. I think he's saying, no, I don't want to see the duck. Well, the duck wants to see you. And there he goes. There's Gundeep. Well, Gundeep might as well. He might want to use that bat on the duck. And Derek is giving him a nice, warm, quack, quack welcome. So this was the end of him. Zishan taking the catch. And Derek going, come on, let me give you the quack, quacks.
I think Toma Laminal just needs to aim this one at the stumps. We know he's a very accurate bowler. He's probably going to get a hat-trick, because he'll have no choice but to swing.
Exactly. Straight, and he's on the money. And, well, it's been well hit. The fielders have to try and stop this. They go with the footwork, and the batters have to come back reluctantly to make it 2. And you can see one man saying, well, if I'm going to run 2, I'll try and run 3, because he wants to get on strike. He wants to face at least one ball, does Karanveer.
Yeah, one would say a heavy first touch there by Roman Mazumdar, but it's a good bit of fielding.
He uses his feet. Sometimes it can be productive, and sometimes it can go over the boundary rope. Okay, still looking for the 120. And this has been well hit, and an acrobatic effort from the fielder. But he can't do anything about it, so they'll get a 4, and just like that, they get ever closer to the 120 score. 119 it moves on to. So good hit there from Singh.
Clean stroke, of course. He picks out that vacant boundary as well, so this is smart cricket, and this over's been going almost perfectly for Toma Laminal. So he's just brought back down to earth, and you now see the captain. He's kept the fielder on that boundary. There's a more orthodox deep square leg now.
Oh, this is a wild swing. And, nothing on that one from Karanveer. Swings hard.
Yeah, they've kept things very quiet these last few overs. Just the 30 runs so far for the last 3.5 overs. Let's see how they close things out here, the Nicosia Tigers.
Bat onto it, another wicket for sure it will be. So Toma Laminal, he will finish with really good figures, and they don't get the 120. What they do though is set that as a target. So good fight back from the Nicosia Tigers. It's something that we've always said, that we don't often see a team manage to keep the score and the rate that they were going to all the time. So the split here is 72 in the first 5 and 47 in the second. So good fight back from the Nicosia Tigers, and I just get the feeling that Hardeep Singh of the Kings will be feeling that his team from the position they were, have fallen just around about 10 runs short from where they want to get to, and maybe just left the door open for the Nicosia Tigers, because we do know that if their top batters get going, they can knock off these runs pretty quickly. But it was an explosive start, wasn't it, from the Napa Royal Kings? But, well, that catch drop, that's when you drop in Ahmed on 6, really did hurt them.
Yeah, that's often the case. Saran Ahmed, as we pointed out, presents opportunities early, and he sure made them pay for it. 37 runs of 14 deliveries by him. He was aptly supported by Ikram Muhammad, who made 30 of 16. That opening partnership went for 67 runs. And at that stage, the way the Napa Royal Kings were going, we thought 150 was attainable. Yeah,
it certainly did. I mean, they were flying, weren't they? 46 came off the power play, and it didn't stop there. 72 at the halfway point. But as we quite often see, when one wicket goes, another one follows pretty quickly. That was a really good, well-judged catch from Jahid Hassan, the captain of the Tigers. And it meant that Ifitaka Jaman was able to pick up his first wicket, but he was rewarded with another over, wasn't he? And I don't really think he should have bowled it despite getting that wicket, because he was expensive. But one man who bowled well to start off with was Roman Mazumdar, but unfortunately his second over also ended up being a little bit expensive, though he was right at the end of it able to pick up a wicket thanks to some great bit of wicket keeping and alertness. And Sarpreet Singh, can you imagine if Sarpreet just stayed there? I mean, he hit 16 on 4 balls and then got out in that fashion.
I mean, he basically was just clubbing them. He was seeing it like a football, and unfortunately he just couldn't extend his stay. You saw this one here by Roman Mazumdar. That was a really nice catch. The sun was in his eyes. For some baffling reason, he didn't wear the sunglasses he has. Tomo Laminul put down that catch, and then, of course, had to rub his left arm. But shortly after that, of course, he would be asked to bowl. And Tomo Laminul did a fine job bowling at the end, along with his partner, Rashidul Hassan. Those two kept things very, very tight. Just 30 runs between the two of them in those last 4 overs.
Yeah, when you think of all the carnage that came off some of the other bowlers, that from Aminul and also Hassan, that's a really good spell of bowling, and good catching from Zishan there. But of course, that last over from Aminul was a very good one, and this was a very good catch as well from Jaman. And Ifitaka comes in, diving forward, taking the ball just before it hits the ground. Zishan, well, that one's a bit easier than the one he took before, and a little bit of argy-bargy here. I think it was all fun and games, as Yasir and the outgoing batter who got a duck was getting a bit of chirp, I think, from Derek the Duck as well as Yasir. And catch there right towards the end from Yasir as well. Another man with safe hands. So a disappointing end, you'd say, from the Napa Royal Kings. I think they didn't get to the 120, and they lost the opportunity to try and get to the 130. But still, you'd have to say it's a good score to try and defend.
It's a good score to try and defend, and of course, largely thanks to those two openers, Ikram Muhammad and Saran Ahmed, who, as we pointed out, led the way with that terrific opening partnership of 67 runs. Things kind of fell apart in the middle over. Sarpreet Singh really should have been the one who kicked on. He hit 3 boundaries on the first 3 balls he saw, and then a rather comical stumping as he went to sleep and just let his foot slide out. Sharp work by Sagar Rahman, of course. The Nicosia Tigers are quite a weapon, and the fact that they have one of the more elite keepers in the country. And then we have a look at the bowling figures. Of course, Iftikhar Jaman went for 16 and over. That was really expensive. We were wondering why he was handed a second over. Roman Mazumdar as well was uncharacteristically expensive. We rarely see him go for 16 and over, but then things were clamped down by Rashid Hassan and Tomo Aminul at the end. And the big encouragement for the Nicosia Tigers is that extras are now just down to 4 for them after they started off giving 34 and 29 runs off extras in their first couple of games.
Yeah, huge improvement, and they need to keep improving, but at the moment here, they've got to bat and bat well, and I think the likes of Zishan and Mazumdar have to give them a good start, and I think once again, maybe the match winner for them could again be Yasir Mahmood. Well, let's just take a short break of around about 5 minutes it will be, and when we return, it will be the Nicosia Tigers looking to get 120 to register a victory in the last match they're playing in Group A.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the action here at the Ipsona Cricket Ground in Limassol. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Cyprus, and we've got an exciting run chase on our hands as the Naparol Kings, team second currently in the standings, are looking to catch up with the Nicosia Tigers, and they've put 119 on the board, setting a target of 120, and they're looking to defend that. And it looks like they will go with their main strike bowler, Sahid Tanvir, to bowl the first. They'll be happy, Hardeep Singh, to have him in his side. They've got some good bowlers, Tanvir. He also got Manzoor Ali and the captain himself, Hardeep Singh. When we last saw them, have been in very good form, and also somebody like Justdeep, when they need to take a little bit of pace off, can give them a bit of spin option as well. The openers, Rahman Mazumdar and Rashid Al Hassan, will be given the opportunity as being his striking partner. And Mazumdar will start off. We saw him make 29 in the first match earlier today, and let's see if he can continue with that form. And high up in the air, and this one is going to run away from the fielders, and it will be 4 runs to start off with. Just a bit of width. And it doesn't really know where this goes. And there's the ejection of the shades. He does manage to find them. He needs a bit of help. Tanvir, like the fact that the first one goes to the boundary, comes back, and that's a better area. Well bowled. Rika Full here of the European Cricket Network. And in the comms position with me once more is Nish. Nish, welcome back.
Thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward to this run chase because Nicosia Tigers have a lot of batting depth, and I think they're going to go out here. They're going to play aggressively. They're going to play freely, and I think we're going to see some very exciting shot making.
You could be right, because this is another one from Rahman Mazumdar. It's a little bit too short, and then he goes zoom, 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 Mazumdar. Hits this one to the boundary, and that's a top shot. 1 bounce, 4 runs. A little bit too short. Here's Tanvir. And needs to get fuller. You want to try and get this guy driving. He's very good at playing outside the off, and certainly he's quick on the short ball. Let's see what the reply is going to be from Tanvir. He goes outside the off, and he gets sent back. No run there. And Tanvir applauds the fielder for making the stop.
Yeah, he's got a lot of different shots in his arsenal, Roman Mazumdar, but for one reason or another, he just finds a way to get out throughout this tournament. He's found a fielder, or he's had a little bit of a brain freeze. Let's see if this is the one where we see him go for a big one. This is, once again, he gets on the back foot and just prods it. So a good response by Tanvir, digging his length in.
Takes a walk back to his mark, Tanvir. So after he's been hit for 2 boundaries, he's come back pretty well. Be hoping to finish well. This is banged into the ground, and I get the feeling this will go all the way to the boundary as well. It's a short delivery, and he gets plenty of time to just rock back, play it into the deck, and hit it away. Well, we could have a golden ball today maybe in Group A. It's the last day of Group A action, and let's see if Group A can bring it to us. 124 matches now. We've gone without a golden ball. Of course, that is when the scores are tied. And if the scores are tied, it comes down to 1 ball to be bowled. Any not-out batter can face it. Any bowler can bowl it. And you need to get 2 runs. And off that 1 ball, get the 2 runs, the batting side win. Don't get the 2, it goes down to the bowling side. And this year so far, we've had 6. And it's evenly balanced with 3 and 3. 12 come off that first over.
Now we're going to see Manzoor Ali enter the attack. Of course, we're aware of what a quick and fiery bowler he is, but the main thing about him, though, is that he's been bowling a bit too short at times throughout this tournament. We saw him in his last appearance against the Qalandars just adjust his length a bit better. Hope we see more of that here.
Gets hit down the ground, and the only man back on the boundary is the captain, Hardeep Singh, who deals with it, no issues. Looks like he's warming up himself. So it looks like we probably will see the first 3 overs bowled by 3 different bowlers. So Just rolling up his sleeves like he's ready for action. Nicely played outside the off, so not taking any major chances as yet, as Mazumda takes a single, hands the strike back to Hassan. So nothing too short at the moment from Ali. Well, you don't have to wait too long because he goes for the short one. And the batter, he's waiting for it, and he says, well, if you're going to bowl me that, I tell you what, you're going to have to go fetch it. This is a good shot because Ali goes upstairs, and look at that. That is clean out of the middle of the bat. Beautiful shot from Rashidul Hassan. And Manzoor Ali is going to have to go back to the drawing board. What's happened there? Everybody shouting, stop, 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 stop. So what happens here? Dead ball signal. I think it's maybe that the fielder is noticed that there's maybe a bit of an error in the field. They might have to put that right. I think that was maybe a fielder out of place. So Manzoor will go back to his mark. High up in the air, and this one, it goes nowhere. And Manzoor can't believe it. Once again goes for that slower short delivery this time. And just something that he's worked on pretty well. And you can see the batter plays it so early, and it almost carries to the fielder.
Yeah, let's see how Manzoor Ali follows this up. He's bowled a couple short ones. Is he going to go for the Yorker here now that he's backed up Rashidul Hassan, or is he going to persist with this shorter length?
This is hit hard. Singh's got work to do and deals with it pretty well. It almost escapes him, but he does a quick swivel, finds it, clutches it, and gets a throw in. But he does go again for the shorter one. And now that Hassan gets to the other end, I wonder what Mazumda is going to get. The last ball off the over. 9 have come from it so far, so he doesn't really want it to go for any more. It's a good start from the Tigers. Played out, and if you're going to do well to stop this, the fielder, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be 4. So we've seen on 2 occasions that a little bit too short from Manzoor Ali, and just like Sahid Tanvir goes for 12 in the first, and Manzoor will go for 13, and the score moves to 25 of 2 overs.
Yeah, this is the disappointing thing with Manzoor Ali. He gets a bit predictable with some of the short stuff. If he could mix it up with fuller deliveries, it would really make his game a lot better. As we take a look at the standings for Group A, of course, this is a top-of-the-table clash. The Nicosia Tigers are playing their last match of this group stage phase, but the Napa Royal Kings will have a couple more after this. Both sides will be eager to get that top spot to have some favorable seeding.
Yeah, Napa Royal Kings now win this, and then win the remaining matches. They will finish top because that's the end. This is the last game that the Tigers play. So there is everything this pride are supposed to play for here on finishing top of the standings. Hardeep Singh comes into the attack. So it starts with a full delivery that gets played out, and gets half stopped by the fielder. It'll be just a single. Singh has bowled very well and very fast, and the difference between Singh and maybe the likes of Manzoor is that Singh is very much a wicket-to-wicket bowler. He attacks the stumps, he tries to knock them over, and he's been pretty successful with that strategy so far. And this is hit beautifully straight, nobody's stopping this one. Just look at the movement from the batter here. And I just mentioned that Singh likes to bowl straight with the wicket. So Mazumda, look how quickly he does a little shuffle, then he hits it dead straight. The umpire has to take cover as he ducks under it. And there we go, a good bit of action there, courtesy of our production partner, Spring Productions. Once again he comes forward, and once again it gets worked away, and it's caught up with by the fielder. They think about 2, and he's going to be run out here with a good throw. He'll be out. There was hesitation, and as a result of that hesitation, I don't think he gets back here. I'll be very surprised if he makes it. I think the batter probably is already walking halfway on his way back. This is not good. And it looks like Roman Mazumda will be run out here. And let's keep an eye on this. He's going to be gone. Yeah, I thought he was gone when I saw it live. And then he's going to get his marching orders here. Off he goes. That is utter disappointment. It's a great pickup. It's a great throw. He does superbly well. That's the fielder. That's Saeed Tanveer. Right into the gloves. There's no way you're going to survive that. So Hardeep Singh, he goes with that slower full Yorker. It gets played out. There's only one there unless the fielder makes a mistake. The fielder doesn't. Tanveer gets the throw in. And just like that, Nicosia Tigers will lose the first wicket.
And that's the great thing about having a fast bowler fielding on the boundary rope. They've got that strong arm, and that was a terrific throw to the wicketkeeper Ikram Muhammad. And Roman Mazumdar, once again, it's a familiar story for him. He gets the start, but he can't quite kick on. And this is interesting. We're going to see Iftikhar Jaman batting at number 3. I thought we might see Zishan here, of course. Let's just take another look at the stroke. Gorgeous throw by the fielder there. That is top stuff by Tanveer, and fast glove work by Ikram Muhammad too. So big credit to both of them. But I certainly thought we would see Zishan Mahmood. Of course, this is the last game for the Tigers in the group stages, and Zishan is currently just 33 runs behind Saran Ahmed for that top run getter tag. So I thought Zishan would be hungry for runs, because that's another little minor plot here.
Yeah, but I don't mind this. This guy missed out in the last game. He didn't get a chance to get a knock, which surprised me. They only ended up with 89 on the board, and this guy didn't bat. He's a hard, aggressive hitter off the ball. And, full delivery once again from Singh, just keeping this inside that line. So he misses out on the first. So yeah, I mean, I was surprised that we didn't see him, and I think he's probably already had a bit of a moan at the captain and say, hey Skip, the last time I had a bat, I scored a half century and I didn't get a chance to go out there in the last match. Well, he's got his chance here now. And when you're in a run chase like this, he's a good guy to send out, because he could quickly reduce that rate. Once again, no run. Oh, well, I think they might try. No, they don't. He recovers well, the fielder. So almost gives a gift away. But Jaman doesn't get a run. So he's faced 2 balls, 2 dots. Hardeep Singh, 6 of the over so far. We've been here before, haven't we, with bowlers? Haven't been able to get the good finish to an over. Can he do it? And yes, he can. It's a big wild swing. And Jaman, once again, is punching himself in the leg. He's very critical of himself when he makes mistakes. He is. And misses out on that. 3-dot balls. Well, 4-dot balls, you have to say, to finish the over if you include the wicket. So well done to Hardeep Singh. And just like that, the score, the power play is complete. 31 for 1.
Yeah, how often do we see Hardeep Singh do that? When you just see a couple of other bowlers go for a few runs, he comes back into the attack, and he always settles matters. He just brings his side back in the game. I just love him as a captain, isn't he? He just leads by example with everything he does.
He does, and the other thing that he demonstrates for me, the likes of him and also the likes of Mohammed Hussain, is that if you do pitch the ball up, it's a lot harder for the batters to get after you. And you know, if you're bowling too short, we've seen that already from the other bowlers here, Tanveer and Mansoor Ali particularly. If you bowl too short, the batters have got time, especially on this deck, to get under the ball and put you away. So, good bit of bowling from Singh, as we see. Looks like we're going to see another bowler coming back on here to bowl. So this is going to be Hamza. Hamza, I'm just checking for a moment, because I thought, well, you can't be number 5 bowling again, because that's Hardeep Singh. But Hamza, of course, is 0-5 when he's back. So Hamza, Mohammed Hamza bowling. So sticking with 4 different bowlers to start. And it's not a good one from the left armer. He gets this one wrong. So he opts to come left arm round, Hamza. I often think that he'd be far better if he could work on getting himself bowling over the wicket and create that difficult angle for the right-handers. This one hit straight. The umpire once again has to take evasive action. Well, the 2 umpires, umpire Hamad and Abdul, have certainly had been on their toes today. Well, on their toes and maybe on their backside as well, because down he goes and has to dust themselves up.
Yeah, and I completely agree with the point that he should go over the wicket. 2 of the more successful left-arm quicks we've seen so far This is, well, a bit of a collapse for Iftikhar Jaman. I think he was very surprised by that delivery, but continuing the point, I think both Mohsin and Mohamed Hussein, two of the more successful left-arm quicks we've seen, they both bowl over the wicket.
Yeah, Lamma Baggy shot Maria. Well, I think this is the bowler saying, when you're going to come at me, I'm going to come at you. So I'm liking this little battle that's developing already between Hamza and Jaman. And Jaman hits this pretty well. The fielder gets down, gets the throw in. A nice field that's been set here at the moment by Hardeep Singh. He's got the two men straight, and he's got two back on the leg side, a mid-wicket and square leg, and then just one sweep around the off. That, of course, means that he's left everything behind the keeper, so they're unprotected. So it's an opportunity for batters to get a bit funky. Well bowled, slow delivery from Mohammed, makes the stop behind the stops.
And both these sides, they play very differently to the two teams we saw in the previous game, Everest and M-Docs. Both Everest and M-Docs made the bulk of their runs on the offside, but these two with a lot more sloggers in their lineup make 2/3 of their runs on the onside.
Well bowled as once again he sort of tucks up the batter, and Rashid Al Hassan is quite happy to drop the bat on it and take the single. So strike goes back to Iftikhar. Let's see if he's able to get more than just a single this time. 5 deliveries for 1 run so far. It's not normally his strike rate.
Just needs to middle one though, doesn't he, to find his groove again. Little nod of the head. Let's see if he's locked in.
And he hits this pretty well, but once again the field is set well. The fielder just plucks this out of the air with as it takes one bounce, keeps it to a single. So after starting with a wide, it ends up being a good over from Hamza, just 5 from it. So the last 2 overs certainly slowing down the Nicosia Tigers, and that rate now just getting to the 14 mark. So you get the feeling this over number 5 has to be a good one for the Nicosia Tigers. They'll have to go big, otherwise you can see that decline. It's going down pretty sharp.
Yeah, and this decline in the run rate is largely because, as you just mentioned, only 10 runs of the last 2 overs. And this is often what Hardeep starts. You know, he came in, he bowled a very tight over, and led by example, and then Hamza followed. So this is just what the Napa Royal Kings needed, and I think they might be going to Karanveer Singh here. So good move, bringing the spinner in the middle overs, the left armour.
Yeah, it's Karan Singh, yeah. I mean, he bowled, listen, this guy bowled really well. I think there was one game that they played where he and Justy bowled 4 overs spin that really changed the game in their favour. This one is sort of darted in, catches a bit of the pad of the batter, so he gets another dot. So yeah, and one thing we noticed, remember early on when we saw the Napa Royal Kings play, and I was saying to you that one thing they seem to be missing is spin. Then all of a sudden, they found these two. This one, I don't know if this catches anything. I suspect it doesn't. Well, we're going to have to, it is a wide, but we're going to have a look at side on here as well, because they're pretty excited about this. And I must admit, I was more focusing on the umpire rather than what happens at the other end, so I'll be keen to see it myself. Let's see, here comes a throw. It's a direct hit, but I think the batter, from what I'm seeing there, let's see here, probably does get himself in. So I don't think he's going to be in too much trouble. And it's all eyes are on the man who's doing the 3rd umpire duties, Taranga. And it's a good pick up and throw, and you can see the wicketkeeper. They say ran there. He does. It's a direct hit, but it will be not out. And remember, the ball was a wide as well, so that will go down as 2 wides. So just starting a little bit leg side-ish here, Singh. So he just needs to get the line right and get this back outside the off stump. Left arm round spin. It's something that works really well for many a team on the European Cricket Network. So once again, it's a little bit too leg side-ish, and I think he knows he gets away with it, because he's as soon as he bowls it, he's sort of thinking, oh no, it's a batter. He gets away with it. Let's see if he's able to get this to drift a little bit further outside the off. And, it's still in that zone. Well fielded, good hands from the fielders. I'm just wondering if he's deliberately bowling this line, because have a look at the field as well. I wouldn't be expecting to see this field, particularly with the square leg back, to somebody who's bowling left arm round. And this one has been hit very, very well, and this is going to end up in the grapevine. So there you go. Well, they're looking a bit dry at the moment, and it is hot and sunny. Need a little bit of water. When they don't know about water, it's not raining. Rain is raining cricket balls, because that's another one that ends up there. That's a good hit, and the first boundary for Jaman, and it comes in the style of a 6.
And this is sort of the risk and reward with the way Karan Singh is bowling. This is a very unorthodox strategy by him.
Now chance for a catch, and he gets through the fielder, and worse still, it will go to the boundary. So a sharp opportunity. The bowler can't believe it. He had 2 shies here. One could have been the stumping. He gets the edge, and the fielder, he needs to do better, doesn't he? He needs to do better. He needs to catch that. And that's a big moment, because we know how explosive Jaman can be. And that's 6 and 4, though a lucky one. But we know that he definitely is hungry for more.
Even if he doesn't catch that, he needs to get his body in the way to prevent the boundary. This one struck hard by Iftikhar Jaman, and don't worry about chasing that one. That was absolutely drilled. And this over is starting to get spoiled, as Iftikhar Jaman, as we said, once he finds his groove, he's going to be very difficult to stop.
Yeah, and the last ball of the over gets hit for a boundary. So 17 come off that one, 53 for 1. That's the over that we needed. And Nicosia Tigers, and they're right back, because that rate, that was going the wrong way for a moment. I said they needed to go after it the 5th, and they did. I have to be honest, Karan Singh didn't quite bowl the good line. He got away with the earlier deliveries down the leg side, but, well, Iftikhar Jaman made sure that he was able to punish him towards the end of the over. So evenly poised this match. They've got plenty of good bowlers that could come back and tidy things up. Looks like they go back to Manzoor. And high up in the air, where does it go? It goes all the way. Rashidul Hassan decides he's going to now open his shoulders as he clubs one down the ground. So 6 from him now. Both batters are now seeing the ball pretty well.
And this is where I actually expect Hardeep Singh to return into the attack after an expensive over. Thought he might come back to quieten things, but goes with Manzoor Ali, and this one's struck straight to Jasdeep Singh, and a good bit of fielding, got down quickly to prevent a boundary.
Yeah, well done from Jasdeep. So I think Manzoor is probably now decided pitching the ball up probably isn't the best bet. This one is hit firmly, and Singh makes such a good save. Oh, he's so good out there, isn't he? Here's Hardeep Singh. It's a short delivery, so he doesn't pitch up again. The batter was waiting for it, absolutely thumps it, and Hardeep Singh plucks the ball before it can go past the boundary after hitting the deck. Jaman now looking to continue with the assault. Oh, this is huge, and this one will end up in the football field as it takes one bounce and carries on going. It was right in the slot, and Iftikhar Jaman hit it big, and once again underlining the question marks that we had about why we didn't see him in that fairly low scoring effort from them in the first match against the M-Docs when they only made 89. I mean, he's a classy player, isn't he? And when he gets going, he can certainly hurt you, and he's looking to hurt the Kings here. They need to see the back of him pretty quickly. That slower one, and you can see he's very critical of his performances as well. He's disappointed that he's missed out on that one. Not a bad delivery, because though it was short, it was straight at him.
This is how Manzoor Ali bowls, isn't it? He gets hit for a 6 and then follows it up with a spicy short one. He's not someone afraid to dig it back in. And let's see, 1 ball left in his quota for the day. How is he going to conclude things?
Really well bowled, and he gets the edge, and oh, well, he's pumped, isn't he? He's pumped, he gets the edge, gets the wicket, and look at the way he says, "Ja, buddy, ja, Nikolbar, get out of my way, get out of here, you're gone, sunshine." And Manzoor Ali certainly didn't like being hit for those big hits, and then he finishes with a wicket, and an important one. And it will be the end of Jaman, and Jaman will go. And once again, good from Jaman. He doesn't wait to be given. He knows he gets the edge. But this is a typical fast wicket victory. Just have a look at this. Has to swing. Catch is taken. Keep an eye on the bowler. Oh, he's absolutely pumped. Just watch this. You'll see it more here. Just watch. Gets it. He's pumped. And then look, he's pretty quick to say, go on, get out of here. Get out of my way.
And I was watching Iftikhar Jaman go off, and he had a few words with Manzur Ali about that. He's not going to forget that. And I think if these sides face each other again in the knockout stages, look forward to that match. I think there's going to be some real fireworks in that game.
13 is unlucky for Jaman. It's ball number 13 that sees the back of him. 2 4s and 2 6s. Took him a while to get going, didn't he? And remember, he was on 1 of just 5 deliveries. But as we know, when he starts hitting, he hits hard. Caught behind well by the wicketkeeper Ikram. But we know that good batters will just keep coming. But once again, it is now Zishan Mahmood who comes out. Let's see what sort of performance he puts in here. And Singh comes back into the attack as you... Oh, well, just deep. Not able to deal with this one. So looks like the recognised batter, Rashid, will stay on strike. I think Singh would have liked to have a go at Zishan.
Yeah, Jasdeep Singh's been usually very, very good with his ground fielding because he's really begun to own this position at deep extra cover, but not the case there.
Good delivery. Once again, you see Hardeep Singh going for the stumps and gets a dot ball in. Just wonder if he will try and get this Yorker. I mean, one thing that Hassan has done is that, and I think we'll expect to see him do it here, he'll take a little shuffle forward to try and get to the pitch of it. Just keep an eye on him. Just there, little shuffle, but this time it's over pitch and Hardeep knows he's bowled a bad one. As soon as he bowls this, he knows he's gained the distance, and he does. As the umpire puts him up in the air like he just don't care. It's a full toss, he overcooks it, and he gets smashed straight back over his head. 6 runs.
And the Nicosia Tigers have done really well throughout this chase to hit 6 at opportune moments, and they're hanging in this chase. This is very finely balanced. Of course, this is the 5th 6 the Nicosia Tigers have hit. Of course, we're aware that they lead the way so far this tournament with average 6s. Let's see how Hardeep Singh responds.
And this one is hit well as well, and this will go for 4. This is not a good delivery. Yeah, one thing that we've been talking about is how teams have fared in the standings and how it compares to the way they are in the number of maximos they hit. And we can show you this very quickly before the next ball. You'll see that the Nicosia Tigers, there they are, right up there at the top. And the team below them, the Upper All Kings, the team below them, Everest, Calandis and Amdocs. So basically, that is the way the standings are at the moment as well. Quite interesting. So it's almost like if you want to do well, hit 6s. Dot ball. So a good comeback from Singh. Let's see if he can finish once again. He always finds a way to do it. Let's see if he can finish with a dot as well. His spell's not been too bad at the moment. 18 have come off it. A ball to go in it. 78 for 2. Evenly poised this match. That rate just sort of hovering between the 12 and 13 mark at the moment. Big delivery this. And he bowls it well. It gets dug out. Jasdeep has to come in and makes the stop. And it will be just a single. So well bowled, though he'd let himself down with 1. That went for 6. He does come back well. The score moves to 79. This is what's coming up next. It's, well, we know that the next 2 matches are hugely important, aren't they? They are really big. And this is the next one. It's Everest versus the Napa Royal Kings. Important because the Napa Royal Kings, if they can pick up a victory here, then they're looking to finish the top of the standings. But don't forget Everest. Everest have won 5 on the spin.
Yeah, this is another game for upset watch. I mean, I think Everest right now, they're on an absolute high. 5 wins on the trot after 5 losses in a row. That's not something you typically hear, and I think they could really stun this Napa side.
Okay, now it looks like they're going to go back to Tanveer here in this match. And Tanveer wasn't at his best in the first over. I think he bowled deliveries that these 2 batters could go after, but at the moment, Zishan Mahmood hasn't really got started. He hasn't had to face the ball, actually. So, who is this? I don't know. is this Ahmed that's coming on to bowl? We'll have to have a closer look. It could be, you know, maybe they're making a change now. Yeah, I think it is. They've gone with something that's worked for them before. So an Ahmed to come in. Problem with Ahmed is he does bowl a few extras. So is he going to be bang on the money straight away? But he does create, when he gets it right, a different angle. And there's that different angle I'm talking about. So it's a bit of a sling. Hardeep Singh, strangely enough, takes himself away from what has become his normal fielding position. I suppose he's taken up the fielding area that Saran Ahmed was at, so he goes to long off. Starts well, so no issue with the wide so far from Ahmed. Okay, big moment. Zishan yet to get off the mark. Well, he will, and he'll do it in style. It's another biggie. 6 runs. Manos arriba, Vidro. Here's a West 6 mass. Here we go. Boom. Shaka Lagya.
And that one's going to really sting Saran Ahmed. Of course, these two players are the ones in the race so far for the top run scorer. And that must really hurt Saran Ahmed to give up a 6 to his closest rival. Of course, that 6 now puts Zishan just 27 runs away from Saran Ahmed.
Yeah, it was a little bit too short, wasn't he? He needs to be fuller. Let's see if he can adjust his line. Well, he can't. He gets that wide ball, and they'll take an extra as well. Wide called, they run 2 wides, not a good delivery. These are the issues that we see that Saran Ahmed does get, and this one doesn't come out right at all. I think he's probably trying a slower delivery, gets it wrong, that hurts them.
Saran Ahmed does bowl a lot of extras, and the reason the captains had to go with Saran Ahmed is because he doesn't seem to trust Karan Singh, who went for 17 in his first over, so he's decided to introduce a new bowler.
There's going to be another wide. They think of taking another single, and you can see there that Hassan is saying, hey, Zishan, calm down. As you can see, Zishan, he can sprint when he's running to the end where the action is. He's not so quick when he's got to run to the non-strikers end. But anyway, Ahmed under attack after being hit for 6. He seems to have lost his shape. And this one will race away to the boundary as well. So it's 4 now. So he's already been hit for 6, couple of wides, big swing. And once again, that fielder, good effort, but he can't get there. It's going to be 4 more runs. So this little gamble to go with Ahmed here, not working. One thing that we both talked about is with Saran Ahmed is why they don't use him earlier in the innings, because I don't think he's your typical death bowler. This one has gone all the way as well. Balle, it's the wrong length to be bowling. And adios, Bolota. That one is out of here. And well, the man who's out there retrieving the balls, he's certainly got his work cut out. That's another one that disappears. And Hardeep Singh is now having a chat with Saran Ahmed. This is exactly the kind of over that they didn't need. It's gone magical already, and there's still 2 balls to come in it.
And the required is just shot down to 9 and over. This is a catastrophic over for Napa.
Okay, it could end up with a wicket. It does. So just like that. And Rashidul Hassan, who was on 43 and clubbing the ball all over the place. It's the slightly slower delivery. It works, and you can see there. Saying, "Yaar, kate panic kyun kar rahe ho? Halki ball de, pace zyada try na kar. Ram se. We can still win this match." Well, they'll believe they still can, because they get 1 danger man out of the way. But of course, we know there is plenty of batting in the Nicosia Tiger side, and I half expect to see maybe this will be Yasin Mahmood probably who will come out here now. We know that he's a top campaigner, so it won't get any easier. You get 1 out, another good player comes in.
Yeah, it was a fairly easy catch for Gundeep Singh, but certainly now they've got 2 experienced batsmen out there. I expect they'll look to see this out. Of course, it's just over 9.5 an over. We take another look at that catch. Well taken by Gundeep Singh. And very muted reaction to it, because I think Napa know that they're in a pretty difficult situation right now.
Yeah, this over's hurt them already. This one gets played out. Jasdeep should just keep it to 1. He does. So I suppose the good thing is, that is horrendous. And look at Jasdeep. I mean, you won't see this on camera. Jasdeep has thrown his cap on the floor in utter disgust. because that man there, not only has he gone for 22, but this is just shockingly lazy. Shockingly lazy. And, well, Saran Ahmed, sorry, I can't say anything good about that. That is awful. And I think that over and that bit of play there cost him. The reason that cost him is that the bowler now coming on now would have liked the bowling at Yasir, the man who's just come in. In fact, he's now going to have to bowl to Zishan. Shocking bit of cricket. You can see there that over puts Nicosia Tigers well and truly in the driving seat.
I mean, how often do you see a bowler being lazy off their own bowling? That's a pretty rare sight. Usually bowlers would do anything to preserve their stats. As you can see, Saran Ahmed with his head down, just trudging off to deep forward point. And are we going to see a bowling change here or no? It looks like it will be Tanvir bowling this over. So loads of pressure on Tanvir now. And I think Napa are really going to be left to rue those death over stages where they simply didn't make enough runs.
I mean, the game with Tanvir, you know what? I think the match situation, Tanvir I don't think is going to do anything here. I honestly don't. I would still go, I would have gone with the spin because two reasons. He'd have to bat in his crease. Wicketkeeper would be up. You know Zishan likes to bat out of his crease. And you won't get the pace. And there you go. This is just exactly what I think Nicosia Tigers want. I think while you still had those 19 runs to play with, just go with the spin. I mean, you could have even said, all right, I don't want to try Karan Singh. I'll try Just Deep. Try something different. I think this is, well, that last over absolutely killed him. And that poor bit of fielding, or the end of the last over when the ball went under the bowler and they got the two. I think that was the icing on the cake. And Zishan now is just going through the formalities. 13 of 11 balls. Hit this pretty well as well. The fielder gets down, makes a stop. So this is where they would have been if it weren't for that poor bit of fielding, which almost gets repeated this time by Tanvir. It would have been Tanvir bowling to Yasir Mahmood. So just take away 7 runs from where we are, and let's see how this little batter goes. Though be it, there's probably no pressure on Yasir now. So plays out, gets a single.
And of course, the Nicosia Tigers now closing in on this victory, but this is what I really like about these Nicosia Tigers is they're just peaking at the right stage. Once again, when they started off the tournaments, we had a few question marks. They eked out a couple of close victories against some of the more inferior opponents, but now they're out here. They're absolutely dominating a Napa side who are one of the title contenders.
Gets a dot ball through against Zishan. So I suppose that's good.
I still think there's plenty of room for improvement for the Nicosia Tigers, which is quite scary. This is a team who are going to be right up there as one of the big favorites to win it all.
Yeah, a few people saying excellent from the Tigers. They're liking what the Tigers are doing, but you got to admit that the Napa Royal Kings have really shot themselves in the foot. High up in the air, big moment, and horrendous. What can you say? And the ball, well, it almost gets through the second fielder as well. And they've had opportunities, haven't they, to win this match. And this one would have also made it a little bit more harder when you get Zishan out of the way. But, well, I don't even think he gets hands to it. So that's how bad that was. And
yeah, of course, it is a Saturday, so we have a lot more spectators today. And you could hear the oohs and ahs when that one was dropped. But I think at this stage, it's just a matter of when Nicosia Tigers are going to seal off this victory, as you can just see all the dejected looks around the field for the Napa Royal Kings. And this one's been struck cleanly, and it's going to go all the way. And Zishan Mahmood, well, he's now put the Nicosia Tigers just 3 runs away from absolutely annihilating the Napa Royal Kings. What a sensational victory for them.
Yeah, I mean, just remember at one point in the first innings that the Napa Royal Kings were 72 at the halfway point for 1. So they only got 47 of the last 5 overs, and that was thanks to some great bowling from Rashidul Hassan and also Tomal Aminul. And Hassan, of course, has made his mark in this one as well with the bat, as he's really scored healthy runs for the side. But again, in this one, that when Hardeep Singh came on the ball over number 3, Hamza bowled a very good over number 4. And speaking of Hamza, this is one issue that teams make so often. I mean, why leave this guy to bowl the last when the game is already done? you use Hamza in that in the 9th over. So a bit of a error, I think, there from Hardeep. They'll take on the single. Here comes the throw. If it had hit, it may have been out. Zishan will always run when he's getting on strike, and he wants the glory of hitting the winning run. So, yeah, just too many errors in their play for Napa Royal Kings. And remember, they're a team that are now going to go up against Everest. But I think with this victory now, they know that they can't topple the Nicosia Tigers. So it'll be interesting to see just how they go about playing their last 2 matches, because they're on to, as this one gets played away, and that is it. The game is done. This one is really going to hurt the Napa Royal Kings. It's going to hurt. It's going to sting. Zishan, big smile on his face as he hits the winning runs for his side. He'll finish on a healthy 25, not out of just 7 deliveries. Yes, Mahmood had only faced 3 balls himself, but they're shaking hands here now. But I don't think the captain Hardeep Singh is going to be very happy with these players. He's certainly not going to be happy with Saran Ahmed, because once again, I think similarly to a match that we saw with the Amdocs, when it was Avinash Rana who lost in the match, or bowling some, well, I wouldn't even want to describe it, which went for 17. That really cost him his side a match, and probably could have cost his side a place in the quarterfinals. I think here Saran Ahmed has to hold up his head and say, yeah, you know, I really did make a blunder. It was a bad over. It went for 22, and that over just loses the match for this side.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of these highlights, it was a very well-played innings for the Nicosia Tigers. They kept things really solid, of course. We saw Roman Mazumdar stroking some nice shots there. Of course, had a brief look right now just off the highlights to see whether Roman Mazumdar and Manzur Ali would shake hands. We saw a little bit of spice between them. Of course, we'll see that later in this highlights package. Take a look at this. Brilliant, brilliant work there. Syed Tanvir with a terrific throw to Ikram Mohammed. That would bring Roman Mazumdar's innings to an end. And then, of course, Rashidul Hassan, he would just guide the Nicosia Tigers through the innings. It's great for them to have him back. They didn't have him the first couple of days, but since he's been inserted into the attack, he's been so good for them, making runs, bowling well. He's a terrific all-round player. And look at this stuff by Iftikhar Jaman. It's so good for them that he's just found his touch at this stage of the tournament. Of course, he made 22 runs of 13 deliveries, clubbed 2 big sixes, hit a couple of 4s. And then, of course, this is the moment I was talking about. Have a look at this one. Manzur Ali gets the edge through to Ikram Mohammed, and then he's going to send off Iftikhar Jaman. I was looking to see if there were going to be any more fireworks between the two of them.
Well, yeah, he sent him off. But the thing was, though, they did get rid of one good batter. You know that Zishan was coming out. We know what he can do. And had a little bit of luck there as well. But this over really was so costly. It was really pretty poor. And though they did get 1 wicket there, don't forget the way that he also allowed to let that man go back on strike. And that's what hurt them, really. And, well, that didn't help either. And you can see the body language pretty flat. But I think the error was also made there by the captain when he could have used Hamza to come back. He could have tried to kill the game off. But instead, he went for Tanvir. I just didn't think Tanvir was going to work. And that was exactly what happened in that over. Was exactly what I was expecting. So the Napa Royal Kings, we know that we're going to see them in action straight again. And they're taking on Everest, and I just think, you know, on that performance, when they've lost touch now with finishing top in the group, I don't know what we're going to see from them. Are they going to be able to pick themselves up and be focused on putting a good game in against Everest? Or are Everest thinking, okay, we've got the upper hand here already because they're down and they're flat, and Everest, can they make it 6 wins on the trot? And, you know, they could be challenging themselves to maybe even pip the Napa Royal Kings, because the Royal Kings, I mean, they afterwards, they'll have a bit of a break, but they will come back and take on Amdocs, and that could end up being a very interesting match. But at the moment, we'll have a quick look at the bowling figures here, and really not too much to shout about, really. Hardeep Singh, as you'd expect from the captain, pretty sensational, but all the others took a fair bit of whack.
Yeah, they certainly did. Look at Saran Ahmed's over. That was a horrible over, and Karan Singh's as well. Those 2 overs really turned the tide of the game. They bowled very few extras in Napa Royal Kings, but I don't think that will cheer them too much, as of course this was a huge win for the Nicosia Tigers. We saw that they lost back-to-back games a few days ago to the Napa Royal Kings, and now they've got that confidence. They've dispelled Napa, and of course for those of us who are watching the race for the top run getter, well, he's now just 8 runs behind Saran Ahmed, Zishan Mahmood. So this is going to be a very tight race. And I'm looking forward to seeing who ends up as a top run getter for this ECS.
Yeah, well, looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to the next match. Everest are taking on the Napa Royal Kings. The Royal Kings will be a little bit flat after that. Well, that match coming up in around about 15 minutes' time. Join me, Rico Full, and Liz Butt when we return.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Ipsanas for what should be a very exciting match, as we of course start off by taking a beautiful look at this village of Ipsanas. Of course, we are 7 kilometers west of the city of Limassol itself, which you can just see in the distance. And boy, what a terrific day of cricket it's been so far. We've had some very exciting matchups. And let's, of course, start off by taking a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, Arjun Shahi leading the way for Everest with 494 points. He's been a sensational all-rounder and, of course, great with catching as well. Just a terrific player to watch. And then for the Napa Royal Kings, Sehran Ahmed leading the way as the top run getter so far this series. Of course, he's currently just 8 runs ahead of his closest challenger, Zishan Mahmood, although he's got more games to play in the group stages. Of course, one more match for the Napa Royal Kings after this one, so he's got a few opportunities to build a gap between himself and Zishan, but for now, that certainly doesn't matter, as of course Everest won the toss and elected to bat first. It's been quite interesting, as today sides who've been winning the toss have been very keen to go out and set a target. Wonder if it's to do with the difference in weather conditions. Of course, it's a much warmer day. It's 22 degrees Celsius. It's nice and sunny as well. Not quite like what we had in the first few days of the tournament. We had incredible gusts. It was cloudy. Had quite a bit of overnight rain as well. The pitch was a lot more damp and moist. Things have changed now. And we're just waiting to start off with the first ball. Of course, slight change in the opening partnership. It's the skipper, Dimul Ranaput. There's an opening this time around. Instead, we see Akhtar. We should be ready to start proceeding. Let's go. And that is a nice ball there by Tanvir to start off. Lumsol was just trying to back away and create some room to probably play it just behind square. That's something he's done very well, but if you notice, Napa Royal Kings, they have a fielder and a deep backward point. And this is very wide by Tanvir, so he follows up a pretty good delivery with a very poor one. Of course, Napa had the better of Everest for a lot of this tournament, but boy, this is a rejuvenated Everest side. They're just picked up 5 wins on the trot. And this one's just clean Jeevan Lumsol up, and this is a big, big wicket for the Napa Royal Kings, because so far this tournament we've seen that if Jeevan Lumsol doesn't score, Everest don't go on to make too many runs, and this is a sensational ball by Syed Tanvir. Probably not the wisest shot selection by Jeevan Lumsol. We know he's a very good cricketer, capable of playing 360 degrees, and this time he just backed away, tried to probably work it towards the offside, and that was probably not the right shot. He could easily have just tucked it away on the leg side, but good stuff here by Syed Tanvir. He picks up an early wicket, and Everest, well, of course, they have secured their place in the quarterfinals, but they'd still like to win this game and send a real statement. Of course, we're seeing Adarsh Dev batting for the first time, so a number of changes for Everest. They're looking to give opportunities to a number of other players. I think this is certainly a good chance to maybe uncover a couple of different talents. And Dave will just try to reach out. And of course, you have a vast reserve of very talented players, a lot of young players who are quite raw and maybe inexperienced. So one of these younger players can step up here. Maybe there's a chance that they are part of the Everest side that plays in their quarterfinal, which will be next weekend. And this is dabbed away by Dave. And he'll get off the mark, so he opens up his ECS account with a nice shot down the third man. As we'll see, Sahil Akhtar on strike. Of course, he was cleaned up for a duck in the previous match against MDoc, so the only way is up for him in this innings. So as a fielder at long on, and then a deep third man for Akhtar. And he gets behind the ball, and he does very well. So a good bit of running between the wickets. Of course, we've often commented on how well Everest run between the wickets. That's certainly one feature of their game, which is very, very encouraging. There's a fuller delivery, and this could be out. Let's see what the umpire says. He shakes his head. That was certainly a close call regardless. And the Sai Tanvir is just a little bit frustrated, but that's a terrific over nonetheless. And we take another look at it. And, well, that is very, very tight. That is an interesting call. I'll certainly leave it to all of you at home to decide what your opinion is on that, because I think that call will be hotly debated. Goodness me, is it possible that's going to go on to hit the top of leg stump? But, well, his protests weren't too animated. Syed Tanvir, he was a little annoyed. He sort of just stood on the spot and was frustrated. Of course, we'll take a look at the bat versus ball wall. The Napa Royal Kings are fancied as 10-run favorites over Everest, but, well, Everest, shouldn't count them out. This has been quite a resurgence from them. This is just tucked away very nicely. And Manzarelli will give up a run to start off. Oh, and he tries the scoop shot there, but he gets a blow for that one. Dave, that was very, very comical, and a good throw by the wicketkeeper Ikram Muhammad. But goodness me, what was Dave trying there? And if you look at his shot rehearsal at the non-striker's end, it doesn't fill you with much more confidence that he'll execute it better next time. I think that would have been better served with a more orthodox cricketing shot. This one's, well, he tries to strike it hard, but it stays right there because not much power in that shot by Akhtar. Of course, the big concern for Everest is that they're currently last when it comes to hitting sixes. They average a little over 2 sixes in innings, which is a bit of a concern from their point of view, but they more than made up for it by keeping their dot ball percentage extremely low. This is well struck to the fielder. And the other thing about them is they're very good at just finding gaps on the offside. They're a side who have good shot placement. Of course, you would say the one player really capable of slogging sixes on this side is Arjun Shahi. And yet again, I think, Dave, goodness me. Wow, he's been trying to scoop every single thing here, but I'm not sure that's the right decision. Well, he really thinks he's Joss Butler over here, but my word, he's going to be bruised and banged up if he keeps doing that, because I think the Napa Royal Kings will just follow him and keep bowling out his body. This is a stroke down the ground by Akhtar. And a very quiet over again, so Everest start off extremely slowly. It's just the 8 runs from the first couple of overs, and you really look at this side and you can see that they're a team that lack firepower when you don't quite have Lumsel there. Of course, if you decide to shuffle that top order, give a few opportunities, and you know, one would think that they're going to really struggle to score runs over here. And Let's see about the Napa Royal Kings. Are they going to do much experimentation? Of course, no experimentation for them. They're going in with a full-strength squad. They really want to try to chase the Nicosia Tigers down for the top spot. This is slightly come off the toe end of the bat, in all honesty. And that was a good attempt at a throw. I believe that's Karan Singh, and I think if he hits this, Sahil Akhtar would be in trouble. That one is absolutely fine. No question about that one being a no ball. Yeah, this is a low full toss, but again, they can't quite get it away, so a real lack of firepower between these two, and if they continue going at this rate, they're honestly in a situation where they're simply hindering their side's chances of actually getting a healthy total. That is another poor ball here. He's actually not bowled particularly well here, Hardeep Singh, but I think the lack of quality of these two batsmen is just allowing him to get away with it. A lot of full tosses here by Hardeep Singh. Yeah, this one's just played away, and that was a simple catching opportunity that's been put down by the fielder, Rauf Zaman. He really should have taken that one, but we'll take another look at this as the bat just turns in his hand ever so slightly, and Rauf Zaman, that's an absolute sitter. He really should be taking that one, but you have to say the way these two are batting, you know, tactical drops are almost on the cards. I don't think the Napa Royal Kings want to see either of them get out. That's a swing and a miss by Akhtar, because just take a look at this run rate. This is extremely paltry, going at under 4.5 and over. As we are coming to the end of the power play, really, sides need to be pushing at minimum 10 and over during the power play. So very, very disappointing stuff from Everest. This one's struck. Are we finally going to see a boundary? No, we won't. We'll see a dolly presented to the fielder. So that's a simple catch. And in all honesty, you have to say Akhtar's been put out of his misery here. He didn't look particularly good. And this partnership, which really didn't work whatsoever in Everest's favor, comes to an end. Goes for the big swing. Akhtar had no idea where that ball was going, and that's a simple enough catch as the Napa Royal Kings take their second wicket. They're looking to bounce back strong after a defeat. As of course the power play comes to an end. Everest are 12 for 2. And of course, Everest have moved their way up to 3rd place. They're currently placed just underneath their Napa Royal Kings, so a win here would just help them leapfrog this Napa side. Of course, net run rate is a major concern. And once again, Dave, he's really adamant to try to scoop the ball. I mean, he's just not playing orthodox cricketing shots. He'd be much better served trying to just get behind the ball and play a few nice-looking shots. I mean, this is the 3rd time he's attempted that, and it hasn't worked on any of these occasions, but it doesn't seem to deter him whatsoever. Is he going to try this for a 4th time? Well, again, I'm not even sure what he was trying to do there. That was a little bit indecisive. I think he was caught in two minds whether he should play a proper cricketing stroke or try to scoop this, because take a look at this. I think he's, well, yeah, I think he's just trying to force the scoop again. So this is the 4th time he's tried that, Dave. And, well, it's all a bit comical. I mean, that projected score, just look away, Everest fans. I mean, boy, if Everest end up with just 35 runs, I think that would be incredibly underwhelming. But surely they'll find a way to get this run rate up. No way he goes for it a 5th time. Well, he actually does the right thing here, and he gets a boundary. So if you play proper cricketing shots, you might actually hit some 4s. This is good by Dave. Just took a couple steps forward, looked to meet it on the half volley, and strokes it away. And that's more like it from Dave, and hopefully we continue to see that from him. And this is nudged away towards cover, so he follows up the 4 with a single, so much better cricket. And you can see a lot of the Everest dugout, they're applauding him. I think clearly everyone's enjoying watching others, Dave, get this rare opportunity to appear in this European cricket series. Of course, the man who's on strike now, he's been a real star for Everest, hasn't he? An absolute talisman for this side, Arjun Shahi, one of the most entertaining players to watch. And I'm going to enjoy this battle. He's someone who could get this run rate going. That was really, really wide. I wonder if he spoiled the wide. Did he get some bat on it? I'm just looking at the umpire, waiting for his signal. And yes, the umpire does indicate there's some bat on that. This is very unnecessary by Shah. He should have just left that one alone, and it would have gone for wide. But just throws his bat at it. But well, let's see. Dave now he's about to face his 12 balls. I mean, these have been 12 very entertaining deliveries. Are we going to see a scoop shot or a more orthodox shot? And once again, he advances down the crease, and every run he makes is being cheered by the Everest side. So you can clearly see he's a very popular player as the over comes to an end. Everest are 19 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. So really, in terms of the current run rate, it isn't looking too good for them. And maybe this is a chance for Napa to experiment a little bit as well, but they don't look too keen to. I think they're just like, they want to get this win. They want to win by as big a margin as possible, get that winning feeling back in the camp. As we take a look at that current run rate, it's really, it's under 5, which is simply unacceptable. But I think the intent from Everest here seems to be to just try out a few different players. And we see Dave going for the drive. Staying back into the attack, of course. He gave up just 4 runs in that first over, but keep in mind he bowled at least 3 full tosses, none of which Akhtar or Dave were able to get away. And this one just gets a bit of bat on it, Dave, and he's played that pretty well. And there's maybe a chance for a second run, but Shai's like, nope, stay right where you are. I think I'll take it from here. Dave's only made 10 runs of the 14 deliveries he faced, so I think that's a good call by Shai. He's like, well, let me take it from here. I'll try to get this run rate up. And this is gently played, but it's a very good bit of fielding. As we see Hardeep Singh, as usual, keeping things tight. This is what he always does, doesn't he? The Napa Royal Kings skipper. Boy, if they can really keep this as low as a projected score, this could be a very quick chase. This one's gone up in the air. This is a catching opportunity, and it's been very well taken. So I believe that's Saran Ahmed coming in, and well, one of the few sloggers and hitters left in this Everest side has to depart. So you really wonder where the runs are going to come now for Everest as Arjun Shahi's wicket. This is a huge one for the Napa Royal Kings, who now, well, they'll be looking to dismiss Everest for something along the lines of what could be the lowest ever score, at least here in Cyprus. As well, the lowest score we've seen so far this tournament also belongs to Everest. They made just 60 runs earlier this tournament, and I think they're on track to shatter their own record. Yeah, let's take a look at Shai. This one's gone up in the air, and it's a very simple catch for Saran Ahmed, though. Oh, he does quite well to just track the flight of the ball, the trajectory of it. And look at those figures for Hardeep Singh. 2 for 5 is 1.4 overs. He's doing just what he always does. Yeah, this one's certainly sliding down the leg side. A very optimistic appeal. And Sham Pandit, that one obviously coming off the pads. He'll be Does have to wait at the other end, yet to get off the mark. So and Dave again advancing down the wicket, but Hardeep Singh in response just pushed it a little wider, and it's a bit too wide according to the umpire. This one's a wild swing and a miss. Yeah, as we can see, Dave, who's really struggled during his time out there, he's played some very questionable shots too. He actually looks a lot better when he just plays regular cricketing shots. I think he just needs to back himself to play a few drives. We've seen him hit 1-4 so far, a very good looking 4. Just needs to stick to that. Watch the ball closely, don't overcomplicate things, and back your technique. And he just managed to get some bat onto that. This one will trickle over to fine leg. There's a chance for a second run here. They really should have gone for the second run. I have no idea why Shyam Pandit said no, and Dave has every reason to be frustrated at that call, especially when Everest are struggling to make runs, as they're only 23 for 3 at the end of 5 overs. So this is, we just hear a horse neighing in the background, and well, we have a look at the Maximo power chart here. Brought to you by HCL Software, of course. Everest, well, that's been one of their biggest concerns. They hit the least sixes of any team in this group, and we certainly haven't seen a 6 so far, but we aren't even seeing any 4s, just a 1-4. That was the one by Others Dave. So Everest's lack of power issues, lack of power hitting issues for sure, are being seen right here in this innings. This has been an extremely disappointing effort. Of course, we understand that the captain decided to experiment a little bit, but seems his experimentation has gone a bit too far, as a lot of these batsmen are proving to be well below par. As Dave just tucks that one away. And he'll pick up a single. Of course, yes, certainly great to see you here on the chat, Wayne. It's a real pleasure to have you here. And of course, Meyer Patel, as usual, bringing in all the statistics. This one's struck away by Shyam Pandit. No, I certainly agree with that. Shyam, of course, Shyam's done, beg your pardon, Meyer's done an excellent job of tracking dot balls throughout the innings, and normally Everest have been very good with keeping that dot ball percentage incredibly low. But so far this match, it's been fairly high, uncharacteristically high, but the biggest concern is they've only hit 1-4 halfway through the innings. You're not going to win too many games that way. And goodness me, well, Dave just finds a fielder straight away, and I think they need to take some risks with their running. They're being way too conservative with their running, considering they can barely hit a boundary. And yet again, he goes for the scoop shot for the first time. He actually gets some bat on it, but he's been dismissed and has presented a very simple catch to Sarpreet Singh. So, well, a rather comical innings from Dave, where he attempted the scoop shot 5 times. Well, if it doesn't work once, try again, try again, try again, and try again. As Dave, well, that was a little bit of a juggle. It would have been very funny if that was put down and then Dave would have attempted the scoop for a 6th time, but certainly a good effort for Others Dave, who took full advantage of that opportunity. He was out there to experiment with his favorite cricketing shot. I assume Joss Butler is probably his favorite cricketer, but didn't quite get it to work as well as Butler normally does it. And we take a look at this scoop shot again. He just comes off the sticker of his bat, and a little bit of a juggle for Sarpreet, who in the end saw it well, took it well. Yeah, this is a nice ball, of course. Rauf Saman inserted into the attack for Napa. I'd like to see Napa try a few bowlers out here as well. Of course, doesn't look like Everest are going to post anything particularly challenging, so I was Harpreet. Maybe a good chance to bowl a few new bowlers. And this takes an inside edge, but that's good fielding there by Sarpreet Singh. Make sure it doesn't go for a 4. As the over comes to an end, Everest are just 25 for 4 at the 6 over mark. So after picking up 5 wins on the bounce and securing their place in the quarterfinals. It looks like Everest are taking this game a little bit casually. Of course, we see a little bit of smoke in the background. Well, I hope there isn't any kind of a fire going on behind the ground. Of course, it is a rather hot day here. Maybe it's, well, of course, we do have a lot of issues with wildfires here in Cyprus. If we take a look at the scorecards, no real score of note. The largest score so far is by Others Dave, but he was going along at a strike rate of just 66, as we see Karan Singh inserted into the attack. And he goes for the shorter ball, interestingly enough. Don't see too many spinners go with that. And the wider delivery provides a bit of width, but there's a fielder out there. There's a good protection on that offside field. That was cut out very well by Karanveer Singh. A little bit of width on offer here again. Karanveer Singh's been a very busy fielder out there. He'll go across again and cut it out once more. Now that's a poor bit of work there, backing up. No fielder backing up, and it's just gone for an extra run off an overthrow. It's not going to hurt Napa too much considering the situation of this match. And let's take a look at this. Of course, Mohammad Ikram going for the stumping, but it doesn't quite work. Of course, this is a very sharp bit of glove work, but I think he's just about managed to get a shoe behind. And that's certainly good work by Ram Jeshwal. That projected score is still hovering around 41. And of course, keep in mind the lowest score we've seen in this first week of the ECS was 63 by Everest, so surely they've got to at least try to do better than that. And this is good stuff there by Jasdeep Singh. Comes across to make sure it's just a single. Yeah, just one ball left in this current Singh over. I think a lot of Napa Royal Kings players will look at this as just an opportunity to do a bit of stat padding. This one's gone high up in the air. There's no fielder anywhere near that one. And once again, Everest being a bit conservative with their running, which I found rather strange considering they can't really hit any boundaries. But Everest are just 30 for 4 at the end of the 7th over. As this has been a rather dismal effort from their point of view, but of course, let's just take an opportunity to look at some of the famous peoples whose birthdays it is today. Of course, today's the birthday, or would have been the birthday, of Leonardo da Vinci, one of the greatest polymaths of all time. And of course, for those of you who enjoy classic films, it's also would have been the birthday of Claudia Cardinale, as this one's just stroked away, and Everest get their second boundary of the innings. That is a good shot. And of course, we just get a look at Waqar Ali. We'll see him next week, or certainly tomorrow, playing for the Mouflons. Boy, he's a terrific player. That's going to be a very exciting watch to see him. He's got loads of variations and exciting bowler to watch. Great at the limited overs format, as this is a full toss, which Zaman will get away with. As he takes a shy at the stumps, and he's definitely gone. So that'll be the end for Shyam Pandit. The first time Everest take a bit of a risk with their running, and that'll be the end of Shyam Pandit's innings. And, well, at least he's one of 2 batsmen who's hit a boundary so far this innings. And things just continue to get worse for Everest. And I think this is going to be a very quick chase for Napa when they come out. I could see this game ending within the power play. And a terrific throw there by the wicketkeeper. That is absolutely excellent. Look at that. Just brushes the outside of the off stump at the non-strikers end. So that's the end of Shyam Pandit's innings. Managed to strike a 4. But can't prevent them from losing a 5th wicket, as Everest are 34 for 5 in the middle of the 8th over. And it's going to be Hari Chaitri going to the non-strikers end. This one struck hard, and are we going to see a 6 here? No, we're not. It's a catch. It's gone straight to Manzar Ali. So Ram Jaishwal actually manages to get a hold of one, but he's unfortunately hit it straight to Manzarali, who makes no mistake taking that catch. And Everest are certainly at least on a team hat-trick. And very good catch taken there by Manzarali. He was, as you can see, right in front of those olive groves. And Napa, well, it's time for Derek the Duck as he's come here to greet Ram Jaishwal. No. Of course, looks like Derek just wants to humiliate this Everest side. They might as well have all made ducks, considering the way they're batting. As you see Mohamed Hussein come out. I'm surprised he didn't come out to bat earlier. We do know that if he does strike the ball, he can strike it pretty cleanly. He's got fast bowler slogging ability. Do know fast bowlers possess a lot of power. This is a full toss, and are they going to get away with this full toss as well, Napa? No, they won't, because as we said, Mohamed Hussein has a fast bowler's slogging ability. This one was a very poor delivery, and if he middles it, it's going to stay hit. So that's the first 6 of the innings for Everest, and I'm glad they've at least managed to register a 6. It would have been really, really rough for them if they'd not hit a single 6 this innings. And that's going to be cleaned up, Mohamed Hussein. So at least someone got going, but he didn't last for long. So, well, at least it's going to look nice in terms of his strike rate. He's the first Everest batsman to have a strike rate above 100. And there's some free wickets for Raf Zaman. I think it's, wow, it's a case of all these bowlers being really eager to bowl against this very, very short-handed Everest side. And I think we're just seeing some of the serious issues with the way this Everest team has been constructed. Of course, you know, they do have 5 wins on the bounce, and one thing is wins can really paper over the cracks, but as we can see today, if Jeevan Lumsdale or Arjun Shahi don't make any runs, they could really, really end up with an embarrassing score. But if Lumsdale is on form and Shahi is on form, they can upset just about anyone. So once again, they've been a little bit exposed in this match as in comes Karan Singh to bowl his second over. I think he should really just be looking to aim this at the stumps. He could probably get himself a few extra wickets and improve his stats for the tournament. This one's knocked away, and that's a good bit of fielding. I think he was just a little close to the boundary up there, Karanveer Singh, but he hasn't put a foot wrong so far. He's been very good with his fielding out there in the deep. And of course, speaking of famous birthdays and famous actresses whose birthday it is, it's also Emma Watson's birthday. A lot of our more contemporary actress, of course, a lot of older viewers might know who Claudia Cardinale is, or certainly viewers like me who enjoy watching classic films. She, of course, has been in a few of Sergio Leone's old westerns, such as Once Upon a Time in the West, and also The Pink Panther, but obviously we all know who Emma Watson is, mostly for a role as Hermione Granger in Harry Potter. Certainly a lot of us Zoomers were brought up reading that. This takes an edge, but it's going to just fall short of Jasdeep Singh, who's fielding in that short third man / fly slip position rather than where he normally fields at deep extra cover. And he does quite well, actually. It's a sharp reaction. This one's slogged away. Is this going to go for 6? Yes, it is. So Everest hitting a few 6s at the end after having a run rate of 4 for much of this innings and only striking 1 boundary for 2/3 of it. They've managed to club 2 6s near the end, thanks to Mohamed Hussein, and a very nice shot here by Bijaya Gimire. Haven't seen him bat so far this tournament, but just an opportunity for some of these Everest players to show some of our European cricket audience their striking ability. And this is just nudged away. Gimire follows up his 6 with a single, so it's a good over for Everest. Most of their overs have been very, very low scoring. This is one of only 2 overs which has gone for 10 runs. So these last couple of overs have been very good for Everest. They made 20 runs off them after not even making 20 runs during the power play itself. So good stuff here for Everest as we take a look at this bowling card. Of course, it's good figures all around. And Karan Singh is the most expensive bowler with an economy rate of 7.5, which really tells you just how dominant Napa have been in these first 9 overs. And yep, certainly Meyer, thank you very much for all your statistics, and hope you enjoy your time out there now. And this one's a sharp bit of glove work by Ikram Muhammad, but it's been given an out, and it's a wide. So just had a look at the square leg umpire. Yeah, this is a sharp stumping. It actually slips out of Ikram Muhammad's hand as he's trying to go for the stumping, but it's certainly managed to dislodge the bails, and that's all that matters. He manages to strike the stumps with them, so it's another wicket that falls over here. And despite the wide by Sarpreet Singh, who we haven't seen bowl too much this tournament, that's the end of Bijaya's innings. At least he managed to hit a nice 6 to give a little bit of entertainment to the Everest faithful. Of course, Everest have come with a lot of supporters here today. It is a Saturday, so a lot more people have come out to watch the game. We have a lot of Mouflons players and some cricket fans from the city of Limassol. As everyone's just having a look. And I think we're just going to need to have another look at that stumping. Let's just see. Comes forward. And let's just slow that one right down. And yeah, I think that confirms he's been stumped in my eyes. And yep, this is maybe not the most conventional bit of glove work, but certainly looks like he's managed to get the job done. Let's just rock and roll this. Well outside his popping crease, and well, there's a slight concern whether it's come off the gloves rather than the ball actually striking the stumps. Of course, the square leg umpire seems convinced that it's just the ball rather than the glove striking the stumps, and in the end, the third umpire does agree with the on-field decision. And of course, the third umpire is Hamad Ahmed. And the 2 umpires out on the field are Sujith Kumara and Sachitra Tharanga. Five deliveries left in this innings, and we're going to see Bhuvan Khatri, who's of course captaining the side now that Bimal Rana Bhatt has decided to rest, and this one's just been played away towards Singh. And that is thrown back to the keeper, so it's a very, very quiet end to this innings. Of course, Everest do manage to at least get to the 50 mark. At one stage, we thought they'd struggle to cross 40. And I just wonder what's going on here, as we've had a stoppage in play. Yeah, this is of course, we'll keep you updated with what this stoppage is regarding. I believe there's just a couple of issues that have been resolved now, and we're ready to get going with the game. Yeah, and of course, they're just asking the fielders to get right back up. And the umpire once again asked the bowler to stop, so I think this delay in the game will progress. Of course, this is a good opportunity. Let's have a look at some statistics while we're waiting for play to resume. Looks like play will resume. Over here, of course, apologies for some of the delays we're experiencing, but I think we've once again been told that the delay is going to be slightly extended. As we, of course, take a look at the top run getters so far this tournament. Saran Ahmed leading the way with 286. Of course, this hasn't quite been updated yet. Zishan Mahmoud is just 8 runs behind Saran. He's currently at 278. And then Jivan Lumsal is in 3rd place for Everest with 196. Of course, so far, the formula for Everest has been if Jivan Lumsal doesn't score runs, they fail to score runs. And then, of course, Prashant Patel, such an important player for the Limassol Qalandars. He bats so well in the middle orders. And then Pritesh Dayal, the star batsman for MDOC. So as we can see, every single one of these sides have one key batsman who really leads the way for them. And then we take a look at who had the most wickets so far. It's been Navid Akhtar tied with Bhuvan Khatri, of course. Interestingly enough, both of them are rather slow medium bowlers who just look to aim it at the stumps, and it shows you that if you're just fairly accurate, you'll get a lot of wickets. So more often than not, the batsman will just swing and miss. And then, of course, we see the skipper, Bimal Rana Bhatt, in 3rd place for Everest. Manzoor Ali with 9 wickets as well. Of course, he's a big, tall, fiery bowler for the Napa Royal Kings. We've seen just a 1 over for him so far today. And looks like we're going to finally resume with some cricketing action. Sarpreet Singh coming in. This one's just tucked away. And it goes to the fielder at deep square leg. So just the 4 balls left now in this innings. And Everest will certainly be put out of their misery. They've really had a torrid time out there with the bat in hand. Their previous lowest total is 63. Let's see if they can manage to attain that. And that is a definite stumping. No worries about that one. Not going to need too many checks there. He tried to come forward, Khatri, and slam that one, but he's completely missed it. And Ikram with a sharp bit of glove work as the 8th wicket falls for Everest. And, well, we've still got a few balls left. Are we going to see a team bowled out for the first time this tournament? Of course, we haven't seen that yet. Let's take a look at this one. We can slow it right down. Of course, it's very comfortably taken by Ikram. No issues here. That is certainly a stumping. He's nowhere near the popping crease, the batsman. Just 3 balls left in this innings as Everest look to try to at least beat their personal worst rather than personal best. We talk about doing when you last did it. This one is just struck down the ground. Or goodness me, it's actually struck very tamely towards cover. That was not a good connection at all. As got a couple more deliveries left here, and goodness me, I think the last thing we need is the batsman taking some time to put his gloves on. I think this innings has gone long enough. If you're an Everest fan, I think you just want the misery to end at this stage, but he's going to take his time, and of course, why not? A couple balls here to make an impression. This one's played uppishly. This is a catching opportunity, and the catch is taken, so very simple catch there for Syed Tanvir, and Napa haven't put a catch down yet. Most of these catches have been fairly tame and easy to take, as Everest lose their 9th wicket. And of course, Napa are now very, very close to being the first team to bowl the opposition out this tournament. And of course, we've got Mr. Maximo in the chat pointing out that that was the good old Irish stumping. Certainly was the case, as of course, this is certainly a very nice story as we get to see Bhimsen Basnet coming out to bat. Of course, he took a terrible knock earlier this week, and he had a bleedy nose, but told us just before this match that he was glad it wasn't broken, and he's come back from that injury well. We saw how horrible a hit that was. Let's hope he can get a run. But unfortunately, well, that's a dot ball. Of course, no signal from the square leg umpire. Ikram is looking for the stumping. But of course, that will bring the innings to an end. So just the 53 runs for Everest. This is a very low score, a rather uneventful innings. In all honesty, is of course, well, let's just take another look at this one. Is his foot still grounded when the stumping's taken place? See the bails come off here, but then let's just go forward a little bit. Let's just go forward. Take a look at this right here. Let's just take a look at this. Of course, you just notice Bosnet just walks away. So Ikram is urging that was a stumping, but square leg umpire disagrees. And that will bring this innings to an end. So it's just the 9 wickets that have fallen for Everest in the end. That is the final decision as, well, Everest are 53 for 9 as we take a look at these highlights. It's going to be pretty grim viewing for Everest fans. Jeevan Lumsel was dismissed early. He departed for a duck. And then, of course, we saw Adarsh Dave attempt 6 scoop shots. He failed to connect on any of them. That one was well taken. Of course, this is a nice catching opportunity there as we saw Napa Royal Kings snaffle every opportunity that was given to them. Adarsh Dave would keep trying the scoop shots, but the one time he came down the ground and looked to play a proper cricketing shot, he actually connected. And he hit a 4, of course. Arjun Shahi will look to go for the big one as well. He would depart, having made just 1 run. And this time, Dave finally actually managed to get some back on while scooping, but he presented a catching opportunity there. Of course, not too many boundaries struck by Everest, just the 2 4s and the 2 6s. And this was a nice run out. Really, really good throw there by Ikram Mohammed. He had a pretty decent innings behind the stumps. Of course, that would be a little bit of wicketkeeper on wicketkeeper action as Mohammed ran out Shyam Pandit. Of course, Mohammed Hussain did hit 1-6, but then he was immediately bowled by Ralph Zaman. Just a couple balls later, he'd look back at a shattered set of stumps. So you see there, Vijay Gumare, he managed to strike a 6, but was eventually stumped by Ikram Mohammed as well, as of course we had a slight delay in play. And this would be a very simple stumping for Ikram Mohammed. Of course, we did say a chance for a lot of these players to really improve their stats, and I think the Napa Royal Kings took full advantage of that opportunity. As this is how him saying Bosnet. Well, of course, Ikram Mohammed did point out that he had the ball in his hand when he uprooted the stumps, but wasn't given out in the end. As, of course, the score is frozen, and Everest ended up with just 54 runs. As, of course, we'll take a look at the scorecard, and not too much to cheer here for Everest. Just the 12 runs for Adarsh Dave. And, of course, Jeevan Lumsel, who's normally their talisman and someone they rely on to make the bulk of their runs, he would make just 0. And then Sahil Akhtar, the other opener, of course, who came in instead of the skipper, Rana Bhatt, he made just 6 runs. And outside of that, well, it looks a bit like a phone number, really, if you're an Everest supporter. It was pretty rough out there for them. Of course, looks like we're having a few issues with the score, and we'll keep you updated and certainly try to get you some more information in the second innings. And then taking a look at some of the bowling figures for the Napa Royal Kings, well, it was an opportunity for numerous Napa bowlers to just get their stats up. And of course, well, it says 9.3 overs, but we'll try to get you some updated statistics and scorecard. Of course, we did bowl out the full 10 overs. And just taking a look at the bowling stats, Syed Tanvir gave up just 3 runs in the only over he bowled. Manzoor Ali did the same as well, but it really says everything when Karan Singh was the most expensive bowler, giving up an economy rate of 7.5. It was very dominant for the Napa Royal Kings, who will look to make this chase a very short one and boost their net run rate and their confidence. And in the end, Napa Royal Kings will have a very simple target of 55 to chase down, and 1 they'll try to get done with as soon as possible. Of course, join us in a few moments as we'll bring you the Napa Royal Kings chase.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Well, Nish is going to pop off and have a bit of a break and something to eat, so I'll take over for the conclusion of this match. And, well, it hasn't quite gone to plan this time for Everest, have we? After winning 5 on the spin. Remember, they lost the first 5, came back with 5, and now looks like they changed things around slightly. And as a result of that, things haven't gone well. They've been bowled out. So, yes, it was. I know a lot of people in the chat were saying that's out, that's out. It was out, given it run out, because he tried to actually take a run, and then he was on the process coming back. And the wicketkeeper did very well to get him out. So 54 out, all out, is the lowest score that we've seen in the series, and also the first time that we've seen a team bowled out. As the first ball comes in from Mohammed Hussain, and the little firecracker, as we call it. Well, he's got a bit of work to do here. He's got to try and restrict the Napper Kings getting to that target of 55. Ikram Mohammed and Saran Ahmed are opening, so no changes for them. They want to get these runs knocked off pretty quickly. Some interesting things that we saw in that match. Now, there was a phase that you probably saw everybody on the deck thinking, what is going on? Well, I can tell you what was going on, because I was walking around the ground at the time. And we had a swarm of bees. When I'm talking about lying down, there's a lot of the Everest boys on the ground just there. A swarm of bees came across the ground, so everybody was instructed to go down on the floor, and that's why you saw everybody go down. It wasn't no other reason, and it was all waiting for those swarm of bees to go by. So that was the incident earlier, and I know a lot of people were saying, what's going on? But it was quite eerie, because you saw players go down and you think, what's going on? And you could hear them. You could hear that. So it was a bit frightening. This one is a bit frightening as well, as it's been blasted big. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, Vidro. Oh, look at that. The umpires are getting funky with their signals as well. Goes all the way. 6 runs. And Mohammed Hussain just pitching up to Saran Ahmed, and just gets his heel directed. That's right in the slot, and gets absolutely walloped to the boundary. An opportunity for Napper Kings to go back to winning ways. Remember, they've still got one more match to play after this one. Oh, this is a full toss, is high. This will have to be called, I reckon. I think we'll have a look at this side on as the throw comes in. Looks like the umpires are asking the umpires, but I can tell you this has to be called. This is a fast bowler coming in. This is far too high. I think that's an easy call for me. And there it is, a no ball called. There's going to be a free hit. Hello to a few people on the chat. I know Binge Watcher has been on there. Hello to Wayne. Even Mr. Maximo has been doing a bit of lurking as well. And a few people saying their hellos to Ivan. Said hello. Hello to Ivan. And this one has been whipped away to the leg side on the offside boundary this time by Ikram Mohammed, the right-hander. He just waits for it, steps away, and he carves that out onto the offside. So looking to knock these runs off pretty quickly. Nice shot from Ikram Mohammed, who seems to have found his form once again. Hello to everybody, our global cricket family, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Lovely to have you with us. And that sparks a question. Have you ever had that happen to you when you've been playing cricket and everybody has to go down because you've got a swarm of something coming, maybe some locusts or something? Oh, he could be snookered. Under, Iba. Oh, he makes it. What a clanger. What a clanger from the Phoenix side. And you got to say, that is Mohammed Hussain, who couldn't get there. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, he survives Saran Ahmed. Now, this is why you never give up. You think he says, oh no, I'm on the barbecue. It's hot, it's burning. Should I bother? Yeah, I'll just get back even though I'm out. And you watch this. Oh my goodness me. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, well, he's had something sticky. Or not sticky, slimy to eat. Or maybe he's had a few tiki puris, because that was spicy. But he doesn't wash his fingers. Gila gya tanu, boni far hui. Couldn't get the run out. Oh, I've never seen anything like it. Well, that one, I think, is going to definitely make our social media. Could even go viral. I think Billy Sandu will be onto that straight away. It's a better delivery. Incredible. And end of the over. I wonder if you get a chance to see that opportunity or that missed opportunity again. I've never seen anything like it. He's got, look, watch this. So he thinks, oh, I've had it. Oh, I'll just keep on running and run back. He could have turned around and walked off. He says, I'm not going to give up. Look at this, the bowler. Well, he's done a lot of magical stuff, hasn't he, Mohammed Hussain? Well, that's a highlight that he won't want to see again. Well, I got the director who's laughing at me because he says, do you want to see the matches since the Golden Ball graphic? Well, it can happen. Stranger things can happen in sport. 125 it's at. Okay, in the air, ball, in the zona. Shaka Lagio, well, that is out of here. It's a big hit, and the ball disappears into the olive trees. Well, that's another one that one of the ball boys has had to go and get. Oh, it's all happening out there at the moment. And, well, the man who was put on the coals, who was being barbecued, jumped off, somehow survived, is now hits the next ball for 6. And he's looking to hit the other one in the same direction, but the fielder comes across, opportunity, and he's lost it. Oh, I know. I just don't believe what is happening out there. I don't believe it. Qatari loses this. He should be catching it. The ball bounces behind him. Watch this. You can't write things like this. It bounces behind him, backspins, he picks it up and throws it in. Some people will say that's brilliant fielding. Oh, my word. What is happening out there at the moment at the Ipswich cricket ground? It's all going on. It really is. Well, apologies for the scoring going down for the moment. We'll have that up. And then the wicket goes. Oh, no, we're going through a patch of the cricket that is like no other, really. And a few people saying hello. And we see Surav is saying hello to Wayne. And how are you? A lot of people asking questions, but too many people, I think, can't type at the moment because they can't pick themselves off the floor. They're laughing and giggling. Well, it was International Day of Laughter yesterday. Well, it looks like it's rubbing off on today as well. The wicket will fall, but all happening at the moment. Well, that one is caught behind. So, well, the highlights come quick and fast in this one. In comes the bowler, and it is Arjun Sahi who does pick up the wicket. Ball number 4, it's played away. So there we go, you got the graphics back again. Just catching up. So hello to everyone, and welcome to the exciting cricket. You don't see anything like this. That's why it is a frenzy of action, entertainment, and sometimes drama. It's the best cricket and the most exciting, entertaining cricket on the planet. And this one is played away, straight at the fielder. Makes a good stop. So Ahmed is there, and he's been joined by Singh, who gets given an opportunity. Plays a really nice shot, actually. Doesn't get any reward for it, and that is his Karan Singh. Tries to carve this away, misses out on it, Karan. No more for his spin and his bowling. Tries to carve this one out on the offside, so no run there. End of the over, so 2 overs complete. And score on 20. The first one finished on 13. And that's a better over, isn't it? That's what you expect from Arjun Shahi. He's a good bowler, bowls a good line. And just 7 come off that over. I wonder if they'll go straight back to Hussain. Yeah, they do. I mean, you need wickets. You got to use your top bowlers. And this guy, he has been good. He's got better all the time. And a quick look at the standings. You can see that victory here will get them closer to the Nicosia Tigers. But having lost to them the game before, as Hussain says, no, Karan, you stay there. I want to face a few more deliveries. Yeah, having lost to the Nicosia Tigers, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get top spot. So this is all about just well, getting a few practice matches in. But of course, their last match, the Kings that is going to be a very important one. This one whizzes through at some pace. And what you see Hussein doing this time around is not pitching up or aiming into the legs of Ahmed, because that's where Ahmed is strong. That's where Ahmed's already put him over his head a couple of times. Too much width, called wide straight away, just trying to sneak one in inside that guideline, the wide guideline there for the umpires. So doesn't execute it right, so that'll be it. Another one to go on the board, another extra. It's well struck, and well, ow, this is why. I can't believe this. Oh, I'm chuckling so much. This is why you use your hands. Well, everybody's saying to him, oh, yaar, haath use karega amni latta pandiniya haddiya pand. Look at this. That is not the way to do it. And watch this. Oh yeah, he's doing the hopscotch now. What's it? Hop, skip, and jump. And the long jump. Guthrie, you should know better, young man. But that's going to hurt. That's going to leave a bruise. He's trying not to show any pain, but I can see out the corner of my eye. He's hopping around like it's his turn to sit on the barbecue for a while. And this is sliced away. It's going to be 4 runs. That goes so quick. And just like that, Karan Singh gets his first runs. And it's not a bad shot to play. It looks like he got pretty much on top of it. So 4 more runs. Lovely day here in Limassol. Sun is out. There's that gentle breeze. It picks up every now and again, but at the moment, it's just right. Current, well, Soren Ahmed thinking about he wants to get to the other end. I don't think he'll try this next ball because he knows it's the last ball of the over, so he'll be planted to his spot to return to the strikers end for the start of the 4th over. Current wants to make the most of this opportunity. And he's not going to, because that's that Yorker that knocks him over. And go for it, sunshine, do a little dance. So you know you're on camera. Well, he thinks about it, doesn't he? But he just doesn't get started. It looks like he's ranking himself up for a bit of a celebration. I thought he was going to do a bit of a bungalow dance or something, but it's not to be. I think he says, well, I just let the bowling do the talking. There's that Yorker, smashes into the stumps. Jog the hotte as the stumps are detonated by a stick of dynamite. As Mohammed Hussein knocks them over. He's been a very good bowler. Looking forward to seeing him already when it comes to the quarterfinals. As we get to the end of the 3rd over, 26. And 2 wickets down. The wickets that have fallen so far. Ikram Mohammed, he was caught by Pandit off the bowling of Rajan Shahi. And, he made 5 off the 6 deliveries, and then we just saw Karan Singh, after hitting a boundary, the only scoring shot he played, having his stumps smashed. Sarpreet Singh comes out, and Sarpreet, we know what he does, and that is he swings, he hits, and he hits boundaries. And speaking of boundaries, this one will be a biggie. And watch out, incoming. Well, that's the biggest out of the lot. That ends up in the car park. And, well, there's a dent on that car. Well, that's an insurance claim coming up. Oh, this is big. Oh, yeah. Absolutely wallops it. Everybody ducking and diving out of the way. Well, some of the Everest supporters are under attack. Avalanche coming your way. Oh, that's a biggie from Ahmed. Ahmed is not messing around in this one. Well, talking about Sarpreet hits big. Well, Ahmed says, what about me, Rico? Yeah, okay, you hit pretty well as well. 6 and 4. Is this one going in the goal? No, wide. Misses the target. One of his teammates just helps to get the ball back as soon as possible to the bowler. Doesn't want Soren Ahmed to get cold. 6 and 4. Hungry for more. Looking to finish his off pretty quickly. High in the air. Will it go to hand? No. And now they're going to try and stop it. They're coming from everywhere. And they do. Remember, still plenty of cricket to come today, and I think that though this match, not too much depending on it, the next two, there's plenty depending on it. And Everest will stay on the field of play, and they need to put a better performance in. And well, certainly, I think Limassol Qalandars will be phoning their captain and saying, hey, I want you to be at your best. Best players out first, score runs, take it seriously, because they're playing the M-Docs. Now, the M-Docs are the team that are going to finish off today, playing 2 matches, once against Everest, 1 against the Napa Royal Kings. This one gets guided down to 3rd, and they'll take the single. And very important match for the M-Docs. If they can pick up 2 victories, then Limassol Qalandars will be the team that will lose 4th spot, and that will be taken by M-Docs, and M-Docs will then be in the quarterfinals. So M-Docs at the moment are trailing the Qalandars by 2 points. A win in the first match will take them joint, and that of course is against Everest, as this one goes to the boundary. And then it all comes down to that last match where they take on M-Dogs, the Napa Royal Kings, and the Napa Royal Kings have already shown here they certainly are not a team that are giving out any charity today. They'll take it seriously. But of course the next match is this one. We have the fantasy dashboard ready for you, and it looks like that one's going to come up pretty soon. And it's scheduled for 3:40, so we've got plenty of time at the moment before that match comes up. Something like it's 40 minutes away, just over 40 minutes away, and the way this match is going, I think we might have a nice break. It's a 6 matches here today, so I think some of the crew will be quite happy to have a bit of a break. So that one will come up once again, just to give you that time. That will be coming at 15:40 local time, so just under 45 minutes from now. So it gives you a time like us to just get a little break, to get yourself maybe a little snack or something to eat. This one is a full toss and just gets guided away. The fielder is chasing hard, does ever so well, and he flicks this, stops it going to the boundary. The problem is he flicks it a little bit too hard, and the batters will take a couple. So here's the delivery, and it's BJ Gamir who does the bowling. Nice to see him getting an opportunity. He's down the leg side. They're asking the question, well, a little bit of excitement for the bowler. He thinks he's maybe going to pick up a wicket. Let's see this again. I think it's always going down, yeah, big time. It pitches on leg, and that's the unfortunate thing. And if anything pitches on leg, it can't be out. Well, that actually pitches outside leg. So BJ, though the ball probably would have gone and hit the stumps, can't be given LBW. Just one of those, don't ask me why, it's one of those laws of the game. High in the air, big moment. He could get a wicket here, and he can't. It's a great effort from the wicketkeeper. And well, Shahan Pandit just gets up and disappointingly walks back to behind the stumps. He has to find it. Now that's the thing here. I know that when his hand has been lurking, that's the hardest thing for the keeper to do with the lid on. Find it. You see he looks up, says, and once he finds it, he tries to get there, he can't. So Gamir, so close yet so far. Sapreet Singh, well, he hits this pretty well with his game, and he goes all the way. Shaba, Shaba, Bulle, Bulle, Bulle is another one that goes all the way over the boundary. This is what he does. He just stands, delivers, and clobbers. Big hit. Yeah, where are we now in this match? Well, there you go. It's almost done. Just a boundary will do it. And Sapreet is probably the man who was going to have a try. Well, what's he trying to do here? He gets a wide. I think he just tries. I think he's actually trying to get a single so he can give Saran Ahmed another ball. Well, Sapreet, just finish it off. Wallop it, Mar. And he gets an edge, and that will go to the boundary. But not the way he wanted it done, but that's the runs you need. It is the end of the match, and the Napa Royal Kings do it quite easily. And 8 wickets and something like, what's that? 31 balls to go, I make it, on my calculations. But anyway, that'll come up on your screens, no doubt. Yeah, it is. 31 balls to go. It's a bit of a cruising for the Napa Royal Kings, and they absolutely crush Everest in this one. Everest, they made some changes. They wanted to give a few of their players a bit of a go, realising that their big match was the one that they played earlier. They needed to get that victory against MDocs to make sure they were going to come back on Saturday. That's why there was huge celebrations when they won that match. Not for Amdocs, of course, because that leaves them in a difficult position. But this one for Everest was just basically one to give some of the other players a bit of a go. I'm pretty sure, though, in the contest coming up next against the MDocs, they're going to be completely different. This was quite amazing. How do you get this? Every time I look at it, I start to giggle and my ribs are hurting already. Well, that wasn't the only comical moment. There was a few others as well. This one, how have you ever seen anything like that? Should have taken the catch. The ball bounces behind him and then comes back to him. He couldn't write some of the stuff that we see. But there was the wicket with Adet Arjun taking it. This one's down the ground. And he's hopping like he's walking bare feet on a load of hot coal. And this one gets put away. Quite a few that go in that area, but this one was on the money. Boom. Shaba, Chaka they put their style, and yeah, a little bit of a, I'm going to say mini bit of bungra there from Mohammed Hussain, and then everybody was under attack. Well, they're here supporting Everest. Well, not only were the players in the middle under attack, their supporters were under attack as well. This one almost, but it goes to the boundary, and then there was an opportunity for a new bowler, Ymir, to get a wicket, and it came pretty close, wasn't able to do it. Well, that one, well, would have been a brilliant stop, couldn't get there, and this was the winning runs. So I don't think that was part of the plan. I get the feeling that Sarin Ahmed was expecting to get another chance out there. It was not to be. So just a reminder, the next match will be coming up in around about 40 minutes time, and it's an important one, isn't it? When it is the Amdocs who will need a victory. They've got to win it. I'll take it on Everest. Everest, I get a feeling they'll put a better show in that one. This one is done and dusted pretty quickly. Sarin Ahmed not out on 31 of 12. Hits the ball really hard, doesn't he? I think he's looking forward to the final match that they play also against MDocs. That would be match number 32 today, which will finish the group, and we get a good opportunity then. We'll know then who finishes where. The bowling figures, I think Mohammed Hussain, once again, he bowls very well, doesn't he? But the young man be disappointed that he wasn't able to get the run out when, well, Sarin Ahmed was left absolutely stranded in the middle. Shahi bowled well, bowled his 2 overs, took one for 23, and then you saw there that Vijay Gamir was given an opportunity of a bowl. He quite nearly got a wicket, but it weren't to be. And with the ball to go in his spell, it was all done and dusted. So well done to the Napa Royal Kings after suffering a defeat at the hands of the Nicosia Tigers. They do bounce back, but of course they will know that it was the victory against the Tigers that they really wanted, because then if they'd finished winning all their matches here today, they would have finished on top of the table. So that match is done. There is the match summary for you. But just a reminder, we do have match number 31 coming up in just under 40 minutes time, and the last 2 matches are going to be biggies, because if you are an MDoc supporter, then you know what you're wanting. You're wanting 2 wins for your side, but they're not going to be easy matches. You're playing Everest, and then you're playing the Napa Royal Kings, the 2 teams that we've seen in action there, and I'm sure that we're going to see a much better, a much solid performance from Everest. They won't like the stat that they're the team that have scored the lowest runs in this series now with that 54, and also the first team to be bowled out. So watch out for them coming back stronger in the next one. So I'm going to leave you for now, and myself and Nishpat will be back in just under 40 minutes time to take you through match number 31. So take the opportunity to have a break, make yourself a little snack, make yourself a bit of tea. Well, अपने लिए ना मसाला दी चाय बना लो, थोड़े पकोड़े काट लो, and then get back straight away, ready to watch the start of the next match. See you in around about 40 minutes time. Hasta pronto.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. Yes, a big thank you to all of our partners, and certainly very proud to have them as part of the European Cricket Network, and very proud and privileged to have you, our viewers, tuning back in to what promises to be a very exciting last two matches of the day. Big matches. MDOX, the only way that they can survive is if they can pick up 2 victories in the last 2 matches. They start off up against Everest. Now, Everest were a team that we just saw blown away, and it wasn't the best of performances by them against the Nepal Kings, though it has to be said, though, that this time around they probably are just changing things up slightly. They don't really have to get the big wins in the matches. Their big match was earlier in the day when they really needed to beat the MDOX first time around, and they did, restricting the MDOX to 85 and then knocking them off with 6 balls to go. MDOX, though, they're a team that at the moment find themselves 5th in the standings. If they want to go through to next Saturday's quarterfinals, they need to do better. They need to pick up, first of all, 2 points that will take them level with the Limassol Qalandars. And then if they can win their last match, which won't be easy, against the Nepal Royal Kings, then they could make it through. The thing is, though, there's no point even thinking about that last match until they get a victory in this one. This is what it all comes down to. Rico Full here in the box, and alongside me is Nisbat.
We're looking forward to this match. Of course, these two played out a very interesting match earlier this day, and even though Everest have secured their place in the quarterfinals, MDOX haven't, so there's a lot to play for them.
Thandani, the bowler, can he start well? And seeing that he's sticking to this round the wicket approach, which I don't think is the best for him. When we saw him earlier, he bowled over the wicket, he was getting the ball to move away. I think he's just taken that away from his game as he tries to dart the ball across the right-hander. So we're ready to go. The umpires, Abdul and Hamad, are ready. We are ready. Here we go. Bat versus ball. Waiting for the first ball to be sent down here. The news on the coin toss was that MDOX have elected to take the field, so we will see that Everest having a bat first, and they're hoping that this time round somebody like their main batter, Jimal Hamsal, can make a better start. First ball will be a wide, so this has been an issue, I think, too many times with the MDOX. They just haven't been able to get the ball in the right areas. They have at times given too many extras away. That's probably been a bit of an issue with them today. Adani now, he's coming over the wicket, so I like that change. Though he still gets it wrong, but see the movement he's getting, and what we're seeing there is a lot of bowlers have got this natural movement. So I think if you're Hitesh, you're just basically saying, all right, the movement's there, I need to be getting this around about middle and off. And he just goes a little bit too wide the other way, so he's got to try and push this ball through. So I like his energy. I like the way every time he bowls wide, he thinks, okay, I'm wasting time, so I'll run back to my mark. And so he's well disciplined. And this time he overcompensates and it gets flicked away. And that'll be 4 runs. It's the first of the day. And well, this one ends up in the goal as well. So we might as well have a goal to start the match. 4 in the goal. And this is Jeevan Lasmal. He's looking to make up for the disappointment in the last one. But he's a big player. And big players, Nish, perform when it's big matches.
Certainly does. And Hitesh Sidani's a pretty big player himself. But unfortunately, he's not been performing. He can't quite seem to get his line and length right, but we do see the potential. That's
Edge.
much better. He draws the edge, and that's where Hitesh Sidani needs to be bowling. He's a sort of bowler where if he gets it right, you'd even put a slip for him.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm talking about. Look at this, the natural movement, and the Pritchard Diol flying through the air, gets a glove to it, but can't hold on to it. He's applauding the bowler because he finally gets it in the right areas. This is why he's got to be bowling over the wicket. Just goes back to his mark because he's just not ready. But yeah, that's what he was doing early on. Let's see if he can repeat that delivery. He can. And you see the batter just backing away. This is now the captain, not a runner-up, that is there on strike. So already you can see he's just causing problems by just coming over the wicket and just getting some of that movement into play. It's a bit of a tight call, I think, from the umpire, but there's no real objections there from Thadani. Hello to Liam Day. And to Wayne, Liam Day, good to have you with us. So a few issues with these extras here for the Dani. Better in the right areas, in the air, and taken. That's more like it. And disappointment from the captain because, well, Biman Runabout will go without scoring.
It's just a couple of times we've actually seen him get his line and length around. On both those occasions, he's created wicket-taking opportunities. So that's the thing with Ladani. You see so much potential there, but gets his radar wrong way too many times.
Yeah, well, we see this again. So gets it all wrong, doesn't he? Nice catch taken. That means it's time to see Derek again. Derek, where are you, Derek? Well, Derek has to give the captain a send-off. And he won't be happy with that dismissal. And just like that, Docs, as we see it again, just loses it, doesn't he? You can see he was not in the right position to play that shot. Head is looking somewhere. The ball goes another place. And a nice catch taken by Vinod Sawant. It's in the slot, but this time it's been well played, and we know about the abilities and the attacking and the stroke play abilities of Arjun Shahi, and he comes in and smashes his first ball for 4.
Yeah, but you don't mind the intent from Thadani. I'd like to see him bowl very attacking lines and lengths. You know that Everest are a very top-heavy side on the previous game, demonstrated that, so they can really attack here and get these two out. That'll be well worth it, as this is a nice stroke by Arjun Shah. He comes down the crease, beautifully balanced, and strokes it through the cover boundary. Yeah,
he's hit one on the onside, and this time, look, just that little skip as he picks on the shorter delivery. He's onto it like a flash. It's the end of the over, and it's an expensive one. 17 come off it, but they do get a wicket.
As we take a look at the bat versus ball wall, of course, Everest fancied as 4-run favorites against M-Docs. Largely thanks to the good winning streak they accumulated until it was ended by the Napa Royal Kings in the previous game. So M-Docs, though, this game is far more important for them. Of course, they really need to win this to get into the quarterfinals, because if they don't win this, then, boy, they're going to have to look at trying to get a win against the Napa Royal Kings.
Yeah, the other thing is, of course, that win. I mean, one win may not be enough, because if they don't win this one again, it's not going to make your net run rate any better. So the net run rate keeps taking a knock every time you lose. This one's being played away well. The fielder's got work to do, and he's not going to get there. So Kakita comes on to bowl. Just a little bit too much width here, which allows the batter a free swing at it. And Jivan Lasmal, well, he is very strong in playing on the offside. He's good at clipping the ball when it's short. He's a good puller and hooker of the ball as well. One thing he's maybe not so strong at is driving. So if I'm the bowler here, Kakita, I'm going to try and get the ball as full and as straight as I can. Gives him more width. It's a miscue. Big moment. And the catch goes down. Has a lot of area to cover. That's a Vimal Kunduri. He's been good today. We saw him take 2 really good catches earlier on. This one, though, is a really important one. If you could have taken this and you send back Jivan Lasmal, well, you've got a good chance of a victory. He gets there. Like I said, a big moment in the hands, but out it comes.
Yeah, so far the formula to beat Everest has been fairly simple. Get Lumsel out for a cheap score, and they don't get to a big score themselves.
He looks to just play this away. He doesn't. Yeah, so just keep a note of that. Lumsel being dropped on 9. And it's the captain that's the guilty man. Kanduri put him down. Kakita walks to his mark. Arjun Shahi has made a positive start. And, well, it seems to be in the mood of attacking the bowlers, no matter who it is and where the ball is. So he wants to make a positive yet destructive mark in this match.
Yeah, Shahi, well, he only knows how to play one way, and that is to attack. We've certainly seen that in these first couple of overs.
Gets him on the back foot, and Pitaj, good pick up and throw from him. Very quick to release the glove. He eliminates the glove quickly. Good pick up, one hand, gets the throw in. Sometimes he can be a little bit too anxious, couldn't he? Pitaj, the old behind his stumps. We've seen a few times where he's thrown the ball away unnecessarily and given away unnecessary singles. But on that occasion, he does well. Kakita looking to finish the over. High in the air is another opportunity. Will this go to hand? Oh, well, this is incredible attempt. It really is. But unfortunately, once again, it escapes him. And what makes it worse is, look at the impact of this. He hits the ball so hard that it comes off his hands and goes to the boundary. 4 runs. And, well, the captain in the wars. And that could have been something sensational. But the catch goes down is another chance. And that one's a big one, because that this time would have been Hajun who would have been back. So 2 key players being dropped. We know Lumsden was dropped on 9 now. Hajun gets dropped on 9 as well. And it's the same man dropping them.
And we can see over here why this match matters so much. MDocs on the outside looking in, as the Limassol Kalunders are very anxiously holding on to that 4th spot by the skin of their teeth. MDocs not only need to get wins, but if they do lose a game, they need to make sure it isn't by a big margin. Otherwise, as you've seen, the net run rate is going to play a big factor in determining who goes to the quarterfinals. As Prince Rai comes in, this one's slogged away. Cut away, and this is a good work by Shrikant. And the Vinod Savant will just throw this back to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, well, that's nicely done. Kumpalalupu, he makes a stop. And Vinod Savant picks it up and gets the throw in. It's a nice bit of teamwork, nice bit of stronger together here. Well, that's what we are on the European Cricket Network, with all our federations and all the teams. And there's the stop. And a little bit of synchronized fielding there from the men out there. Well, I don't think anyone's going to stop this. And I'll get down to do the long barrier. And, well, it doesn't come to me. It hits the bag in front of us. Just gets stuck. I'll get it. Just over here for a moment. There you go.
Yeah, this is a very nice shot by Arjun Shahi. He's picked out that gap in extra cover, and he's just, throughout this innings, I've really liked how he's sort of coupled power with class and elegance, and just like the fact that as this tournament's progressing, he's showing us all the different sides to his game.
Well, that's another side to his game, and fielder, this time, little side foot stop. Comes the one. And get a single, yeah, so he's shown that he can be a bit of an aggressor as he thumps the ball well, but also shows that he's got that little bit of finesse and class about him as well. Right, has become the leading wicket taker for the MDocs. And he just decides he'll take his shades off. He says, here, umps, hold these. I might do better without them. That's good delivery. Pitched up, York length. And, oh no. Well, this is disaster, isn't it? Well, what an error.
Please don't show it again, please. I think I made a boo-boo.
Well, you do make a boo-boo, and it's not for the first time that Gaurav Sagwan has done this. I remember him doing it in the earlier match. You can't afford to make glaring misfields like that and give runs away. That's a bad moment. The bowler won't be happy. It was a really good delivery. Should have been no run there. And now this one to add salt to the wound.
This is very nicely played by Jeevan Lumsel, and yes, certainly rubs more salt onto their wounds. Just gets underneath it nicely, and he takes advantage of the power play, and it's just to the right of our commentary tent.
Yeah, and that was mine all day. Keep your eye on the ball, that's what I say. As this one is another one that got mashed away. And after that, see, this is what happens, little moments like that misfield where it should have been nothing, which ended up going to the boundary. Well, you get a misfield like that, and the next thing you know is the shoulders, the head goes down, the bowler starts to feel depleted, the other players it rubs off on, and the next 2 balls get smashed away to the boundary. And just like that, this power play is worth 48. 48 for 1 after 3.
A great power play for Everest. Complete contrast to, of course, the side we saw earlier against the Napa Royal Kings, but that's because Jeevan Lumsel and Arjun Shahi are out there, and so far that's basically been the case for them. These 2 are the main run getters, and if they don't click, Everest don't click with their batting. And looks like they're going to continue with Harish Kakita. Here, MDocs did create an opportunity, which unfortunately just didn't go to hand.
Kakita into the attack. Shahi looking dangerous. And doesn't want to stop what he's doing. He's in a hurry, isn't he? I reckon he's got a bus or a train to catch as Arjun Shahi, because he's fraying himself at everything. It's like, remember those games when you're playing and you say to the captain, hey, captain, can I open the batting today because I can't stay all day. I've got to shoot off pretty early. Well, that's what Arjun Shahi, he seems to be batting in that way. He's like, well, let me go out there, let me do what I've got to do, and then I'm out of here. Well, he's got to still do some fielding, but he's a man in a hurry. And when he hits it, it stays hit, and that will bring the 50 up. Team 50 is another one that goes all the way. Manos arriba, Vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And does this one end up in the football pitch? And this one does come back, and it's the batter, the non-striker Lasmal, who picks it up and says, here you go, buddy. Bowl another one. Kakita is saying, okay, I'll try. Got to get Fuller, got to get him driving. It's short. And this is lovely bit of cricket. I'm really liking this. I mentioned this before from about Arjun. He's aggressive, but at the same time, classy.
Yeah, and this is a little cat and mouse game going on. I mean, Kakita saw Arjun Shahi advancing down the crease. He pulls his length back a bit, but there's just not enough pace to bother Shahi, who watched that closely and so elegantly just ran it down to third man. So Arjun Shahi, he's been playing terrific cricket so far. It's been a joy to watch.
It's been great, hasn't it? 58 for 1. Remember the issues that they had in that last match. Well, they were a changed side, I have to say. They played that bit differently. And I had the feeling, as you see this one, wow, and it's an excellent effort from Thadani. Well, he loses everything. He can't see where he is because his glasses have come off. So where are they? Where are they? He says. Well, he picks them up. All is fear in love and war. But this one, have a look at this. He tries to get funky. He tries to think a bit of showtime, but almost ends up his downfall. It's a great effort from Thadani. He's off balance. He gets a hand to it. I suppose, though the catch goes down, he saves for short 3 runs. Namsal gets wit. Good stop from Savant.
Yeah, we've seen Everest try a few scoop shots these last couple of games. Of course, we saw Dave in the match before this attempt about 6 scoop shots in his little innings of 10 of 18.
I was watching and I was giggling. There was plenty of laughter in that last match. But this time around, you can see Everest, they're not out there to entertain in that area. They're out to entertain in this way. Hard hitting, chance taken. So no mistakes this time. So a very good, quick flurry innings from Arjun Shahi comes to an end. He scores 29 of 11 and is ball number 12. That sees the end of it. But what a good innings that is. I mean, high fives all around from the M-Dogs, but they already look like they're going to be facing a very high target here. As the first wicket, the second wicket, I should say, falls with 60 on the board after 4 overs.
Yeah, he's done his job here, hasn't he, Arjun Shahi? He came in, he slugged them all over the park, hit 5 boundaries, 1 6. Under the strike rate of just around 250, so terrific effort by him. He's put Everest in a very good position, and I think Jeevan Lumsdale is just going to look to anchor the rest of this innings while his striking partner just tees off at the other end.
Yeah, Dane takes a very good catch. Makes it look easy, doesn't it? Well, he's going to have a big part to play in this if they get a big score. I think all the batters are. Okay, time for the captain. Vimal Kanduri is going to come on. And remember, things could have been so different if he was able to hold the 2 catches that he had, the 2 chances. More about that after this delivery. As this one gets stroked away, fielder's got to get down, and he does. Well done. Batters take it on the 2, and they'll get there. Good running, and that's one thing we've said all the way along from the very first day we saw Everest. Even when they couldn't find a way to win, they lost 5 in the spin. One thing they did well is they hustled. They ran hard, they ran their singles, and they're still doing that. Misses out on this one. Yeah, just talking about those drop chances. Lumsdale, who Kanduri is bowling to now, was dropped on 9. And then Arjun, who we just seen depart for 9, well, he was dropped on 9, I should say, and he added 20 more to his scores. He made 29. So if those chances were taken, things could have been different. You can't be bowling here. He's got no support, no fielders in that department. And he just does the MJ swivel, as he puts this one to the boundary. And now Lumsdale is looking to take over from where Shahi was.
Yeah, that was a terrific shot. And we've seen Jeevan Lumsdale. He's more than happy to hit it 360 degrees. And Vimal Kanduri, I think he needs to go back to just bowling around, pitching around that middle stump and off stump. That's where he's found the most joy.
Good delivery, good comeback. This is better from Kanduri. The other thing that I think the M-Docs, I don't know, it surprises me a little bit. I mean, they do rotate the bowlers around a little bit, but they don't seem to stick to a pattern, which can be, if you're a bowler, can be a little irritating, as this one gets whacked away. What a delightful shot this is from Lamsal. Gets it right in the gap. Look, he's eyeing it up. It's all about placement, and he gets this spot on. He's a very difficult batter to bowl at, because one thing we know about him is that he does play shots to all parts of the ground.
I mean, we started this day off saying this is maybe one of the most important days in the history of M-Docs Cricket Club, and they've just been so flat in the field as this is tries to run that down the third man. There's no real chatter. Everyone here just seems to be resigned to the fact that they're just going to lose this game. It's been a very disappointing response after losing a pretty tight affair to M-Docs earlier today.
Yeah, they have. You're absolutely right. I mean, I think we sensed that when we saw them last time, when they were playing that very big match early on, and they were in the field against the Tigers. Now they restricted the Tigers to 89. They just seemed to be, I don't know, there didn't seem to be that energy there. And I just thought, well, maybe that was because they sensed it was a big match. They didn't want to get overexcited. But they did everything right, though, didn't they, in that match? They restricted the Nicosia Tigers to 89. And you thought that was the best opportunity that they had to get a win over the Tigers and put themselves a level point to the Calendars. They weren't able to, and I just think that loss hurt them. As you see, that's a good delivery there from Sagwan, who's probably been, if you look at all the bowlers that we've seen today, the pick of the bowlers. But yeah, just going back to that, it was probably the best opportunity. And then, of course, we know they were literally blown away in the next match by the Nicosia Tigers. And they just, I don't know, they just haven't looked themselves, blown away by Everest, sorry, I should say. And that's hurt them. And, of course, now this is the second time they're playing Everest, and they're trying to restrict Everest to a score that they can chase. And I think that's really, I think once this gets past the 110 mark, they're going to be in trouble.
They certainly will, but they have to get rid of Jeevan Lumsdal as soon as possible, because we've seen Everest, they struggle to bat lower down the order.
Well bowled again. This is a good bit of bowling here from Sagwan. What Gaurav Sagwan does, he ambles up, he gets the ball in the right areas, and because of the way he follows through, he gets the ball to just tweak a little bit away from the batter. It's almost like he's jumping out of the way when he bowls it. So he's like, oh, you know, don't hit it at me, as he jumps out the way. Okay, Pitaj now standing up. It is a good move. This is something that we haven't seen them do that often. They didn't do it against the Nicosia Tigers. I think there's a bit of bat on this. There's a quick shake from the umpire. So it's a full delivery.
Yeah, enormous edge on this one, Jeevan Lumsdal.
Lumsdal, of course, is the man who, give him his due. He got a bit of bat on one earlier when he was given LBW, but there was no complaints from him as well. And that's another reason why I like him as a batter. Good work from Dane out there in the deep. Captain Dane, he's certainly been very good. Got good safe hands, and he's got a big area out there to cover. He's done pretty well. Is there a way now that they can really just peg back Everest a little bit and slow things down, get a couple of good overs in, and maybe try to keep this score manageable to something that they can get to? I mean, they really are sort of on the back foot here, though. Lumsdal is there, as you said, while he's there, anything's possible. This has been hit pretty well. Kandani does and makes the stop. Been under a bit of pressure, and of course, what's going through the head of the captain here with those two chances he puts down?
Yeah, but Gaurav Sagwan managed to sneak in a quiet over, and they're going to need a few more of these, but this is probably one of the most interesting moves of this game. I think we're going to see Avinash Rane bowling this over, and I seriously hope he doesn't bowl any medium pace and he just sticks to the off spin, or at least the floatier slow bowling.
Oh no, I'm going to be brave. I'm going to ask the captain here. Vimal, what's he bowling? Vimal is ignoring me. He doesn't want to react. I don't think, okay, it looks like he's going to go back to his spin, because when they give him the ball, I reckon he's had a good talking to say, if you're going to bowl, you're bowling spin. Let's see. All right, being hit pretty well, and it's just going to be one bounce as it goes to Kenan Dane. This is better. This is what we were expecting from him last time, and then all of a sudden he went to like a 30-yard run-up and was, well, I wouldn't say he was charging in. He's not built to charge in, but he was trying to bowl medium pace, and he went for 17 in that over, and with that, they sort of lost the game. Well, the captain just making a quick change in the field here. He starts charging in, and then he goes back. It's almost like he's been told, no, don't worry about it. Skip, go back. I think he forgot who was on on strike. It's Lamsal. You don't come into Lamsal. And they're going up for this one, asking the question. The umpire gives it. Okay, Lamsal, this time he hangs around. He doesn't like it. Let's have a look. Well, Lamsal is still stood there like a statue. And it was a big, long appeal. Let's have a look at this. So, where's his pitching? It's pitching. Okay, it's. Oh, well, it hits him.
One.
The question, the thing you have to think about, and what the umpire's thinking, is it going to go over the stumps? Let's see if it's on the way up. And the thing is, there's not a lot of pace on it. Is the ball going to go over the stumps, or is it going to hit? You know, I think it. Umpire's cool. I think there's every chance the ball could go on and hit the top of the stump, but at the same time, it could also miss. So let's have a look. Pitching, I don't think it's pitching outside the leg stick. I think it is pitching on the stump. But is it A, going to go and hit? And B, is it going to go on and miss the stumps completely? Lamsal has to go. They get the big wicket. And, well, you can make up your mind about it. And I know that the chat will have their own thoughts on it. What do you think, folks? In your opinion, out or not, the umpire, we know what the umpire thought. Jeevan Lamsal will go 38 or 20 deliveries. What are you thinking on that one?
I sympathize with Jeevan Lamsal on that one. I think it's a pretty harsh call towards the batsman. And Lamsal has been a victim of a couple of tight LBW calls so far this tournament. Luck's just not been favouring him, as this one's a full toss that Avinash Rane gets away with. And you know, it's incredible to think that Lamsal could have made a lot more runs if he hadn't been the victim of a lot of very tough decisions. You just can't catch a break.
You're right. He was unlucky at the beginning of the series, and then there was a couple of times, there was a period of play where he made some stunning shots, and it was brilliant catches to get him out. And then that one. One thing I will say is, can you imagine, just let's go back when we saw them last, and Rane bowled that tragic over, that one for 17, and nobody knew what he was doing. Can you imagine if he bowled this?
Could have been an entirely different result.
It would have been a completely different result. And, well, Amdops could have been, well, who knows? They could have already been in a position to be coming back next Saturday. So it just goes to show, this is why we were so surprised. Have a look at that. He's picked up 1 for 5, a ball to go. Hit well, but one bounce. And the fielder stops it from going to the boundary. In comes the throw. They'll keep just to 1. So there you go. That's the why we were so surprised when he came on and he started bowling his medium paces and was walloped all over the place. And with that over, they lost that match.
I mean, one of the things we have to realize about this MDOC side is they've lost a lot of close matches. And, of course, let's take a look at our upcoming events before we continue that point. We're going to be here in Cyprus through to Sunday, the 23rd of April, and then we head over to Italy for what should be a fun fortnight of cricket. Of course, for those of you Zoomers watching, fortnight's not just a video game, it also means 2 weeks. And then we, of course, head up to the Sea Barn in Austria, in one of the most beautiful grounds on this continent. And that's a full toss by Vimal Kanduri, but he's managed to get away with that one as well. But just going back to the point about close games, I think if you lose that many close matches as a side, I think you have to go back and look at a lot of your decision-making in key moments.
Yeah, you do. And that's what I think what good captains, good coaches do. This is hit back to, well, Kanduri, oh dear, oh dear. I mean, again, little moments like that can change things. I mean, they've just got the Everest boys on the squeeze here. I just said if they can get the squeeze on and make runs hard to come by, anything can happen. But a little moment like that just allows the batting side to get an extra run. It allows the pressure to come back onto the bowling side. I know it's only a run, but it makes a difference. I think that, this is a tight call for me. This is a tight call. I know we'll see this again, and there's no complaints from the captain. I reckon that he probably just squeezes that in. Places that onto the leg side. And this time it will go all the way to the boundary. That's not a bad shot. And this is another reason why, you see, he shouldn't be there, should he? If you think about it, if Kanduri doesn't give that silly single away, he's not on strike. So it's all these little moments make a difference. Although Kanduri has to put that behind him. And James Stewart, he's saying not the best of calls there. And hello to James, hope you're well. Anyone else?
A lot of flight on that ball by Vimal Kanduri, the previous one, of course. We saw him yesterday. He was bowling a lot faster and flatter. And let's see if he's going to go back to that.
Wayne was saying he thought it was umpire's call. Fair enough. I must admit that looking at it there, I think when you're the umpire, remember the umpire standing wicket to wicket, he's in the best place. So I think that one for me is umpire's call. What I like about the umpire there, he took a long time. It took a long time. He processed it and then gave a decision on what he thought. Well bowled. Oh, well, he's gone all over the place. There's going to be a run out here. Oh, we see everything. Only on the European Cricket Network with a batter. He starts to go Pandit, or Pandit turns into the bandit, and Pritaj knocks the stumps over. Oh, let's watch this. This is a comedy of errors. Well, Pandit takes off. Watch him go. Wants to go, runs, slips, loses his bat, gets back, and Pritaj says, "Where do you think you're going, buddy? You're only going one place," and that's back in the shed. So that's an easy wicket. And yeah, you got a feel for Shane Pandit there. He just totally loses his footwork and then loses his bat at the same time. It looked like a cowboy falling off his horse. The horse runs away and he couldn't get back to the stables. So another wicket goes down. 86 for 4 at the end of 8 overs. This is a remarkable comeback, I have to say. I don't exactly know how they've done it, but they certainly have tightened the screw on Everest.
And we take another look at this one. It was certainly great comedy. Totally agree with that when he loses his bat. And then Pritish deal with a run out. And it just goes back to the point with Everest that as soon as they lose Shahi and Jeevan Lumsdale, they just struggle to get runs from any other source.
Yeah, they do. Hey, listen, Wolfie Marzi, I know he's looking at some of these and he's doing little snippets for our social media. Marzi, you got to put that one on there. If you don't, I'll be very disappointed. Oh, yeah, I just absolutely love it. European cricket at its best. We've seen some excellent cricket. We've seen some great batting here. We've seen some good bowling. And we've seen a little bit of comedy as well. And there's the run out on the last one we saw. Pandit, unfortunate. He goes for 9 off 8. Edge gone, adios, and there's another. And they're starting to fall like the flies around us here. Sahil Akhtar, he comes out, he swings hard, but he's going to have to go. He'll go for 5 of 7 deliveries.
Yeah, and again, Everest just being brought back down to earth after that 5-run, 5-game winning streak. We're starting to see that without Jeevan Lumsdale powering them through an entire innings, they really struggle. I mean, again, this was a side where on our chat they had talk of, are they going to reach 130, 140 after that start? But at this stage, they'll look like they'll struggle to get to 3 digits the way they're batting.
Well, you were the one who said, and you're absolutely right, that when Arjun goes and when Lumsdale was left there, they needed to get him quickly, and they did. I mean, all right, fortuitous maybe. Some people are still undecided about it. Was he out? Was he not out? Etc. But the umpire decides it's gone, so he goes. And now look what's happening. Look at the situation there. And all of a sudden, the body language of Amdocs has changed. They were really under the hammer. Remember, at the halfway point, it was 70 was on the board for 2. And here they are. They've only managed to score another 16 runs. And now they really are under the hammer. You can see there Hitesh saying, come on, get behind the stumps. He's very right. Sangwan, if he can get a good over in here, maybe that score will stay around about the sort of the 100 mark here now. That'd be an incredible comeback. Remember I said that they want to try and keep it to under 110. This is another wicket, and it will be the pocket rocket Hussain that will go for a duck. So he's on his way back, smiles on the face of Pritaj Duol, because all of a sudden he's catching him from everywhere and anywhere. And, well, it's going to be time to see Derek. Derek, do the moonwalk for me, Derek. I want to see Derek the duck do the moonwalk to the batter who just gets the duck. Here we go. There we go. Derek does the moonwalk as Mohammed Hussain, he'll depart for a duck. So this innings is quickly falling apart, and we know that Everest, that when they go, they can collapse. And unfortunately for Mohammed Hussain, it's going to be a golden duck. He'll go for 0 off his very first ball.
I mean, second duck for Mohammed Hussain against Amdocs. He's getting uncomfortably acquainted with Derek the Duck, and he's met him a few more times than he'd like to, as a couple more balls left in this penultimate over. Goes for the slower ball here, Gaurav Sagwan. Very smart bowling.
Well, should we have a look at this? Is his foot in the air? I don't know if the umpires asked for a review. We'll have a look at it anyway. Let's see this foot. Does he raise that foot? Oh, he does just for a moment, but at the point of impact, is back down again. Pasnat is the new batter that comes in. He's out there with Chetri. So you're at a point now where you've got batters out there who well, they're not known for their hard-hitting abilities. And it's another dot, so end of 9 overs. It is 87, that's right, 87 for 6. Only 1 run has come off that over. And this has been a, well, they're called Everest. Well, this is not this is an Everest collapse, isn't it?
Yeah, quite the tumble for Everest. Just 17 runs of the last 4 overs. You take a look at those bowling figures. Gaurav Sagwan with some brilliant bowling, and the key to Sagwan's bowling was he just took pace off the ball, and he knew that most of these batsmen would just swing and miss, so he kept it outside the arc, pulled his length back, took all the pace off, and well, most of these Everest batsmen just couldn't connect, so very clever bowling by Sagwan.
Is it worth saying that the man who started all this off is the man who gets the ball here now? The villain of the last match, who really gave things away, now could be the hero. Mind you, he's getting another over. Avinash Rane has got 1 for 6 so far, and he's coming on to bowl the last over. Floats it up. It's been hit pretty well. They've got a fielder up there. He's got work to do, and he can't stop it. So Kevin Dane, who's been very good out there, is not able to stop this one. I would say one thing here, that the bowling that you're going to see from Avinash Rai, he probably needs a bit more protection out there. And right on that note, somebody else goes across. So someone's come in from somewhere. Having a quick look from where. It must have been the third man, must have been back. Anyway, you've now got square leg, mid-wicket, 2 men straight, and a sweeper out on the offside. And hits it to the fielder, who will field it pretty well, so they'll get the single. So we are in the 90s. It's worth mentioning that Amdocs have struggled to get to scores in the 80s today, so you probably could argue that Everest, despite that wobble, may have enough runs on the board already. Basnet facing his first delivery. He does well. He gets bad onto ball, and they'll get the single.
Yeah, Vibal Kanduri did well to just throw his body across. And one of the reasons Everest, beg your pardon, M-Docs has struggled with the bat is for just similar reasons like Everest. I think both these sides are actually built quite similarly in the sense that they're very top-heavy with their batting. Goes for that big shot again, and this is going to be fielded well by Ketan Dane. No mistake this time. It's a very similar way they're both set up. They're very tight with the ball in hand, but then when it comes to their batting, they only really have 2 or 3 major scorers.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I don't think in that respect they're very different to Everest. I mean, we've seen that, what's happened with Everest. The thing is, the 2 batters that Everest do have tend to always make a contribution, which helps them to get this sort of score. I think I've touched on that before. I think the last time they played, I said that. I said, if you look at the scorecard, when Everest batted, they had 2 men that got them into the 20s, and as a result of that, they got the runs on the board, which helped them to get the win. You know, when they were going after that 85. That's the one thing that Amdocs haven't been able to do. They get a batter that can get them some runs, but the thing is, a batter getting you 30 and then all the others getting out for 6 or 7 ain't going to help. There's a run out here. It's worth taking on. It was the last ball of the over. They'll get one, but that's all it'll be. And you have to say that that's been quite a remarkable turnaround from Amdocs, because it looked like they were going to be chasing a sort of 130 or maybe even 140 score. So very well done, and very well done to Wayne as well. He's throwing a little money our way as well. Thank you very much, Wayne, for that, as we go and have a look at the highlights.
As we have a look at the highlights, of course, things in the first half of the innings were completely different to the way they were in the second half of the innings. Of course, Everest scored 70 runs in the first half of the innings, largely thanks to Jeevan Lumsal. Of course, he would be joined by Arjun Shahi later in the innings. This was a sharp chance where Lumsal was dropped on 4, but of course he'd present an even better opportunity later. Bimal Rana Bhatt, he'd have to depart for a duck the skipper. This was a catch presented to Vinod Savan.
Yeah, can you imagine if the catches that were dropped were taken? I mean, remember, and we'll probably see them here in the highlights, Lumsal was dropped on 9, and then also Arjun, but again, unfortunately, by the captain, Kanduri was dropped on 9 as well. And that was both of those drops by the captain Kanduri. If those catches were taken, here's one of them here. And that was a difficult one that got away. And the unfortunate thing about that, it also went to the boundary. There's a bit of stronger together fielding. But just if they'd taken those chances at the time, well, then we know that there wouldn't have been those 20 extra runs that would come off Arun Shah and Lumsal. Well, he would have gone for at least 21 runs less than what he put on the board. So it could have been completely different. But still, take nothing away from the Amdocs. They know they're under pressure. They are the team that need this victory more than anything else. Everest, I think this is just all about them just going through the motions and preparing themselves and trying to keep players in good form coming up the next Saturday. Amdocs, though, this is about survival. They need this victory. And, well, restricting Everest to a score of 95, a target of 96, well, it may just be achievable.
But I think going through the motions for Everest as a team could be potentially very dangerous because you want to carry some winning form into the quarterfinals. You don't really want to be going in there with losing momentum, as that was an absolutely pivotal moment in the innings. Once Jeevan Lumsel departed, we really saw a break in Everest scoring. Of course, they scored with a strike at the run rate of just 5 in the last 5 overs. That was a very comical moment there. Pritesh Dale managed to get the run out, and of course, Gorak Sagwan was absolutely sensational. Gave up just 4 runs in the 2 overs he bowled and took a couple of wickets. This is another one of those wickets. Good catch by Pritesh Dale.
Yeah, when they say a player finds his form and starts to enjoy what he's doing, and Pritesh Dale I'm talking about, when it rubs off, he'd be hoping that it rubs off when he's doing the batting, because I think, once again, he really does hold the key to if Amdocs can get to this score or not. Here he is again in the action right towards the end, and that's how it finished. So we're going to have a very, very interesting run chase here. And Nish, I don't know about you, but maybe there's a slight tingle in the ear as well. I mean, we could be in golden ball territory here.
No, we're certainly getting very close to having a golden ball. We've just agonizingly missed one so far, and this is a par score, I would say, by Everest at 95. Of course, we take one more look at the scorecard. Jeevan Lumsel top scored with 38 of 20. Arjun Shahi was sensational, batting at a strike rate of just under 250, and it was his partnership with Jeevan Lumsel of 51 that largely guided Everest through this innings. No other scores of note, unfortunately for them. It was a pretty similar story to what we saw against the Napa Royal Kings from the rest of the batsmen. They really were only able to go at a run rate of 5, as I've already mentioned. And then you take a look at that bowling card for Amdocs. There's some rather poor performances. I think that Prince Rai over was rather forgettable. He usually bowls a lot better than that. Hitesh Tadani struggled with his radar again, but then Gaurav Sagwan's figures, those are extremely special.
Yeah, but don't forget with Prince Rai, I mean, 20 there, one of those should have been nothing, and it went through Sagwan, believe it or not, and went to the boundary. So and then afterwards, of course, he was under attack. But look, the split there before we go to the break. The first 5 over 70 runs, the second 5 only 25. So that one is a great comeback from Amdocs. It will mean that they go in with the bat on a high. Their captain will be saying to them, hey guys, look, it's as simple as this. We could have been chasing 140. In fact, it's 96. We would have taken that before the start of this match. Go out there, get the win, and put ourselves in a position to maybe come back again here next Saturday. And don't forget, if they can get a win here, they'll get another chance, though it won't be an easy one, against the Napa Royal Kings later. So join me, Rico Full and Nishbat, when we return in under 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 31. And what an important one it is for the Amdocs. The Amdocs need 96 for victory.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Ipsonas cricket ground as we return to a very tense match and a very important one as well. Match number 31 between Amdocs searching for a victory that keeps their hopes alive of reaching the quarterfinals next Saturday. They're up against Everest and, well, they've restricted Everest to 95. So 96 is the target. It was a great comeback from them. At one point, it looked like the big score was going to be put on the board when Everest was 70 for 2 at the halfway point. But then only 25 came off the last 5 overs. So they've done what they had to do with the ball and restricted Everest getting past the 100 mark. Now, can they do what they have to do with the bat? It will be no change in the batting order. They've gone with this pair all the way along, but hasn't always been that fruitful for them. Pritaj Duyal to face the first ball, and he's up against Mohammed Hussain, and this is, I think, a chance straight away. It's hit pretty hard, but this was catchable, and it doesn't get taken. And I think that is going to be Sahil Akhtar, who is in the firing line. Yeah, it is a chance. And though it is dipping, I think there's an opportunity there. Maybe that's a good sign if you're Amdocs, because if Pritaj gives the chance and it don't get taken, maybe he can go on and hurt you. This guy, though, Sagwan, I've heard all about his talents. I've seen it once, but no more than that. This gets played away. This is going to be 4 runs. It's nicely played. So that's what you need to do. You've got to play your shots. You've got to be positive. And he does, and he keeps it along the deck as well. And this is another one that ends up in the back of the net. Well, that's a perfect goal. And Sagwan gets the first boundary for his team. And then Mohammed Hussain, he won't like that. He'll come back strong. Fane gets ready to come in again. And well, that's the Yorker length delivery attempted. Gets well played though by Sagwan. He's up for the match here as well. Rico Full here. And once again alongside me is Nish. But Nish, tense, a lot of tension out there. But these two batters have to give them the good start.
There's a lot of tension out there, and it's because we know that these two, it really often comes down to them for MDocs, and MDocs so far with their batting go as far as either Dale or Sagwan can carry them. So we know that this opening phase of the match is probably the most pivotal phase.
Short, hit well, and it's going to go to the boundary. That's a really good shot from this time Diol. He gets right under it and sends it to the boundary. So both batters look like they're prepared and ready for this battle. You have to say that lately Sagwan has been doing all his good work with the bowling, and if it wasn't for his bowling, he may not even have been in the side. He's bowled really well. He bowled them back in this match. Now can he knock off the runs that they need? Thinks about the run, decide not to go.
I mean, to be fair to Sagwan, I don't think his performances have been that poor. He did get a nice start last time out against Everest, making 20 of 9. Granted, he hasn't hit the high standards he usually does, but yeah, we just like to see a bit more from him, knowing all the potential he has. As we've mentioned a few times on this broadcast, he was the leading run getter for MDocs in the domestic league here in Cyprus. This one's played very nicely by Pritesh Dil, but it goes straight to Arjun Shahi. Of course, he's got to play a big impact in this innings.
That's what I like to see both these batters do. I would like to see them play these shots, but I'd like to see them play proper shots along the ground, because I think both the batters can. I mean, obviously, if it's a bad ball, that's a long hop, short one, put it away. If it's very wide, play your cut shot, but play proper shots. Don't make a repeat of what we saw Gaurav Sagwan do when he backed away and played the ball onto his own stance when he was on 20 in set. 126 matches since the golden ball. Anybody got a tingle? Anybody out there got a tingle?
Yeah, this score certainly looks to me like a very good score to potentially break that golden ball streak, as in comes Shahi. Just doesn't put that one away. I think it might have brushed some pad along the way, but of course, coming back to this game, really, if you look at that previous loss MDocs had against Everest, you know, it came down to some very rash strokes, really played by MDocs, and they have to realize over here, there's no need to play silly shots. It's just one boundary and over should see them through from here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's no need to. This one is high up in the air, and well, we say there's no need to, but the batters have to listen to us, and if they don't listen, that's what happens. And it's the end of another good batter. Prithaj Doyle will go to the cheers of the Everest supporters that are here, and looks like Arjun is waving goodbye to the batter, and it will be Prithaj Doyle that will have to go. And it's so disappointing. We're saying, you know, I'd like to see him just play nice, proper shot. He goes for the big hit, and it's a very, very good catch taken there. Keeps his eye on the ball, all smiles, and there's the celebration from Arjun Sahi, and it is the end of Prithaj.
I mean, if we're aware of some of the weaknesses in these sides, surely the players who are part of the team are. I mean, we know that they really struggle to get runs on their lower order, so there's just extra pressure on the top order to hang around as long as they can. And then when you see them throw their wicket away, it's extremely disappointing because, I mean, we've seen this with even Everest. I mean, they made 70 runs when in the first 5 overs when their top order was there, and just 25 with their lower. And MDocs have a similar Achilles heel, as that's a terrible full toss by Arjun Shahi. I think Vimal Kanduri's not struck that because he's still early in his innings and not quite settled in.
Yeah, he's just come in, and of course in the back of his mind, the captain, he knows the importance of this match. He's just seen that Diol just get himself out, so he's probably not too focused at the moment. At the moment, he's just trying to steady and keep a straight head himself as he plays 2 balls out from Arjun Sahi. Sahi, what a good player this guy is, though. I mean, we saw him blast the ball all over the place early on. Quick fire, 29 of 12. He's an incredible catcher of the ball. And with the ball, as we're seeing here, he's pretty useful as well. In the air, but safe. 4 runs. Good shot played there by Vimal. He knows that there's nobody out there, so if he gets enough of this and gets it over the infielders, he's going to be lucky. See, he doesn't try to overhit it. He's not trying to thrash it. It's just pure timing, and he gets it right as he leans on his bat and waits for the last delivery of this second over. 15 on the board.
Yeah, it's a very safe cricketing shot, and of course, Preetoj Dale, we know how strong he is through the offside, so would have been good for him to just try to hang around and play shots similar to that.
Arjun Sahi comes back with a good one to finish his over. Just that 4 came off it, and he goes back to what he does best. He just gets this one outside the off stump. It's a bit of a play and a miss from Kanduri. 15 for 1 after 2.
So, of course, we've been talking quite a bit about Gaurav Sagwan's form. His 2 best performances with the bat so far have both come against Everest. Let's take a quick opportunity to remind you the stakes of this match. Of course, Everest have booked their place in the quarterfinals thanks to that incredible 5-game winning streak, which was snapped in the last match. But M-Docs, they're fighting for their lives. They really need to get to the quarterfinals, as this is a good shot by Gaurav Sagwan. He's managed to beat the fielder at mid-off, but he will be cut off by Arjun Shahi out at long off.
Yeah, that's better from Sagwan. That's what I want to see him doing. I want to see him play these shots along the ground. I don't want to see him getting frustrated. I don't want to try and see him getting funky. I want to see him thinking, if I bat throughout these 10 overs, we will win the match. And I think that's what he's got to be thinking here. Mohamed Hussain just fires this down the leg side, so it will be called a wide. And he's trying to dismiss the captain, Mukunduri, who we just saw in the last over play a lovely shot. The only runs that were scored off that very impressive over from Sahi. A lot of support here once again for Everest. It's certainly the team with the best supporters, aren't they? Yorker, well played, very good delivery, and a lot of noise being made by the Everest supporters. They're sat in the shade at the moment because it is a little bit sunny now.
Yeah, little moments like that by Mohamed Hussain where he just does some good fielding off his own bowling, can help fire up the side, of course. Just 4:30 here in Cyprus, and temperatures are just under 25 degrees Celsius, so really drains a lot out of the fielders, and moments like that just raise their spirits.
It's a nice looking shot, just drops a little bit short, and Vimal Kanduri plays a lovely shot. You see, can be an easy game if you're batter. Play the ball on merit, and that's one thing that some of the batters, not just the Amdoc side, but I think from all round in this series, can learn from it. You don't have to try and thrash every ball to the boundary. Wait and be picky. And with this rate at around 10 and over, I think you can afford to bat this way. This is a very important partnership. Gets a bit of an inside edge on this. Work the ball away though. We'll take a single. They think about 2. But no point doing anything suicidal. Not the best of throws to have to deal with by Shaham Pandit. Pandit, of course, he's already been in the wars. We saw that he was involved in that crazy run out. And this one, I think, pops up and gets him on the chest.
Yeah, we've seen a few issues for MDOC so far today where they're running between the wickets. So good assertive call there, and we need to make sure the communication between these two is spot on.
Another inside edge. This time uncertainty, and they don't know what to do. That's a great bit of fielding. It's brilliantly done, and they don't take the run, and all because of the alertness of the man who's diving around and out there. It's really well done. And that's Basnet. Last ball. Can they keep out Hussain? Oh, they do. I'm sure this is all off the bat. So it's an excited appeal from Mohamed Hussain. He bowls well, as he always does. Doesn't pick up a wicket. But his rate is not bad. He goes for 18 today. He was targeted in his first over. He comes back well. 22 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, good power play for Everest. They've kept MDOCs very quiet. So MDOCs will be a little disappointed that they've not been able to take advantage of this, but the main thing for them is they need Sagwan and Kanduri there as long as they can, because if these two are still there until the 9th over, MDOCs will probably win the game.
Yeah, I take that though, because you've seen that two overs of Mohamed Hussain. So You've still got some runs on the board. The rate hasn't climbed too much. And now he's out the equation. Jinsahi is still there, though. We know that he can cause problems. Starts with the dot with his first.
Yeah, of course, the statistics just at the bottom of your screen tell you that Everest were 48 for 1 at this stage, but really the tale with Everest was how they fell apart in the second half of the inning. So as long as M-Dogs can prevent that, they should be home.
This one short and straight at Vimal, who is quite happy at the moment to play the role of being pretty patient. And once again, perhaps he's thinking, let's try and see out Arjun Shahi. But once again, you can still do that without too many dot balls.
But I think the fact that so many batsmen are looking to see how Shahi is continuing after this ball. This is a brilliant delivery by Arjun Shahi, and Kanduri has done extremely well to block that one out.
Yeah, what a good ball this is. This is that Yorker that he really has caused so many problems with. And it's a good bit of cricket, isn't it, all around. Good delivery and well blocked out by the captain of M-Dogs.
But going back to my point, a lot of batsmen might play more conservatively against the likes of Shahi and Mohammad Hussain. And it just leaves this one Kanduri, so that is a very, very interesting move. I don't know if he assumed that was going to go wide, but this is just a bit over-conservative.
Yeah, I'm suspecting that maybe both the batters have a little chat and said, hey, let's just see this guy out. Let's not get a wicket out to him and let's go after some of the other bowlers. Thing is, though, I don't really think it gets any easier.
No, it doesn't, and this is exactly why bowlers like Khatri are able to get wickets, and that's a top edge, and it's a great bit of footwork out at third man. I believe that's Kishore Bosnet, so good work. We've seen Kishore Bosnet make a few misfields.
That's Candy. That's Candy. Don't let the black tape fool you. He's always going to be Candy. He's put the black tape there because he doesn't want to be known as Candy, but he does brilliantly well. How does he stop this? That's a remarkable save.
Excellent work. As that's just going to cut out a few runs. And he goes for the big swing and a miss there by Gaurav Sagwan, as Arjun Shahi with absolutely stellar figures of 1 for 5. Of course, we did talk about M-Dogs trying to be a bit conservative to these bowlers, but this is a bit too conservative, as this asking rate is starting to climb up. It's now just under 12. As we take a look at the graph over here, certainly M-Dogs right now trending in the wrong direction. They're going to have to find a way to just get this run rate back up. But of course, there's still plenty of quality bowlers in the Everest lineup. There's the likes of Jaiswal, got Sahil Akhtar here, and then of course Khatri himself, who's really good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? You get an over like that in, only 1 run from it, and now that rate has sort of gone from 10 to 12. And now they're trying to get a bit funky. They don't even get a run of this. So you see now you try to get over creative with another bowler, which could be an issue. And Sahil Akhtar, he's been pretty good, but you see, if you just stay in your normal stance and look to cut that, that's certainly the better shot to play. So Akhtar goes back to his mark. It's another dot, so the dots are mounting up here now. He's better. This time he stands still, plays his out onto the offside. They'll take the single. They're not going to take on the arm of Arjun Shahi. Few batters have, but to their peril. Okay, so they rotate the strike. Sagwan now, who's going at run of ball 6. Probably will feel that he needs to, he's probably been put under pressure by his captain a little now. So he's going to feel that he has to go after this. And he hits it pretty well, and Arun makes the stop, keeps his eye on it, and sort of gets a little kind bounce. I mean, these are the ones that if they bounce awkwardly or they don't bounce at all, they become tricky. But he deals with it pretty well.
Yeah, but you have to credit Bimal Rana, but he just puts Arjun Shahi in the right place every single time, and the ball just finds its way to Shahi. So good captaincy, putting your best fielders in the most dangerous positions.
Big wild swing. So after being overcautious against Arjun Sahi, where he was just wanted to block. Now he knows he's got to try and get after another bowler, and probably because he's trying too hard, he's having a few issues. Okay, let's see how he gets on here. So 2 balls in the over, and really need to try and get a boundary here, otherwise it's going to be an uphill struggle. And, this is going to be another dot, so no run there at all either. So we know that only 1 run came off that last over. This one, they've only had 2 from it, and that rate now is around about 13.5, soon to probably get to around 14. They have wickets in hand, and they also have some good hitters to come. And wow, it's another perfect Yorker. Only 2 runs of this one. 3 runs have come off the last 12 deliveries, and the Amdocs are under pressure. A good opportunity for us to say hello to you, our global cricket family. Hello and welcome to Cyprus. And this is the Ipsona Cricket Ground here in Limassol, where we're seeing a huge battle. We're seeing Amdocs trying to get a victory to keep their hopes alive to make it into quarterfinals day next Saturday. But it's not going so well at the moment, is it?
No, it isn't. I mean, think about how critical we were of Everest for scoring just 25 runs in their second half of the innings.
Yeah.
Halfway through this innings, Amdocs have only scored 25 runs as well. This is truly startling. I mean, we wanted to see them value their wicket, but they're playing far too defensively here.
Yeah, maybe their strategy is to do the reverse of what Everest did, and maybe start slow and get the acceleration in towards the final 5. But he's got to start somewhere. The other thing is, don't forget, you've got the likes of Dana in the side, you've got the likes of Sawant in the side. These guys are big hitters. There's no point them coming in when there's too many runs required per over. You'd rather have them out there now. So if these 2 batters can't get going, then make way and let them come in. And I'm not going to be too critical of Sagwani. He hasn't really had too much of the strike. And I think it's his captain that's put him under pressure, because it's the captain who's been the one that's been joining up the dots.
No, certainly. I mean, 11 of 17. This is pretty poor by Vimal Kanduri. And we do know he's a very good stroke player, so he should be doing better than this, as Sagwan can only get this away for a single. So really, boundaries are at a premium right now for Amdocs. They've hit just 2 fours, beg your pardon, 4 fours so far this innings.
Yeah, but they're going to get going now, and they really have to. You can see that both batters now acknowledge that. And the captain, what can he do? Oh, well, he thumps this one beautifully. He chases on with the fielder. He gets really unlucky. That's actually a very good shot. And unfortunately for him, though, it goes straight to the sweeper. But you said it before, the captain has set the field well.
Yeah, and I really like Rana Bhatt. He's one of the better strategists in this tournament.
Gaurav Sagwa swings, misses. And isn't it so nice to see this man also bowling here now? And this is Basin Basnet, because he was the guy that, remember, took that really nasty injury to his nose when 2 fielders collided a few days ago. And we remember he couldn't play any further part in that match. He had his nose bandaged up. It was bleeding pretty badly, and we had both had a chance to talk to him. And he says he's fine now, and this will help. Well, they need it from somewhere. They needed a boundary from somewhere, and this is the old French cut. Hello to Drew, the ECO champions. Talking about the French. 4 runs, valuable runs, lucky runs, hay suerte, pero es un golpe muy grande porque necesita mucho carreras ahora.
Yeah, they're going to need to get these runs however they can, and I really like the way Basnet's bowled. I mean, in his first couple of appearances with the ball, he really struggled. He was bowling waywardly, but I think as the tournament's progressed, he's improved. And this one's played uppishly, and this is surely going to go the distance. And I bet Sagwan had his heart in his mouth when he saw that ball heading towards the spectacular fielder that is Arjun Shai. We've seen him take some terrific catches at the boundary, and boy, this one was just a little too high for him.
Didn't they need that? First the lucky inside edge that went for 4, and then that one which goes all the way to the boundary. The thing is, though, even though that over went for 12 with the 4 and the 6, it's still less than where they need to be.
I mean, they've dug themselves into this hole, Amdocs. There's no reason why a team chasing a target of 96 should be in a position where they're just going under 15 and over. As we take a look at the scorecard, of course, Sagwan leading the way with 18 of 12. And at least to credit Everest, I know they only made 25 runs in the last 5 overs, but they lost their wickets. They were actually trying to hit.
Yeah.
We've not seen that from these two.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, at least the acceleration has come after those 2 overs that only just brought about, what was it, just 3 runs? They started to get moving. The captain now wants to come into the attack. It's been hit well. That should not be an issue for Ajay. And there isn't. There he is. Arjun. Ajay on his back. Just underarmed it back to his captain, Ranabat. Oh, well. This is going way down leg, and that's one you leave. If you're Sagwan, I know he's thinking full toss, smash it away, boundary. But if he leaves this, I think it would have been probably a difficult take for the keeper as well. He gets a dot ball out of a Gandhi ball. And now you can see Gaurav Sagwan is basically fraying all the white goods, including the kitchen sink and everything.
Yeah, you could just sense a little bit of frustration after missing out on a good opportunity.
Firmly hit, and it's going to go all the way, this one. Bolle. So Gaurav Sagwan is starting to get going, and these are powerful hits. I mean, okay, the fielder's right on the boundary there. He's got a chance, but he had a long way to come, Mohammed Hussain, so nowhere in it. And he goes for another. Has he got enough of this one? Yes, he has. Back-to-back sixes, and Gaurav Sagwan finally finding his rhythm, and maybe he's getting his side back in contention, not just in this match, but in this series.
Yeah, this is a terrific shot, and he's just put some pressure on Rana Bhatt here.
Oh, well, this is a wide. Don't need to chase those. He's already spawned 1 wide in this over. This time, fortunately for him, he doesn't make any contact. And it's high up in the air, big moment, and cat gone. And once again, Gaurav Sagwan, just when he gets going, Sagwan, he then throws his wicket away. He gets the 50, and then he goes at the very last delivery of Ranabat's over. He gets the 14 that he wanted, but then he gets out.
Yeah, but at least I have to praise the intent here. Finally, Amdocs unleashed themselves and tried to hit a few big shots. Terrific catch there. That's Kishore Basnet. Top stuff. And Candy, well, he takes that dolly.
Well, he takes the catch, the Candy man. So well done to him. And also well done to the captain. He was under attack, but he gets the wicket. So 51 for 2, 7 overs in. Well, let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for the next match. And Amdocs, well, if they don't get the win in this one, the question is, and the big question is okay, even if they do pull off what would be a remarkable win against Napa Royal Kings, who are looking pretty strong, what about the net run rate? That's going to be the other thing.
I mean, we've been talking about the net run rate since the start of the tournament, as that's a very short ball by Boston, and I think Kanduri is going to be quite annoyed he hasn't managed to get that one away. I think it bounced a lot less than he expected, but you know, we've been saying this since Monday, right, since the start of this tournament, that everything's going to probably come down to net run rate. We said that teams need to minimize their margin of victory, and that's really what's going to be a difference between the Kalundars and Amdocs most probably. Boy, the Kalundars must be sweating watching these games.
No, they're sweating. They've had a long day, the Kalundars. They've got to run hard here, got to try and make things happen somehow. And Kanduri, he can't really get going. He said, listen, you know what I'm doing here? And I'm saying to Kanduri, right, you're the captain. In fact, the captain, he is the captain, and I'll be telling himself, right, I'm off, I'm out of here, I'm retiring out. And to let something like Sadwant come in and see if Sadwant, along with Dana here, can get things going. This rate is now at just coming up to 16. And I don't think Kanduri is really making too much of an impact. It's well struck, and it should be just a single. It will be. They run pretty tamely for one. They're not really even pushing too hard and trying to put the pressure on the fielders.
Yeah, that requires now creeped up to 16.5, and that's just unacceptable, having lost only 2 wickets, chasing a target of 96. They need to get going quickly.
This is hit firmly, and this one will go all the way. This is what we're talking about. So Vimal Kanduri says, hang on a minute, Rico, just give me one more chance. I reckon I can hit a few. This is what he has to do. He uses his feet well, and he sends his away, but he's got to back it up. 1-6 and a couple of dots won't do. There's got to be back-to-back boundaries here.
I mean, they've got to target Pimsain Basnet, because the rest of these overs are going to be bowled by the likes of Sahil Akhtar and Ranapat.
It's his hand on the offside, and they get another boundary. So, okay, keeps it interesting. But the next ball has to go, for me, the next one has to go to the boundary as well. And that will help their cause if they can. So they're not out of this yet.
I mean, we talked about them being quite conservative versus Arjun Shahi and Muhammad Hussain because they thought they were the key bowlers for Everest. But then they've also got to look at someone like him, saying no disrespect to him, as someone to target.
You can be, the thing is, you can be conservative and still take singles. You know, I mean, you can be conservative towards a bowler and still get 6 runs from him. But being conservative and only getting 1 and 2, getting 3 runs of 12 overs is not good enough. And this one, well, he misses out on it, and they need to run here. This is just going to be a dot ball because it goes over the stumps. That's a delivery that needs to be put away. It's short. It needs to be whacked. He misses out on it. It goes over the stumps. It's a dot ball. And that's been the issues for me. And I know a lot of people, someone like Murali Patel, does a lot of work on dot balls. And that's the downfall for M-Docs. Too many dot balls and not enough sixes.
Yeah, shame. Murali Patel currently says he's off on a trip with his partner. I hope he's having a good time there. Of course, M-Docs, as we see, 63 for 2. But certainly, just going back to that final delivery, we do know Kanduri, he's really strong in that region with fine leg inside the ring. All he needed was to get a little bit of a bat on it, and it was going to go for 4.
Okay, Akhtar back. Firmly hit. It won't be a boundary. It will just be a single, but at the moment, I suppose, if Kanduri is the one who's seen the ball pretty well, you'd allow him to go after it. I think you can see how many runs are needed here. They need to be, they're almost at 3 runs a ball pace, which is normally very, very unlikely. High up in the air, and they're not even trying to run here, and the catch gets taken at the second attempt by the captain. Bimal Ranabat does it, and it will be the captain who removes the captain. Kanduri, it's been a long stay, but I don't know whether you see that as a good innings or a bad innings. I'm undecided. All right, I'll put me neck on the block. I'm going to say it's a bad innings.
I'd have to agree with you on that. I mean, especially when you're aware of what the target is. You know, you have to go at 9.6 and over from the start to win the game. You can't afford to be going at slower than run a ball. This one is popped up in the air, and yeah, a little bit of a juggle for Bimal Ranapat, but he takes it on the second attempt. And I think in the end, they might be glad that this innings has come to an end because Kanduri, well, he really struggled. I know he hit a couple of boundaries near the end, but this man, Vinod Savan, he's the real danger man, and I think, well, we know how he plays. He either slogs it or he gets out.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do, isn't it? I mean, we've said this all the way along. When you look at the teams that outperform, look at the Nicosia Tigers and look at the Napa Royal Kings, even look at Everest if you want. I mean, they go out there and they swing, and if you get out, they get out. They don't chew up deliveries. No batter. If you see any of those teams that I mentioned, if a batter bats for 24 deliveries, they've scored 70 runs.
Easily.
They haven't scored 23, you know, less than run a ball. That's where M-Docs just haven't got going, unfortunately. And, well, Akhtar comes in. It's high up in the air, and it's just short of the fielder. And it's the same man, the captain, a runabout that makes a diving effort, but it's only a single. Singles don't hurt you. They need boundaries here.
31 needed off 9 now, so 3 balls left in this over. All 3 of them need to go to a boundary or at least 2 big sixes.
Well, this is well hit, and it will go to the boundary. Well, that's one of them, Nish. That's one of them. Big hit, done it. Remember when I said, when Barty was on about 14, 15 deliveries, and I said, I know he's the captain, be mean to yourself and retire yourself out. This is why. Because you've got guys out there, Ketan Dane and Sawan, who can both hit the ball big.
Yeah, they're both clean strikers of the ball, and now Akhtar is going to be under pressure for the first time in his spell. Everything's gone perfectly for him so far, so how's he going to respond to getting hit for a 6?
Okay, out in the off. Got to try and run hard. Got to try and get back. He hasn't got the ball in his hands yet. You got to go. They don't, and they only make a half attempt once the ball's coming about. Why aren't they running here?
I mean, that was such a slow single over there. They should have run the first one hard, and they would have easily come back for the second. That's poor cricket.
It is. I mean, even when they run it slow, the ball hasn't gone to the fielder, and they're still not thinking of going. Well, it'll only be productive if this one goes to the boundary for Sawan. Inside edge, and where's this going? It's going. it's gone just to the boundary. So it gets 4 from it. So that will keep it interesting. That takes it to 20 required of 6 deliveries.
Yeah, that was a very important inside edge for M-Docs. As you can see, the fielder sprawling on the ground, desperately stretching every sinew, trying to prevent that going for a forward. Nice chase there by Hari Chaitri, but it just about trickled over the boundary rope. And M-Docs are still alive heading into the final over. They need 20 to win. And this final over looks to me like it's surely going to be the captain, Bimal Rana Bhatt, bowling this one.
Okay, so all depends on me where the first ball goes. Ketan Dane is on strike. We know he's been in this situation before, hasn't he? And today, when he's hit the first ball for 6, but unfortunately after that it's gone a bit wrong. Can he get it right this time?
This is a really surprising move. The captain hasn't decided to bowl the final over. He's gone to Kishore Basnet, giving him his first over in the final over.
Into the pads. It should be a wide. What are they doing, Kish? What are they doing? Why aren't they following? Why aren't they doing the basics right? This is the wide ball from the moment it comes out of his hands. Step inside it. Step inside of it. He lets it hit him. It's only going to be 1.
Yeah, this is really disappointing, especially when you know that Basnet's a bit of a weak link with the ball. This one struck hard. It doesn't seem to have the legs to go to the boundary, but he's been dropped by
they
the
can go
fact that it's been
They
dropped.
don't go 2. Oh, Dane says, no, I'm not coming back for the second. I reckon I can do it. Okay, 18 off 4. That's a drop catch. How important could that be? Because if it was held, it could have been and would have been a dot. Jaishwal is the man that drops it under pressure. Okay. He didn't want to run the second. They could have. He wants to be on strike. He feels he can do it. Well, where's this one going? Are they running? Yeah, they are. It's another one down on the leg side. He just has to step inside of these, but he keeps missing. Oh, well, it's just another single. So he refuses a single and then takes a single. 17 off 3.
I mean, now they're basically backing themselves to hit 3 consecutive 6s here, isn't he, Vinod Savant?
Oh, well, he hasn't hit 1 yet out of the middle, I don't think. Let's see. And misses it. Dot ball, game over. And once again, little things. Smart cricketers win cricket matches. And if you don't play smart, you don't win. Docs, they haven't played smart.
And they keep losing close matches. At some point, they have to look at themselves and say, where does our decision-making keep going wrong? Because they have the quality to win a lot of these games. If they just got their order right, made some of the right decisions during the match, well, results might have swayed in their favor. And they could have secured their quarterfinals place a lot earlier in this day as well. It looks like Everest are going to pick up their 6th victory.
The Mountain Men, they're being called the Mountain Men. Yeah, well, you asked the question where. I'll tell you where. Over number 4 and 5 when you only get 3 runs of 2 overs. If you do that, you don't win matches. It's as simple as that. And then when as bad as in important stages, if you're not able to just make the move. Look at this field set here. It's quite incredible. As it's, well, you see, that's what they had to do. What's happening here? I'm not sure. What's the umpire saying here? Why is that a dead ball? Well, dead ball is being signalled for some reason. I'm not sure what it's for. But dead ball gets signalled. Well, you can't tell them not that they can't. Well, look at this field. 2 slips, point, well, backward point. And you got a man at point as well. So they really are. I mean, this is just, it's rubbing it in, isn't it? That's what it is. It's rubbing it in. Ball to go. And he gets a wicket. And that's what they wanted. They wanted Basnet to get a wicket. Basnet does get a wicket. Look at that. They come from all over the place. It's like they've won the final, isn't it? Look at Arjun Sahi. And that's a lovely moment. The Candy Man. He gets a wicket. Basnet. And that's what they wanted. They were all coming in because they wanted to see if they could intimidate the batter to go for it. And he does. Ketan Dane, he'll get bowled out for 10. And the Mountain Men have another victory under their belt. Well done to them. But you got to say, I think with that, it's just doom and adios for Docs. They just get close, but they are a team that find a way to lose matches. They look dashing. They're the best dressed team in the competition. I'm loving their kit. I'm loving their tops, but unfortunately, I don't think after this last match that they played today, we're going to see them again because They just don't play smart cricket. They don't learn from the mistakes they make, and they keep throwing away matches they have in the bag when it matters.
I mean, think about that. Just 3 runs off the final over. That is really shocking. As we take a look at some of these highlights, of course, Preethersdale presented half a chance over there. He did stroke this nice one through third man. He would make just 6 runs, unfortunately, for M-Dogs. Before skying one, that will be well taken by Ram Jaiswal. That was a good catch. We haven't seen him bowl much today, but I'm sure he's going to play a role when Everest make it to the quarterfinals. And then the captain, Vimal Kanduri, would come out at number 3, and he'd play a rather questionable innings, hogging 25 deliveries to make just 23 runs. He hit some nice looking shots, but there were far too many dot balls there. This one just sailing over Hari Chetri's hands. That was a good bit of fielding by Kishore Basta. Gets a well-deserved high five.
One way to put this into context, if you look at the captain's innings, he hit 18 of 4 balls. So he hit 18 of 4 balls, yet he finished with a score of 23 of 25. So that goes to tell you just how many dot balls were in there. And, you know, I said at the time, though he scores 23 of 25, I don't think he's helped his side at all, especially when you see there towards the end that you can get batters come in that can hit the ball well. It's a sorry state of affairs for M-Docs, really. I know that a lot of M-Docs supporters will be very disappointed. I know who won't be disappointed, and I know who are jumping up and down right now. It'll be the Limassol Qalandars.
Yeah, the Limassol Qalandars now feeling a lot better about their chances to make the quarterfinals. Now, of course, M-Docs facing a pretty steep task of having to upset the Napa Royal Kings. They'll be hoping Napa are a little bit complacent on the final game of the day, but of course, no real complacency from Everest. They came out, they were very clinical. They wanted to get this win as what a fantastic moment there for Kishore Basta, and he manages to get that wicket. Everybody was delighted for him. You can tell he's a really popular character in the dressing room for Everest as they take this one. And what a sensational story Everest are. They started the tournament with 5 straight losses, and they ended winning 6 of their last 7 games, and they've sealed that 3rd spot for themselves.
Yeah, well done to the Mountain Men. It's 6-6, a record of 50%, but as you say, started with 5 defeats on the spin. They've been remarkable. I'm looking forward to seeing them again. They're another team that will look back, and they've got time, of course. They will look back at some of their performances, and I think they'll learn from them, and they'll come back stronger as well. With the batting, nobody really... I mean, Gaurav Sagwan, 30 of 17, found a way to get out, but you're right. He was put under pressure by his captain, so he had to change his approach and go hitting big. The captain, 23 or 25, but he's put his team under a lot of pressure. Look at the bowlers there again. 2 overs, 1 wicket, 5 runs, Arjun Shahi. That was incredible. I think the way they played him, though, was completely wrong. We also saw that super over as well from Akhtar. His first over only went for 2. They only got 3 runs off over number 4 and number 5. And as a result of that, Everest win another. M-Docs, well, they fall short by 15 runs. And what hurts more than anything else, and if I'm their captain, is if I'm their coach, I'm saying not only do you lose that match by 15 runs, you only lose 4 wickets. So where was the fight? Where was the let's take it on? Where was the don't worry about wickets, let's go for this? I just didn't see it.
No, he didn't. That was extremely disappointing. Of course, unfortunately for M-Docs, yet again, they fall short in a close game. That is a tough defeat for them to swallow. But of course, the news around the middle is that Everest have won this game by 15 runs and made it their 6th win in the tournament. What a sensational story Everest have been. But M-Docs, they've still got 1 game left. They've got an Everest to climb, pardon the pun, as they'll be right back in just under 30 minutes trying to pull off the miracle against the Napa Royal Kings. And well, the Limassol Qalandars will be watching nervously. So will we. We can't wait for this game and hope you guys can join us in just under 30 minutes.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
It's been another bumper day of cricket. We've had 6 matches yesterday, and now our 6th match of the day right here. What a great time we've had bringing you cricket from this beautiful village of Ipsanas, which you just catch a shot of course. We are just 7 kilometers west of the great Cypriot port city of Limassol, and well, I can't believe it. Group A comes down to the very last match. So after 6 incredible days, action-packed days of cricket, it all comes down to the wire here in this game between MDocs and the Napa Royal Kings. Let's take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, leading the way for MDocs is Gaurav Sagwan with 569 points. And then for the Napa Royal Kings, it's Saran Ahmed with 933 points. They've both been great for whoever's had them on their fantasy team, and they've also been important contributors for both their sides. Well, for MDocs, the equation, it's simple. It's win and get in. It's win or go home. MDocs have had numerous opportunities to secure their place in the quarterfinal. They refuse to take any of them, and now they're going to have to upset the Napa Royal Kings, a side who have looked absolutely sensational, looked like true title contenders. And this is going to be a major, major challenge for MDocs as they, of course, take the field. They won the toss and decided to field first. So the aim here is going to be try to do something similar to what they did to Everest. Restrict them to a low total, preferably below 100, but this time around actually chase it down. Unfortunately for MDocs, their Achilles heel has been the fact that they've just failed to execute in key moments. They've had some poor decision making. And boy, they'll be really annoyed that they're even in this situation where they're going to have to dig themselves out of a hole here. They've, as I've said, they've had so many opportunities to seal their spot, but the Limassol Qalandars now, well, they're still alive somehow. We've seen all the struggles the Qalandars have had, but boy, MDocs have kept the Qalandars alive, and I bet you all the Qalandars are tuned into the stream, watching very closely. They'll be absorbing every ball of what should be a riveting encounter. As, of course, the Napa Royal Kings send out Ikram Mohammed and Saran Ahmed to open the batting. And it looks like Harish Kakita is going to open for MDocs, so an interesting move. And let's get ready for the first ball of this dramatic final game of Group A. And a little bit of length on offer here by Kakita. Ikram Mohammed manages to get underneath it, and he gets it away for a boundary. So a terrible start for MDocs in a match they really need to win. Of course, I'm Nishjay Bhatt, and joining me for this final game of Group A is, of course, Rico Fool.
Hello, everybody. Well, it is Titanic Remembrance Day here today, and, well, one team that is sinking like the Titanic are the MDocs. And, well, but can they pull something off here, something amazing? It's not the best of starts as this one gets whacked away.
That's a wide over there, so poor start for Harish Kakita. We knew that MDocs needed to be right on the money. I would have liked to see Gaurav Sagwan bowl this over, considering how well he's done, but Vimal Kunduri goes for a bit of experimentation, at least with his first ball. It hasn't worked out. And that one is wide as well. I don't think Harish Kakita can complain about that.
Yeah, a couple of wides. Yeah, Titanic Remembrance Day observed today, the April the 15th. And, of course, this ship had compartments that they said if they were flooded could not be sunk, thinking it was unsinkable. But we all know what happened today. That it's all about remembering those people, those unfortunate victims that lost their lives. So Titanic Remembrance Day today. Also World Art Day, and as it is World Art Day, let's have a look at those shirts. I think they're brilliant. I'm loving those shirts. Question is, are we going to see them again after today? If not, I think I might as well buy one today. So I do love the detail, and Pritaj Diallo was telling me that they were designed by him. This is up in the air, and wow, what a great catch this is. What a great moment. That's the one that comes across and takes an absolute humdinger of a catch. And it's one that you wanted. They get one of the key players out early. And it is Ikram Mohammed that has to depart. How about this for a catch? This is synchronized diving, but one of the fielders comes right across Vinod Satwant and just literally plucks the ball out of the hand of the other fielder.
Yeah, Hitesh Sadani patting him on the back saying, yep, I left it for you because I knew you were going to catch that. Great shades as well by Vinod Salman. He's rocking some pretty cool sunglasses.
It has to be said that Hidestandani has dropped a few. So I think this time around, Satwan said, "Oh, tera nahi, maine pata tu thale marna hai, no, main pal lena." And he dives in, takes a catch. What a brilliant moment that is. And look, he stands out like he's a Hollywood star, or Bollywood star, I should say, as he walks away with shades on and all. Well, if we don't see them again, well, that's something to remember them by, isn't it? What a great catch.
Yeah, M-Docs, regardless, they've been very competitive throughout this tournament. And even if this is their last game, boy, it's been a joy to watch them. And once again, he's just targeting the full and wide delivery. And that is smart stuff by Preethaj Dale. Once again, he's just making sure the batsman has his back foot grounded. I like that. I like how he's testing the batsman.
And sometimes with those you get lucky because the batter could just lean forward or just lift his foot up. So, okay, good start. Even the horses, the stallions, liking it as well. They're chirping in.
And of course, a very hello to you too, Kitty Hundley. Great to have you joining us.
Hello, Kitty. Well, we're hearing the horses, and the horses bring out the kitty. Hello, it's nice to have you here with us. And, well, how close is this? Probably just going down the leg side, but it's certainly worth a shout.
Very animated appeal by Hitesh Sadani, but I think, as a left armer going around the wicket, he's never really going to get that decision. It's probably going down the leg side. But going back to the point about World Art Day, of course, it was also on this day in 1452 that Leonardo da Vinci was born. So a very special day. This one's logged straighter. It's coming straight to the commentary box, but of course it's just hit a piece of our equipment and gone away to the benches on the side. So a nice stroke here by the new batsman, Sarpreet Singh.
Yeah, good shot right in the gap. I was worried about a camera for a moment, but it's okay. It just misses it as it gets trapped and some of the equipment down below. So 10 runs off the first over, but they do get the important wicket of Ikram Mohammed. And the bat versus ball is, well, no surprise there really. Well, we could be surprised, but Napa Royal Kings 104 to M-Docs 89.
Yeah, they're fancied as 15-run favorites, and rightfully so, of course. Napa Royal Kings have been dominant throughout this tournament, and largely thanks to this man who is currently on strike, Saran Ahmed. He's been leading the way in terms of scoring runs throughout this tournament. The only batsman close to him so far is Zishan Mahmood, and I like this bowling change. I like the fact that Prince Rai is going to bowl first up to Saran Ahmed. I want my main wicket-taking bowler going up against the opposition star batsman. And this one's been slapped away for 4, so Prince Rai doesn't quite get it right on that occasion.
Well, the prince comes into the house, and Saran Ahmed says, well, I don't care whether you're a prince or a king. We are the kings. So, well, you know what? You play second fiddle to us as he smashes this away for 4.
Yeah, Prince Rai looking rather disappointed after that one. That ball, by the way, is really managed to get past some of the fences on the leg side to the left-hander. And it's just going to chew up a little bit of time for M-Docs. Of course, we know Saran Ahmed very, very strong on the leg side, so you have to be careful about giving him the chance to free his arms and target that boundary. This time he goes again, once again. This time he's cleared the boundary rope with some ease. He doesn't care that there's a fielder position at cow corner. He just backs himself to beat him.
Just wallop, and there's not too much pace on the ball from the Prince, but he gets plenty off this. Got a good, solid base, good swing, hits it out the middle, and this one flies away. And well, we know this man is racing at the top of the standings in terms of the most runs scored at the moment, and he wants to have a big finish at the end of the match here today, which will also be the end of the group stages. That's a good leave. This is down the leg side.
Yeah, there's a change of angle here for Prince Rai. He's trying to now go over the wicket. Maybe if you can just get one to go across and move away from Saran Ahmed, that could potentially draw an edge. Of course, they have a fielder out at a sort of fly slip kind of position, but just hasn't got his bearings right yet, Prince Rai.
A lot of people in the chat enjoy that catch that was taken by Sadwant. Kitty was saying great catch. Someone, Akram as well, saying, yeah, wonderful catch.
And he changes the angle again, so going back around the wicket. And he gets a hold of this one as well, Saran Ahmed. He just plays it behind fine leg, and this is just a disastrous start to this over.
Yeah, it's not good, is it? It's too short, and you can see there that he's just swinging into it. Here's the batter. It's easy pickings for Saran Ahmed. And hello to Bujindra Yadav. He's saying hello to everybody.
He's a bowler with real quality, Prince Roy. He's just got to back himself here. Try to bowl in the channel.
I think I would have liked to prefer him just coming over the wicket. I think to a lot of bowlers, that's a better delivery. And he's so unlucky as this one gets the inside edge, misses the stump somehow, and goes for 4. Oh, how does that miss? Nobody knows. Nobody will ever know. It's just one of those things. It's physics.
Yeah, just take a look at Prince Roy's face right now. He looks like a prince who's just been told that he's been kicked out of his father's line of succession. Absolutely miserable look. This one's slogged away towards the offside, so now Saran Ahmed, well, he's showing that he can hit the ball either side of the field. This one is overpitched, and it's a nice swing of the bat by Saran Ahmed.
Well, that's Param Singh. He's the man that has been getting all the balls that have been going into the olive trees and into the grapevines behind us. It's a lovely guy. It was interesting chatting to him earlier, as this one's into the pads, so won't be hard. It's going down the leg side. But, yeah, he was telling me some nice stories. And one thing Param was telling me, well, let's have a look at what we've got coming up here first, and then we'll go back to that. Here's the standings. Let's see if the standings have been updated. And if they haven't been updated yet, well, there they go. So keep an eye on things here now. So MDocs, the thing is here, well, I don't know. Maybe someone like Mutu Patel can work this out for us, because he's very good at stuff. If they win, how well do they need to win to make sure that they do finish above the Kalandas?
No, I believe it should be a case of just win or get in for MDocs, but of course we'll wait and find out.
It's played out. Thing is with that, yeah, win or get in, you're right, but I mean, look at this start already. 34 on the, well, that makes it 35 with 2.1. They're going at a good rate. But then I would say this, don't forget that we see our teams do the same to this before. For example, Everest made a similar start against them, and then they restricted them to under 100. So it should be a wide. It will be a wide. Yeah, I was just wanted to mention that Param Singh, who's the man who's been getting all the balls from behind us here, and he was telling me how a week before they cleared, you can just see at the back through there where the grapevines are, they cleared all of that before we got here. This is another wide, just so that they said it was a jungle back there. We cleared it all, and he told me that they found plenty of snakes. So there are snakes around here, that is for sure. That's why Cyprus, of course, has so many cats. The cats were brought in to get rid of the snakes. Haven't seen too many cats around here, so I reckon the cats are a little bit afraid to come here because there's too many snakes. Well, we got our own cat in the chat. Kitty's there. Hello, Kitty. Well, Kitty, you'll do well here in Cyprus. You'll be welcomed because they need you here to get rid of all the snakes. Anyway, Kakita having a few issues bowling to the left-hander.
This is a wider one again, and he's just getting it completely wrong to start this over. I think the captain might need to go and have a word with them. Of course, keep in mind all these extras they're going to add up, and potentially also put them in a position where they might not have the right over rate and give up penalty runs.
Yeah, very good point.
Just about gets it right now, going around the wicket, and Saran Ahmed seems to think that was a wide, but I think the umpire gets this one right. So finally, a legal delivery.
How much of it does the umpire see, though? Because he does stand right in front of him. I think the umpire needs to have a little chat with Kakita and says, I don't mind, but don't get in my way. You can't be standing right in front of me. Let's see if Kakita amends his own positioning. Oh, chance, but it goes down. A worst case scenario, not only does Kumiri Palupu put the catch down, he then pushes it over for 4 runs.
Oh boy, it's not going to be one of those starts, is it, for MDocs? As Shrikant is not going to get too many better catching opportunities than that. Saran Ahmed has been so lucky in terms of getting chances throughout this series. He's had at least 1 or 2 catches dropped in every innings he's batted.
Yeah, for sure. That's a definite. This one may be called a no ball as well. I think the umpires are looking at each other. Over to you, Martins. Show us what you got. I reckon it's too high. I think we're going to see the umpire doing the night fever signal in a minute. They're putting his hands up in the air and shaking it all about because this is going to be a free hit. Come on, umps, show us. Give it. Show us your moves. Show us what you got. Everybody's watching the umpire now. Yeah, there we go. Come on. That's the no ball. There we go. Night fever. Just the thing is, he should be in white, not black. Okay, free hit. License to go the full Monty.
Yep. This one's struck away by Sarah Ahmed and Bimal Kanduri. Well, he puts that one down, and of course doesn't matter since it was a free hit. And boy, you really hope the captain hasn't hurt himself here. He's a really important bowler for MDox. And yeah, speaking of night fever, MDox must be feeling really sick right now.
Yeah, that's stinging. That has been hit so hard. Of course, the catch going down doesn't matter, but at least he doesn't bottle it, puts his body in the way, stops the boundary. But yeah, we heard that from here. That hit the palm of his hand very hard, and I like the way, well, he wanted to scream, but he didn't. It was a silent scream of agony, but he then gives everybody the thumbs up.
And this one's a slightly better line and length, but this one goes against the Shrikant. He had a catching chance, but to be fair, this was a lot tougher than the chance he had earlier. Just take a look at this one. It's popped up. He just sticks a hand out, but it just it wasn't quite glued to his hand. And, well, nothing really sticking so far for MDox as just one ball left on this power play, which has already gone for 50 runs. This one's absolutely belted. I think this is going to clear the boundary rope very, very easily. And this power play, boy, it's been a monstrous one for Napa. 56 off it.
Well, just incredible stuff, isn't it? And I just get the feeling here that MDox, they know what's coming. But they can't give up. We know that. As it's that time of night where the mosquitoes decide to shove the spiders out the way and take control of our comms box. But they just got to keep remembering what happened in the last match. Remember how quickly their opponents, Everest, got to 70 on the board, and then they restricted them just to 25 of the last 5 overs. And that's what they've got to believe, but they need to break this partnership first.
One thing I will say, though, in terms of the weather, we're getting that nice Mediterranean evening breeze, which should help the fielding side, but that's not going to do much good for them when they're going at just under 19, their opponents. And Sadani tries to shape one away, as he so often does, and then Sarpreet Singh, well, we've seen Sarah Ahmed belt a few. This time around, Sarpreet Singh just opens the face of his bat and runs that one down behind point.
Yeah, beautifully done. Andy O does the fielding. Just puts the one hand out. It looks like a goalkeeper, doesn't he? He's in the goal there. Says, I'll stay here. I'll field him. Sadani, here's the bowler. Bowling over number 4. This one will be a wide, but I'm glad to see that he's staying over the wicket.
Yeah, but he just needs to start his deliveries around middle stump, of course. Whenever he has got it right, he's created opportunities just because of that natural shape he gets away.
Hesitation, in comes the throw, and I think he was always going to get there. I think this is all about Sarah Ahmed not wanting to go and then deciding he will go. It's a bit of stop-start. They do get there. And now he will come around the wicket to the left-hander. I'd still like to see bowlers try over the wicket to left-handers first before they automatically feel that this is what they have to do. This has been drill hard. Here we go all the way. Boom! Shaka lagya. 6 more.
That is a terrific shot, and certainly I agree. He should go over the wicket, especially considering he would move the ball back into the left-hander. I think it would be very difficult to play because the one that wouldn't move might just catch the outside edge.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we've seen this so many times. Bowlers automatically, right-hander, go around the wicket. But what they then do there, they don't. What he can be doing is bowling to the left hand, is getting the ball to swing into him between bat and pad. But he won't get that from this area. Here's the big swing. Good take there by Pitaj Diol. Ahmed has raced to 43, just 13 deliveries. That's a rare dot.
He goes for that sort of fuller, wider delivery, gets it wrong, Hitesh Sadani, so it's another extra given up here as the Napa Royal Kings move on to 69 as we're just past the halfway stage of the fourth over. This is looking extremely grim for MDocs in what is a must-win game for them. That projected score, well, look away if you're an MDocs fan.
And dive, but gets past him. We'll go to the boundary. Andy O in the house. Oh, Andy, footwork. What is that? A bit of foot fielding? Oh, no, no sirree. No footwork, no foot fielding from the ECN crew. Andy O, you're going to be in my naughty book. What is this about? No, 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 no. That's not the way to do it.
I mean, we just saw a textbook bit of ground fielding by Andy O earlier this tournament. This one's belted down the ground. It's a catching opportunity as Sagwan taking it. Well, everyone's just staring at him. Looks like he has. He believes he does. And yep, it was a very muted reaction, so it was hard to tell if that actually hit the grass. But it looks like it has been caught cleanly as Saran Ahmed, he was initially very reluctant to walk, but won't quite get his 50. He's going to stay stuck on 47. He's been dismissed. Very good catch. It's a low catch.
Yeah, I mean, look at it there. There it is. There's the proof in the pudding. And it's a good job he does catch it, because that could have been a little bit of an unwanted action, you know where, but he takes the catch. It was the last ball off the over. So they get the breakthrough. So Saran Ahmed goes. It's that sort of score, isn't it? I mean, in fact, there's a few more than where Everest were. But then, of course, MDocs really turned the screw, and they caused a bit of a downslide. Can they do the same here? But one thing I will say is the Napa Royal Kings probably have a little bit more depth in their batting than what Everest do.
And they have a lot of power hitting as well. They have players who are capable of clearing the boundary. Vimal Kunduri introduces himself into the attack. And this big appeal over here. It's a shake of the head by the umpire. And
I think I know what the umpire is saying here. And if we see this again, the umpire is saying, how can I give it because you're not made of glass? And the umpire, watch the umpire here saying, I keep telling you, get out of my way, then I can see it. So whether it was or whether it wasn't, we will never know. What I do know is that Mohammed Hussain is here with some more ice creams. I tell you what, we're going to have to do a heads and tails to see who eats theirs first. Well, okay, you're not having one. I'm tucking in here. Thank you very much. I'm loving the Federation there. They're looking after us really well. What I'm not liking is the mosquitoes. Why are mosquitoes? Who needs mosquitoes? I mean, why is there a need to have mosquitoes in this planet? One bugger just bit me right on the back and it itches like anything.
I mean, I had a couple of mosquitoes land on both of my cheeks during the comms camp yesterday. This one's
well, you know what? I'm not going to eat this ice cream. First, I'm going to put it on that body just to stop it stinging. Oh, well, we need some relief from somewhere. Hello to everybody, wherever you are. Just mind my little run. Yeah, why do we have mosquitoes? Oh, look at that, a little mini ice cream. I'm gonna polish this one off pretty quickly. Thank you very much to Mohammed Hussain and all, of course, the Federation of Cricket here in Cyprus for all their hospitality and looking after us as this one just gets worked away on the leg side. Right, over to you, Nish. I'm going to finish my ice cream.
That one's tucked away nicely by Sarpreet Singh. And, of course, we're going to see Sohail Tanvir now batting. So Kunduri, he's going to need to try to sneak in a few quiet overs here. We know that they try to control the middle overs with their spinners. That's a terrific ball by Vimal Kunduri. Just pitching outside the off stump. That's where he needs to be. And he's going to continue to beat the bat if he does that. And just taking a look at the field, Vimal Kunduri has set here. There's a long off, a long on. Fielder out at cow corner. And also a deep square leg. Wonder why he has that with this sort of line and length. He'd probably be better served bringing that fielder in and maybe putting a bit of protection on the offside. Or it could be some kind of a bluff. It's hard to tell. And it just slides way too far down the leg side there. I don't know if he was trying to fire in a little leg stump Yorker and he just couldn't quite execute. But yeah, it's come off the edge of the bat. He could have left that alone, Sarpreet Singh, and it would have been a wide, but gets some bat on it and it allows him to take a single as the over comes to an end. And finally, a quiet over for MDocs now that Saran Ahmed has departed. But of course, Napa have already raced away to 79 for 2. So at this stage, even if they do have late innings collapse, I don't see them ending with anything lower than 120 or 125. As we're going to see Avinash Rane come right back after Vimal Kunduri. Of course, earlier in this tournament, we saw them have this very good strategy where Kunduri and Rane would lock down the middle overs Let's see if that works here. That is a terrible ball to start off by Ronnie, a major loosener, and he instantly apologized and then clutches his shoulder as well. I mean, if he's not properly stretched before the ball, I think that's unacceptable. You got to at least do some basic stretches before bowling. Slightly better line, but a little too full with the length. However, Keaton Dane does quite well out there at cow corner, and it's just a single.
Hello.
And yet again, he just goes a bit too wide. I think might have been a little intimidated by the batsman just leaning forward for the strike, and he tried to push it wide and got it wrong. And yet again, I think he's got this one a bit too wide. So, I mean, these wides are really adding up for M-Docs, and keep an eye on that clock as well. It's reaching 16.5 seconds. That's a 13th run off an extra so far. This one's popped up in the air. I don't think this could be a catching chance, or will it? It certainly will be, actually. That ball somehow dipped, and Gaurav Sagwan takes a stellar catch. Well, once again, the cricket ball has behaved completely differently to what we thought, and that one goes straight to Gaurav Sagwan. That's a terrific catch. He was backed up all the way on the boundary rope, and you can just see a couple of blades of grass between his back foot and the boundary rope. So very well taken by Gaurav Sagwan. As a few wickets are tumbling here for the Napa Royal Kings, but it's a very muted reaction by M-Docs. I think they're really deflated by the pummeling they received in the first half of the innings. And I think we're going to see the captain, Hardeep Singh, come out for the Napa Royal Kings. Yeah, you can tell he's very disappointed, Sarpreet. He really wanted to get in on the action and try to smash a few shots himself. And I think we just heard a little sound in the distance. Of course, it is Easter weekend here in Cyprus, and at the end of this evening, of course, bonfires will be lit around this country. And tomorrow morning, locals will be saying Christos Anesti when they wake up, which is Greek for Christ is risen. As that one slides down the leg side, and Rane with yet another wide this over. Boy, he's just needs to get it right here. He's bowling quite well. That's a good one there by Avinash Rane. He managed to get it fuller, but as you can see, when he doesn't bowl an extra, he's a very, very hard bowler to get away.
That's me shooting mosquitoes. And then listen to me clapping. Hey, what's happened? I thought I was. It makes me look like it took forever eating that ice cream. This one over has lasted forever.
There's certainly, I mean, hard to believe we're only 4 balls into this over. Just to keep track, we've already seen 4 wide, so it's been an 8-ball over so far. And inside edge, and it's a good thing that Harish Kakita is back there. So, well, a 9-ball over so far, and we're heading to the final legal delivery. Can Avinash Rane get this one right? Of course, keep in mind, 4 extras, but he's given up just 5 runs, so only 1 run off the bat, and that's a very, very poor swing by Hardeep Singh. I mean, there's no need to go with that ball. It was sliding miles down the leg side.
Yeah, well, that would have been another wide and another ball that had to be bowled. So I'm not really sure what Hardeep Singh has done there. He likes to put himself sort of higher up the order. I think this is maybe just he's trying to give himself a little bit of form. Yes, ouch. I sort of hurt myself killing that one. Look at that little so-and-so. Get out of here.
That's
Yeah, I reckon we're going to get attacked here. I think I'm going to put, I'm not cold, but I think I'm going to put more layers on because then maybe they won't be able to bite through my jacket. Okay, come on, what the kills, people on the chat? Tell me something I can do to avoid these monsters. How come you ain't been bit today? Is it the red? Am I attracting them?
I mean, they're mostly landing on my face, so I might need to wear a balaclava, as this one is good first ball by Gaurav Sagwan. Would have liked to see him bowl a little bit earlier, because we saw how well he bowled against Everest. Gave up just 4 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. And this is way too wide again, as M-Docs continue to bowl too many extras. That's the 16th run off an extra already. but they just look very dejected and flat. I mean, this is supposed to be a side who desperately need a win to stay in this tournament. And the slower ball takes some pace off it, which means Tanvir can't quite get a hold of that one, and it'll just be a single as both batsmen just very gently take a stroll across the pitch.
Sagwan, his catching has been very good, hasn't it? He's taken some good catches. And see if he can match it up with his bowling.
Goes for the shot. Has he found the gap? He does. He's managed to split the two fielders, Sadani and Shrikant. That's very well dug out, mind you, by Hardeep Singh. It was a pretty well-aimed ball by Sagwan, so a good shot to get that four.
Yeah, plays it well, doesn't it? Just seems to be in that we saw him do this with the one that the wide that he wasted against Rani, but this one was because it was a little bit fuller. Hardeep Singh able to get it away.
And you could see what he was trying to do. He was trying to go for that leg stump Yorker, and is this going to be a catch? It's a really, really well-taken catch by Vimal Kanduri. So you have to credit M-Docs. They might have put down a chance earlier. We saw Shrikant put one down off the batting of Saran Ahmed, but since then, M-Docs have been near perfect with their catching. That's a couple of really tough ones they've taken. Nice work.
Yeah, this is a really good catch, isn't it? Because it's dipping. And Singh going for the big hit. Hit by the captain, but the opposite number comes in. And look at the way he clutches this and makes sure that he keeps it in one hand as he takes the catch and does the little spin on the floor.
And of course, we're getting a little bit of a word here from Wayne. It is your blood type, Rico. I get smashed by mussies too. I can be in a room and no one else will get bitten, but I'll get bit 100 times.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. Well, I thought maybe it was the red attracting them, so I put my jacket on and stuff, but they're still around. They're all over you, by the way. I know you're not feeling it, but you'll see them later. Yeah, we got absolutely mullered this sort of time yesterday, so I think they're coming back for us. Well, this is called a wide, and then they're going to take the single because once again we saw Pritaj throw the ball onto the stumps, and as it ricochets away, the batters will take another run. I mean, it's worth having a look at this. I mean, was he? Yeah, he's down pretty quick. He's bangs the bat in and it doesn't lift off the ground, so they'll take an extra. Credit to Dogs, because once again, they were absolutely flying, weren't they? 73 came off the first 4 overs, and now just here, they've just slowed things down a little. The batters are coming out, and well, there's a bit of luck, but it won't go to the boundary. So batters coming out there, they're thinking it's going to be easy, but just because the earlier batters have made easy work of it, well, I say batters, Saran Ahmed to be precise, 47 and 15, it doesn't mean that every ball is going to go to the boundary.
And you can see again, Sagwan going for that leg stump Yorker, doesn't quite get it right. And certainly added one mosquito to my kill list, was just sitting there right on the edge of my wrist, and it was very easy to get rid of that one. But certainly they've managed to put a break to the Napa Royal Kings scoring, and this projected score has dipped a little bit, as of course tomorrow is the start of Group B, and we'll have 5 delightful matches, starting off with Markhor against the Sri Lankan Lions. Of course, Markhor reached the final of the domestic T10 league, and then of course the Black Caps, who are the defending ECS champions here in Cyprus, will then also face the Sri Lankan Lions. Some very exciting matches there, and I think we'll get to see a lot of good contenders. I mean, Group B should be extremely exciting, and I'm looking forward to it. But of course, we still have some business here to conclude in Group A, as M-Docs are battling it out to get that final spot to go to the quarterfinals, and he dicks this one out. Gundeep Singh, we saw him hit a few helicopter shots a couple of days ago, and attempts one there.
Yeah, this was a mini attempt. It was sort of half a helicopter, wasn't it? I'm not sure. What's Kitty telling me here? She's saying if you find some skin so soft, the people in the military here say it helps. What's that mean? I've got to take somebody else's skin and just leave it here in front, and they'll go to that instead. Is that what you're trying to say? Maybe if I get a bit of meat, just put it down somewhere, and they'll all go to that. I don't know, Kitty. Tell me more. I'm interested.
And this one's chipped up in the air. That's going to be a catch for Shrikant. We saw him put one down earlier, but makes no mistake here. That's well taken. And Gundeep Singh's stay will be a very brief one, as he'll depart having made just 2 runs. So it's good bowling by Vimal Kanduri. Since the captain's introduced himself into the attack, he's done a fine job just slowing down the Napa Royal Kings. And, you know, just maybe M-Docs can restrict Napa to something under 115. That would give us a very exciting chase here to round out action in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, they just really, I mean, once they've lost the likes of Soren Armin, of course, they lost Ikram Mohammed pretty early. Nobody else has really come out and done anything. They've come and they've gone. And when we have a look at this scorecard, it's going to look really peculiar. But once again, M-Docs are doing a great fight back from them. They were under the cosh, but bringing on the captain, slowing things down to help. Justdeep now comes, and he will hit one big. This will go all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro, and just like that, the 100 comes up.
Yeah, this is brilliantly stroked away as we see the sunny side. Justdeep Singh over there. A good question here by Kitty Hundley asking us why Scott Austin isn't playing. Well, Kitty, I'll answer that question right after this ball as it's a wider delivery. Good response here by Vimal Kanduri. Unfortunately, Scott Austin, who of course we nicknamed Stone Cold Scott Austin and Austin 316, he's unfortunately moved out of Cyprus, so won't be taking part in any of the action here as this one's played away. And it's just going to split the gap. And no, Ketan Dane sticks his foot out. That's not a good effort as, well, his footballing skills are subpar there, unfortunately.
I'm going to blame my phone, Andy O. Andy O, look what you started. Because you're trying to stop the ball with the feet, now all the fielders are trying to do it. They were doing really well when they were using their hands. Now, Andy O, you've got a lot to answer for here as that over comes to an end. 106 for 5 after 8.
And this is a good response here by Justdeep Singh, of course. Just helping Napa get that run rate back up after it was just beginning to dip in these last few overs. As we take a look at it, of course, it was all the way up to 18 when Saran Ahmed was going earlier. And Sagwan goes for the wider delivery, but more importantly, he just takes pace off the ball, and a lot of these Napa batsmen are just swinging hard, so you can take pace off the ball. It takes a bit of courage. They'll probably swing and miss.
Not really using the feet, and that's the issue here with Tanvir. He's standing rooted, and this one's high up. Another opportunity. Captain, oh, watch out. I don't want to... Oh, for a moment, I thought that maybe Hitesh Thandani and the captain were going to clash. I was a bit worried for a moment. The catch goes down. I don't think Thandani really, in the end, gave him any issues, but that's an opportunity.
That one went really, really high, though. I mean, it might have touched the satellite on the way up. It's never going to be easy to catch with this low sun. As we're, of course, into the evening here in Cyprus. It's about 10 past 6 local time. Goes for the fuller delivery, Gaurav Sagwan. And it's a good bit of fielding out in the deep by Abbas Kazi, who's been inserted into the lineup for this game. Surprising we haven't seen him bowl. Of course, we do know he's usually a very important bowler for this M-Docs team when he does feature. And you can see again the complete lack of foot movement there by Justdeep Singh as this one beats him. Of course, just to keep you updated with the score, I believe we're currently at 109 for 5 at the 8.4 over mark. And that one's taken a little edge, hasn't it? It's a razor-thin edge through to Pritesh Dayal, and he's taken it very well. He's been really good with the gloves behind the wickets, and another stellar catch by Pritesh Dayal, a very reliable wicketkeeper, and I do hope we get to see him later in this tournament, as, of course, that will be the end of Justdeep Singh's innings.
Yeah, well, Justdeep has to go. Well, he hit one cracking big 6, didn't he? But this time, well, he gives this all his glory. But nice catch taken behind the stump, and he has to depart.
And a few smiles here for M-Docs, of course, as we can get the score back up, and to confirm to you that the Napa Royal Kings have an over to go. They're 109 for 6, so a little underwhelming for Napa considering the way they started. They'll want to get at least 12 off this over to get above that 120 mark. But I believe we're going to see a new bowler introduced for the final over, so that's always a bit of a risk. Captain is not willing to go with Prince Rai or Hitesh Sedani after they were hammered in the first few overs, and it is Abbas Kazi, who I mentioned earlier, and goodness me, that's just taken a nasty bounce. We do know that Hitesh Sedani, he's not the tallest fielder, and this one bounces right over his head. He needed to be a good 6'5" to try to get to that one.
My word. I mean, that is a Tortuga bounce if you ever saw one. That hits it really hard. There's a Tanvir. And that one could have taken somebody with them. And they get past the 110 now. So eyeing up that 120 score. This one has been thumped. This will go all the way as well. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Inna Shaka Lagia. Well, this is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a box of jalebis.
Very sweetly struck there by Syed Tanvir, who's really very innocuously just hung around at the other end. Well, wickets have tumbled. It's popped up. Is this a catching opportunity? No, it isn't. Harish Kakita just can't quite find the ball, and it sails over his head. So this over is turning out to be a really expensive one. We thought M-Dogs might be able to clamp down right at the end and just reduce the Napa Royal Kings to a fairly low score, but that's not going to be the case, as now they're up to 123. So nice little late push again by Napa.
Wow, that is huge. That is a humongous hit. And that one has come, well, if the other one was sweet out the middle, well, this one, forget giving it 6, give it 12. That deserves double. Look where this ends up. That is a massive hit. That's a monster strike.
I mean, it's really close to ending up at the football pitch right next to our cricket ground here in Ipsenhus. So it's a good thing, of course, we have no footballing action today on Easter Saturday. Otherwise, might have struck some of the footballers. This one's gone high up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? It's just going to sail over Vinod Saman's head, and then it's going to trickle over the boundary rope. So things going from bad to worse for M-Docs. This is over. Is turning out to be a bit of a tragedy for them.
It certainly is. And, well, you said it. It's always risky when you go for a bowler that hasn't bowled so far. When Kazi comes on, he's gone for 24 already. The over's gone magical. We haven't seen a supersonic one here in Cyprus so far. If this goes for 6, it will be a supersonic over. 133 on the board. And it's high up in the air. It's a catching chance. Captain comes and he holds on to it. So Kiazi will get a wicket for his effort. He'll go for 24. He picks up the wicket of Tanvir, but Tanvir, a quick fire 31 of just 15 deliveries before he gets out to ball number 16, will help his team to get past the 130 mark. 133 for 6. It finishes.
Yeah, and that final over just about propels Napa to the area they wanted to be in. Of course, things were going very rosy for them. They were 73 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. M-Docs managed to contain them. They were at a position where they'd made just 30 runs in 4 overs, but in the end, that final over really propels them to an absolute behemoth of a total. It's going to be a big chase for M-Docs as we take a look at some of these highlights. That was a terrific catch by Vinod Savant, and that would be the end of Muhammad Ikram's innings, but then Saran Ahmed and Sarpreet Singh would get together and just pummel M-Docs all over the park, particularly Saran Ahmed, who looked absolutely unstoppable. He faced 15 balls, and 10 of them were boundaries. Yes, 2/3 of the deliveries he faced were either 4 or 6. A little bit of fortune there, but he really deserved it for how well he batted.
He batted so well. Well, we know he always gives a chance early on, and this innings was no exception. And this was it as it gets down, and it also gets pushed to the boundary. But talking about push, wasn't that delightful from Sarpreet Singh? He's saying, well, you can blast it. Well, I can get boundaries by just pushing at the ball and timing it. But Saran Ahmed said, well, you do that. I'll stick to my way. And my way is to hit hard and be brutal.
Certainly was. Absolute brutality. And, well, this was another great stroke by Saran Ahmed. And then he'd be very well taken by Gaurav Sagwan. That was a tough catch. It was down low. It's never going to be easy to take. And things were just beginning to slow down for Napa after that wicket. This was another great catch taken by Gaurav Sagwan, a brilliant fielder out at long off. And then we'd see this one. This was very well dug out by the skipper Hardeep Singh. And he tried to slog this one down the ground and present a catch to the opposite captain, Vimal Kanduri, who got down well and took a good catch MDOX's catching was mostly fairly good.
Yeah, I mean, give them credit. I mean, when the ball was being crashed all over the place, and that one wasn't so good though from Kettles, but that was Andy O's fault because he started foot fielding and they started copying it. But anyway, give them credit. What I wanted to say is, bearing in mind that they're under the cosh, bearing in mind that they know what the match situation is, they never gave up. It wasn't like they were moping around and giving up. They still fought, they held their catches, they threw themselves around. But unfortunately, right at the end here, Tanvir just went big. And though he does get out of the very last ball of the innings, not before he smashes 24 of that over from Kiazi.
Yeah, certainly. Just take a look at some of these, the end of the highlights. Of course, let's have a look at the scorecard here for MDOX. Of course, Ikram Muhammad will make just 4 runs. He'd stroke a boundary, and then Vinod Savan will take a terrific catch off the bowling of Harish Kakita. But really, the main story is Saran Ahmed, the top run getter so far here in Cyprus, will add to his tally through that terrific innings. Of course, his strike rate was 313. That is absolutely outstanding. They struggled for runs in the middle. They couldn't quite get to that 150 plus score they were looking like they'd get at one stage in the innings. But then that final 24 run over, which you can see here by Abbas Kazi, helped propel them after they were at 109 at the end of the 9th over. But in terms of the bowling, not too much to cheer there for MDOX. A little surprising that Avinash Rane didn't get a second over after giving up just 5 runs. But boy, this was a really head-scratching day for Kanduri. He didn't know who to turn to.
Yeah, it certainly was. Gurab Sagwan once again, I think, is the pick of the bowlers. Picks up 2 for 13. The thing is, though, he's an also bowled in his side. He's somebody that can turn his arm over, and he's done really well. He's in the side for batting. Let's just see if when MDOX need him and when MDOX need their opener, the other opener, so likely to be his only partner, Prithaj Dul, if they can turn on the style when it really matters. This is their last chance.
This is their last chance indeed, and MDOX's hopes, MDOX's entire season rests on the fact that they can get 134 runs of the next 60 balls, the last 60 balls of Group A. It's been a great bit of action these last 6 days from Group A, and we're just about to round it out. Well, can MDOX pull off the impossible? We'll find out shortly. Join us in a few moments as we'll bring you the MDOX chase.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Ipsidas for the final innings of Group A's action. It's been really fun watching all these matches between some of these incredible teams here in Group A, but there's just one more innings left in this phase for these sides, and of course MDocs will be hoping that this isn't their last innings in the tournament. They are fighting for their tournament lives. They need to get to this target of 134 to stay in this tournament. Of course, the equation for them is very simple. It's a simple case of win and get in, lose and go home. So let's see how MDocs respond here, and I like this. They seem to have shuffled their opening order a little bit. I think they've gone for sloggers right from the front. I think this might be Vinod Savan and Hitesh Sedani right up front, so I like this move. They're going for a bit of innovation. They're trying to change things up, and maybe they're just hoping these two can power them in these early stages with some big shots in the same manner that Saran Ahmed powered Napa. It's a back of a length delivery by Tanvir, and Keaton Dane just knocks this one down. So it is Keaton Dane, actually, alongside Hitesh Sedani. So I like this move. This is some good aggression.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. The question marks for me is why they waited so long. I've been calling for a change for a while, but let's see how it works.
Well, they do say better late than never, but you do wonder if MDocs had left it a little too late. Of course, they had several opportunities to win throughout this day. They let some close games slip by them, and that's really been the case for them throughout this tournament. I think they don't get 134 runs in this innings, they'll be gutted looking back at all the opportunities they've had in the 11 matches they've played so far. This one being their 12th, as of course the side gets off the mark. That's the first run for MDocs.
Yeah, plays it nicely, but the fielder traps it, doesn't get past him. Tanvir doing the bowling. Of course, they're not going to have the pace of Manzoor Ali. He's not in the side, but they do have one man that I've really liked the look of, and that's a Ruf Zaman. And more about him later when he comes on the bowl, as this one has been well hit. This is what we're talking about. This is a better response, and it's a nice hit from Hitesh Sedani. He knows he's in the power play, and this is why it's important to have these sort of guys in at this stage. Only 2 men allowed back, only 2 men allowed out. So if you're a big natural hitter and you can hit the ball well, it works in your favour. So good shout by the captain.
Sedani tries to work this one away, but he's found a fielder, but it's a good idea. Of course, there's no fielder protecting any of the leg side boundaries, so if he'd managed to pierce that gap, he would have got a 4. Nice aggressive cricket to start off.
Yeah, it's good. Tanvir, he knows what he's got to do. He's just, and all the bowlers, they'll be just looking to keep this rate to stop themselves from going more than 10 and over. If they can do that, then they know they get the win. This one's up in the air. It's the opportunity, and it's taken. No mistake there at all. So Dane looking to take on the fielders. I suppose it's a gamble you take in the power play. If you get good contact, you should get it over the infielders. Fact is, though, he just loses his shape a little. If you look at the head here, head goes up in the air, and if the head goes up, then you lose your shape, and the catch gets taken. That's a niche. Just if you can hear a lot of going on, that's not us clapping, it's us killing mosquitoes. Hey Kitty, thank you for all your advice, and also Kitty's saying that she's got some more cats and some kittens and she'd love to bring them over. Well, Kitty, if we have a snake problem, you're the first person I'm calling, Kitty, with your cats. 127 matches since a golden ball. Well, you never know, stranger things have happened.
Certainly have it, of course. Looks like Gaurav Sagwan coming in at number 3 this time. I mean, he didn't open the batting this time, but in practice, he pretty much is coming in this early after that early wicket fell. And this is a very, very wide one. That is an excellent take by Ikram Mohammed. It's a terrific bit of wicket keeping, and he's tossed his glove as well. Take a look at this.
It's a very good cat. What happens here? Well, that glove is glued to his hand, and that's why that ball stuck.
Yeah, so Johnny just to block that one out, of course. Can't really afford to block too many balls on MDocs, of course. what cost them that game against Everest was that they just went way too slow in the early stages and then left themselves a mountain to climb. Of course, I don't think they'll even contemplate that, trying to chase down a target of 134. They'll look to get going right from the beginning, and that's why they've sent Hite Stodani out, who's a well-known hitter. So a wider delivery by Hamza, so just trying to get it across the right-hander. Of course, it's a power play over, so just 2 fielders are allowed outside the ring. There's a deep forward point for Napa Royal Kings, and then also a deep third man. Just, they've got a sweeper. This one's a full toss, and that's pretty poor by Hite Stodani. He really should be getting that one away. He could, typically you'd see him just smash that one towards cow corner, and with no protection there, there's really no excuse for letting opportunities like that slip by.
Hamza tidy so far. I wonder if they'll use the likes of Soren Ahmed a bit earlier here as well, rather than leaving him a bit late. We'll see. Oh, this is a sharp delivery, and it almost cuts Thandani in half. Thandani already showing that if it's pitched up, he'll have a go and hit it straight. We've seen him do that once already with a lovely shot straight down the ground. But other than that, you see it's just one shot, and now the dots are catching up with the runs he's got, and well, it's almost a run of ball here now.
Yeah, this one's way down the left side by Hamza, and they're going to need a lot of extras to help them along the way. M-Docs, of course, they were quite generous to Napa themselves. They just gave up 18 runs off extras, so they'll be hoping for some charity too.
Yeah, very good take once again from Ikram Mohammed. It's wide down the leg side, and he's diving full stretch to stop it.
Throws his bat at this, and there's a sweeper out there to clear that for exactly that reason. And it's a good stop in the end, especially since he slipped. I believe he's wearing gym shoes, so those should be very slippery on this kind of surface.
I think the ball also hits a divot or something and goes the other way, so he had to change his line pretty quickly. He was going one way, then had to dive the other. So Gandeep Singh actually does very well there. Hamza looking to finish what looks to be a very good cheap over.
Goes for the shot here, Sagwan, and once again a nice bit of fielding out in the deep. That's good stuff by, I believe that's Gandeep Singh out there. Yep, so terrific stuff by him, as it's another quiet over for the Napa Royal Kings. So not the start M-Docs needed. We thought the fact that they brought these big sloggers to open the batting would make a difference, but really it's the same tale for M-Docs, just slow out of the gates.
Yeah, it is. They need some acceleration. We know that Guru Sagwan has gone out there, and maybe he can get the acceleration gain. He certainly batted pretty well in the last one. He played some nice shots.
Yeah, it's a wider delivery by Hardeep Singh, and just a little bit frustrated with himself. You can see that's a wry smile. And you can see it just catches the line. Good call by the umpire, of course. It's, of course, a good time to also appreciate the great work our umpires have done on this long day. We've had 12 games in 2 days. Goes for a fuller delivery aimed at the stumps. Of course, the umpires out there are Sachitra Thuranga, joined by Sujit Kumar, and of course Abdul Rahman is the third umpire.
Yeah,
Match referee Stefan Gooch.
They've done very well. You're absolutely right. It's not easy for the match officials, and I think today they've worked very well as a team. They've got made some good calls, worked well together. Hello to Mike Seal and Chris Smith on the chat as well. This one's been hit well, and it will go all the way. And there's Prem, the man I was talking about. He's the man who's been fetching all the balls in the snake areas. And shout out to him as well, and all the other people that have been working hard around the ground. And, there's Prem. He's out here pretty early. He'll be here for a couple of days. And thanks, of course, to the Federation of Cricket here in Cyprus for looking after us.
And this is Struck away by Hitesh Sidani, but again, he just pulled his length back a little bit, so Hitesh Sidani failed to strike that. As you pointed out earlier, if it's over pitch, he'll get it away for a 6, but don't think he's capable of striking balls that are at just a little bit back of a good length.
Hardeep Singh at the moment, a happy captain. He's got a smile on his face.
This one's struck well by Sagwan, and he doesn't need to worry about that one. It's going to go away for a 4, so beats the fielder with ease, and some boundaries that MDocs desperately need. They need to start striking these with consistency.
That's a good shot, isn't it? You see that Avanesh Rane will get off his comfy chair to help get that one back. Yeah, we're saying some thanks. Obviously, a big thank you to our very own Spring Productions, who've been great here. Martins, Richards, and Ballantyne. Ballantyne's out in the tower. Ballantyne's, what's the mosquito situation like there? Thumbs up or thumbs down? If this one comes through, because I bet you where you are, they're pretty bad, because he's right in the old amongst the olive trees, and I bet they're pretty bad up there. Ballantyne, are you being eaten alive?
Yeah, and a question by Mike Seal. No, they're not playing on an artificial pitch. Oh, sorry, misunderstood the question, Mike.
Comes the throw, so tiki-taka, just that one boundary there, so 27. So he's given us a thumbs up, so he's okay with the mosquitoes. Okay, well, that's nice. He's probably using some sort of repellent that we need to get hold of as we have a look at the situation. It's very simple. MDocs, so if we're going to see them again in their dashing uniforms and kits, they got to win this match. And Limsa Kalandas will be the team that are out. The Kalandas have been sweating all day. It's been like sitting in a sauna for them. They've been sitting, sweating, and watching match after match. They've had a smile on their face. Will the day finish with a smile on their face as well? Because if the MDocs do not win this match, then they will be seen next Saturday in the quarterfinals. MDocs will lose out.
Yeah, I'm sure the Columbus can't believe their luck. I mean, they've just seen MDocs let win after win slip past them. Yeah, we just take a look at the sky overhead.
Isn't that beautiful? There's a little bit of vortex out there. I mean, is that a gate of some sort up there? Nice shot there. And this one's been dug out again from Thandani. Thandani, he sort of blocks a few, then gets one out of the slot. Now, this man here has been sensational. This is only the 3rd time I think we're seeing him bowl, and he's already taken 7 wickets. Took a 4-for, the only man to take a 4-for the other day. That's not the best of deliveries that he's bowled. And then early on today, he took 3 wickets. So he's been pretty good, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done a terrific job so far. Off Zaman only makes the occasional appearance for Napa Royal Kings, but certainly fills in well when he's needed.
Very well bowled. And yeah, Rof Zaman, I think last time we saw him playing with the Hydro Lions. And
well, we're certainly not applauding this batting effort. If you can hear any claps in the background, it's been rather tame so far by MDocs. Of course, you can see when Napa were at this stage. I mean, they came flying out of the gates thanks to Sarah and Ahmed, but all the reshuffling, the batting lineup hasn't paid dividends so far for MDocs. They are still going along at well under 10 and over. This one's struck away by Sagwan. It's going to be fielded by the captain himself. Hardeep Singh will be absolutely delighted out at long on. This one's a bit of width there. It's just a cutaway, but cutaway rather tamely, and it'll be fielded by Karanveer Singh, who's out in the deep.
Yeah, Zaman just not trying to do anything too much with the ball. He's just getting it right up there. Talked about the kits of the MDocs. Quite liking what I see from the Napa Royal Kings as well. This will be out. This is great work from Ikram Mohammed. It's just too quick, too sharp. Rof Zaman picks up a wicket, or does he? Hang on, what's going on here now? And this is a no ball. What's a no ball for? I want to see. Let's see side on. Does he encroach Where does he take this? Well, I don't know. I mean, from the angle this camera is, it's hard to say, but it's been called by the officials out there, and it's been called as a no ball. They're saying that Ikram Mohammed has encroached. I wonder if they're still looking, but I think they're just going to go with the on-field position. It's hard to see with our angle here. What do you think? I don't quite see it, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it looks a little bit harsh to me as well, to be perfectly honest. But at this stage, MDOX need any little bit of help they can get. They're in a very desperate situation.
Well, being given as a no ball, so well, the umpire's in a much better position to see it, and he's right on the line. So free hit, and it is a free hit. It will go all the way. So maybe that would have sparked something there. As Bottom retrieves the ball, there he is, the superstar, and that's a big hit, 6 runs. So well, this could have sparked him into life, couldn't it? Because Gaurav, he thought he was out, and next minute he gets a reprieve because of the error from the keeper. And now he's going big. Well, this is back-to-back 60s, so he needed a second chance. He needed a second life, and now he's hitting big as the umpire goes, Manos arriba. 6 más, 6 runs.
Yeah, and we said MDOX need any little bit of help they can get. They get a bit of help there by Ikram Mohammed, who has been accused of encroaching, but it's a couple of 6s, so a little bit of life has been sparked into this MDOX chase. The required now is 15 of these last 6 overs, so Zaman's over, which seemed to be going exceedingly well, ends up going for 17 as, well, we can just see that MDOX's run rate is beginning to creep up. Can they get it over that red line?
Well, look at that. Look at that acceleration just there, courtesy of those 2 6s, and you're absolutely right. Well, Zaman, everything was going really nicely, and then all of a sudden, 12 came with that delivery, and now it's almost like the batters have decided, okay, hey, let's go. And that's not a bad one there, because I think you see that it is the Nani, gets a single straight away and hands the strike back to Gaurav Sagwan. There's Hamza, comes back into the attack.
Yeah, as we've mentioned in our power statistics previously, we'll continue that point after this ball. So the shorter delivery, Sagwan just plays the way to point. MDOX typically average about 3.6 sixes per game, and they're already at 4, so you guys just need to keep climbing. This one's played away very well by Hitesh Sadani, so he goes for the shorter one, Hamza, and Sadani very smartly just uses that pace to play it over third man. This is excellent cricket.
Yeah, I'm liking that from Sadani. He's certainly using his loafers, and he gets the uppercut in. And isn't it interesting that the 50 now comes up here, and they're starting to get the accelerator in. That, oh, well, I don't want to go on about it, but they make the change that I know that I was talking about a lot, a few other people were saying as well, but they make a change in the last match, and I suppose they waited right to the last and thought, right, we have to do something different now. It's obviously not working. It could work because Adani, though he's not going blazing, he is at least getting a few boundaries here and there. This one, I think he's chopped onto his own foot.
Yeah, he has nasty inside edge, of course, in response to his shot. They moved fine leg back in and put a sweeper.
Let's see this. Does he smash it onto his foot? Wow, he does. Well, no wonder he's hopping around. He's hopping mad to hit it hard, but onto his own foot. So that's going to bruise.
It's a full toss. Sadani not quite able to capitalize on that, as it just hangs in the air for a bit, but drops in no man's land. Just hear some mosquitoes buzzing past my ear. It's quite a few mosquitoes right now in our commentary box, as oh, one just landed on my forehead.
I have been bitten bad. I can feel this side. Have a look at this. Look. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, exactly. Chance, and it's been palmed away like a goalkeeper making a stop. Sweeper comes across, picks it up brilliantly, falls all over the place. And that's nicely done, actually, by Suran Ahmed, who backs up after the catch gets put down by Karan Singh, and it's a good goalkeeper save. He hits it over the crossbar and almost flicks it all the way to the boundary, and there's Saran Ahmed who comes in, makes the stop, and then says, there you go. I saved your bacon. You can throw it back in. End of the over, 53 for 1 out of 5.
Yeah, they need this little bit of luck, don't they, Amdocs? That would have been huge if managed to take that catch there. That's Karan Singh fielding at cover. So they're riding their luck a little bit, but they desperately need this luck to keep their tournament hopes alive. Of course, 81 needed of 30 is the equation for Amdocs if they still want to take part in this tournament. Goes for the shot again. He slightly slices, and this is going to be a very easy catch. So they rode their luck a couple of times, the Amdocs, but it looks like their luck's run out. That's a very, very good catch by Gundeep Singh. So the skipper comes on, and he gets rid of the former captain of Amdocs, Hitesh Sadani. Take a look, another look at this. It's very well watched by Gundeep Singh, and a very calm catch, as you can see. He's cool and relaxed taking that one. And it's now going to be Vimal Kunduri coming out to bat. Interesting, they have not sent Pritesh Deol. I would have expected to see Pritesh Deol coming in this sort of situation. We know Kunduri had a few issues with his strike rate in the last match. So we take a look at the replay of this one. It was just sliced up by Hitesh Sadani and taken very calmly by Gundeep Singh. But Kunduri certainly had his issues batting. He faced 25 balls.
That's the issues if you can't hold it. I mean, that's certainly not a good sign, is it? He picks it up, and let's see how he gets on here.
It's a nice ball by Hardeep Singh first up. It's a fuller delivery, which Kunduri just plays down to mid-on. But of course, I am still a little surprised that it's not Pritesh Deol who's come out instead.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the captain Kunduri will probably feel that he did pretty well last time. Good hit down the ground, but there's the fielder there, and he takes a really good catch. So nicely done. And that's another wicket that goes, and no mistakes at all from Saran Ahmed. And he's probably saying, hey, Skip, don't forget, I want to have a bowl. Well, we've got some formula coming here, so I'm going to spray it on. I'm going to pretend it's deodorant. I don't care what it smells like. But let's see if this works. Thank you to Sam Williams for bringing up some jungle formula. And, I bet you it doesn't smell like brute, but who cares? Ah. Okay, you want me to spray some around you?
I think I'll pass for now.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna try to gut it out for another 4.7 overs.
You try, do your best. I'm telling you, it ain't gonna work. I'm just gonna just a little spray around the areas. If you hear us coughing in a minute, just let me go off here. Is because we're probably lying on the deck on our backs, gasping for air. But maybe it will work. I'm just spraying. I mean, there you go. Got you. There's another one over there. You keep talking, never mind me. I just imagine I'm doing a little bit of house cleaning while you're...
So we do see Pritesh Deol come into bat. Of course, we were surprised that Kunduri came instead of him, but of course, he's there shortly afterwards as a couple of wickets have tumbled here for Amdocs. This is nicely played by Pritesh Deol, and surely they have to push for a second run. And it's a good bit of running, and they'll be helped by a slight misfield out in the deep by Karanveer Singh. So they come back for 2. They're really at that stage now where even 2s are not enough, as that run rate's now creeped up to 18. So they're going to need to start clubbing 6s at a regular interval.
I'm back. I've done a bit of spraying. I smell horrible, but it might work. And oh, well, they quite easily could have come back and hit the stumps. As Doyle is out there now. It's probably unfamiliar territories for him, as he's almost placed that back onto his own stumps. Hang on, there's some more stuff coming here. Wonder what we've got here.
Of course, looks like we're bringing some antihistamines in as well, as well, while
Yeah,
we
I'm
try to
here.
deal with
I'm
these.
dying. I'm being mullered eaten. Okay, here we go. I'm going to take one of these. Big swing. Well, he's throwing everything at that. If he made contact with that, it would have gone a long, long way. So we see the sun started to come down. Local time now, 10 to 7. It's been another long day. And no wonder the Mozzies are out. This is very much like Spain, because we had that heavy rain, that thunderstorm the other night, which rained all night and all through the early mornings. And of course, that means that all the larvians gets hatched and the Mozzies everywhere. I know all about this in Spain. Spain are not so bad. My daughter gets bitten badly and reacts. I'm not too bad. It's normally because I drink a lot of tonic, on its own, of course. You know me. But they say the tonic helps. Well, it's not helping out there. These Mozzies obviously don't like my, well, I'm not saying they don't like, they love me Spanish blood. That's what it's all about. Good bit of action. Rosamond comes into the attack. Another good take there from the wicketkeeper. Let's like to see this side on. Let's see how he's improved. Yeah, this time no issues at all, not even close. So he gets called once for it. He's not making that mistake again.
This one goes down the leg side, and he does a pretty good job to just get out of the way of that one. We've seen a few batsmen so far today get in the way of wides unnecessarily. Not the case on that specific ball for Vimal Kunduri.
Yeah, well, that's a proper backstop, isn't it? If you ever saw one, he's got two backstops. Doesn't give too much faith in the wicketkeeper, does it? When you see that field, of course, they're probably there for different reasons.
I think that's more the captain not having faith in his radar.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting field, isn't it? A little triangle there that is performed behind the stumps there. They're thinking about taking another, decide not to.
And Kitty Hunley with a comment that M-Docs are lovable losers that you want to see win, but shoot themselves in the foot every time. Well, Kitty, as of course, someone who's been watching ECS Cyprus action in here for a few years, I can certainly agree with that. They're a very enjoyable underdog side to watch, but it's a real shame they'll not be advancing to the quarterfinals. And well, they got no one to blame but themselves. They keep finding themselves in close matches. Certainly not the case here, but just a few decisions they keep making, poor decisions in key moments that cost them games. So the Muscle Qalandars now, they can begin to start breathing a lot more easily. This game is just slipping away from M-Docs, and the Qalandars are pretty much got 1 foot now in the quarterfinals.
Oh, it's going to be risky, and it's a direct hit. I think they might go upstairs to have a look at this. And no signal from the umpire, but this is, how close is this? I mean, he runs pretty quick. It looks like the umpire is quite happy and is not out. So he goes for it. He backs himself for it, the captain, and oh well, he doesn't slide the bat in. That's very sort of old. Well, not even. I wouldn't even say old school running. Very poor running. It's the one thing you're taught to do when you're playing is that you ground your bat in. He doesn't do that. He relies on his foot, and let's just see that. I think he probably only just makes it, perhaps. See the heel just down in time, so he's a lucky person. He's a lucky man. You've got to really slide your bat in and go back to the basics.
Yeah, a little bit lethargic running here. I think M-Docs are starting to feel the blues. They're probably resigned to the fact that they're not going to feature in this tournament again. So this is really looks like a very dejected side out there.
And well, they've actually made a decision based on what they saw there on a couple of those images on the screen. They're giving it out. I must admit, I'm quite surprised because I didn't actually. I don't know about you. I didn't see anything conclusive. Well, we see it again here. I mean, question is, when the ball is hitting, is the foot down or not? And at this angle, of course, we can't see the line at the other side at all. So whether I think maybe the umpire on field, as I said, well, my original decision was out, so that's what I'm going with. So fair play. So they lose another wicket, and it's going to be the batter that gets run out. So the captain, Kunduri, wanted to get to the unknown pretty quick, and he's not able to get there. He'd be disappointed to get out like that. The new batter comes out, and Looks like it's going to be Kazi. And Kazi, of course, is the bowler who bowled that final over, which went for 24, so that plan didn't work. Just played out. Zamani's always looking to just get that Yorker delivery, isn't he? But every so often he just strays down the leg side. You sure you don't want that spray?
I'll somehow have to manage, of course.
They're sitting all over you. I'll just spray your back, maybe.
19 more balls to go. I think I'll gut it out with these mosquitoes as M-Docs fans try to gut out watching these next 19 balls as well. It'll be difficult viewing for them.
So you're going to miss. And, well, Mike, you were absolutely right. Mike Seals said he reckoned he's gone. Well, you're right. He was gone. And, well, here we go. Sun, sea, sand, and 6. Cricket. Well, Pritaj Diol, we know he's a sensational player. And he decides, you know what, I'll just give you guys a little bit of more Pritaj magic as he does the little scoop here. Of course, we saw a few of these attempted earlier by Dev, who couldn't get it right at all. Pritaj, he does it and nails it the first time.
Yeah, I have to credit M-Docs. They've actually been very good with the unorthodox shots throughout this group stage. Of course, we take a look at tomorrow's action. We'll have some very interesting sides taking part in that one. Of course, Marcor, or the domestic T10 champs, will just return to the action here as, well, is that I believe he's been dismissed. Yep.
Well, Panda Boy comes on to bowl, and that, of course, is our friend Karan Singh, and gets a wicket straight away. The batter backing away, trying to make room for himself, and that is a wicket. So, wicket goes down. We'll have a chance to see this again, and maybe right afterwards we can go back to the fixtures tomorrow. This is the delivery, and well, he just totally misses it, and it knocks the bail off. So it's cleaned him up. It will be a wicket. And there you go. Wow, it just kisses the bail on the way through. How unlucky can you get? He's on his way.
Yeah, I think the umpires just for a second were wondering, at least the front-on umpire, if that was that wasn't Ikram Muhammad's glove that had touched the bail. But of course, it's absolutely clear from that replay that it's just kissed the top bail. So that was the reason for the hold-up as we take a look at tomorrow's fixtures.
Yeah, look, I'm not here tomorrow, so at the start of Group B, I shall be lurking, of course, but it's all over to you. Now, we know, I know about the Black Caps, but I don't know, and the Nicosia Fighters, don't know too much about the other teams. What can you tell us about them?
Well, Marcor will be featuring in their first ECS, so they're going to be a bit of an unknown package, but they've been hyped a lot by people who play in the local leagues. This one is struck down, so is long on. Everyone says they're a very exciting team. Of course, the Sri Lankan Lions, they've featured a couple of times now in the ECS, and fortunately for them, they're starting to gain a reputation as being a perpetual third-place side.
Okay. Well, look, finishing third in the group is okay, right? Oh, he's asking the question. And the thing, I think, is given. And because I was going to say, if he wasn't given, the keeper could have had another chance. This is great keeping from Ikram Muhammad. I mean, he had one taken away from him, quite rightly so, when he just put these gloves too far in front. But since then, he's been lightning fast. Watch this, wait for it, knocks the bails off. All the batter had to do was lean back, but he leaned forward. Well, I tell you what, Pritaj Diol, he'll like the look of that one. I mean, one wicket keeper to another. He'll appreciate the work being done there by Ikram Muhammad, though it's a sad way for him to go. He treated us with some lovely cricket, didn't he? He played some nice shots. He's been probably one of the better batters and the most reliable one for his side. And, of course, we just saw him play a lovely scoop shot. But that's the end of it. That's the end of him. He's a lovely guy. It's been great talking to him. But it's more disappointment on what has been a very disappointing day for the M-Docs.
It's a very disappointing day, and it's a shame to see them go out in such tame fashion after roaring into this tournament with that terrific 10-wicket win against Everest. We thought their fate might be different this time around, but unfortunately it's much of the same for M-Docs, who are going to miss out on the knockout stages again. And, of course, direct hit. Srikanth was gone, but instead, M-Docs will just get an extra run because of overthrows.
Well, how about this for a bit of action? This is sensational. He is left-hander, so it goes to the perfect side for him. And look at the batter there. He's absolutely stranded. And unfortunately for the bowler, he misses. But fortunate for the batter because he survives. And Vinod Sawant will now, well, he gets back to the end where the action is, but over is going to be called, so he's going to have to walk back to the non-strikers. And you can just see it in the body language, can't you, for the M-Docs? It's been a long, hard slog for them. It's been a long, hard day. They turned up this morning knowing that they needed a victory. A victory would have seen them through. And we were saying at the time, that first match against the Nicosia Tigers, when they didn't win that one after restricting the Tigers to 89, would they get a better chance? The answer was quite clearly no.
No, and of course they had some opportunities against Everest as well, and they let those slip as Srikanth plays this nicely down to long off. Just take a hop before going to Saran Ahmed, who does pretty well to ensure that it doesn't go to the boundary.
A lot of people, I think, when you look at those results in reflection, will say, as we said before the start of the day, as this one's played out, but once again to the fielder, that the destiny really was in their own hands. And but one thing, they did let themselves down with sometimes not playing smart cricket. There were areas of their game that they could have tidied up. There were things that they could do better. As this one, another opportunity, but the batter this time does keep his foot down, so will be not out. We see this again, so he manages to do what Pritaj wasn't able to do, and that's get the foot back down and keep it down. But they will learn from it. This is the thing. I mean, M-Docs, I mean, you said before that they're a team that can play, and we've known that, and we've seen it ourselves when they've got those victories. They can play, they can perform well, but they need to pick themselves up from this and take away the positives, and there have been plenty of positives there. And I think for them, one thing, oh no, this is an absolute shocker.
Oh no, oh no, please, 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 please don't show this again, please.
Well, we're going to show it because, well, you can get away with this in this match today, but on another day, oh, there, look at that. Well, I know that Easter's been celebrated in some places. When he lays an egg and Buttum, he sees a funny side of it. Well, that's made his day. Buttum is saying, I can do better than that, you know. I reckon you can. I reckon my mum, Zimmer, can do better as well. That was a poor effort from the fielder. But just going back to the M-Docs, I think it's a learning process. They need to learn from it. There's been highlights, and there's been players that haven't quite hit form when they've had to. I mean, you know, Gaurav Sagwan has started to get back into form with the bat, but there's a long period of times when he wasn't being able to happen. But I think also there was opportunities maybe to change the order slightly, have something like Ketan Dhawan coming up, and also Sawant, who did entertain us a few times and played some good knocks. Hitesh Tandani was being really good, and the captain, I've loved loved the way that he's fought all the time. I like the way he's led. I mean, even in this match, even when the chips are down, he's throwing himself around, he's going for those catches, he's making those stops. A lot of good players in there that have really entertained us. But unfortunately, it's just not happened for them.
It just hasn't, and of course, you have to give them full credit for their spirit throughout this tournament. But again, it just comes down to decision-making in key moments. They fail to execute when it matters most, as we're going to see Karan Singh inserted into the attack. And, well, the difference between the best teams, the ones that finish right at the top, like the Nicosia Tigers and M-Docs, is just how can he react in pressure moments and pressure situations. We've seen the Nicosia Tigers roar in those kind of situations, but M-Docs, they always seem to find a way to crumble, as this one goes straight to Hardeep Singh. And, well, we saw a howler from him earlier, but this time around we see him at his true ability. That is a good catch.
Yeah, good catch from a good player and a good captain. He's somebody that I'm really looking forward to seeing again. He's bowls really well, and he's a good leader as well. And I just think, you know, I'm looking around the Napa Royal Kings, and of course they would have been disappointed that they lost the first match today against the Nicosia Tigers. But I'm having a look at some of the players in that setup here. I mean, bearing in mind that they are missing Muzin Ali, but just the players that he has with these spin options that he's using now and again, the pace bowlers that he's got in there as well, with the way that Tanvir is coming good. Saprit has really entertained me as well. Just Deep is starting to come good when it matters. Rav Zaman coming into the side. I mean, they're going to be a challenge when it comes to the quarterfinals, and I don't think there's probably I'm looking at those teams in Group B. We had a quick look at them, and I don't think any of them would fancy taking them on in a quarter-final, because it's and they're a team that they could certainly push for the championship this year.
Certainly could, and I think I really like the fact that now they've added the likes of Karan Singh. We saw them start this tournament off with just seam bowling options, as Karan Singh will bowl this one. It's just played down towards long off, but the fact that they've now added a left arm spin option just gives them another weapon in their arsenal, and something different that most teams don't possess.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because that's the one thing that we said when we saw them a couple of times. We said, and I said to you, didn't I, when we were talking, that I do like them, but the variations aren't there. They don't have that spinner. And after a game or two, the spinner came in. It was Karan Patel. It's a bit of ring of roses out there from Sohan Ahmed. Yeah, they got the spin in. They also then showed us that they could use Just Deep as a spinner. I think here late on from yesterday, we saw Rav Zaman. I like what he does. He gives them something different. And it's just starting to look like a complete side. Hit nice and straight. This one is going to split the field, I think. It does. So they'll get 4 runs here, the very last ball of the match, and they will finish on 84, but well short of where they need to be. Some 50 runs to be precise. So once again, it's a bit of a hammering for Amdocs, and what it comes down to is that the best chance that they had for victory probably goes all the way back to the very first match of the day against the Nicosia Tigers, when they held them to 89 but couldn't get there, and losing by 11 runs. They needed one victory. That's all they needed. They didn't get it. So I guess we do know the 4 teams, who they are, that will be going forward from Group A. We'll probably see in the standings how everybody finishes. But unfortunately, it won't feature Amdocs. But one team that are making a lot of noise wherever they are at the moment is the Limassol Qalandars, because the Qalandars, by the skin of their teeth, have made it through, and well, they can now sleep well at night, because I'm pretty sure they've been sweating all day, and wherever they've been watching the results. They've been phoning each other up. What happened in that match? What happened in this match? Are we in? Are we out? What does it mean? Well, we know what it means now, that they will be there. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers will finish top, and we see the team that win this one, the Napa Royal Kings, finish second. Everest, well done to Everest. They were absolutely fantastic. Now remember, a team that lost the first 5 on the spin. They came back and finished with a 6-6 record after winning 5 on the spin when they came back from that gloomy position sitting at the foot of the table. And then we see that Amdocs, they needed to try and get a victory here today to topple the Limassol Qalandars into 4th spot. They weren't able to do so. So it will be the Qalandars that they take the 4th spot, and the Amdocs, unfortunately, the team that lose out.
Yeah, it's a very rough innings for Amdocs, and full credit to them, of course, for their efforts throughout this tournament. They've put on a great show. You know, they've always gone down fighting. Their spirit has been incredible, and of course, that was a beautiful shot by Preetish Dale. Went for a bit of ingenuity, and this one just kissing the top of the bill by Karan Singh. And as we've just said, he's going to be a very, very important player for the Napa Royal Kings come the knockout stages.
Yeah, it certainly will be. So, look, well done to all the teams in the group. Unfortunately, Amdocs, we are not going to see them again. And also, you know what, full credit to the likes of Amdocs as well today. 4 matches to play here. That they've done extremely well, and I know that the Qalandars had to do that as well. These boys, the Napa Royal Kings, also had a tough schedule at times. So all the teams, the schedule's been rough. And remember, boys and girls back at home, we're talking about not professional players. We're talking about amateur players. These guys have all got work commitments. They all got families, so they're putting a lot of things on hold to be here. So I think that's great commitment from them. I salute the cricketers here in Cyprus, and especially all the teams in Group A for the way that they've shown commitment to the cause here. They've turned up every day. I think the sportsmanship from them has been absolutely fantastic. So, but unfortunately, there's a team that we have to say goodbye to, and that is the Amdocs, as we have a look at that scorecard.
Yeah, not much to cheer about on that scorecard. They tried to shuffle the batting lineup a little bit, set Hitesh Sajani to open the batting. He did put on a good show, as did Gaurav Sagwan, but unfortunately it was just not enough, as they were trying to chase down a target that was simply insurmountable for them. 134 runs was just always going to be too much for this batting lineup.
Yeah, it's certainly worse. The bowlers, well, a number of bowlers were used. You'd expect that 6 in total. Once again, I think Sai Tanvir, he just bowled the 1 over, but Hardeep Singh, I'm liking him. He's always getting good, isn't he? 3 wickets also for Karan Singh. That's the spin we were talking about that we thought could make a big difference in this one. Rosaman, though he was a little bit expensive in this one, he doesn't get a wicket, but again, he adds something new to them as well. And Saprit Singh turning his arm over as well. And of course, Mohammed Hamza, the left armer. And like I say, they've got all the options. They've got a left armer in there, they've got genuine paces in there, they've got the spin in there. They're a team I'm looking forward to seeing in the quarterfinals.
I certainly am too. And of course, in the end, the Napa Royal Kings beat MDocs by 49 runs. And of course, Napa will end second in the group with the Nicosia Tigers topping it. Everest managed to find their way into third place after winning 6 of their last 7 games. And unfortunately, MDocs, well, they won't make it to the dance because the Limassol Calanders will. And I'm sure all their players will be breathing a big sigh of relief, as of course we'll see them in action next weekend.
Yeah, we will. And look, as we wind down on what has been another long but very exciting and very interesting day, I just want to thank everybody around the ground. It's that time of day to give some thanks out, of course, to the Federation here and all the people working hard behind the scenes. Well, thank you very much. We're indebted to your hospitality. You've been absolutely fantastic. You mentioned the umpires. The umpiring has been great, right?
It's been absolutely sensational. I mean, there's hardly a decision that's gone wrong, and consider all the games they have to play, and especially today, which was a really warm and sunny day. It would have been hard at times for them to focus.
Yeah, and a lot of people are saying their goodbyes on the chat as well. I know Kitty's saying goodbye to everybody, including us. So if you are going on the chat and you're leaving straight away, thank you again very much for all the input today. You guys have been absolutely fantastic, and you've been keeping us going in the day as well. So thank you very much on the chat, and look forward to hearing from you tomorrow as well. And also, look, got to say a big shout out to the ECN crew. Long days for them as well. I mean, a lot of work is done behind the scenes way before we start the streaming here in the morning, and also they continue to work as we speak here now. And of course, Spring Productions, our production partner, have been fantastic. Martins and Ballantynes and Richards, I mean, they are basically the A-team. They're absolutely fantastic, and the coverage of this event, I'm sure you will agree, has been absolutely brilliant. I want to thank you again. It's been a great day, and well, I'm going to take a bit of time off, so I'm going to leave you to hold the fort for the next couple of days. And well, I should be watching, because I think the start of Group B tomorrow is going to be very exciting.
It's going to be very exciting. I mean, some of those fixtures are really mouthwatering. We start off the day with Mark Hoare against Sri Lankan Lions. That is going to be very good. And then, of course, the defending champions, the Black Caps, they're going to be really excited to start this title defense.
Well, I'm going to look forward to seeing everybody again when I return on Tuesday. But I'm not looking forward to seeing the Mosquitoes again. To sort out the mosquito problem. And, well, it's going to take this opportunity, as we always do, to thank you all one more time and say thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network, and we'll see you again soon. But until then, take care, look after yourself, be healthy, be happy. Esta mañana, o I should say, hasta pronto, mi familia. Adios.